Ever since our incredibly unlucky protagonist Seung-woo was thrown into another world, 45 years have already passed. At the very beginning of his journey at level 1, he had absolutely nothing to his name. Seung-woo relied on nothing but hunting down monsters to constantly grow stronger and stronger, and after 45 years, he reached level 255. Today is the day this long grind finally ends because the ultimate demon king was slain by Seung-woo and 3 other companion team members. Right after they put an end to the demon king, a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair flowing like a stream suddenly appeared before them. She spoke in a sweet, gentle voice, "My heroes, I always believe in all of you. I knew you would easily defeat the ultimate demon king." That woman was none other than the goddess Gaia, but as he faced her sweet smile, Seung-woo's expression darkened. He coldly questioned her, "Are you actually smiling right now?" What? The smile on Gaia's face instantly stiffened, and she mechanically asked him to repeat himself. Seung-woo stood up and stepped closer, repeating his question in an even more irritated tone. "Are you really smiling right now? You gave everyone else special abilities, powerful weapons, and the absolute strongest party. But you gave me absolutely nothing." As he spoke, Seung-woo placed his hand right on his sword hilt. Gaia felt his intense rage and believed he might actually draw his sword and cut her down, so she quickly stammered out an explanation. "Well, I ran out of divine power after summoning so many people from other worlds." That lame excuse only made Seung-woo even angrier. He roared out, "Do you want me to slash you to pieces?" If his companions had not held him back, he probably would have sliced her in half. Gaia scrambled backward in a panic, staring at Seung-woo as if he were a complete mad dog. She was utterly shocked by his ridiculous level of power, wondering how on earth a completely normal human like Seung-woo could ever become this absurdly strong. Once she backed off to a safe distance, Gaia cleared her throat to pretend she was calm before asking, "Either way, I want to reward all of you, so what is your wish?" "I want to head to the next battlefield, but I hope the reason for going there is grand and noble," replied Seung-woo, first companion, a heavy warrior who looked like a goblin. "I do not really want anything because I have already shared an amazing adventure with the most wonderful companions," the second teammate chimed in with sparkling eyes. Hearing this, Seung-woo immediately pinched his cheek in annoyance. How can you say something so embarrassing? But the teammate stood his ground, insisting that they really were the best comrades in the whole world. Seung-woo's last companion, who was an archer, chimed in that he wanted the power to travel to any dimension he pleased, and he also wanted to keep his peak weapon skills. Gaia stared at him with deep suspicion. "I can help you with the dimension travel, but keeping the weapons is a bit unusual, so can I ask what your reason is?" "Obviously, it is to start a glorious revolution." The young man enthusiastically replied with a face full of ideals. "We must bring revolution to marginalized and oppressed races. Let the revolutionary light spread across dimensions and point our weapons at the rulers." Seung-woo nodded along, chuckling that it was totally his style. The red elf thanked him for understanding, but Gaia silently begged them to stop encouraging each other. Gaia kept that thought to herself, too terrified of getting beaten up by Seung-woo to speak. Finally, she turned to hear his wish, since he had not asked for anything yet. He seemed deep in thought, money and rare items. Seung-woo already possessed mountains of those things. Things like fame and power could be acquired whenever he wanted, so he did not even care about them. For a man who had already reached level 255, he could easily traverse different dimensions and conquer worlds. It felt like he already had everything he could ever need. Honestly, it is hard not to feel nostalgic looking at his start. Back then, he had just been dragged to this world as a mere level 1 hero. He was incredibly scruffy and dirty back then. He was completely weak with a growling stomach. Then he stumbled upon a small restaurant and tried to order food just like everyone else. The taste of his first proper meal, after being summoned, was something he would never forget. Tears of joy were something that Seung-woo would absolutely never forget. "Hey hero," Seung-woo, Gaia voice rang right in his ear, pulling him back to reality. Was he seriously daydreaming about the past? Seung-woo grabbed the finger that kept poking his cheek, his voice dropping to a low growl. "That's right, I'm just reminiscing about the good old days. Back when I was first summoned to another world and didn't even get a single healing potion." Saying this, Seung-woo gave Gaia a look so warm it was almost threatening, making her feel incredibly embarrassed and flustered. Still, he had no intention of settling scores with her. He finally revealed his ultimate wish to return to his home world and open a restaurant. Hearing this, both the goddess Gaia and Seung-woo, 3 teammates, froze completely in utter shock. "A restaurant?" Gaia asked again, completely unable to believe her own ears. "I want to let the people back home experience the flavors of this world," Seung-woo replied with a firm nod. "You want to sell food from here? Am I hearing things?" the red elf asked casually, scratching his ear. "Earth food is too common over there, so bringing food from this world is the only way it makes sense," Seung-woo countered. His teammates could only stare in shock. This guy was officially beyond saving. Even Gaia turned pale upon hearing that. Out of all the known dimensions in existence, the food in this specific world was notorious for tasting absolutely putrid. She wanted to warn Seung-woo to drop this insane idea, but he suddenly drew his sword. He slammed it deep into the ground just inches from Gaia, startling her so badly she couldn't utter a single word. That is exactly the reason why Seung-woo said, his face suddenly twisting into a deeply unsettling and menacing grin. If I'm the only one who had to suffer through that trash food, it would be pretty unfair, wouldn't it? All four companions were left completely speechless. Seriously, you can't make this up. It turned out his actual plan was to make innocent people suffer the exact same torture. Cut to Seoul, a bustling, prosperous city where bright lights used to paint the night sky with endless energy. But unfortunately, that was only in the past. Ever since the dimensional gates opened and monsters flooded through, all of that peace and security was instantly shattered. Today, the proud capital of Seoul is practically a ghost town. Vicious monsters now roam the streets, completely owning the ruined city. Up on a rooftop high above Disaster Zone A tall, shadowy figure stands quietly, keeping a sharp eye on their movements. Damn it, a curse suddenly slips from his mouth. Just then, another figure steps out from the shadows behind him. As one of the top 100 high-ranking hunters, you should really try to maintain some dignity as a frontline member, Mr. Baek Kang-hyuk. This man is a legendary superstar codenamed Baek Kang-hyuk, who is currently casually lighting up a cigarette to ease his stress. He does not even bother defending his bad language. Honestly, just the mere thought of working overtime to seal off that dimensional gate is enough to make him feel incredibly annoyed. Actually, you do not need to worry about that low-level gate since it will be cleared very soon, the girl reassures him. But that does not make Kang-hyuk feel any better. He sighs, complaining that he is completely sick of working these endless extra hours. He asks if she knows what is really going on here. After all, this place was just a boring S-rank zone. But according to her, the area suddenly became highly erratic 4 days ago when an overwhelming surge of monsters began to spawn. Even Kang-hyuk noticed it himself. The numbers are insane and these beasts are acting incredibly weird. Just look at that three-headed monster down there. It is running in absolute terror as if some crazed beast is hunting it. Min from the second line agrees with you. The boss monster will likely show up very soon. And please stop smoking, the girl sighs, reaching out to snatch his cigarette, but his lightning-fast reflexes keep it easily out of her grasp. But just as he raises it to tease her, a sudden downpour of rain instantly douses the flame, leaving him soaking wet in seconds. Within moments, he is completely drenched from head to toe. Kang-hyuk cannot help but let out another irritated curse. He brushes off his jacket and turns away, complaining about how annoying this is. Since Min says the raid is starting soon, tell the team that I will be taking the next 2 days off. Why on earth is he thinking about that now, and where is he going this late anyway? He is simply not in the mood today. So he decides to completely stuff his stomach to save himself from the absolute exhaustion of overtime, a pretty devious grin spreading across Baek Kang-hyuk's face as he says it. After pushing his way through the pouring rain, Baek Kang-hyuk has already made up his mind. He chooses a tiny rundown diner that has absolutely nothing eye-catching about it. The crushing fatigue from all that relentless overtime work, combined with the stress of constant battles and a completely empty stomach, Baek Kang-hyuk is officially pushed to his absolute limit. He is fully prepared to devour a massive, delicious feast. But if the food turns out to be terrible, he is going to make this place tear down its sign and close for good. Even if the food is good, Baek Kang-hyuk will probably still yell at them for making him eat so late. Basically, whether it is delicious or terrible, he just wants to pick a fight to vent his anger. Nursing that pretty petty villainous mindset, Baek Kang-hyuk walks straight toward the diner. But as he gets closer to the entrance, he notices they have already hung up a closed sign. Baek Kang-hyuk lets out a deeply frustrated sigh. Closed already? This is some incredibly bad luck. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, completely unable to accept that a stupid sign is blocking his dinner. Furious, Baek Kang-hyuk reaches out and completely crushes that sign to pieces. Then he kicks the door open. Inside the quiet diner, it looks like the entire interior is still in total disarray. The restaurant owner is actually Seung-woo. He is currently planning out all the business tasks he needs to handle. There are still unsigned contracts with ingredient suppliers to deal with, alongside a whole list of kitchen tools to buy. It has already been 4 days since his return to Earth. Seung-woo is in no rush at all, preferring to take his sweet time arranging things, like right now, leisurely sipping a hot cup of coffee, while picking out a movie from his pile of discs. This is the actual life, Seung-woo sighs with absolute satisfaction. But that peaceful moment does not last long at all, instantly shattered when Baek Kang-hyuk rudely kicks the front door wide open. After breaking the door, he casually walks in and asks why it is so empty, mocking that they must have 0 customers today. Seung-woo stays dead silent for 1-2-3 seconds, desperately trying to keep his cool. Finally, he turns around and tells the kid in an icy tone that it is because they are not officially open yet. But Seung-woo is dealing with a guy who has 0 respect. Baek Kang-hyuk just slides into a chair with a smug grin, boldly declaring that he does not care at all about their opening hours. Then he straight up demands Seung-woo to quickly serve him up something pretty delicious. Seung-woo is a massive movie buff whose relaxing night was just totally ruined by this brat, not to mention how incredibly arrogant this kid is acting. He has to use every ounce of self-control to not snap his neck right here. But as he looks closer at Baek Kang-hyuk's actual face, his boiling anger begins to soften just a little bit. Hey, what exactly are you staring at? Baek Kang-hyuk is absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table. But when he notices Jo Seung-woo's intense gaze, he immediately gets defensive and snaps. It is nothing. Seung-woo responds, though his eyes never stop carefully scanning the kid. To Seung-woo, this boy looks completely weak with incredibly fragile hands and legs that seem like they would snap from just a gentle kick. Even his brain must be a bit broken since he completely missed the giant closed sign hanging right outside the front entrance. Having just returned to Earth, Seung-woo has no idea about Baek Kang-hyuk's secret superstar status in his eyes. This is just a severely malnourished kid who has not had a proper meal in ages, explaining why he is so terribly thin and probably suffering from a shriveled brain that lacks any basic manners. The more Seung-woo thinks about this tragic situation, the more pity he feels, even quietly wiping away a stray tear. Naturally, Baek Kang-hyuk catches this emotional display, and it only makes him fly into an absolute rage. Why on earth are you looking at me with pity? Can you not see my cloak? I am a frontline hunter. Ignoring Baek Kang-hyuk, who's currently roaring like a wild tiger, Seung-woo is already opening the fridge to plan today's meal. Baek Kang-hyuk is absolutely furious, but he really wants something to eat, so he swallows his anger and sits down. Fine, just give me anything edible, he mutters. Seung-woo doesn't bother answering because he's too busy checking the ingredients, and the stuff inside this fridge looks pretty intense. In the end, Seung-woo selects a fresh slab of meat. He silently thinks, this arrogant brat is lucky I am helping. I'm going to serve you something truly worth your while. This meat might look exactly like beef, but it is actually something else. It is shoulder meat found between the neck and wings of a red dragon, and compared to pork, it is like rib meat. Seung-woo draws his knife and preps the meat with absolute mastery. This red dragon meat contains a powerful flame soul. Because of that, its fiery taste is extremely strong, so you have to pour fruit juice over it to give it an elegant, high-class flavor. The fruit juice that Seung-woo chooses for today's dish is fresh grape juice. As he sears the meat in the pan, he pours it over. Although the natural flavor of this meat is already incredible, but it will definitely have a fantastic effect on his very first customer of the day. Seung-woo puts his entire heart and soul into the preparation. As expected, cooking always makes him feel incredibly happy and completely at peace. Suddenly, the meat searing in the hot pan lets out a tragic shriek, giving Baek Kang-hyuk quite a big fright as he sits there. I must have misheard that, right? He asks, his face turning completely pale. I think I just heard the meat screaming at me. Facing Baek Kang-hyuk utterly confused and terrified look, Seung-woo just smiles and casually replies that it couldn't have screamed, though Baek Kang-hyuk is still highly skeptical about it. But by now, the dish is already fully completed. After sprinkling a bit of ground pepper on top, Seung-woo immediately plates it up and serves it right in front of Baek Kang-hyuk. Overall, the steak looks absolutely luxurious, resembling a high-end dish from a five-star restaurant. Baek Kang-hyuk inspects it closely, looking like a strict mother-in-law examining her new daughter-in-law. But he has to admit that the chef standing right in front of him is truly amazing. You did a decent job, and that fire show was pretty cool, Baek Kang-hyuk finally says. Seung-woo looks quite surprised that this rude kid is actually praising him. He picks up his fork and knife, carefully touching the meat. In Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes, the steak has a light fruit aroma, and the perfect sear on it means it must taste absolutely delicious. Wait, what is the name of this dish? He suddenly asks. Roy's steak, Seung-woo replies. I have never heard of that dish before, so I must try it, Baek Kang-hyuk mutters. He then begins to carefully cut the meat. However, he quickly realizes that something is terribly wrong here, because Baek Kang-hyuk is using every bit of his strength, but he cannot slice the meat even a tiny bit. Eventually, he gives up and has to ask Seung-woo for help. Hey, why is this thing so hard to cut? Let me cut it for you, Seung-woo says, pulling the steak dish closer. He thinks to himself that this weakling cannot even slice a simple piece of meat. Baek Kang-hyuk, of course, has never heard of the name Royce. You see, the dragon Royce was once a formidable enemy, specifically to Jo Seung-woo back when he fought in that other dimension. We're talking a massive great red dragon, an elder of the Red Dragon clan and the Demon King's right-hand man for 1800 years. As Jo Seung-woo slices the meat, his mind wanders back to their battle. That ancient dragon was insanely ferocious, and taking it down required absolutely everything he had. But now, as the victor, Jo Seung-woo casually slices into Royce, who is currently nothing more than a steak on a plate. That dull knife of yours won't even scratch this meat, Baek Kang-hyuk lazily taunts. The exact moment those words leave his mouth, he sees the steak already sliced clean in half. Forcing a nervous chuckle to save face, he stammers that maybe Jo Seung-woo's hands were just shaking from fatigue. Baek Kang-hyuk is utterly mortified. A top frontline ranker like him, and he can't even cut a steak. Brushing it off, he quickly picks up a piece of the steak, ready to eat. But with the very first bite, his senses completely explode. His entire body shudders, nearly collapsing right onto the table. Strange muffled noises keep escaping his mouth, making Seung-woo look over with a very curious expression. Finally, unable to hold the intense pain in any longer, Baek Kang-hyuk screams. Instead, he quickly clamps his hands over his mouth upon realizing he is literally breathing fire. "Oh my god, am I actually breathing fire? This tastes terrible," he whimpers, almost crying. "Well, yeah, I made it taste awful on purpose," Seung-woo replies flatly. What Baek Kang-hyuk stares, hands still over his mouth, unable to believe what he just heard. However, Seung-woo continues with absolute passion, even slamming his hand on the table. A truly exceptional dish must be eaten for survival and to gain raw power. Baek Kang-hyuk has no idea what insane nonsense this guy is spouting. All he knows is that despite the intense burning, he somehow cannot force himself to spit the meat out. Chewing is pure torture because the meat is just too spicy. With no other choice, Baek Kang-hyuk is forced to swallow it whole. Yet the instant that dragon meat hits his stomach, his body begins reacting in an incredibly bizarre, alarming way. He doesn't even know how to describe the strange sensation coursing through his veins, because a second later he completely blacks out. This tastes completely atrocious. That is the elite hitman's very last thought before losing consciousness. As for Seung-woo, even after watching his customer pass out from food poisoning, he doesn't panic. Instead, he just stands there, observing the unconscious man with a highly amused look. A full hour later, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly sits up, clutching his throat with a look of absolute panic. The very first thing he sees is Seung-woo lazily yawning on the sofa. Seeing his host act so completely and utterly indifferent makes the hot-headed ranker want to spit blood. "You almost killed me, and you're just sitting there yawning," he demands furiously. Driven by sheer rage, Baek Kang-hyuk lunges forward, aiming a massive kick at him. Yet, despite the incredible power behind his strike, Seung-woo stops the attack dead in its tracks with one hand. Feeling his leg locked in place, Baek Kang-hyuk freezes in shock. His opponent didn't even seem to try. Seung-woo then sighs, mockingly asking if this pitiful strength is all he has after eating. What a weakling. 3-star me, guys. Baek Kang-hyuk hears the insult loud and clear, but the word weak has never applied to him in his entire life. "Did you just call me weak?" he barks. "Yep, talking about you," Seung-woo chuckles, finally letting his leg go. Baek Kang-hyuk's entire worldview instantly shatters as he repeats him weak. He doesn't care how Seung-woo blocked his kick. Being called weak has officially flipped his combat switch, sending him straight into battle mode. Stepping back quickly, he channels his entire strength into a devastating explosive punch toward his opponent. "I am a top-tier frontline ranker, the great Baek Kang-hyuk," he roars at the top of his lungs. Too bad this second attempt is even more embarrassing than the last. His fist doesn't even get close to touching Seung-woo. Instead, he gets a sharp flick right to his forehead. Even though it looks like a completely casual flick, it packs an unbelievable punch. The impact carries enough raw force to send Baek Kang-hyuk flying backward, knocking him clean out on the spot. "Control your temper a bit," Seung-woo mutters, his voice dripping with absolute impatience. Going back to sleep, he mutters, completely baffled. What is this frontline nonsense anyway, and why are they so smug? Driven by curiosity, he searches online and is instantly enlightened about the top 100 strongest hunters in the world. Yet this exact piece of news hits Seung-woo like a massive freight train. How could a weak kid who literally passed out from a single forehead flick be ranked among the top 100 strongest hunters alive? If that is true, then Earth is absolutely doomed. While he wants to avoid that disaster, Seung-woo really hates the idea of getting involved, so he sits back to think. Suddenly, a wild idea pops into his dangerous mind. He stares down at Baek Kang-hyuk, still sprawled flat on the floor. Ever since those mysterious portals tore open, a brand new profession emerged to battle the endless growing waves of monsters flooding their world. These are the hunters, and the top 100 elite have banded together. Calling themselves the First Order, Baek Kang-hyuk is supposedly one of them. Yet here, he is forced to kneel and apologize for acting like a total jerk the moment he walked in. "Kneeling just because I am stronger than you?" he asks, holding a coffee cup, his casual tone sending a chill that keeps Baek Kang-hyuk pinned to the floor. "Do you pull this stunt elsewhere?" he asks, while Baek Kang-hyuk simply offers a foolish grin. That blank look says it all, prompting Seung-woo to let out a heavy sigh, muttering that he already knew this would be the case. "I can read you like an open book," he says before rambling into some pretty dry jokes about modern footwear that nobody asked for. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk barely dares to breathe, convinced by the man's bizarre speech patterns that he must be some incredibly powerful foreigner. Someone so overwhelmingly strong that even a tiny slip-up would get him erased on the spot. The tension keeps building, leaving the poor guy sweating bullets, utterly clueless about what Seung-woo plans to do next. But after finishing his coffee, the man simply smiles. "All right," he says calmly, "I am going to completely change who you are. Yes, Baek Kang-hyuk stammers, completely lost as to what this terrifying man actually means. You are a frontline hunter, right? Seung-woo continues, so you need to get stronger to protect the planet, correct? This kicks off a thoroughly unwanted lecture on morals and duty. Seung-woo goes off on a massive rant about mastering skills, guiding wayward souls back to the proper path, and molding people into promising citizens. Naturally, he decides right then and there to reform Baek Kang-hyuk, completely ignoring whether the poor kid actually wants to be schooled or not. What happens if I refuse? Baek Kang-hyuk squeaks out timidly. In a split second, Jo Seung-woo's expression turns incredibly dark, serving as his silent answer. It instantly whips the boy into submission, prompting him to shout out, "Please teach me from now on, master." This cooperative attitude satisfies Seung-woo, who immediately begins teaching him basic facts about humanity that he thinks are absolutely essential. The man's relentless enthusiasm is so overwhelming it practically leaves Baek Kang-hyuk's ears ringing with sheer exhaustion. He obviously wants zero part of this boring lecture, but keeping his head attached to his shoulders means staying completely quiet and listening. Baek Kang-hyuk silently curses this old fossil, desperately wishing the endless babble would stop. He is honestly pretty sure he could construct a whole 14-story building using the sheer volume of words pouring out of this guy's mouth. Eventually, Baek Kang-hyuk snaps and interrupts, asking what his master's previous job was. Seung-woo casually reveals he was a teacher, prompting Baek Kang-hyuk to guess philosophy, which earns him praise for having pretty decent intuition. Seung-woo claps his hands to applaud his brand new student. Flashing a bright smile, he declares that it is time to learn the true value of food. That completely triggers Baek Kang-hyuk, who points wildly at his barely touched steak. He raises his voice, asking how anyone could call that food when it looks exactly like a dangerous chemical weapon. Do you really think that is appropriate to say to someone who spent hours cooking? Seung-woo demands, his face darkening with rage at the utter disrespect. He launches into another brutal lecture, dragging it out until the young hunter literally screams for mercy. Ultimately, Seung-woo concludes that a real human never wastes food, demanding immediate practice of this rule. This brings us to this hilarious scene, watching a deeply miserable Baek Kang-hyuk holding his half-eaten plate with both hands, looking absolutely dead inside. "So I actually have to finish this?" he asks, receiving a simple yes. That single word strikes Baek Kang-hyuk's soul like a poison arrow. Shaking his head in tears, he insists he cannot swallow a single bite of this toxic garbage. Seung-woo shows absolutely zero sympathy, simply patting him on the shoulder, warmly telling him that he will get used to it eventually. He keeps whining that this is not even edible food, wishing he could just chuck the entire plate right out of the window. But Seung-woo has absolutely no intention of letting him escape. In the end, under his terrifying, totally non-violent coercion, he has to eat. Baek Kang-hyuk was forced to choke down the remaining dragon steak, immediately collapsing onto the cold floor and passing out yet again. If this guy wakes up, he'll definitely start puking his guts out and make a massive scene. Seung-woo clicks his tongue, bending down to grab both of his legs to drag him off. There is no way he can let that happen. He will force him to digest every bite of that precious meat. After all, he really doesn't want to see this entire planet get blown to pieces. Because of that, these guys seriously need to level up and get much stronger. 2 days later, over at the main headquarters of Isekai, Baek Kang-hyuk's subordinates are starting to grow incredibly anxious. They haven't been able to get a hold of him for 2 whole days. That's exactly why she ended up calling in some backup, pulling in Min, their support team leader, to discuss this highly urgent situation right away. Since he is the legendary Baek Kang-hyuk, there is no way he could have been kidnapped, held for interrogation, or taken prisoner. The girl sighs in total frustration, because how could the formidable leader of the First Order be weak enough to get captured or defeated? Maybe he is just hiding out somewhere after causing trouble, or perhaps he got himself tangled up with some girl, Min grumbles. Even so, they only have 1 single day left to prepare before their operations begin. Time is ticking fast, which is exactly why the poor girl is practically pacing the floor in sheer panic. Min grinds his teeth in pure frustration for a long moment before finally speaking up. Fine, he says he will go drag that troublesome bastard back, so she needs to focus on getting ready. With that, he quickly sweeps out of the headquarters. As for Min, he really does not want to waste his skills searching for a headache like Baek Kang-hyuk, but at this point, he has no choice. So Min crouches low to the ground, activating his tracking skill to begin the scan. And sure enough, it doesn't take long to pinpoint where Baek Kang-hyuk is. Arriving right outside the entrance of Jo Seung-woo restaurant, Min is completely baffled, scratching his head and wondering what on earth Baek Kang-hyuk is doing in a place like this. The front door is securely locked, but that is no match for Min, who easily bypasses it using a lockpick he keeps on hand. Since Baek Kang-hyuk went radio silent right here, even if he doubts his ally was actually kidnapped, Min still keeps his guard up as he moves inside. Stepping past the threshold, he scans the dark room, quietly wondering if Baek Kang-hyuk might be locked away down in the basement. Not, and that is when Seung-woo suddenly appears, right behind him, with a rather unfriendly expression. "Do you happen to know what we do to trespassers?" he asks coldly. Min instantly freezes in shock, his face losing all color because anyone who can sneak up on him completely undetected like this must be an absolute powerhouse. Don't be mad, this is just self-defense, Seung-woo says with a chilling smile that makes his spine tingle. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk is indeed trapped down in the gloomy basement. Forced to swing a heavy pickaxe, Seung-woo has him digging non-stop. For 2 straight days now, Baek Kang-hyuk has been enduring this brutal manual labor. At this rate, he feels like he might literally work himself to death. Suddenly, the sound of familiar footsteps echoes from behind him. Recognizing the footsteps of his teammate, Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes instantly light up with hope. Just as he expected from his buddy Min, he knew he would come fully, trusting his friend would rescue him. So now, where is the way out? Min O'Keefe's dark under eyes are a complete contrast to Baek Kang-hyuk's bubbling excitement. He completely ignores the guy's bubbly enthusiasm. He just walks over, grabs another pickaxe, and makes a sad announcement. I have been captured too. The only thing that has really changed now is that Baek Kang-hyuk has a new partner to dig dirt with. They dig so hard that their limbs are literally shaking. Pretty soon, Min can't take it anymore and collapses onto the ground, muttering about what on earth he is even doing. Baek Kang-hyuk keeps swinging his pickaxe, telling him it is pretty obvious they are digging a tunnel. Min snaps back in rage, asking if Baek Kang-hyuk thinks he is stupid and why he had to provoke that absolute monster in the first place. The overexertion triggers a sharp pain in his lower back, sending him crashing down to the floor once again. Baek Kang-hyuk feels bad for Min O'Keefe's aching body and his own terrible luck, but he honestly had no idea Seung-woo was such a freak of nature. If he had known, he would have played nice to avoid this digging duty. The two sit back down and keep grumbling. Baek Kang-hyuk wonders just how deep Jo Seung-woo's power goes, asking Min if he has ever run into the famous hero Haken. The guy he is talking about is Haken, the 6th-ranked frontline hunter known as the returned hero. Haken is level 85, which is already insane, but both of them agree that Seung-woo is on a completely different level. They can't even measure his raw power. Suddenly, Min struggles back to his feet, making Baek Kang-hyuk ask if he is really going back to work without resting. Rest? Are you kidding me? I need to tear the idiot who provoked that monster in half first. Min is genuinely ready to murder Baek Kang-hyuk right now. Too bad he doesn't even have the energy to lift his pickaxe. Baek Kang-hyuk snatches the pickaxe back, saying he knows he messed up and is already doing all the heavy lifting to make it up to him. But there is a much bigger crisis coming. The monster worm is going to spawn soon, and getting trapped down here is the last thing they need. Min nods along. After all, they are the 2 highest-ranking hunters in Area A, so this is a major disaster. With that, he turns around and shoots back Kang-hyuk a highly sarcastic, affectionate look. But glaring won't change a single thing. How could Baek Kang-hyuk have ever predicted he would be unlucky enough to cross paths with a terrifying powerhouse like Seung-woo? He was just a hungry worker doing overtime who accidentally stumbled into a hidden restaurant. Min cannot bring himself to blame him either, letting out one heavy sigh after another. He suggests they simply go apologize and begs Seung-woo to let them out. Min adjusts his clothes and gets ready to climb up. Baek Kang-hyuk tries to stop him, wondering if the boss will really let them off that easily. But Min believes that if they explain, the guy will understand. Besides that, man's magical energy is unbelievably pure. The two muster up their courage and head up to the first floor to state their case. Baek Kang-hyuk fully expects Seung-woo to blow a fuse and toss them back down, but to their utter shock, he easily agrees to set them free. Jo Seung-woo's incredibly casual response leaves Baek Kang-hyuk completely dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Meanwhile, Min immediately bows down, offering his deepest and most sincere thanks. Then Seung-woo mentions he knows his name is Min O'Keefe and will skip the honorifics to keep things simple. Min gets incredibly tense hearing his full name, quickly replying that it is fine but asking how he even knows. Seung-woo just waves his smartphone around casually, explaining that he looked him up online. After that, he starts tying on his cooking apron. He tells them to wait a moment. Even though the restaurant is not open yet, letting hungry guests leave is bad manners, so he's going to whip up a quick meal for them. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately protests, with his entire soul refusing to eat. Seung-woo expected that reaction and simply asks him whether he would prefer a delicious dish or a completely terrible one. Baek Kang-hyuk is completely baffled by the question. After all, what kind of idiot would choose a terrible meal over a delicious one? Once the boy answers, Seung-woo happily announces he will prepare some foil-baked salmon. Unlike the clueless Baek Kang-hyuk, Min is far more cautious and feels a deep sense of worry creeping in. He wonders why on earth the host made them choose in the first place. There has to be a catch. This is way too strange. He needs to think carefully. Convinced it is a trap, Min makes the bizarre choice to go with a terrible dish. Baek Kang-hyuk stares at him like he has completely lost his mind, but Seung-woo gets incredibly excited, praising his adventurous spirit. With that, he happily heads back inside. He grabs a fresh piece of salmon from the kitchen and begins preparing. Just like before, his cooking movements are incredibly smooth and skilled. Since it is an open kitchen, The two sitting outside can watch his every move. Seeing his incredibly precise movements, Min can't help but be deeply impressed. But Baek Kang-hyu quickly calls him an idiot, asking why on earth he chose such a terrible dish. He admits he is starting to regret it because Min O'Keefe's order looks pretty good. Still, both keep their eyes completely glued to Seung-woo, making sure they do not miss a single detail. Actually, both of them feel his cooking style is starting to look a bit strange. Normally, salmon needs to sit for 5 to 10 minutes to remove the fishy odor, but Seung-woo cooks it right away. Instead, he adjusts the seasoning and spends an unusually long time massaging the outside of the fish with salt and wine. Using that unique method to remove the smell is actually quite a clever move. By now, Baek Kang-hyuk has finished seasoning his food and places the fish onto the hot pan. Adding just one final ingredient should do the trick. The rest is just waiting for it to finish cooking. Seung-woo says before turning back to Min to ask a quick question. He asks if Min likes eating liver or kidney, and Min sheepishly admits he likes it a bit. Min adds that he suffers from mild gastritis, making him look far more fragile and sickly than the sturdy Baek Kang-hyuk. Seung-woo clicks his tongue, noting that with such a weak body, Min will never be able to maintain his combat stamina in a long fight. Baek Kang-hyuk nods eagerly and chimes in, saying that Min always starts gasping for breath and falling behind after just 5 minutes of combat. Having his embarrassing weakness exposed like this makes Min grit his teeth in absolute frustration, completely unable to fight back. Meanwhile, Seung-woo is carefully planning out a specialized nourishing meal suitable for a sick patient. Finally, he takes down a deep cooking pot and places it gently onto the stove. Watching this, Baek Kang-hyuk cannot help but feel a bit dismissive. He scoffs, admitting he expected some legendary dish, but it turns out the guy is just making basic porridge. He tells Min they are extremely lucky, since it is almost impossible to mess up a simple bowl of warm porridge. Before long, both of their dishes are fully prepared. The salmon plate is set right in front of Baek Kang-hyuk. His eyes instantly light up with excitement as he mutters that this is what real food is supposed to look like. Fortunately, the fish meat looks extremely tender, nothing like that horrific steak from before. He uses his chopsticks to break off a tender piece and pops it in. Immediately, all of his senses explode in a rush of pure culinary delight, but in a totally different way. Damn it, this is incredibly delicious, he thinks, wondering how someone who cooks this well could ever be evil. He happily slams the table with excitement as he eats. Seung-woo tells him to make sure he finishes every bite, sliding a small plate of special dipping sauce over. After trying it, Baek Kang-hyuk gets even more hyped, screaming that the dipping sauce makes it taste a million times better. His dramatic reaction is so over the top that Min can only glare at him with pure disgust. But now it is finally time for Min O'Keefe's dish to take center stage. Seung-woo grabs a large bowl and carefully pours the steaming porridge inside. Min watches his every move, silently kicking himself and wondering why on earth he agreed to order the terrible dish. Calm down, he tells himself, this is just a strategic sacrifice. He had chosen to eat this bad food just to find the hidden meaning behind Seung-woo's strange question. Seung-woo slides the bowl of porridge over to Min, speaking with a very warm, earnest tone. He admits it might not look like much, but sincerely hopes Min will enjoy every single bite. But looking at that glowing green goo seriously, it looks more like a chemical weapon than actual food. Min highly doubts he will be enjoying this meal at all. Baek Kang-hyuk pokes his head over, asking if this green slime is actually porridge. Inside is a thick, completely mysterious green fluid. He curiously asks if there is actual uranium mixed in there. Seung-woo folds his arms and coldly replies that he absolutely did not do that. Undeterred, Baek Kang-hyuk asks if he dumped energy drinks inside, wondering why on earth the color is so weird. He ends by bluntly asking how anyone could possibly eat this. But Min stays completely silent, keeping his eyes locked onto the glowing green bowl. His unusually quiet reaction makes Baek Kang-hyuk ask him what is wrong. He gently stirs the soup, staring at its 8 shimmering colors and thick magic energy. This is definitely the real deal. An overwhelming urge makes Min believe that a simple dish could actually heal like a divine potion. He looks up at Seung-woo in total shock. How did he make this on the spot? Even top-tier experts cannot preserve pure magic energy this perfectly. Yet Seung-woo just stands there with a completely casual, innocent smile on his face. Min tries to ask, is this really? Suddenly, Seung-woo presses a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. Min gets the hint right away, keep quiet. Either way, if this can restore his strength, he might as well just eat it. Without another second of hesitation, Min shovels a massive spoonful straight into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of raw power courses through his entire body. His strength is fully returning. But honestly, the taste is absolutely terrible. Why does it taste like straight iron and lead? Min glares down at the bowl of soup, telling himself he has to finish it to heal. So he forces down every single bite, praying he survives, while Baek Kang-hyuk next to him happily munches away. 30 minutes later, Min is completely silent, gone. Baek Kang-hyuk looks up in total confusion, asking what is wrong with him. He turns to look at the completely motionless Min, asking if he is okay. Min touches his stomach in disbelief. His ruptured organs have fully regenerated. His stamina is back, and a wave of pure relief washes over him. A relieved smile spreads across his face for the first time in years. Seeing him stand up, Bae Kang-hyuk keeps pestering him, demanding to know what just happened. Min bows, deeply thanking Jo Seung-woo with absolute sincerity, promising he will never forget this massive favor. Jo Seung-woo just smiles gently, replying that it is no big deal. Bae Kang-hyuk just stares blankly at the sudden harmony between the two, totally baffled by this weirdly peaceful atmosphere. Despite the awful taste, he grits his teeth. "Give me more." Before long, a huge stack of plates is piled up beside him. Bae Kang-hyuk groans lazily with his stuffed stomach, declaring himself alive, while Min takes the initiative to speak. Min looks directly at Jo Seung-woo, asking if he will help them when the massive insect monster emerges from the gate tomorrow, but Jo Seung-woo hesitates. But Bae Kang-hyuk immediately throws an arm over his shoulder, claiming there is no way, leaving Min totally baffled. Pointing at Jo Seung-woo, Bae Kang-hyuk insists that since the owner is an insanely powerful returnee, he would never bother helping them. Min reasons that the owner must have his own motives, and if he actually wanted to help, he would have said so. There is no way he would just interfere in our fight for our sake. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo is actually quite surprised by their mature reasoning. Bae Kang-hyuk explains that if the owner steps in, things would be too easy, meaning they would lose their chance to train and grow stronger. Suddenly getting excited, he insists they must overcome their own struggles to truly grow, because that is where the real meaning lies. But Min just frowns, deadpanning that he sounds ridiculous, instantly freezing Bae Kang-hyuk right in his tracks. Min stands up, getting right in his face and telling him to stop acting, while Bae Kang-hyuk tries to back away. Min pokes Bae Kang-hyuk right in the forehead, explaining that if the owner actively fights, the Hunter Association will notice and rank him in the first order. Pushing harder, Min asks if he is just worried about being bumped down from rank 100 to 101. Jo Seung-woo chimed in, asking if that is true. Caught red-handed, Bae Kang-hyuk just scratches his head with a goofy, embarrassed laugh. Min gives up, muttering that he is always like this, while Jo Seung-woo sighs, joking that he regrets making him a real person. Resting his hand on the table, Jo Seung-woo admits they make a fair point. Speaking gently, Jo Seung-woo notes he has seen many kingdoms rely solely on a single hero, and when that hero dies, everything else. He finishes his thought with a heavy, chilling tone, complete and utter ruin. Hearing this, Min stands up to leave, telling Bae Kang-hyuk they should head out and stop bothering the owner. Leaning against the table, Jo Seung-woo politely asks them to visit, often promising he won't charge them a single dime. He even points at Bae Kang-hyuk, inviting the kid to drop by any time, but Bae Kang-hyuk immediately declines with a hard no. Just like that, the door swings shut. Along the way, Kang-hyuk clutches his stomach, complaining that 10 portions was too much. Min instantly mocks him it was free, but eating 10 whole bowls makes him a total pig. He snaps back in annoyance, complaining that the smelly porridge was absolutely disgusting and felt like it could kill him. Hearing that, Min just chuckles and sighs at his complaint. While knowing the true secret of that food, Min keeps it to himself, believing his partner will understand one day, feeling immensely lucky to have this chance. The next day on the battlefield, Min and Kang-hyuk stand atop a skyscraper, keeping a close eye on the streets below. A helicopter suddenly appears, prompting Min to alert his partner that they have arrived. Ready to jump into action, Kang-hyuk asks if Min is in top shape for the fight. The two prepare their basic gear, and with that, it is go time. Kang-hyuk smashes his hands together with a powerful clap. Instantly, both of them charge forward with full adrenaline, ready to fight side by side. The scene cuts to the morning news, reporting that a highly dangerous breed of monster has emerged in Sector A. Fortunately, the superstar team of Bae Kang-hyuk and the second-ranked hunter Min stepped in and eliminated the threat. In response, the Korean government awards medals to the entire squad of hunters for their heroic efforts. However, Bae Kang-hyuk immediately ducks out of the press interview, apparently suffering from severe stomach issues after overeating earlier. Seung-woo is still watching the report, relieved that everything turned out so well. He silently realizes that if he personally goes near a fluctuating dimensional gate, the monsters will sense his presence and panic. They would flee straight into unblockaded territory, putting innocent civilians in extreme danger. Seung-woo comfortably stretches his hand to grab his cup, happily leaving the world-saving duties to the active hunters. He stands up and stretches, noting his restaurant opens in just 1 week. Standing with hands on his hips, he looks out the window, ready to prepare for the day. But suddenly, something unusual outside catches his eye. A very fluffy, mysterious figure has appeared in his yard. Nabi politely greets him, and Seung-woo opens the door with a warm welcome. Nabi raises its cute paws high, announcing that a special delivery has finally arrived. The scene shifts to a beautifully clear sky. Nabi politely raises its chubby little paw. It politely asks for permission before taking a seat, which Seung-woo cheerfully grants. The Europo species might behave like normal house cats, but they are exceptionally intelligent. Boasting far more taste buds than humans, they are incredible cooks with highly superior senses of smell and hearing. Resting his chin on the table, Seung-woo watches Nabi, knowing these felines genuinely love pampering others. They make great helpers for basic chores. Sometimes they even act as competent field medics. They are basically the ultimate support system for any legendary hero. However, there is one small issue Seung-woo has noticed. Because they pamper heroes too well, they often overfeed them into literal pigs. Luckily, Seung-woo's retired now, so he does not have to worry about the legendary hero-killing felines. Back in the day, warriors would constantly bicker over whose fluffy helper was the absolute cutest in the world. Naturally, during his time in the military, Seung-woo desperately wanted an Iropose of his own. He once literally knelt on the ground begging the goddess to send him a cat, crying that he was the only warrior left without a companion. But Gaia completely ignored his pleas, telling him to stop whining and find his own pet. Remembering that cold rejection still makes Seung-woo feel incredibly salty today. Shaking off the past, he brings up Renata's request to raise some pudding slimes, which is why Nabi was sent here. Pointing to himself, he warns Nabi that he is a restaurateur now and having cat hair floating around would ruin his business. Nabi confidently puffs out its chest, declaring that its fur never sheds and dares him to give it a pull. Intrigued, Seung-woo reaches out and pinches a small clump of fur. Amazingly, not a single strand comes loose, forcing him to marvel at how incredibly perfect the creature is. Nabi stretches out comfortably to let Seung-woo pet him while the man asks how he managed to get all the way here. He immediately stands up, folds his paws heroically, and claims that he defeated a god to get here. Seung-woo freezes in absolute disbelief. Wait, what? But Nabi quickly covers it up, saying it was nothing. Flashback to the time he met the cat god. Nabi was looking pretty rough back then. The cat god flatly rejects him with a firm no. But he pulls out those sparkling puppy dog eyes to beg him. The deity just shakes his head, warning him to stop acting cute because he is actually quite dangerous. Nabi slumps down, whining in protest. The cat god sighs helplessly, admitting he only said that because he has no idea how dangerous the cat really is. Nabi instantly perks up, bragging about how incredibly cool he is compared to basically every other creature. The cat god is left completely speechless. The deity realizes he just has to let the cat go before things get any weirder. Besides, Nabi would probably just sneak off to find another hero anyway. The scene cuts to a deep forest. After wandering for ages, Nabi sits gloomily by a tree, wondering why he has not run into a single hero yet. Suddenly, a blue butterfly flutters by and he asks if it wants him. The little butterfly whispers a secret. It then turns and flutters away. Nabi stares blankly after the tiny creature. Right then, a sudden realization hits him. Maybe he is just not meant to team up with regular heroes. He convinces himself that his own skills are still lacking. So from that very day, he starts a brutal training regime. He throws punches into the air, shouting out his signature meow meow strike. He vows to master both brains and brawn. He needs to get much stronger and smarter because his ultimate goal is to become a true super cat. Listening to this, Seung-woo finally starts putting the pieces of the puzzle together. He can easily guess the rest of the story, asking if Nabi means he actually beat the cat god. Nabi proudly puffs out his chest to confirm it. Looking at this over-energetic cat, Seung-woo wonders what on earth Renata was thinking when he sent him here. His face darkens, thinking that only Gree and Theo truly understand the absolute nightmare of dealing with this. He looks over at Nabi. This cat is definitely something else. He tells the cat that he has already retired. Suddenly, that same shameless, flattering face pops right back up. Caught completely off guard by the cuteness, Seung-woo gives in and offers him a job at the restaurant. Thrilled to get his way, the cat jumps for joy and thanks him. Nabi quickly leaps down from his chair. He bows politely to ask for guidance, but Seung-woo just tells him to move aside. Rubbing his chin, the man thinks about what nickname would fit a cat named Nabi. He gently pats the cat on the head, welcoming him to the team and telling him to work hard. Just like that, the hero's little restaurant officially gains its newest employee. Meanwhile, two mysterious figures watch them stealthily from a distance. They focus their gaze through a pair of binoculars. Their target is Seung-woo's diner, this mysterious shop that suddenly popped up. The other spy mutters that business is basically a war zone, meaning this newly opened restaurant is officially their main enemy. In the end, both of them decide to make their move, gearing up to take down their rival together. Restaurant owner Park Dan-soo frowns in anger, asking if his partner saw that high-end coffee machine placed right by the window. Cafe owner Tae-shik slyly sizes the place up, noting that it looks like an incredibly expensive piece of equipment. He scoffs, asking if a basic restaurant is trying to sell coffee, while Dan-soo stands hands on hips, complaining about how arrogant the owner is to think they can compete with Tae-shik. Next, he clenches his fist and gloomily schemes, wondering if they should sabotage this place like they did the previous cafe, which Tae-shik instantly and eagerly agrees is a brilliant plan. Suddenly, they freeze in total confusion. They stare at the two flower wreaths outside, completely stunned by the congratulatory messages from major VIPs like Baek, Kang Hyuk, and Min O'Keefe, wishing them success. Their eyes pop out in absolute speechless shock. Tae-shik strokes his beard and trembles at the names of these top-tier rankers, while beside him Dan-soo wipes away nervous sweat, absolutely terrified that the shop already has connections with such massive figures. Rage boils inside him as he pulls his towel tight, angrily grumbling that the owner must have used some shady backdoor method to buy off these high-profile guests. The two turn to face each other with sly, knowing looks. Dan-soo stretches his neck and grumbles that the shop is a massive eyesore, while Tae-shik adjusts his glasses, muttering that they should retreat for now, prepare a solid plan, and come back later. With that, the two quickly turn and bolt. Suddenly, Nabi's tiny hand pokes them from behind, making both of them freeze. Dan-soo and Tae-shik immediately spin around, staring back in utter confusion. The cat smiles brightly, asking if they are here as customers. Tae-shik stammers in shock at the cat, while Dan-soo gasps, wondering if the creature just spoke. Nabi happily raises its tiny paws, welcoming them in and telling them to please come inside. Before they can even react, the cat drags both men inside, leaving them completely dazed. Dan-soo and Tae-shik find themselves slumped at a long table, completely speechless. Tae-shik leans over to whisper to his partner, asking if that cat is actually some kind of monster. Watching Nabi carefully brew drinks and serve tables, the boss quickly waves the idea off, figuring the cat is just a well-trained beastman. Dan-soo chuckles confidently, muttering that it is fine because he is about to show them what true quality is. He suddenly swipes his finger across the table surface. Dan-soo inspects his fingertip in disbelief, while Tae-shik leans in to ask if he found any cat hair on the wood. Staring at the squeaky clean finger, they gasp in unison that there is not a single speck of dust anywhere. Instantly, both men start scanning every single corner of the shop to find a flaw. But get this, the dining area is so impeccably clean they cannot find a single flaw. Tae-shik clutches his head in absolute dread, muttering that even as a guy with 3 health code violations he can find no fault, while Dan-soo slumps in despair, wondering how a cat-run cafe has absolutely zero fur. Unbothered by their panic, Nabi calmly sets down a glass of water. The clever cat then proudly points to its name tag, assuring them that shedding is not an issue. Dan-soo stands up, highly skeptical that a non-shedding breed exists, while Tae-shik touches his chin, confused since the cat looks incredibly soft and fluffy. He strokes his chin in suspicion, wondering if they hired some professional cleaning crew to do this, but Nabi quickly chimes in proudly, stating that the cleaning is entirely its own doing. Hearing this, Tae-shik turns back to look at the little cat, completely speechless. He clutches his face in pure jealousy, groaning that he desperately needs a helper cat of his own. Nabi remains perfectly calm, sliding the menu over and inviting them to finally place their order. Dan-soo frowns, signaling to his partner that since their first attempt failed, it is time to move on to phase 2. The man nods and reaches out. He quickly points at the menu, demanding 2 plates of their special dish of the day. Nabi happily takes the menu back, confirming the order is received. Seung-woo opens the kitchen door, asking if they ordered the special and nodding that he has got it. Tae-shik freezes, wondering if the handsome chef is actually a former hunter, while Dan-soo just stares in awe. Tae-shik snaps around to glare at his partner, demanding to know what he just said, though his eyes remain glued to the cook. The chef rolls up his sleeves, tossing the cooking pan with ease. Dan-soo watches, completely mesmerized by every single move the chef makes. Next, he rubs the sore muscles on his other arm. Park Dan-soo watches, intently amazed at how he handles that heavy Chinese wok so effortlessly it looks like a masterpiece in motion. Hearing that, Tae-shik slams his hand on the table to confront him. "Boss Park, I respect your taste, but did you forget why we came here?" Park Dan-soo panics, stuttering in embarrassment, asking what he means and claiming he was just surprised by the kid's skill. Then he quickly covers his mouth and clears his throat. Park Dan-soo cracks open one eye, glancing toward Seung-woo and thinking that the kid is a natural head-turner. Watching him hustle in the kitchen is fascinating. It is the first time he has seen someone show such a wild range of emotions. Park Dan-soo finds himself staring blankly at Seung-woo, mesmerized by his intense effort, his mastery, and that look of pure enjoyment. Soon enough, Nabi brings out 2 plates of steaming food. She confidently sets them down, announcing that today's special dish is their signature stir-fried squid rice. 2 beautifully presented rice bowls are served. Park Dan-soo stares at it thoughtfully, saying he did not expect squid rice. Tae-shik agrees, noting that the menu did say it is made from whatever fresh ingredients they had for the day. Even so, he reluctantly scoops up a spoonful with a sour look, realizing that with the ingredients fully visible, it would be impossible to fake any allergies. Both of them raise their spoons at the same time, wondering about the actual taste. Park Dan-soo sighs, taking a bite to finally test it. Tae-shik immediately turns to ask how it is, and after chewing for a bit, he replies that it is surprisingly delicious. Hearing that glowing review, he quickly shoves a big spoonful in, wanting a taste too. Then they start devouring the food like crazy. Soon the plates are completely empty. Tae-shik happily pats his stomach, saying it really was delicious. Park Dan-soo wipes his mouth with a napkin and admits that the chef stays loyal to the basics, making it a flavor no Korean could ever deny. Tae-shik laughs excitedly, pointing out that running a casual cafe and snack shop like this is entirely different from their corporate model. He places a hand on his shoulder and nods in agreement, saying it is also a far cry from his own Western-style restaurant business. Then Park Dan-soo stands up asking if the shop is actually pretty solid. Tae-shik agrees and they both quickly pull out their cash to pay. Thrilled by their satisfaction, Nabi waves both hands, happily shouting for them to come back soon. Stepping outside, they raise their hands to wave back in a friendly way. Walking away, they laugh and agree they should drop by much more often, even wondering if they should bring him some kind of gift to win him over. Back inside, Seung-woo is staring intently at a piece of paper. Seeing him read, Nabi steps over and curiously asks what it is. He hands over the sheet, explaining it is a blacklist sent from the Manhwa group with both of their names on it. Seung-woo puts his hands on his hips, asking if beating them with just squid rice makes him pretty capable. She raises her hands, cheering that the hero is truly the greatest. Then he calmly picks up a glass of water, reminding himself that he must cherish his neighbors, smiling as he recalls that his business model was designed from the start to never step on anyone else's toes. He tells himself that coexistence is absolutely crucial, and no matter what he does, he can never truly abandon his deeply ingrained hero habits. But stepping outside, Seung-woo suddenly freezes in total confusion, wondering when did it all change. Inside a massive arena, Seung-woo breathes heavily, staring down his opponent. He grips his heavy blade tightly, muttering that it is way too heavy. Then Seung-woo looks up at the fortress walls where the crowd is excitedly roaring for a kill. They chant in unison, "Kill him, kill him." Seung-woo just stands there, staring blankly up at them. Next, he looks down at his opponent, writhing in agony. Gasping heavily, the man grits his teeth and growls out, "Do it." Hearing this, Seung-woo grips his hilt. He raises the sword with both hands, a dark shadow masking his face as he prepares to strike. Then he thrusts the blade down with brutal force. But the blade doesn't pierce his foe, slamming into the floor right next to the guy's hand instead. Feeling absolutely no pain, he opened his eyes in utter shock. Seeing that Seung-woo quickly spoke up to explain he was done with this as they were all just helpless slaves of war. His sudden surrender angered the crowd, prompting them to hurl trash onto the arena floor in pure disgust. Seung-woo suddenly clutched his stomach. He collapsed forward. On his knees, Seung-woo slowly looked up. Staring at the beautiful sunset, he quietly muttered that he really craved some hot kimchi stew. A large empty bowl is placed down. Min wiped his mouth and praised the meal, calling it absolutely spectacular, master. Even so, Seung-woo crossed his arms, remaining silent and deep in thought. Seeing the heavy mood, Min frantically waved his hands and called out to him. Seung-woo awkwardly scratched his head, admitting it was nothing major, just some old memories drifting back to him. Min eagerly kept praising the kimchi stew, while Nabi reached over to help clear the table. She quickly carried the dishes inside, leaving Seung-woo to ask his guest if this was his very first time trying it. Min looked over and explained that as an American, he was still adjusting to the intense flavor. Under the gently pattering rain outside, the quiet warmth inside this shop is honestly so cozy. Holding a warm cup while watching the rainfall, Min smiled and remarked how wonderfully peaceful the atmosphere was. He then set the cup down, stood up, and politely thanked his mentor for the incredibly delicious meal. Suddenly, Min paused on his way out, remembering something important he needed to mention. Looking at Seung-woo, who was relaxed, Min warned that City Hall officials would visit every weekend for inspections, making Seung-woo question what that meant. Min sat down, facing Nabi, to explain that although she was allowed to host guests, the inspectors had to make sure an arborist like her was not dangerous to the public, which only left her looking completely confused. Seung-woo scratched his cheek, adding that during the last visit, they only discussed support programs for the returned regressors. Hearing that, Min patted Nabi's head with a hearty laugh, saying she was just a regular worker anyway. Standing back up, he noted that regressors were simply victims of the gate incident who generally behaved well, though many ended up in this world completely lost, prompting Seung-woo to smile warmly and praise their good nature. Suddenly, Min glanced back over his shoulder. Watching Seung-woo quietly clear the empty cups, he wondered if today's inspectors would also be returned regressors, silently hoping that there would be no more unexpected trouble. As dusk began to settle over the town, Nabi quickly ran outside. She happily hummed a cute little tune while sweeping the storefront. Out of nowhere, Park Song-han suddenly appeared, leaning in close to whisper a soft greeting. Startled by his sudden voice, Nabi jumped back in absolute shock. She waved her broom in annoyance, demanding why he had to sneak up like that, while he awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing because his profession made him naturally stealthy. Park Song-han nervously greeted her, expressing how thrilled he was to finally meet an arborist, but quickly apologized once more. Nabi stopped in her tracks and stared, asking if he knew about her kind, to which Park Song-han gently explained that he had always dreamed of becoming a brave hero himself. Nabi did a joyful little dance, thrilled to meet a real hero, while Park Song-han knelt down to look her in the eyes and asked if she was busy working. Hearing that, Nabi weakly glanced over to the side, Staring at the tightly closed door, she reminded herself never to disturb Seung-woo when he was in his serious movie-watching mode. She quickly turned back to Park Seong-han apologetically, stating that the restaurant was already closed for the day. Hearing this, Park Seong-han hung his head in deep disappointment, which immediately made her feel quite awkward. Patting her chest confidently, Nabi offered to cook a personal meal for him since he was hungry, clarifying it would not be from the official menu. Park Seong-han's eyes instantly lit up as he held her paws, thrilled at the absolute honor of tasting an arboret's cooking. Sweating profusely, Nabi nervously added that she could only make kimchi stew. Park Seong-han politely crossed his arms, eagerly agreeing that kimchi stew was exactly what he wanted. Realizing this was a bit too ambitious for a little cat, Nabi quickly turned around and clutched her head in pure panic, muttering that she should definitely practice cooking it first. Nabi huffed, dragging a chair over. She quickly leaps up onto it. Then Nabi slowly slices the meat into thin pieces. She looks at the cups of food, noting the basic ingredients of kimchi and pork thigh. Nabi seriously pours all the ingredients into the pot. Watching the boiling water, she instructs to cook the meat broth first. Resting her chin, Nabi sighs that it is still easy. Then she stares thoughtfully at 3 cups of salted shrimp, salt, and sugar, realizing she has no idea how to season it. But then she hastily dumps all of those ingredients in at the exact same time. Wiping away her sweat, Nabi confidently tells herself it will be fine as long as she adds vegetables, probably. Suddenly, she freezes in place, her entire body tensing up. Nabi picks up an onion, her eyes shining as she decides that adding this is definitely right even though people usually use leeks. But then Nabi collapses onto the ground in absolute frustration. She sighs, saying something seems off, while Song-han gets up to eagerly agree that he feels the exact same way. Looking at that pot of kimchi stew, he hesitatingly remarks that something does not seem right at all. Song-han sits down with a completely dejected face, muttering that this is practically kimchi porridge. But then he smiles to comfort her, saying it is still the thought that counts anyway. Suddenly, the door swings wide open. Seung-woo pokes his head out in confusion. Looking at the sad Nabi, he asks if she is a guest, and she hugs herself, replying that he is a traveler from Terra. Song-han quickly gets up to introduce himself, apologizing and explaining that he is Park Song-han, a regressor, who was pulled into another world just like a protagonist. Seung-woo silently observes him, noting his gaunt face and thinking he must have had a terribly rough time back on Terra. Quickly tying on his apron with understanding, he asks if he wants some real kimchi stew. Seung-han hurriedly replies that the shop is already closed, and he did not mean to disturb them. But Seung-woo warmly steps closer, explaining that this place is run purely on a whim, floating freely like a kite. Smiling gently, he carries the tray inside and tells him to eat his dish instead of Nabi creation, while the regressor flusteredly agrees. Walking along, Seung-woo contemplates this being the very first real meal for a regressor. He rolls up his sleeves, determined to treat this special guest with absolute hospitality. Standing at the kitchen counter, Seung-woo ties the apron around his waist. He uses his knife to slice the pork, specifically the front leg cut, which is often called the shoulder. Seung-woo quickly chops the meat, the steady rhythmic thud of the knife echoing against the cutting board. Once finished, he lifts the cutting board, noting that although this cut is cheap, it should not be underestimated because its slight toughness actually enhances the flavor. Seung-woo carefully slides the freshly sliced meat into a large pan. He quickly turns on the stove. While tossing the pan, Seung-woo reminds himself that stir-frying the pork will bring out a much richer taste. While he prepares the meal, Nabi quietly creeps over, peering in curiously from a safe distance. Her eyes sparkle with admiration as she watches his every single move. Stirring the meat with a wooden spoon, he tells her to stop hiding and come closer so he can teach her. Seung-woo gently stirs the food, explaining the process of adding the pork to the hot oil followed by the kimchi before tossing them together. Next, he scoops up a spoonful of soybean paste, its golden sheen looking incredibly rich and appetizing. He adds the paste to the pan, explaining that it helps eliminate any unpleasant pork smell, while Nabi nods in deep concentration. He adds that while cooking wine is an option, some omit it, and since kimchi already contains plenty of garlic, that works as a perfect substitute. Clasping her 2 hands together in excitement, Nabi looks as though she has memorized all of his tips. Nabi asks if the soybean paste makes the dish easier for sensitive eaters, and Seung-woo smiles, explaining that some religions restrict alcohol so people rely more on the garlic in kimchi. With that explanation finished, he drops the pre-sliced garlic right into the pan. Seung-woo then follows it up by adding a spoonful of white powder into the mix. He wraps up the cooking process incredibly fast, announcing that the dish is finally ready to serve. Beside him, Nabi is excitedly scribbling the recipe down in a tiny notebook, underlining the key steps and putting stars next to them. The little creature lets out a happy meow, thrilled that it can finally make kimchi soup now. Seung-woo smiles and tells Nabi to give it a shot next time. Before long, the food trays are laid out with piping hot steam rising up. Seong-han just stares blankly at the neat food spread on the tray. He looks up at Jo Seung-woo and asks if he was also craving this, realizing he is not the only one. Wiping his hands on his apron, Jo Seung-woo admits it is pretty strange since he never cared for it on Earth but craves it constantly in this world. Song-han nods, completely understanding the feeling. He slowly scoops up a spoonful of the hot kimchi soup. Seong-han gently brings the spoonful of food right to his mouth. The moment those flavors hit his tongue, his eyes instantly light up. This is the one. Memories of perfectly lined trays of food back home suddenly flash through Park Seong-han's mind. He chews slowly, tears welling up in his eyes at the taste of home. Hot tears stream down Park Seong-han's cheeks as a wave of emotion hits him, making him realize he is home. Once the meal is cleared, Seong-han opens up about his past, revealing that he spent 13 years stranded in Terra. Jo Seung-woo stands across from him, crossing his arms and absorbing the weight of those 13 years. Burying his face in his hands, Song-han adds that 6 years have already slipped by since he came here. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo sighs heavily, realizing he was there for 4 years, which meant 9 years passed here. Seong-han looks up at him and quietly reveals his rank as a level 5 hunter. Jo Seung-woo rests his chin on his hand, noting that he must be a real veteran. He asks if Seong-han is a silver rank adventurer, which the man quickly confirms. With that, Seong-han slowly gets to his feet. He walks over to the glass window, observing how different this place is from Terra, especially with its flawless gate defense system. With an unreadable expression, Song-han murmurs that seeing this place only makes him miss Terra more. Jo Seung-woo looks surprised, asking if Seong-han did not actually want to return on his own. Song-han confesses the bitter truth. While exploring an underground dungeon, he was hit by a banishment spell. Jo Seung-woo stands dazed, processing that he was forcibly banished rather than returning by choice. Spatial banishment magic is brutal, forcibly tearing the victim out of their current dimension. Jo Seung-woo notes that when it comes to dimensional travel, Earthlings usually get banished back to Earth. Placing his hands on his hips, he says it sounds incredibly lucky. But Song-han only tenses up, muttering that it did not feel lucky at all. He falls quiet, a deep, heavy sadness reflecting in his eyes. Suddenly, the pieces click for Jo Seung-woo. He realizes that Terra had truly become Park Song-han's home. Song-han replies that his wife and Erebus are still waiting for him back there. Closing his eyes, he realizes 13 years is more than enough time to completely reshape a person's home. Seong-han remembers his wife and Erebus back then, both happily waving goodbye as he left. Overwhelmed by the painful memory, Seong-han collapses to his knees, choked up with heavy sobs. Sensing his deep pain, a worried Nabi tries to pat away his tears with a cloth, its own eyes filling with tears. The heartbreaking scene makes Jo Seung-woo turn his face away, feeling completely conflicted. Looking down at his own hand, Jo Seung-woo asks if Song-han wants to go back there. Both Seong-han and Nabi freeze in utter shock at the sudden offer. Jo Seung-woo calmly repeats the question, asking if he should send him back to Terra. Seong-han slams his hands onto the table, desperately asking if that is actually possible since he wants nothing more than to go back. With a soft smile, Jo Seung-woo agrees and gives his fingers a quick snap. A swirling dimensional portal suddenly opens beneath Park Seong-han's feet, radiating beams of brilliant, blinding light. Song-han stares down at the portal in absolute disbelief, utterly shocked. While Song-han panics, Jo Seung-woo simply offers a warm smile, telling him it was nice meeting him. Before Song-han can even process it, he plunges straight down into the portal, screaming in sheer terror. Within seconds, the glowing spatial gateway slowly shrinks and vanishes. Jo Seung-woo sighs, dusting off his hands and muttering that he hates seeing people cry. Nabi pushes a chair over, asking if unauthorized dimensional travel is really okay with the goddess. Contrary to her worries, Jo Seung-woo casually turns away and cleans his ear. He tells her that if the old man wanted to go back, he simply sent him back, and if a goddess shows up, he will just chop her down. Hearing this, Nabi is speechless, realizing he sent him away simply because he was annoying. Walking away, he gives a casual order, thanking Nabi for her hard work and telling her to close up. She happily accepts the order, saying understood. Nabi holds 2 food trays high, announcing she will feed this failed creation to the slime down in the basement. Hearing that, Jo Seung-woo grabs the tray and insists on eating it himself, while Nabi desperately reaches out, begging her master not to do it. He smiles warmly, saying it is fine. A memory flashes in Jo Seung-woo's mind, taking him back to a dark prison cell where he was once kept locked away. Back then, Jo Seung-woo sat silently, slumping his head against the wall. Suddenly, a visitor appears, tapping his hand against the heavy iron bars. John brings a food tray over, asking if Jo knows today marks his 200th day since arriving at this arena. Jo Seung-woo frowns and asks John why he would even bother remembering that. Hearing that, John lets out a heavy sigh. He slides the food tray into Jo Seung-woo's cell, asking if that is kimchi soup inside. Taking the tray, he asks where on earth he managed to find it. John chuckles, explaining that folks in this world view kimchi as a basic necessity, so he bought it for just 1 coin and they prepared it this way when he asked for soup. Seung-woo laughs along, saying that calling kimchi a mere necessity is wrong as it is truly a masterpiece. With that said, he opens the pot lid. Looking inside, Seung-woo tells John that this is definitely not kimchi soup, leaving the other boy completely startled. He adds that it is actually kimchi porridge. John scratches his head in total disbelief, wondering if he just got scammed. Instead of feeling disappointed, Seung-woo simply smiles and thanks him, saying he actually wanted to eat this anyway. Relieved, John winks and gives him a thumbs up, telling him to eat up and survive his next battle. After that, Seung-woo slowly takes one warm bite after another. Back in reality, he looks at the pot and sighs, realizing he mistook onions for green onions, but now he knows. With that, Seung-woo digs in and eats with deep focus. Suddenly, turning to look at the door, Seung-woo quietly reflects on how incredibly lucky he has been. He remembers how the ruthless nobles threw people into the arena purely for entertainment, screaming with rage as they demanded bloodshed. But as John's warm face comes to mind, Seung-woo is reminded of the genuine kindness of good people like him. He soon finishes every single bite of the soup and rice, calmly setting his spoon down on the table. He silently reflects that without John, he would have likely turned into a mindless monster instead of becoming the hero he is today. Shrugging, he admits it was delicious, even if it gives him a stomach ache. The next morning at the local wholesale market, the streets are packed with busy crowds. Every single shop is bustling, from busy food stalls to vibrant fresh fruit stands. Seung-woo and Nabi wander through the crowd, happily snacking on street food as they go. Chewing on his hot dog, he looks around, noting how the place remains mostly unchanged despite some battle damage here and there. Seung-woo asks Nabi if she wants anything else to eat, and she cheerfully replies that they should finish their hot dogs before deciding. Amused by her answer, he turns back to scan the lively market. His eyes drift over to the jars of colorful spices, a vital staple of any traditional market. He also spots neatly packaged meal kits, all fully prepped and ready to be cooked. Walking past each vendor, he deeply enjoys the vibrant energy of being surrounded by endless delicious food. Watching Nabi run ahead, he remarks that local markets beat supermarkets any day, asking what she wants to buy as she happily yells back that they are hunting for treasure. The two of them start shopping, pausing to check out the unique items at a nearby store. They leave soon after, not finding anything but still having a wonderful time together. Suddenly, Nabi spots something interesting in the distance. She quickly turns around and heads over there, instantly catching Seung-woo's attention. Nabi points at the massive clam. How about this? He runs his hand over the outer shell, amazed to see a clam, this incredibly huge, for the first time. After taking a closer look, Seung-woo suddenly realizes that this giant shell looks extremely familiar. Surprised, he mutters, "Could it be a Haragigas?" Seung-woo silently stares at the shell, remembering these are giant playthings used strictly for entertainment. Turning to the nearby shopkeeper, he asks about the massive shell, but she simply waves her hand to say she has no idea since her husband just picked it up somewhere. He is absolutely dumbfounded. Picked it up? Seriously, this massive thing easily looks like it weighs over 200 kilograms. Seeing his utter shock, she proudly boasts that her husband is known as a real strongman among hunters. Feeling the rough surface, Seung-woo senses the ancient weight of time on its shell. This is definitely a Haragigas. Thinking it over, he turns to the shopkeeper and tells her he will buy it. Patting the shell with a frown, the lady kindly warns the young man, telling him that no matter what method he tries, this thing will never open and is strictly for decoration. Unfazed, Seung-woo points to a nearby fish tray, telling her it is fine and asking for 10 mackerel along with a clam, leaving the owner quite shocked that he is buying so much. Seung-woo scratches his head with an embarrassed smile, explaining that he runs an eatery even if it is just a small shop. Hearing that, she frowns and gasps, asking if the young man is out of his mind to buy so little, since 10 fish is barely enough for customers to even look at. With that, she starts tossing extra items and telling him to take this and that too, leaving him to smile helplessly while Nabi happily claps hands in pure joy. Shortly after, Seung-woo takes his massive clam and easily hoists it onto his shoulder. Seung-woo turns and nods to thank her, promising he will definitely be back, while Nabi happily waves goodbye and the shopkeeper laughingly replies that he looks way stronger than her husband. Before long, they are back in his kitchen, where Seung-woo stands with hands on his hips and stretches out. Staring at the giant shell, he rubs his chin and wonders how on earth he should cook it. Lightly tapping the shell, he suggests to Nabi that they should try opening it first, prompting the clever companion to quickly give a big thumbs up. He grabs both sides of the giant clam, but years of thick ocean residue make it incredibly tough to open. Frowning, he channels his inner strength and decisively rips the massive shell wide open with sheer raw power. With the shell successfully popped open, Seung-woo and Nabi stare inside in complete shock. Glistening meat is revealed, prompting him to marvel that this single scallop is actually bigger than Nabi, who fully nods in agreement. Knife in hand, he rolls up his sleeves and decides that fresh scallop meat means they are making sashimi. He quickly carves a clean slice of meat with his razor-sharp knife. Next, he dips the tender slice directly into a rich red sauce. Chewing happily, he instantly finds himself craving a cold glass of soju. Finishing his bite, he decides to use the rest of the massive meat and organs to cook up some clam chowder. This North American classic is a real masterpiece, known for being incredibly rich, light, and smooth. He nods happily while imagining a dinner of fresh sashimi with soju followed by a perfect hangover cure of warm soup tomorrow morning. With a mischievous grin, he calls it the ultimate source of nutrition for hunters. Seung-woo points his blade at a large black section inside the shell of the poison sac. This wrinkled black sac holds an incredibly dangerous and lethal toxin. Eating it is fatal, but surviving actually grants rare poison resistance. With a sinister smile, he notes its potential is obvious, leaving even Nabi completely creeped out by how terrifying his master can get. Ignoring his companion, Seung-woo mutters that he will make a preserved version of this so those pathetic guys back home can eat it every single day. Somewhere else, Hang Hyo suddenly shivers from a sudden chill, wondering where this terrifying bloodlust is coming from. Gripped tight on his knife, he mutters that it is finally time to get to work. Right at that exact second, the kitchen door gets pushed open. Min steps in with a smile, cheerfully greeting his master. Carefully removing the poison sac, he turns to say good morning while Nabi happily waves a greeting as well. Min watches with curiosity, noting that working this early in the morning looks pretty interesting, while Seung-woo keeps prepping the giant clam without pausing his hands for a second. Surprised, he asks if this is the river clam he heard about, wondering if it is even edible. Seung-woo finally stops what he is doing, staring blankly at Min. Seung-woo stands up, questioning how a Harajigas could even end up in a river, but Min quickly nods. Of course, it is possible. He places his knife down on the kitchen counter, finding it pretty interesting. Tell me more details about it. Min holds up two fingers. About 2 days ago, locals reported hearing a massive rumbling sound from deep inside the sewers. Frowning, he adds with a serious expression that hunters have already been dispatched to investigate the area. Min goes on to explain that they discovered a tiny dimensional rift down there. Hearing this, Seung-woo falls silent as he realizes what this actually means. He pauses for a brief moment before continuing, which means a dungeon gate might open up there very soon. Seung-woo's eyes turn dead serious now that he knows about the situation. Seung-woo and Min lock eyes in silence while Nabi slowly carries a tray of sliced scallops in its paws. It sets the tray down on the table, basically demanding a scallop refill. Min picks up his chopsticks as Seung-woo asks with a doubtful look, so a rift really appeared in the sewers as some kind of warning sign before the gate even opened. Min confirms it is true. Setting his chopsticks down, he explains that because the situation is unpredictable, a special response team has already been deployed to the site. Hearing this, Seung-woo lets out a sigh. No wonder he hasn't seen Baek Kang hanging around lately. Min picks up a slice of scallop, completely amazed. Master, your knife skills are insane. You slice this so thin I can literally see right through it. Turning to grab something, he replies that is how you get the perfect chew. Do you want vinegar or soy sauce and wasabi? Min quickly answers, just soy sauce, no wasabi for me. Seung-woo picks up the sauce bottle, quietly muttering to himself a rift, huh? He frowns deeply, lost in thought as memories flash through his mind. He remembers Seonghan people who somehow defy the absolute laws of space and time just to return to Earth. And then there is the Harajigas they discovered in the river. Seung-woo reasons that the specific race that hunts and eats Harajigas is the Giants, a proud, incredibly violent species with power exceeding level 90. This rift is definitely linked to them. He tightens his grip, thinking that all of this is way too bizarre to just be a series of coincidences. With that realization, Seung-woo's face suddenly goes completely pale. Could it be? He silently wonders if all of this is actually his fault. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, several tents are pitched close together. Zipped up inside his sleeping bag, Baek Kang-hyuk grumbles, I seriously can't stand this anymore. Standing nearby, Ji Ha-yoon coldly tells him to just quit, then making him snap back in frustration. Are you saying we really can't swap shifts? She calmly replies that if he was too busy whining in his sleeping bag like a bug to write a transfer request earlier, she can write it for him anytime. Baek Kang-hyuk yells back in anger, hey. Ji Ha-yoon turns with a razor-sharp glare. I have spent an entire month trying to show you respect, but this is the limit. Feeling her terrifying, murderous aura, Baek Kang-hyuk starts shaking like a leaf. Trembling with tears in his eyes, he complains, this is so unfair. Why do I have to ruin my day off sitting in a sewer? This is nothing like what a first order should be doing. Ji Ha-yoon lets out a tired sigh, then what exactly is a first order supposed to do? Hearing her question, Baek Kang-hyuk quickly springs right up. Throwing his arms out and letting his sleeping bag slide off back, Kang-hyuk speaks with dramatic flair, we should be flashy, crushing monsters live on a stream. Ji Ha-yoon shoots him down without any hesitation, you should just quit this line of work and go join a game show instead. Seeing that she isn't playing along with him, he falls completely silent. Baek Kang-hyuk sulks, crawling back into his sleeping bag and turning away. Fine. I am not talking to you anymore. Ji Ha-yoon mutters to herself in annoyance, what a literal child. She turns to look straight ahead, where thick, dark energy is heavily pouring out. Ji-hyun lets out a weary sigh. Baek Kang-hyuk wasn't entirely wrong. How much longer does she actually have to wait here? Ji-hyun glances back at the sulking guy, but as military personnel, this boring guard duty is just part of the gig. Brushing the thought aside, she reaches out to shake him. Hey, go back up and tell the next shift to take over. But before she can even finish her sentence, a massive rumble echoes through the tunnel. Terrified, she quickly whips her head toward the source of the loud noise. The dimensional rift is tearing wide open, dark energy surging out as Ji-hyun screams in panic, "We have an emergency." Armored soldiers immediately rush in, tightly gripping their weapons. Baek Kang-hyuk springs up in sheer panic, gritting his teeth. Damn it. She quickly turns her head to check the device mounted on the wall, the gate rank. Sadly, that monstrous power had already completely shattered the gate rank level. Ji-hyun stares in absolute horror, cold sweat dripping down her face. The device is ruined. She collapses to her knees on the hard floor. An S rank or higher. Shaking all over, Ji-hyun covers her mouth in despair. It is impossible to even measure. Her voice trembles. Will this entire city just vanish without leaving a single trace? Armored soldiers stare at the expanding spatial portal, consumed by an overwhelming wave of terror. In her deepest despair, Baek Kang-hyuk steps up behind her and places a hand on her shoulder. With a grim look, he says, "Someone has to go in before it expands any further." Smiling casually, Baek Kang-hyuk recites the emergency protocol for a G3 rift. Their eyes lock and they speak in perfect unison. "We must use the stabilizer to halt the rift expansion and hold the line until backup arrives." Baek Kang-hyuk urges her, stating that right now they just need to buy some time. She desperately tries to stop him, arguing that a full squad attack stands a better chance. He laughs bluntly, reminding her that Min is not here, and without him, everyone else will just get in his way. Saying this, Baek Kang-hyuk places both of his hands firmly onto Hwang Ji-hyun's shoulders. In a dead serious voice, he says he will take the stabilizer inside to regulate the rift himself. She tries to protest, but she catches the intense look on his face as he tells her to listen very carefully. He instructs her to find a Hunter restaurant on Changjeong Street, explain the situation to the owner, and bring them back here as fast as possible. Swallowing her protests, a stunned Ji-hyun can only nod blankly and reply yes. Patting her shoulder, he adds that she must give them his name and beg for help. If they want to live, this is their only hope. Then he shouts out, "Go now, that is an order." Steeling herself, Ji-hyun salutes and confirms she understands the command. A second later, she turns and runs off to carry out her mission. With trembling fingers, Baek Kang-hyuk pulls a cigarette out of his pocket. Face pale, he raises his rifle with a quiet curse. Seeing this, a nearby soldier offers him a brand new pack, teasing that Baek Kang-hyuk is actually looking pretty damn cool today. Though terrified, Baek Kang-hyuk tries to laugh it off, asking if anyone is recording this. The soldiers offer him a strained laugh, admitting that they actually are. Lighting his cigarette, Baek Kang-hyuk frowns and instructs them to focus entirely on catching whatever jumps out. With those final words, he grabs his weapon and charges toward the gate, saying he is heading in. Without a single shred of hesitation, Baek Kang-hyuk leaps directly into the highly unstable portal. Back outside, a relentless hail of gunfire immediately erupts into the air. Soldiers open fire on the approaching beasts, shouting to hold the barrier because getting pushed back means instant death. Out from a chaotic swarm of flying bats, a massive red turtle-like monster charges aggressively at the defensive line with heavy gunfire, failing to scratch its thick armor even slightly. A soldier grits his teeth, screaming that it is not stopping and telling everyone to reload. He hastily ducks down, reaching for the fresh ammunition crates on the ground. Suddenly, the terrified soldier snaps his head up. The giant turtle monster is already towering directly over him, casting a massive, terrifying shadow that completely envelops his body. Without a second thought, the beast raises its razor-sharp claws to strike. With the deadly talons closing in, the helpless soldier tightly squeezes his eyes shut, crying out for his mother. Right at that critical moment, a mysterious figure draws his sword. Seung-woo slices cleanly through the giant turtle monster, sending dark blood splattering across the area. Having easily dealt with the threat, he touches back down onto the ground in silence. Seeing their giant leader slaughtered, the panicked swarm of bats instantly scatters in all directions. In absolute silence, Seung-woo slowly sheathes his blade. He stands tall amidst the fresh, splattered blood of his enemies. The soldiers watch Seung-woo easily defeat the massive turtle monster, their jaws dropping in complete and utter shock. Seung-woo silently uses his blade to shield himself from the splashing blood, looking as calm as if nothing even happened. The stunned soldiers cannot process this at all, wondering what just happened. Over in the distance, after finishing off the dragon monster, Seung-woo stands and stares at the open portal for a moment. He leaps straight through the portal in a flash. His movement is so incredibly fast that it kicks up a freezing gale, forcing the soldiers to struggle just to stand their ground. By the time they open their eyes, he is completely gone, leaving them in absolute panic, yelling to check the footage, verify if any monsters escaped, and call for a medic. On the other side of the dimension, Baek Kang-hyuk is huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. The energy barrier has already been fully set up. He clutches his head in terror behind a pillar, wondering if he is going to die right here as the massive giants stomp heavily towards the portal behind him. But as they try to move forward, they slam right into the energy barrier Baekang Hyuk set up. The giants look at each other in confusion, wondering why they cannot pass before deciding to just smash it. Without warning, one of them pulls back a massive fist, punching directly into the energy barrier right in front of him. Watching nearby, Baekang Hyuk shivers in sheer panic, stunned that they are attacking the barrier with bare hands. Soon the entire group of giants is hammering the barrier, sending sharp fragments flying everywhere under the sheer force of their blows. A terrified Baekang Hyuk begs for that annoying regressor to hurry up. Striking with too much force, one of the giants accidentally smashes his elbow into a stone pillar behind him. The column instantly shatters, sending a massive boulder flying straight toward the spot where Baekang Hyuk is hiding. He looks up in absolute shock. The rock crashes down right where he was sitting. Luckily, he managed to scramble away just in time. Instantly, the giants halt their assault and turn their heads, wondering what that sound was. Hearing them stop, a panicked Baekang Hyuk quickly clamps his hands over his own mouth. He anxiously turns around to check on the situation. Suddenly, Baekang Hyuk freezes as he locks eyes with a giant staring right back at him. His heart sinks into total despair, his face turning visibly pale with terror. They quickly realize Baekang Hyuk is the one keeping the barrier up and decide they should just crush him to pieces. With absolutely no escape left, Baekang Hyuk grits his teeth and raises his hands in desperation. Holding two guns, he unleashes a wild barrage of bullets at the giants, yelling that he won't die that easily. Unfortunately, because of their massive size, the outer skin of these giants is incredibly tough, making the gunfire feel like nothing more than a light tickle. Without saying a word, one of them raises his gigantic foot. Soon the others follow suit, raising their massive feet to stomp Baekang Hyuk into the dirt. Right as they prepare to crush him, Seung-woo suddenly appears, gliding effortlessly right through the energy barrier. Relief washes over Baekang Hyuk as he collapses onto the cold floor, knowing that help has finally arrived. Seung-woo lands softly on his feet, silently reaching down to grip the hilt of his sheathed sword. Smirking faintly, he draws his sharp blade without a single shred of hesitation. He slowly steps toward the giants, unleashing a thick wave of killing intent without bothering to hide it. Feeling his power, the giants back away in fear, telling everyone to run. Unfortunately for them, before they can even make a move to escape, in a flash, his sword unleashes a devastating wave of slashes right through their entire line. Within seconds, the entire group of giants collapses to the ground, leaving Baekang Hyuk completely speechless. Cold sweat drips down his face, realizing this guy is far scarier than any actual monster. Then Baekang Hyuk suddenly remembers how he treated Seung-woo in the past, trembling in fear at the realization that he actually dared to cross someone that terrifying. He casts a quick glance over at Baekang Hyuk, who is still hiding behind the wall. Tossing something straight toward him, Seung-woo doesn't say another word. Right after that, the object slams hard into Baekang Hyuk's forehead, sending him crashing backward in pain. With just a single blow, Baekang Hyuk is knocked cold, a massive lump immediately swelling up on his forehead. Seung-woo casually walks over. He sits down to look at Baekang Hyuk and mutters that the guy was already escaping, so why was he looking around? Seung-woo scratches his head with a speechless expression, wondering why they thought he actually planned to kill these giant monsters. Glancing at the beaten giants nearby, Seung-woo wonders if these guys actually believe they could conquer the entire Earth. He grabs a large sack, deciding to first gather 10 units of resources and artifacts into his inventory. Seung-woo hoists Baekang Hyuk onto his shoulder, figuring he should bring this brat along as well. Without hesitation, he tosses the guy into the dimensional portal, knowing other hunters will easily find him and bring him home. Seung-woo shrugs with a smirk, feeling completely satisfied. The next morning at Seung-woo's shop, Nabi shrieks in total panic, begging her master to save her. The customers crowd around her, excitedly cooing over how cute she is and begging to touch her tiny paws. Seung-woo stands there, completely frozen, staring at the chaotic scene and completely lost for words. Nabi reaches out desperately for help, asking if her master is deaf, while Seung-woo sighs in disbelief, wondering if leaving her alone always leads to this. Seung-woo steps in to stop the crowd politely, explaining that the cat is actually one of his employees. Right at that moment, Hwang Ji-hyun rushes over and grabs his hand, asking if he is the owner, which Seung-woo blankly confirms. She introduces herself as Hwang Ji-hyun, an assistant for the First Order, explaining that she came to ask him for an extremely urgent favor with no time to waste. Seung-woo is completely caught off guard by this, especially since he has only just returned from the sewers himself. Basically, Baekang Hyuk had sent Hwang Ji-hyun to desperately beg Seung-woo for a rescue mission. But before any of that happened, Seung-woo had sensed something off and quickly slipped away. Instead of explaining, Seung-woo simply pulls out a chair and gestures for her to sit down. He pauses for a moment before telling a tearful and anxious Hwang Ji-hyun that they should sit and talk. Once Hwang Ji-hyun finishes explaining everything, Seung-woo looks at her and tries to summarize the situation. He raises his index finger, asking if the arrogant Baek Kang-hyuk charged into a dimensional rift only to beg for help. She anxiously replies that in such a desperate crisis, only an S-rank hunter is allowed to enter. Hearing this, Seung-woo turns away to hide a smirk, quietly agreeing with her. He picks up his coffee cup, noting that Baek Kang-hyuk actually has some guts, which is somewhat admirable. Hwang Ji-hyun looks completely confused by his attitude, but Seung-woo just offers a friendly smile, telling her that good news is coming and she should just relax. He seriously considers the fact that she probably hasn't received any updates from the main branch yet. Staring at Nabi, who is still being smothered by the customers, Seung-woo notes that the real emergency is actually right over there. Nabi angrily slaps a man's hand away, warning him not to touch her tail, but the guy just giggles in delight at how adorable and fluffy her tail is. Annoyed, Seung-woo wonders if they mistake his place for a cat cafe, especially since they haven't even ordered any food. Without hesitation, he immediately pushes the noisy crowd right out the door and tells them to leave, causing them to frown and loudly complain about his incredibly rude treatment of customers. Seung-woo quickly slams the front door shut. He turns back to Hwang Ji-hyun and asks if she is a hunter, to which she seriously replies that she is indeed an awakened office worker. Hearing this, Seung-woo grins mischievously. This is absolutely perfect. She stares hesitantly, but Seung-woo just pats Nabi and tells her to rest before telling Hwang Ji-hyun that anyone visiting a restaurant needs to eat. Seeing him preparing to cook, she panics and says there is absolutely no time to sit and eat, but Seung-woo silently ties his apron, thinking he already solved the main problem. Seung-woo clenches his fist, deeply frustrated that his hunter clientele has not been increasing lately. He ponders if the terrible taste is the main issue, completely masking the fact that the food actually offers powerful ability boosts. Still, he remains convinced that his recovery dishes are absolutely perfect for drawing the interest of exhausted modern hunters who desperately need a break. He suddenly slams his hand on Hwang Ji-hyun's table, declaring that they first need some highly effective bait. Smiling, Seung-woo asks if she has been catching a cold and feeling sudden chills down her spine, and she admits she has been working overtime and sleeping in the damp sewers. Hearing that, he inspects her closely, pointing out that the cold draft has settled into her overworked neck and stiff shoulders, which leaves Hwang Ji-hyun feeling completely helpless as she asks if this place is a restaurant or a pharmacy. After thinking it over for a brief moment, Seung-woo turns toward the kitchen, promising to whip up a special menu designed for fighting off colds. Ji-hyun frowns, wondering if he is trying to sell her medicine. He taps on the shells, explaining he harvested these from those giant monsters earlier. Watching from a distance, Ji-hyun anxiously bites her nails. Why is he so relaxed after hearing her out? Since Baek Kang-hyuk personally recommended him, he must be an incredibly powerful guy. Checking her phone, she sees no messages from the branch about the gate opening, meaning someone already cleared it. She frowns, turning her gaze back toward Seung-woo. Staring at him prepping the giant clams, she realizes he must be the one who cleared it. Anxiously, she recalls the guide for dealing with regressors. Rule 1. Treat them with extreme care, like a ticking bomb, and show them respect as a human being. Right then, Seung-woo asks if she has made up her mind. Ji-hyun slowly nods, telling herself that eating should follow the guidelines too. Seung-woo quickly tosses the fresh ingredients into the pan. Next, he pours in some cooking wine. Seung-woo then uses a large ladle to stir everything together. He picks up a bowl of clams. Intrigued by the sight, Ji-hyun asks if it is clam soup because it looks absolutely delicious. Pouring the clams into the pan, Seung-woo replies that it is indeed a hearty clam soup. Surprised, Ji-hyun asks why on earth the clam meat is so massive. He smiles, calling it harajigas and asking if she has seen one. Clueless, she explains she is a city girl who knows nothing about seafood. Suddenly, Ji-hyun spots the empty shells sitting in the distance. Her face turns completely pale as she realizes those are monster clam shells. Jumping up in sheer panic, she wonders if this crazy guy is seriously feeding her monster meat. Confused by her sudden reaction, Seung-woo asks what is wrong, while a tense Ji-hyun quickly claims she is not eating. She turns away, pulling her hair in frustration, knowing that rejecting a dangerous regressor could get her killed instantly. Weighing her options carefully, Ji-hyun reluctantly sits back down and shakes her head, saying it is nothing. Focused on his cooking, Seung-woo mutters the recipe step by step. First, saute garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Second, add flour, mix in the clam meat, and finally pour in the milk and rich broth. He ladles in some Minoto milk, noting it has less sugar than normal milk, but boasts much higher fat and vitamins. Seung-woo slowly stirs the hot mixture. He channels magic directly into the hot pan, wrapping the ingredients in a protective mana barrier while infusing different spells to keep it from burning. Seung-woo takes a spoonful to taste it. He nods, happily satisfied with the flavor. The dish is complete, a steaming bowl of spicy clam soup designed to warm the body and boost recovery. Serving the tray, Seung-woo warmly tells her to enjoy. Ji Hyun breaks into a cold sweat, amazed at how incredibly fast he cooked it. Folding his arms, he explains that it only looks fancy because of the giant clam, but it is basically just a simple milk porridge. Grabbing a spice jar, he offers to sprinkle coriander. Ji Hyun declines in panic because honestly, who knows if that green powder is actually ground-up monster skin. Despite her absolute terror, she slowly scoops up a single spoonful. Closing her eyes tightly, Ji Hyun takes a bite. Watching her fall completely silent, Seung-woo wonders if something is wrong. Hwang Ji Hyun's eyes begin to sparkle as she looks at the warm soup. She describes the sensation, saying it feels like someone rescued from a freezing winter night. In her mind, she was shivering in a blizzard, only to stumble upon a warm, cozy cabin. She happily adds that she feels warmed right by a roaring fireplace. Ji Hyun quickly takes a second bite. As she begins to sweat, Ji Hyun starts unbuttoning her tight coat. She carefully drapes her jacket over the chair beside her. She uses her hands to fan her face, trying to cool down. Seung-woo chuckles at the sight, asking if she is hot. Still fanning herself, Ji Hyun agrees that the soup is indeed incredibly hot. She smiles happily as she watches him try monster meat for the first time, realizing it actually tastes pretty good. Jung-hoon clasps his fingers together, resting his elbows on the table. Meanwhile, at the South Korean Hunter Association branch, a hearing is underway regarding this S-class restaurant. Kang-hyo keeps his hands behind his back with a slightly evasive look, claiming he completely understands what the chief is trying to say. Korean Hunter Association branch chief Lee Jung-hoon furrows his brow in deep concern, bringing up this mysterious unidentified figure with unknown origins. Hearing this, Kang-hyo quickly cuts the chief off, clarifying that he is not some mysterious monster but rather a hunter restaurant owner. Jung-hoon adopts a solemn look once more, questioning what kind of chef wipes out dozens of S-class monsters in under 5 minutes. But Kang-hyuk does not hesitate to cut him off mid-sentence to set the record straight. He slowly lowers his gaze and corrects him, stating those monsters were definitely S-class or higher, since the measuring device literally exploded from the sheer power, making him wonder how many times he has to repeat himself. Jung-hoon fumes with absolute rage, convinced this cheeky kid is actively trying to push his buttons. Adjusting his collar, the chief asks once again if it is really true that regressor number 21, the owner of the Hero restaurant, single-handedly defeated dozens of S-class monsters. Kang-hyuk yawns sleepily, muttering that he already saw it with his own eyes, but suggests they can just say he defeated them if the chief is still that skeptical. Jung-hoon looks completely dumbfounded, asking if he realizes how crazy and abnormal this situation is, but Kang-hyuk simply gives him a highly casual, indifferent response. Jung-hoon loses his temper completely, roaring that individuals with immeasurable strength should all be in the city center, making it completely abnormal for someone like that to show up in a place like this. Kang-hyuk shrugs and leans forward, suggesting the branch chief should think about how many undiscovered powerhouses with immeasurable strength could easily be hiding out in plain sight. Having clearly taken complete control of the conversation, he points out that while normal regressors register with the association immediately upon arriving on Earth, it is actually perfectly natural that they would never cross paths with us. Those who simply prefer to keep a low profile, and Jung-hoon has to agree. Kang-hyuk crosses his arms with a highly amused grin, arguing there is absolutely nothing wrong with an incredibly powerful guy wanting to run a restaurant as long as he is not out there causing trouble. Suddenly, he slams his hand flat against the heavy wooden desk. Getting right in the chief's face, he declares this chef is exactly that kind of peaceful regressor, leaving Jung-hoon sweating bullets and completely at a loss for words. Smirking slightly, Kang-hyuk rubs his chin and explains that decent people have no reason to hide, meaning absolutely nobody has to feel uncomfortable about this situation. Without any hesitation, he leans casually against the desk, assuring the chief that people like him are not national threats, while Jung-hoon can only sigh and remind him that the world is far more complex than just allies and enemies. Furrowing his brow tightly, the chief insists he cannot blindly trust powerful individuals just because they seem decent on the surface, especially when public safety and innocent human lives are at stake. Kang-hyuk shrugs casually, pointing out that the higher-ups with equal or greater authority than the branch chief will ultimately make their own judgments on the matter anyway. He shoots a playful, mocking smirk at the nearby secretary, telling her to make sure she underlines his official assessment, since it is a highly important point to remember. Jung-hoon grits his teeth in absolute irritation, silently swearing he will not let this slide so easily just because of a few clever words. A cold drop of sweat suddenly rolls down his cheek as he wonders how to handle this mess. He worries about other countries that cross the wrong regressors with disastrous results, terrified of letting an unstable powerhouse completely destroy their entire nation. Time ticks away and the clock soon reads 12:20 p.m. Kang-hyuk glances over his shoulder to check the time. He casually cleans his ear with a finger as the chief sighs, saying he has no choice but to report this up the chain. Kang-hyo keeps cleaning his ear casually, telling him to go right ahead because he has some extremely urgent business to attend to. Jung-hoon snaps, demanding to know what urgent business could possibly top patrolling and protecting citizens, only for Kang-hyuk to mock him by saying he is going to buy real estate, leaving the chief utterly shocked. Leaning in closer, Kang-hyuk whispers that staying near the strongest regressor in history guarantees survival even during an apocalypse, meaning the local land prices around his restaurant are about to skyrocket. Jung-hoon gasps, his face completely lighting up as he realizes the brilliant logic behind the idea. But his attitude flips instantly as he roars in anger, demanding to know how he can think about real estate when people are in danger. Nursing a fresh bump on his head, Kang-hyuk tearfully whines that protecting his wallet is his top priority, prompting a furious Jung-hoon to scream at him to finally shut his mouth before he goes insane. Elsewhere, a group of black-clad hunters walk together, highly skeptical about the rumor that a simple restaurant owner actually saved the legendary bake Kang-hyuk. One of them points out how incredibly ordinary the place looks, but Min quickly commands them to behave themselves and show utmost respect inside. The squad nods in agreement, promising they would never dream of causing any trouble for someone so powerful. Inside the restaurant, the open kitchen is bustling with warm activity. Seung-woo greets them with a warm, friendly smile, welcoming them inside. Min smirks proudly as he announces he has successfully brought the guests over to meet the master. Seung-woo beams back at his assistant, giving him a quick sign of approval. Min covers his mouth and sighs in relief, expressing deep gratitude for finally feeling completely healthy again. Seung-woo places his hands on his hips with a bright laugh, brushing off the gratitude. Min pulls out a chair to sit down, adding that bringing customers to boost the restaurant's sales was the absolute least they could do to help. His words leave all three of his companions sweating bullets in dead silence. They start whispering to each other, wondering why he seems so incredibly warm and inviting. They really expected some cold-blooded, ruthless assassin type, but looking closer, he is actually just an ordinary, pretty handsome restaurant owner who runs a nice place. They stare closely at Jo Seung-woo's delicate face, endlessly praising him and insisting he is way more than just slightly handsome. Suddenly, their eyes pop in shock, and even Arapos is wide-eyed too. Meanwhile, a little cat is fully focused, carefully balancing a food tray on its way over. Moments later, a beautifully balanced, nutrient-packed meal is served right before them. The group beams with excitement and politely announces that they are ready to dig in. But the second that first spoonful hits their mouths, all three of them freeze in sheer disbelief. They cannot help but blurt out that it is absolutely delicious. Seol-taegi immediately turns to his teammate, emotionally claiming that eating delicious meals like this would easily give them the power to crush every single monster. Yet the captain's completely uninterested reaction leaves Min somewhat surprised, simply responding with a dry questioning, "Really?" Meanwhile, Seol-taegi gets even more dramatic, insisting there's absolutely no other word for this food than a masterpiece. Watching his dramatic display, Min can only sweat a little and quietly agree that it is. Before long, the empty bowls are stacked high. Jo Seung-woo crosses his arms with a sly smirk, realizing he has secured 5 brand new promoters. He happily plans out how they will head back to base and spread the word about his restaurant. Lost in his thoughts, he knows curiosity will bring a massive crowd. Staring at his guests with a slight blush, he realizes his first step is to gently ease their natural disgust towards eating actual monster meat. 2 eyebrows furrow as a sly, calculating grin creeps onto his face. If they ever find out, he will just make sure their bodies can never enjoy such delicacies again. Elsewhere, a blood-curdling scream rings out as a man stares into the mirror, crying real tears over his ruined hair. A brand new day begins with intense, bright sunlight drenching the streets below. Jo Seung-woo takes a slow, relaxed stroll down the sidewalk. He slowly raises a hand to block the glare, complaining that it was freezing just a moment ago, but now it is burning up. Glancing at nearby pedestrians, he gives a forced chuckle and mutters to himself that everyone else must be feeling the heat too. He quickly fishes his phone out of his pocket, realizing that this is exactly why people actually check weather forecasts. Suddenly, something along the street catches his eye. Right in front of him sits a small convenience store with giant lettering. Jo Seung-woo does not hesitate for a second and reaches right into the ice cream freezer. He grabs a random popsicle out of the frozen chest. With a satisfied grin, Jo Seung-woo quickly tears open the plastic wrapper. He immediately opens wide and takes a massive, greedy bite. As he chews, he recalls how 4 or 5 years ago, wait, make that 9 years ago, the seasons were distinct, unlike today, where weather shifts wildly in a single month. Looking down at his treat, he quietly mutters that it is pretty hard. With his own shop closed for the day, he wonders what he should actually do. He eventually finds himself standing outside a large movie theater building. His eyes light up with pure excitement as he decides to catch a movie. Pulling out a ticket, he happily notes how lucky he is since the show starts in just 10 minutes. Suddenly, a loud and chaotic racket erupts nearby, immediately drawing Jo Seung-woo's attention over. Amidst the bustling crowd of a lively flea market, vendors are shouting about cheap deals and weapon exchanges. Hearing the commotion, Jo Seung-woo immediately figures it must be a second-hand market. Scanning the stalls, he spots a familiar face and realizes it is Nabi. He smirks, highly amused that Nabi has already made a friend who looks like a little girl. He glances back down at his phone screen, noting that he should head inside and ask her about it after the movie. With that, Seung-woo takes a relaxed, easy stride and heads straight into the theater. Meanwhile, Eunha is wandering casually right through the middle of the market. Her eyes are sparkling with pure childlike excitement. Meanwhile, Nabi stands in front of a food stall, completely curious about what is cooking. Seeing this, Eunha once again shows her absolute delight, calling out to the fat cat. She approaches the cat from behind, covering her mouth as she gushes about how cute he is and how much she wants to be friends. But then Eunha suddenly slumps in disappointment, wondering what to do and how her mother would handle it. Out of nowhere, the mental image of her powerful mother appears, reminding her that making friends isn't scary at all. Just buy them something and you will bond instantly. With that, her attitude instantly shifts, realizing that is indeed the perfect plan. Then Eunha happily skips over to the food stall. She points directly at the food and politely orders, asking the vendor for one chicken skewer. Moments later, Eunha holds a freshly grilled, steaming hot chicken skewer in her hand. With a sweet smile, she holds it out to Nabi, asking if the little kitty wants some. However, the proud cat refuses to eat food given by a complete stranger. Eunha gasps in surprise, wide-eyed, and immediately suggests that they should just become friends instead. Nabi tilts his head in curiosity at the offer, prompting Eunha to ask if he really doesn't want to. Hearing this, Nabi gets incredibly excited, celebrating that he finally made an earthling friend. She hands over the chicken skewer, gushing about how happy she is to have a cat friend. Nabi happily accepts the skewer, taking bite after delicious bite. He gets so hyped that he starts dancing around, praising the incredible taste. Holding the skewer high with both paws, Nabi wonders what kind of buff or status effect this chicken has, leaving Eunha pretty confused about the whole concept of effects. This sends Nabi into an instant state of panic, shocked that there are no buffs at all. Eunha can't help but scratch her cheek innocently, asking if just tasting delicious counts as a status effect. Upon hearing this, Nabi's face immediately darkens with despair. His mood drops as he grumbles, questioning how this even counts as cooking if eating it has no benefits. His entire body begins to tremble as he fears that he will eventually turn into a fat cat. Eunha tries to reassure him that he won't get fat if he only eats a little, but Nabi stubbornly refuses to listen. Eunha can only sigh at his stubbornness. She then recalls some adult wisdom mentioning that her mother always said self-control and focus are the most important things. Without hesitating, she gently takes the cat's front paw in her hands. She softly explains that overeating is bad for the body, but having a moderate amount is perfectly fine, which makes Nabi freeze in place and carefully listen to her words. Eunha continues her lecture, explaining that humans believe experiencing delicious food is crucial for studying well, growing taller, and improving physical ability, which totally blows Nabi's mind as he gasps in shock, wondering if tasty dishes can really provide such incredible real-life buffs. Eunha keeps explaining that being a picky eater is also really bad for health, which leaves Nabi even more confused by the term. He immediately looks down at the delicious savory meat skewer, trembling with anticipation. His whole body shakes as he gulps down his saliva. Taking a massive bite, Nabi can't help but yell that it is absolutely delicious. The two of them head off to try other foods together, with Eunha eagerly suggesting their next stop and Nabi happily agreeing. The scene cuts to a completely different building. Baek Kang-hyuk frowns deeply, completely furious as he complains about that bald branch manager. Min, holding a cigarette, quickly warns him to shut up before someone overhears, but Baek Kang-hyuk just leans against the railing and snaps back, asking if he looks like he's being quiet. Holding his head with both hands, he screams about the Joint Chief of Staff personally coming to check the damage recovery in Sector A and the cracks in the sewer lines. Min can only sigh in complete defeat, grumbling that when high-ranking officials visit, even the military gets totally exhausted. Before Min can even finish his sentence, Baek Kang-hyuk interrupts, asking if the Joint Chief of the World Hunter Association, Isaac, is actually coming, which makes him feel incredibly anxious despite the fact that everything is already prepared. Crossing his arms, he fumes that it is all because of those idiots getting trapped in the sewer that he ended up in trouble. Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly glares at the man in front of him, suggesting that he is much better suited for the combat and destruction side of the mission, but Min, holding his cigarette, counters by saying that investigation is his job. Baek Kang-hyuk is better at mapping out the terrain for emergencies. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk starts tearing up in frustration, complaining that while normal people get to go on dates and watch movies, he has to spend his holiday patrolling. Then he suddenly opens his palm wide and uses his signature stealth technique to completely disappear. Meanwhile, Min leads a few others forward, urging them that they should head out as well. A pitch-black tunnel stands silent with only a few flickering lights. Slow, deliberate footsteps echo as someone moves forward through the dark. Right in front of him, men in black suits coldly aim their guns. Min narrows his eyes, a sharp scowl tightening across his face. Slowly, his left hand slides down to grip his thigh. Dim light bulbs barely cut through the oppressive darkness around them. Suddenly, a massive surge of pure energy rips the quiet atmosphere to shreds. Handguns clatter heavily onto the cold stone floor. Blood sprays instantly from the bodies of the fallen black-suited men. Min stands firm on the other side, brow furrowed as he holds a ready combat stance. Watching them tremble, he scoffs at the endless swarm of pests that never seem to stop coming. Seconds later, the entire group is slapped with metal handcuffs. Min glares with absolute fury, deeply annoyed by these money-blinded criminals who have no idea how many lives must be sacrificed just to protect their modern way of life. His voice turns ice-cold as he concludes this area should be clear, asking how many targets they have rounded up so far. A fully armored soldier quickly reports 13 suspects, making Min immediately press a hand to his temple with a heavy sigh, complaining about his splitting headache. Pulling himself together, Min looks back at his squad and orders them to keep the formation and move out. Back in the office, Jung-hoon nervously rubs his neck as sweat beads on his cheeks. He paces the floor in anxious circles, muttering about a bad feeling he just cannot shake off. Absent-mindedly, Jung-hoon reaches down to pick up a cup sitting on his desk. He quickly takes a sip, his brows knitting together in tight worry. Suddenly, his secretary bursts through the door to announce that the entire branch has lost power. Jung-hoon gasps in complete shock, demanding to know how there is a blackout when he specifically deployed multiple guards to prevent this exact thing. With a distorted, panicked face, the secretary explains that during the raid on the syndicate, Min O'Keefe backup team accidentally fired at the main power facility and destroyed it. Jung-hoon immediately scoffs, saying that if a simple raid triggers a blackout, they might as well expect power failures every single day of the year. The secretary can only tremble in utter confusion, wondering how things could have gone so wrong. Meanwhile, bright sparks of raw electricity crackle violently around the hands of Hang Hyo. He looks up, feeling a massive surge of power rushing through his entire body. Unable to contain his excitement, Hang Hyo yells out that the power is surging inside him. Meanwhile, Min listens to his phone with a skeptical look, hearing that some electric mutant is absorbing power to boost his strength. On the other end, Jung-hoon gasps in shock, but Min adds with a deadpan face that the guy is actually about to pass out from a massive voltage overload. Back at the main power breaker, Hang Hyo suddenly drops to his knees on the floor. He collapses flat on his back hair, standing straight up as he realizes he is completely done for. In a completely different scene, Seung-woo is happily munching on popcorn inside a dark movie theater. He keeps tossing the salty snacks into his mouth, totally relaxed. On the silver screen, the female lead clutches her chest, crying out that she has waited 200 years for him. The male lead gently holds her hand in response, confessing that he has searched for her for 2 centuries as well. He looks incredibly serious, leaning in close to deliver his next passionate line. Suddenly, his gaze turns cold as ice as he pulls out a knife, declaring he will kill her for being his family's enemy. Seeing this, Seung-woo screams out in disbelief at what he is watching. Just when it gets good, the screen goes completely black. The sudden blackout leaves Seung-woo sitting frozen in total speechless confusion. A theater staff member quickly bows deeply, apologizing to the audience that they must halt the film due to a sudden power outage. Hearing this, Seung-woo stares blankly in shock, asking if they are actually joking with him right now. He trudges out of the theater in absolute disappointment, sighing that in his entire 4 years of watching movies, he has never had a highly anticipated classic sequel cut short like this. Unable to take the heartbreak, Seung-woo cries out with tears streaming down his face, calling upon the gods above. Flora, suddenly pulled away by his loud yelling, responds with pure annoyance, muttering that she already hates his irritating voice. Meanwhile, Seung-woo can only sigh in deep disappointment, muttering to himself that praying for a little help should be harmless. Afterward, he slowly steps inside his house. He quickly opens the fridge, finding a massive pile of food. Seung-woo slams the door shut, his hands trembling with annoyance. Thank goodness they escaped the blackout. If these ingredients spoiled, it would be an absolute nightmare. He lets out a defeated sigh, looking completely helpless over these annoying little daily frustrations. He stares off into the distance, fully aware that minor annoyances can easily pile up and trigger massive stress. Seung-woo suddenly swings the kitchen cabinet open, deciding that eating is the absolute best way to blow off steam. After searching for a moment, he holds a super cute object shaped like a little penguin. Seung-woo cradles the penguin-shaved ice machine with both hands, realizing how much he actually missed it. He sets it down on the wooden table, thinking that since the weather is getting chilly, it is perfect bingsu time. Nostalgia washes over him. For Koreans, bingsu usually means red bean bingsu, packed with sweet jelly and 5 chewy rice cakes right on top of the rich beans. Seung-woo's eyes suddenly turn quiet because the flavor he actually misses is something else entirely. A deep sadness washes over him as he remembers the alcohol bingsu his late grandfather used to eat. He had promised himself that once he grew up, he would definitely try it. He brings the penguin machine closer to his face, realizing that he is finally a full-grown adult now. Seung-woo pumps his fist and flashes a confident smile, determined to give this recipe a real shot. Carefully following the exact steps, he adds sugar and uses magic to freeze the milk before putting it into the penguin maker. Seung-woo slowly pours the ingredients over the mountain of shaved ice, then drizzles a sweet layer of condensed milk. At the same time, he slowly slices the fresh strawberries into perfect halves. Jo Seung-woo glances at the fruits on the counter. Min gave him these thinking about how the kid calls him master and follows him around is pretty funny. With quick and practiced hands, Jo Seung-woo decorates the dessert by placing the fruit on top before adding the most important ingredient of all the alcohol. Suddenly, watch this, Jo Seung-woo reaches his hand directly into a dimensional rift, searching for those rare bottles of alcohol the king had gifted him. After a brief search, he finally pulls out a priceless bottle. Wine aged for 500 years is bound to taste absolutely incredible. Jo Seung-woo does not hesitate to pour the rich red liquid directly over the shaved ice. He slowly raises a spoonful to his mouth to take a taste. Jo Seung-woo crosses his arms and savors the flavor. The fiery warmth of the wine and the freezing ice blend perfectly, feeling as if it is freezing and melting at the exact same time. He lets out a soft sigh, a faint smile creeping onto his face as he realizes this is the exact taste. Jo Seung-woo gladly scoops up another bite. The warm alcohol burns away his stress, while the cool ice refreshes his mind. Now he finally understands why his grandfather loved this so much. He suddenly turns his head away, whispering to himself that if he can appreciate this flavor now, he must really be a grown-up. Right then, Nabi slowly walks through the front door, announcing that she is finally back. Right behind her, little Anna politely bows her head and asks for permission to enter. The extremely well-mannered girl asks if she can stay over because of the power outage. Jo Seung-woo is completely charmed by her politeness and warmly tells her to go ahead and rest up as much as she wants. Jo Seung-woo bends down to look at Unha, thinking that since she is Nabi's guest, he should offer them something. He asks if the two of them want a bite to eat. The moment he says that, the little girl and Nabi silently exchange a knowing look. They both suddenly whip their heads around to stare directly at Jo Seung-woo. He immediately realizes, can you blame them, that they are both eyeing the penguin machine behind him. Jo Seung-woo wastes no time and quickly prepares a brand new bowl of shaved ice. He turns the handle under the watchful gaze of the two young food critics, silently reminding himself to skip the alcohol this time since they are still just kids. By the time the next morning rolls around, Min and Baek Kang-hyo can be seen walking into the restaurant together. Jo Seung-woo looks at them and quietly wishes them a good morning. Min angrily drags Baek Kang-hyo inside, warning him about what happens if the branch manager finds out. Slumping onto the table like a lifeless corpse, Baek Kang-hyo wheezes out that they should just forget about all of it. Jo Seung-woo can only sigh at these two absolute wrecks, thinking they are both completely out of their minds. Rubbing his chin in deep thought after hearing the whole story, he realizes they wiped out almost every local crime ring just because a high-ranking official was visiting. Min and Baek Kang-hyo immediately go back to bickering like little kids, with Min yelling that Baek Kang-hyo just sat around taking credit, while Baek Kang-hyo snaps back that cleaning out a few weak underground organizations is barely even work. Jo Seung-woo chimes in, comparing it to military prep, where you clean everything for a commander who never even shows up. No wonder the two of them are so incredibly frustrated. Min and Baek Kang-hyo shout together in protest, accusing him of running a bizarre business when there are much more important things to handle. Shaking on the verge of tears, Baek Kang-hyo begs for a decent meal today, desperate to replace that flaming steak of his with something actually edible. Jo Seung-woo laughs helplessly, realizing all this complaining is just their way of demanding comfort food. Deciding to humor this high-maintenance duo, he gets straight to work, promising to whip up something truly incredible for them. Meanwhile, over at the Dimensional Rift Management Department, Terra is a beastman who got sucked in and dropped onto Earth. Just then, a massive stack of official paperwork is dumped right on his desk. Looking up, Terra is left feeling a bit confused. Standing before him is Ji-hyun, introducing herself as a temporary assistant for the Rift Division, which Terra politely accepts with a thank you. Right on cue, Terra's stomach lets out a massive growl. He sighs, admitting that Earth food really does not agree with him. Ji-hyun asks with surprise, wondering if he is just exhausted from the heavy workload instead. Terra shakes his head, insisting that hard work feels meaningful, so that is not the issue. Leaning in closer, Ji-hyun admits she really appreciates his upfront honesty, wishing their leader Baek Kang-hyo possessed even half of that charm. But Terra immediately steps in to defend his boss, insisting that Baek Kang-hyo is actually working incredibly hard on the job. Ji-hyun instantly panics, warning him that if their scary boss hears those compliments, things will get incredibly awkward. Terra playfully balances a pen on his nose, reiterating that work is definitely not the source of his misery. Ji-hyun is quite puzzled, wondering if cooked food simply tastes bad to him, and if he would prefer eating raw meals instead. Terra reveals that even raw food did not work out. Ji-hyun paces around in deep thought, concluding that nothing can replace the taste of a true home-cooked meal. This only makes him gloomier since he doesn't even remember the name of his own homeland. She gently pats his shoulder to comfort his homesickness, prompting the bear to cry out to the sky in agreement. Ji-hyun continues to soothe him, reminding him that after 3 years on the job, he is a seasoned veteran who deserves some slack. Suddenly, she freezes in her tracks as a brilliant idea strikes her. Handing Terra a tissue to blow his nose, she mentions a certain cook who would definitely know a solution, leaving him utterly curious. Meanwhile, at a nearby apartment complex, a group of children are happily clinging to Pero, begging to climb on his head, while the gentle bear warns them to be extremely careful not to fall. Suddenly, a peculiar building across the street catches Pero's attention. Gently setting the kids down, he tells them they have to wrap up playtime for today because he has business to attend to. Smiling, Pero promises to play with them again tomorrow. The excited kids cheer in delight before running off, making sure to wave a warm goodbye as they head home. Pero waves back, shouting for them to get home safely. Adjusting his glasses for a better look, he confirms that this must be the place. His destination is none other than the legendary Hunter's Diner. Suddenly, the front door swings open as someone steps outside. Seung-woo greets him warmly, mentioning that he received the message beforehand. Sensing something is off, he apologizes in advance for what might sound like a slightly rude comment. Pero completely freezes, entirely clueless as to what could possibly be so offensive. Seung-woo awkwardly explains that Pero is not allowed to enter the diner. Seeing the poor bear's heart shatter, he quickly explains it is only because of his massive shedding fur. Pero sighs with immense relief, admitting that he had completely misunderstood the whole situation. Instead, he ends up sitting in the park, looking around with a curious gaze. Passers-by are absolutely thrilled to see a literal polar bear, marveling at his cuteness and wondering if he drinks soda. Pero perks up his ears to hear all their ridiculous theories, with some bystanders debating whether he wants fresh salmon, while others insist a big polar bear would definitely love energy drinks. Scratching his face, he grumbles mentally about how tired he is of sugary sodas and wishes they would just feed him fresh salmon instead. The onlookers squeal in delight, finding his grumpy bear expression absolutely adorable. Joining him outside, Seung-woo strikes up a conversation, asking if it is true that Pero is severely homesick, which the bear quietly confirms. Pero sadly admits that lately he cannot stop crying and feels completely drained. Seung-woo hears this and instantly gets it: classic homesickness, and there is really not much anyone else can do about it. He turns away with a deeply annoyed look on his face, like, did this guy seriously expect him to cure homesickness? What does he look like, an all-powerful therapist? But then Seung-woo comes up with a plan. Standard therapy starts with comfort food. He decides to cook something himself, even if Earth's ingredients are pretty basic compared to other worlds. Instead of cheering up, Pero slumps even more, suddenly looking 10 years older. Seung-woo scratches his head, recalling that the world he used to live in had bear beastmen too, but they definitely were not like Pero here. Those Uruk beastmen were fierce warriors summoned to Terra from another world. The Uruk species is notoriously violent and aggressive, true engines of destruction with absolutely nothing cute about them. Looking at Pero's fluffy teddy bear appearance, Seung-woo figures there is no way this gentle, polite guy belongs to that savage Uruk race. Standing up, he heads inside, pausing to tell Pero that they should grab a bite to eat first before they talk. A moment later, Nabi rolls out a massive cart piled high with dishes. The very first dish, phoenix feathers. Up next is the leaf of a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, and the final main course is a literal dragon wing. Seung-woo looks at the crazy spread and figures this should definitely be enough. And wait, 3 hours later, he is slumped over, looking completely dead inside. Turns out that 3-hour cooking session did absolutely nothing to cheer Pero up. So instead of just one depressed bear, now we have got 3 totally depressed buddies moping together. The 3 of them just sit there in silent misery until the sun goes down. Seung-woo sighs and breaks the silence, asking why they aren't reacting at all after he went through all that trouble to cook. Pero starts apologizing, but Seung-woo quickly stops him before he gets even sadder, telling him there is no need to apologize. He just finds it pretty strange. Seung-woo looks at the totally clean plates and wonders how Pero could eat every single bite without giving even a little bit of feedback on the food. Pero quietly mentions that his old home was just a cozy, peaceful little suburb. He gazes up at the bright moon as another massive wave of homesickness washes over him. Finally, Pero gets up to leave, apologizing for taking up so much of Seung-woo's night. But Seung-woo politely replies that he is actually the one who feels bad for not being able to help. Just then, Nabi steps forward and stretches, declaring that it's finally time for his workout. He lets out a meow that literally shakes the ground like a roaring tiger. Suddenly, Nabi unleashes 1,000 lightning-fast punches right into thin air. A bewildered Pero asks what the cat is doing, and Seung-woo explains that Nabi is intentionally burning off excess energy since he comes from the legendary Aeropost warrior clan. Pero looks at the tiny furball, completely confused. A warrior, but he is so small and incredibly adorable. Seung-woo chuckles completely, agreeing that the little guy doesn't exactly look the part. Meanwhile, Nabi is absolutely tearing up the yard, darting from one spot to another. He leaps high into the air, posing against the moonlight like a true martial arts master, making Pero feel a little envious of how much fun he is having. Reading his mind, Seung-woo suggests that if Pero's body is feeling pretty stiff, he should join Nabi for a run. But Pero instantly gets self-conscious, admitting that because he spends all his time working and reading, he has no idea if he can keep up. Jo Seung-woo is completely shocked to hear this. Wait, for 3 whole years he only worked and read without doing a single workout. Pero scratches his head, wondering if that is actually a problem. Jo Seung-woo breaks it down. Of course it is a huge deal, especially since Pero is a beastman. He continues to educate him. No matter how much a beastman acts like a regular human, they can never forget their wild side. Ignoring those deep natural instincts is a surefire way to make themselves sick. Pero is instantly terrified sick. Jo Seung-woo points right at him, warning that the sickness is called pure weakness, and that round soft belly of his is the ultimate proof. Now Pero is panting heavily like an exhausted dog on a hot day. Turns out Jo Seung-woo actually made him run laps around the yard, and the poor bear gasps out that his gallbladder is about to burst. Checking his stopwatch, Jo Seung-woo notes it has not even been 30 minutes yet. But Pero is so exhausted he just collapses flat on the grass. He weakly asks if doing all this is even going to help him. Jo Seung-woo explains that while it would work for a human, Pero is a beastman, so a tiny workout like this won't show any real results. Speechless, Pero mutters, "Why on earth did you make me do it then?" Out of nowhere, Nabi rushes over and pounces right on top of him. Nabi presses hard on his stomach, telling him to stay still. Pero covers his blushing face and groans that he is way too embarrassed. Nabi continues poking his soft belly, teasing him that it is squishy from lack of exercise and claiming he is totally obese, while a helpless Pero begs her to stop. Jo Seung-woo walks over and reveals why Nabi is playing with his belly, explaining it as a secret massage technique of the Uruk tribe. It relieves fatigue and muscle soreness after working out and actually burns double the fat. Hearing this, Pero is absolutely shocked, wondering if it really is that effective. Seeing Pero like this, Jo Seung-woo does not know whether to laugh or cry since the bear lacks any wild instincts. Walking to the kitchen counter, he realizes only one specific dish will work. The special dish Jo Seung-woo is about to prepare is the Frensburg baby food. The Terra gladiator clan passed this baby food recipe down to the Frensburg family. Unlike typical knights, these gladiators consider winning battles to be the highest and most noble honor. If a family has a child who hates fighting, it basically means their lineage ends there. That is why the Frensburg family feeds their children this custom-made dish. It boosts their energy and ignites a fierce competitive spirit, though from the perspective of an educator, this aggressive method is not positive at all. Jo Seung-woo smiles with satisfaction, knowing that learning this recipe was definitely worth it. The main ingredient for this dish is wild Fichitan beef round. Jo Seung-woo begins prepping this fresh, high-quality cut of meat. The most crucial detail of making this baby food is ensuring the final dish is prepared in a way that even small children can easily digest. With that, Jo Seung-woo raises his chef knife, ready to begin. First up is mincing the beef. Jo Seung-woo swings his knife down on the meat at lightning speed. In no time, the massive chunk of beef is transformed into a pile of minced meat. Jo Seung-woo then begins to generously season the meat. After that, he rolls the seasoned beef into perfect meatballs. Seeing the perfectly uniform meatballs lined up on the plate makes him quite proud. At this point, it looks like a simple recipe anyone could make rather than a secret family formula. Finally, he infuses the food with a magical spell called Latteries. This magic originates from ice dragons. Since the core element of the spell is freezing, it will maximize the elemental properties of the magic to achieve the absolute best results. Seeing the dish glowing with a magical aura on the plate, Jo Seung-woo smiles and thinks it looks perfect. Meanwhile, Pero has already dozed off, completely drooling as he sleeps. Jo Seung-woo quickly rushes over to wake him, telling Pero to try this right away. The bear hastily wipes his drool and groans in response. Jo Seung-woo thoughtfully reminds him to drizzle whichever sauce he prefers over the meatballs. Pero looks at the plate with sheer excitement, noting how delicious it looks and thanking him. He dumps the entire plate of meatballs straight into his mouth. In a flash, only a few drops of sauce are left, which Pero quickly licks clean. Suddenly, his eyes fly wide open. He clutches his mouth, sweating profusely as if he just ate some kind of deadly poison. It was all part of Jo Seung-woo's master plan, and he quickly tells Nabi to get ready, because the real fun is about to start. In response, Pero lets out a deep, low growl. In the blink of an eye, the cute, gentle polar bear transforms into a terrifying beast, unleashing his true wild nature. Pero roars loudly, beating his chest with both hands like an enraged gorilla. Jo Seung-woo pulls out a training dummy and calls out to him, directing him over here. Completely losing his mind, Pero charges straight at the training dummy. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo is highly satisfied and claps his hands, praising Pero and urging Nabi to quickly prepare some more dummies. An excited Nabi eagerly follows his instructions. Meanwhile, a frenzied Pero glares around searching for his next target. And so throughout that night, he completely smashes every single training dummy put in front of him. Finally, the next morning rolls around. Ji-hyun sits alone eating and mentions Pero called in sick today, but Jo Seung-woo reassures her that since he is from the resilient Uruk tribe, he will recover in no time. Ji-hyun is pretty surprised to hear about the Uruk. He just revealed they are a legendary warrior clan. She brightens up immediately, thanking him for helping Pero. The little guy is just sore and sleeping like a baby now. Ji-hyun respectfully says she has no idea how to repay him, but Seung-woo insists that Pero should be the one paying. But Ji-hyun is highly responsible. She argues that since she is Pero boss, she has to cover her subordinates' debts. Hearing that, Seung-woo flashes a pretty devious smile. "Oh really," he says. He immediately marches over to the fridge to start rummaging, telling her to pay up, making Ji-hyun startle and ask what on earth he is doing. He pulls out some meat and tells her not to worry, it is just food and at worst, it just tastes bad. She panics and gasps, asking if he seriously wants to feed her the same thing he gave Pero. Terrified, Ji-hyun scrambles to escape, shouting that she will pay him back some other way. But Seung-woo is already in the kitchen, casually saying it is too late since he already started cooking while Pero is probably resting back home, missing the kids he always plays with. He quickly starts chopping vegetables so fast and hard that the knife blade completely snaps. He stares at the broken blade. Complete disbelief. Nabi rushes over to ask what happened, and Seung-woo sighs. It is nothing, he just could not control his strength. He rummages through his dimensional storage space to find a replacement, noting that a cheap normal knife was bound to break. But his storage is packed with nothing but legendary swords with absolutely no kitchen knives, and he cannot exactly use a holy blade to chop onions. Nabi climbs onto his shoulder curiously, asking if using those weapons to cook would be disrespectful. He pauses, just for a second to think. He snaps his fingers with a sharp click. All right, time to go buy a proper knife. He heads out immediately, realizing regular store knives are too fragile, so he decides to find a real blacksmith instead. Nabi is quite shocked, asking if they actually have blacksmiths around here. Seung-woo points toward the street, explaining that around here they call them weapon workshops like the one over there. Soon the two of them stand in front of a massive building, and he nods. This must be it. Seung-woo leads Nabi inside, pulling out an official invitation card issued straight from the city hall. This place is the famous Crypto Valley Workshop, and a friendly receptionist is already waiting in the lobby. Smiling warmly, she introduces herself as Nair, their official guide. Seung-woo presents his invitation, introducing himself as Jo Seung-woo, and explains that he is looking to buy a knife. Nair asks for clarification, so he means a sword, right? Like dual swords or a longsword. But Seung-woo corrected her. He just wants a kitchen knife, leaving her completely frozen. Talk about an unexpected request. Internally, Nair is absolutely screaming. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he even know what kind of legendary workshop this is? Still, since the customer is king, she forces herself to keep smiling. She politely explains they do not carry kitchen knives, so he would have to place a very expensive custom order if he does not want a sword. Seung-woo casually agrees to go with a custom order. She keeps smiling while secretly mocking him, thinking it costs a fortune, and he clearly has no clue how elite custom weapon crafting actually works. So she asks if he has any specific artisan in mind to handle his highly unusual custom request. Seung-woo says he does not know anyone and asks if there are any dwarf or elf blacksmiths. Nair mentions they have an elven artisan, so he immediately decides to go with them. She nods politely and gestures for him to follow her toward the elevator over on this side. Going down. Nair presses the button for basement 25. Nabi looks pretty gloomy, muttering that she does not like elven artisans, which makes Seung-woo wonder what is wrong. She drops a truth bomb. Elven weapons absolutely hate her. That is just one of those things he cannot help with. Dwarf artisans choose their buyers while elven weapons choose their own masters. Nair bows respectfully, announcing they have arrived before taking her leave, while Seung-woo and Nabi wave goodbye. They step inside, and Nabi immediately shivers. Freezing cold. Seung-woo explains that elven blacksmiths forge their metal using freezing cold rather than heat. Deep inside the room, they spot someone diligently crafting weapons at absolute lightning speed. Seung-woo is quite surprised to see a female elf, since traditional elven blacksmiths usually pass their trade down only to males due to raw strength requirements. Feeling their presence, the female elf finally stops her work and looks out to inspect Seung-woo. Judging by her incredible aura, he can tell her crafting talent must be totally off the charts. She quickly apologizes for being so intensely focused on her work, but Seung-woo politely assures her it is fine since he arrived completely unannounced. The female elf slams her heavy forging hammer firmly onto the ground. She walks over and introduces herself as Alistair, so Seung-woo introduces himself as Yu Seung-woo, though he mentions Alistair sounds like a guy's name. Alistair reveals it is a hereditary name passed down to her. Seung-woo realizes she must be the family head, which actually makes her way more important than he first thought. Alistair stretches her arms and says she wants to clarify a few things before taking his order. She gets straight to the point. First, she does not care about his qualifications, but her beloved creations certainly do. Alistair lists her second rule: if her creations do not choose him, there are no refunds and he will not get them. Then she drops a bombshell with Rule 3. She has been in Korea for 2 years, and her creations have chosen absolutely nobody. Standing nearby, Nabi gets annoyed if nobody is chosen. What is the point of even talking? Alistair warns him that just like the cat said it might be pointless, so he should think carefully, but Seung-woo remains determined and agrees. Alistair leans in and asks what he wants, so he requests a kitchen knife, specifically one the same size as a neutralizer cooking knife. She pulls out her price list, noting that since it is not a weapon, it will take an hour, quoting her price. Seung-woo happily agrees, while Nabi is absolutely shocked by all the zeros. So Alistair lifts up her iron rod, getting ready to start working. She suddenly suggests that if he has time, he can stay and look at her creations, but he quickly declines. It would get too chaotic. Alistair laughs out loud, teasing him about things getting chaotic. What is he planning to steal them? Even thieves have to be chosen, so go ahead and try. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he tells her that is enough. Instead, Alistair grabs Seung-woo and drags him along to watch anyway, leaving him completely helpless. Man, why do blacksmiths have such bizarre personalities? She leads the group right into the main workshop room. Inside, the room is packed with gleaming polished swords, and Alistair proudly brags about how spectacular her babies look. But Seung-woo is way too familiar with this scene. Everywhere he goes, it is the same. This is already his 6th or 7th time. He warns her that if anything happens, he did refuse to watch and did not mean to cause trouble. Confused, Alistair asks what he means. Suddenly, some strange, unseen force causes a massive sword on the wall to vibrate violently. Other weapons start rattling against the tables, creating a massive racket. The swords do the exact same thing. 2 pistols resting on a nearby box also begin to shake. Then they slowly start spinning around like crazy. Seeing her weapons move on their own makes Alistair panic, frantically calling out to her babies. Seung-woo watches the spinning guns with amusement, and honestly, they do look like fidget spinners spinning out of control. Offended, Alistair blows a fuse, yelling that those 6 shooters are her absolute life's masterpiece and he is treating them like some cheap toy. Seung-woo helplessly repeats that he did warn her it would get pretty chaotic. Flashback to 15 years ago on Terra. A blonde elf carefully wipes a blade, offering to show him something truly special. He boasts that it is the ultimate masterpiece of his life, inviting him to try touching it once. But the hand of the blonde elf suddenly begins to tremble violently. Instantly, the sword in his hand is pulled right into Jo Seung-woo's grasp. A green-haired elf sitting nearby mocks him, saying his masterpiece clearly is not that special. The devastated blonde elf can only beat the ground, crying out for his precious baby. But right after laughing, the shield in the green-haired elf's own hand gets sucked towards Seung-woo. Seung-woo awkwardly jokes that they must be a set. And this exact same thing kept happening 6 times. The elf warriors even gave him a nickname, Jo Seung-woo, the destroyer of elf creations. Back in the present, all of Alistair's weapons have completely swarmed around Seung-woo. She desperately tries to hold onto them, crying and begging her creations to look closer because this is not their master. Alistair points angrily at his face, demanding to know if this playboy is really that great, leaving a startled Seung-woo to gasp at being called a playboy. Seung-woo scratches his head helplessly, arguing that it is not his fault since he literally warned her not to bring him in. Alistair desperately clings to his sword, sobbing that this playboy did not just seduce one weapon, but all 88 of them. Furious, Seung-woo fires back that he did not seduce anything and did absolutely nothing to them. On the verge of tears, she continues to yell, accusing him of not understanding the true heart of an elf. Jo Seung-woo feels like his ears are about to fall off. He has heard this story 7 times already. Alistair grabs his collar and shakes him back and forth. She weeps, asking if he knows how it feels to marry off 88 children to a single man. Jo Seung-woo can only cry inside. How could he possibly know that? She suddenly senses something is off and immediately interrogates him. Wait, what does he mean by again? Just how many goblin items does he own now? Jo Seung-woo holds up his fingers, trying to count them all up. Shocking numbers roll off his tongue, 100, 200, maybe 500 in total. Hearing this, Alistair's entire worldview shatters as she screams out 500. She shudders at the thought. Her 88 beautiful children are actually going to someone with 500 other goblin items. Alistair carefully inspects Jo Seung-woo. After all, he usually does not carry any weapons around on a normal day. She furrows her brows, arriving at a pretty bold conclusion. It is completely obvious now. Alistair imagines the absolute worst fate for her precious creations. They will probably be tossed into a dusty warehouse corner, never to see the light of day again. She is furious. Her beloved children were crafted with her absolute devotion and soul. Alistair continues to spiral, imagining them trapped in a dark room forever and ever. Just thinking about this awful nightmare makes her tear at her hair in pure rage. Right after speaking, Alistair collapses to the ground and faints. Jo Seung-woo stares at her with a blank face. What is he supposed to do now? He dusts off his clothes and sighs, but goblin rules state that they must respect the weapon's own choice. Jo Seung-woo looks at the crowd of swords gathering around him and shrugs. If I take them all, I am completely innocent. He picks up the first red sword, a blazing weapon crafted from flame, magic, and soul stones. Its fire can actually stop enemy regeneration while boasting an incredibly strong resistance against ice. Next is the second weapon, A simple hammer that boosts strength and amplifies blows. Sometimes simple is just best. The final piece is Twin Dragon Firepower Alistair, absolute masterpiece that she spent an entire year of her life and passion creating. Seung-woo inspects the gun and calculates. A level 80 hunter could use this, but since local dungeons are only level 20 to 30, it is a bit too high for now. He then addresses the weapons like they are his own kids. I will take you in for now, but if you find a proper master, I will hand you over. Line up if you agree. Once agreed, Seung-woo stores every single weapon inside his personal armory. Suddenly, his gaze falls onto a pair of armored gauntlets trembling in the corner. Seung-woo senses something unusual. They are not looking at him, but rather behind him. Realizing what is happening, he calls out, "Nabi, come over here." The little beast looks back curiously. Seung-woo points to the gauntlets. "This little guy is actually looking for you." Nabi runs to the trembling gauntlets looking confused. It stands right in front of the weapon, still completely baffled. "Wait me." Seung-woo grins and congratulates it. "It officially chose you as its master." "How awesome." Nabi tightly hugs the gauntlets with pure joy. "Does this mean I finally have a weapon too?" It slips the gauntlet on and strikes an incredibly cool pose. Seung-woo immediately snaps a whole bunch of photos of Nabi posing with the new gear. Even though she's heartbroken over losing her babies, Alistair still furiously crafts a kitchen knife for Seung-woo. She grumbles that she is making kitchen tools while her children were tricked away, wanting to just die of frustration. He waves his hand with a cheeky grin, telling her not to overreact since they are basically family now. Alistair snaps back. He is officially banned from her workshop forever. Seung-woo curiously asks how much longer it will take. She spins around and barks that it is finally done. With a heavy sigh, Alistair presents a beautifully polished meat cleaver. He takes it with a pretty skeptical look, asking if it is actually any good. She sighs that crafting a simple kitchen tool in just 1 hour makes her feel incredibly conflicted. Seung-woo runs his fingers along the blade, completely satisfied. It even has Alistair's signature name engraved on it. He smiles happily. The weight is absolutely perfect and sturdy. Whatever he cooks with this is bound to taste amazing. Seung-woo gives her a thumbs up, promising to take great care of this blade even if he ignores the others. Alistair immediately screams at him to take good care of the others too. Seung-woo reassures her that he already made a solid deal with the weapons. If a worthy owner appears, he will pass them on. Alistair feels much better, admitting that is far better than leaving them to collect dust in a dark corner. But she still wonders if a worthy master will ever show up, having met no one in 2 years. Seung-woo shrugs his shoulders. There is always a way. The very next day, back at his own restaurant, a brand new sign sits in front of the door announcing a brutal food challenge at the hero's diner. Anyone who finishes the meal within the time limit will win official master-crafted gear certified by Isaac. But there is a catch: only registered hunters can participate. Thanks to this notice board, a massive crowd of hunters gathered. Unha hides behind a tree, peeking out. There are way more people than usual. Nabi whispers that it is because of the new menu. Curious, she asks which dish starts off the new menu. Unha says with a puzzled look that monster food is weird. Maybe adults just love terrible tasting things like coffee. Nabi yelps in worry about the ball popping, but Unha quickly reassures her companion that it is a special ball her mother asked her to keep. This big summer ball is a high-grade toy designed specifically for monsters. It was custom-made for hunters who treat these beasts like actual pets, just like people who raise mythical creatures. Not only is it incredibly durable, but it is also made from completely eco-friendly materials. Unha chucks the ball far away for Nabi to chase. Nabi snatches the toy and hugs it tight. Suddenly, boom, a loud blast goes off, sending Nabi jumping in shock. Unha walks over completely baffled. That is so bizarre, she mutters. It is supposed to survive even a lion bite. She wonders if it is just a cheap knockoff. Meanwhile, high up on a nearby building, a dark shadow watches the two of them play. The mysterious figure is a man wearing dark sunglasses. Turns out he is Seol Taeji, Unha bodyguard. He is level 55, wielding a gravity-based power. Analyzing the data through his glasses, Taeji gasps. Level 80 is way beyond what he can handle. He quietly deduces that the regressor who owns this pet must be insanely strong. And get this, Seung-woo looks straight up at Taeji and smiles. Taeji panics and immediately takes a step back. He quickly ducks out of sight. Crouching down, he tells himself that even if he got spotted, he still had to try and hide. But wait, Taeji wonders what on earth that guy has been cooking this whole time. Right now, a massive crowd is gathering in Seung-woo's yard. Grabbing a Bluetooth mic, he announces that before they begin the Monster Food Challenge, there are a few rules to cover. Seung-woo explains that this challenge is not about eating the most. He will only be serving a single adult-sized portion, but he warns everyone beforehand the flavor is going to be way beyond anything they can ever imagine. The Monster Food Challenge consists of 3 rounds. If you fail round 1, you cannot proceed. And there is a 30-minute time limit. Jo Seung-woo announces the grand prize. Any hunter who succeeds gets a piece of gear crafted by a master artisan recognized by the Hunter Association. He notes the entry fee is 100 million won per person, with all proceeds going toward natural disaster relief. Someone in the crowd gasps 100 million. I mean, can you blame him? Paying 100 million won for a single meal is just absurd. But the reward for clearing round 1 is a sword ablaze with elemental spirit fire. Everyone stares at the sword, drooling. Honestly, paying 100 million won for a weapon like that is basically getting it for free. A few hunters snicker, mockingly asking if he is trying to go broke. They joke that since he is a regressor, he must have plenty of cash to throw around and that he is basically just running a massive charity event for them. Someone slowly steps up to participate. The skeptic hunter from earlier takes a seat at the table. This is Kim Jang-sik, a defensive specialist whose physical endurance skyrockets alongside his mental strength. He confidently brags to everyone, boasting that his pain, tolerance, and stamina are completely unmatched. He raises his hand to volunteer first, declaring he will take on round 1. Jo Seung-woo nods and tells him he is on. Jo Seung-woo gets to work in the kitchen and speaks into his microphone, wishing their very first challenger good luck before announcing that the cooking has officially begun. Suddenly, the sky turns gloomy and dark. Jo Seung-woo looks up with a hint of worry, noting that the rainy season is starting, which makes perfect sense for this. He decides on the perfect opening dish: savory green onion pancakes and rice wine. Jo Seung-woo introduces the dish to the crowd, explaining that it comes from his previous world and goes by the name quack. Hearing the strange name, the crowd mutters in deep curiosity, wondering what on earth a quack is. He explains that in the language of that world, the name roughly translates to "look here." Jang-sik asks why on earth it has such a name. Jo Seung-woo reveals it is simple. Once the cooking starts, you cannot look away for even 5 seconds because the moment you blink, the entire thing burns. The other hunters start guessing, wondering if it is like their traditional gojomi, a Turkish dish, or some kind of fried dough. Jo Seung-woo breaks it down into simpler terms, saying it is basically similar to a fried pancake or a crepe. He adds that while it is close to a crepe, monster food is a bit harder to swallow. Jang-sik scoffs with a highly skeptical face, wondering how bad a pancake-like dish could possibly be. Jo Seung-woo claps his hands together and orders them to bring it out. Right after, Nabi steps out carrying a plate of fresh ingredients. Throughout history, cooking has been a brutal process of endless research to make dishes taste much better. But the food of Terra is different, a history of making things taste absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, the fried pancake is finished cooking on the sizzling hot pan. Just smelling the rich aroma makes the hungry hunters drool, since that fried pancake actually looks quite delicious. Being delicious is a crime, while tasting terrible is the true duty of this food. Jo Seung-woo smiles and declares that turning a delicious dish into something awful is what proves a chef's true skill. Everyone just stands there frozen, wondering what on earth he means. The fried pancake sits golden brown and shimmering in the pan. Jo Seung-woo quickly plates the freshly fried pancake. He happily cheers that it is finally done. Kim Jang-sik stares at the dish, his mouth wide open in shock. He wonders if this is monster food, but he is actually quite excited for it. Grabbing the pancake with one hand, Kim Jang-sik pours some liquor with the other. He cheers with excitement, telling himself to take a quick bite and see. With that, Kim Jang-sik happily gobbles it down, eating and drinking with pure enthusiasm. The other hunters watch him with curiosity, asking if it is good and why he needs alcohol. Suddenly, Kim Jang-sik's face turns deadly pale as he freezes, his entire body trembling like crazy. Normally, the history of cooking is all about making food taste much better. A chef's talent and experience are built up over time by creating widely praised flavors. Those successful recipes eventually become a legacy recorded in history for others to follow. Pancakes are no different, traditionally made with 100% pure potato starch and deep sincerity, following a historic recipe to ensure they always taste the best. Jo Seung-woo continues in a serious tone, explaining that things are totally different in Terra. He picks up 2 bowls of ingredients, using warm water to knead in starch instead of potato starch. With that, the entire courtyard falls into a heavy, terrifying silence. A hunter wonders if he purposefully made it taste bad, but then asks what on earth this in starch actually is. Jo Seung-woo explains that it is in starch harvested from the Kongwell region, specifically from those tree-like monsters with green sprouts growing all over their bodies that they surely recognize. Then he casually drops a bombshell, noting that just like potato sprouts, it is highly toxic. Kim Jang-sik's mouth trembles, looking exactly like a man who has just been poisoned. An angry hunter slams the table, shouting that eating that will literally kill you. Jo Seung-woo points at the shriveled Kim Jang-sik, confidently claiming that as an expert he knows it won't kill anyone. He explains that using just the right amount actually boosts poison resistance, making it a premium ingredient, but another hunter quickly fires back that the guy clearly looks like he is about to die. Jo Seung-woo further explains that he also used winter melon instead of green onions, which is highly beneficial for the body as long as one can endure the freezing sensation it spreads. However, seeing Kim Jang-sik drooling messily all over the place, Seung-woo silently realizes that the poor guy probably cannot handle the intense side effects at all. Still, he feels it is entirely worth it as these are the legendary recipes from Terra. Then Seung-woo wonders what would happen if he served this to regular customers right away, realizing his restaurant would probably turn into a funeral home. He wears a sneaky, mischievous grin as a wicked plan forms in his head. He remembers Ji-hyun looking bewildered, asking if he really expected her to eat that. Seung-woo and Nabi had proudly carried out 4 fresh plates, telling her yes. Ji-hyun stared at the pile of fried pancakes with absolute terror. True to form, after taking just 1 bite, she collapsed unconscious, leaving Seung-woo to watch her in deep thought as he tried to figure out the safe dosage, her exact reaction, and any health side effects. Back in the present, he is fully confident that his thorough testing has paid off. Even though this dish is rated only 1 star, it grants poison resistance. By now, Kim Jang-sik is sweating profusely, his entire body trembling violently. He struggles to pick up one last piece of the fried pancake. Finally, Kim Jang-sik collapses onto the table, groaning in sheer agony that he surrenders, marking the absolute defeat of the patient defender Kim Jang-sik. The other hunters crowd around him, demanding to know what just happened and telling him to speak up. Seeing Kim Jang-sik dip his finger into the soy sauce only leaves everyone more confused about what is wrong. He slowly traces a few final words on the table, warning that this food is not of this world. The other hunters turn pale, wondering how it could possibly taste that bad when it looks perfectly edible. But another confident hunter sits right down, boldly volunteering to be the next one to try it. Before long, every single hunter is knocked out, cold scattered all over Seung-woo's yard. Little Unha is focused on something else entirely. Her piggy bank is almost full. He calmly replies that while the customers leave empty, her piggy bank is certainly getting nice and fat. Looking at the zombie-like crowd makes Seung-woo a bit disappointed since no one could clear his challenge today. He sighs in frustration. He works so hard to cook a perfect poison-resistant dish. Poison resistance is crucial because no matter how strong a person gets, there are still endless ways to end up getting poisoned. Take the Demon Realm, the ultimate destination for seasoned adventurers and heroes, where even the air itself is highly toxic. That is exactly why any serious explorer considers getting a poison-resistant skill to be their absolute top priority. Seung-woo drags the bodies away, noting that people on Earth rarely possess any natural poison resistance. He mentions that since modern technology is so advanced, hunters usually just rely on gas masks instead. Seung-woo angrily rants that if you put the mask on too late, you die anyway. What if there is a surprise attack, or what if the gear breaks and cannot block the poison? Back in his day, if they found poisonous water, they would literally take a bath in it. Unha stands next to him looking completely lost and confused. She innocently suggests that all he needs to do is make the food taste delicious. Seung-woo sits down and calmly explains that it is not that simple. He explains that the worse it tastes, the better it actually is, for the body efficacy is directly proportional to bad flavor. Leading her inside, Seung-woo notes that the concept is too complex for Unha, and explaining it would take far too much time. But Unha finds it fascinating anyway and begs him to tell her all about it. He gently puts her backpack on and tells her it is late and time to go home, while secretly wondering if she is just using this as an excuse to play with the cat longer. Unha pouts and sticks her tongue out to tease Seung-woo. Suddenly, the shop door slowly opens. Seol-taeji points to his watch, telling Unha it is time to head home. She whines and begs Seol-taeji if they can stay a bit longer, making him wonder why she is so eager. Unha stomps her feet, complaining that if they stay just a bit longer, the kitty will finish its bath. She explains that she cannot leave before touching the warm paws of a freshly bathed kitty. Seol-taeji pulls back his sleeve to check his watch. He then agrees to wait for 30 more minutes. Unha claps her hands in pure joy. Seol-taeji then joins her inside the restaurant, sitting down to wait together. Watching Seung-woo, he thinks to himself that as long as they stay alert for 30 minutes in this regressor's restaurant, they will be safe. Seol-taeji's attention quickly shifts to a flyer advertising a special food challenge. Feeling suddenly curious, he asks Seung-woo if he can still take on the challenge even though the shop is closed. Seung-woo smiles, replying that anyone is always welcome to step up and try. With the other customers gone, Seol-taeji is the only challenger left at the table. He hands over a small form with his personal information on it. Seung-woo skims it and smiles, noting the kid is only in his early 20s, and Seol-taeji agrees they can speak casually. But then Seung-woo pauses, his eyes catching a specific line on the paper. Seol-taeji sighs quickly, explaining that he has absolutely no relation to the famous artist of the same name. Seung-woo drops the paper into the piggy bank and apologizes, but Seol-taeji calmly brushes it off, saying he is completely used to it by now and has never even heard the artist's music anyway. As Seung-woo starts preparing the dish, he marvels at the massive generational gap since the kid has never heard that legendary music. Once everything is ready, Seung-woo sets the plate of food down right in front of him. Seol-taeji stares down at the dish, sweating. If eating this goes horribly wrong, he is in serious trouble. Jo Seung-woo folds his arms and asks why he even wants to eat his cooking. Seol Taeji simply answers that he needs to. Seol Taeji falls silent, staring down at the plate to think things over for a moment. He raises his chopsticks, explaining he wants to boost his poison resistance by eating any toxin he can find. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo grins and praises his wise habit. Seol Taeji adds that his old instructor always stressed one vital rule: boost your poison resistance as quickly as possible. Yet a whole year has passed with almost no results to show for it. Jo Seung-woo rubs his chin, muttering that a year without any real growth means Seol Taeji might lack talent. Seol Taeji sets his chopsticks down, or maybe the dosage before was just too light. Pouring a glass of water, he braces himself. Strong toxins usually ruin your defenses, but while the chef's dish is intensely toxic, it looks completely harmless. There is no way he can pass up this chance. With that, he starts cutting up the food. Jo Seung-woo watches in absolute surprise at Seol Taeji's words and sudden movements. Raising a bite to his mouth, Seol Taeji mutters a quick thanks for the meal. He pops it in, chewing slowly under Jo Seung-woo's intense, watchful gaze. Once finished chewing, he swallows the bite down. Right at that second, Seol Taeji's face remains totally blank, showing no reaction at all. But seconds later, his face turns pale as all his strength gets drained away by the cursed dish. Staring at the mostly full plate, he shivers and mutters that this is insane. The pure toxicity is attacking his body like a weapon. His expression hardens as he tries to find a way through. He remembers his master's advice: stay calm, think, and analyze your opponent. Eyeing the plate, he realizes the portion is small, which is why everyone else tried to swallow it in one bite. Sweating profusely, he shifts his strategy. He can't treat this like normal food anymore, he has to treat it as an active enemy attack. If his defense stat is 3 and this fried pancake has an attack power of 100, is it better to take one massive blow or 10 smaller ones? The answer is obvious: divide the damage. One single hit minus 3 defense deals 97 damage, but splitting it into 10 smaller hits drops the total damage to just 70. He cannot rush this. He needs to chew thoroughly and use every second of the time limit. Making his choice, Seol Taeji takes another bite. Instantly, he has to fight with everything he has just to swallow the agonizing mouthful down. Jo Seung-woo smirks, whispering that this clever kid actually figured out the trick. Pretty impressive. He stands there cheerfully cheering Seol Taeji on. The 30-minute limit is a grueling test of enduring stomach-ripping agony to unlock poison resistance. While Seol Taeji sits in his chair completely tormented by this monstrous dish, the chef just watches with a grin. Jo Seung-woo chuckles to himself. Revealing the secret would have ruined the fun, which is exactly why he kept quiet. Back home, Eunha dries off Nabi for giggling that Seol Taeji must be a real adult now since he actually enjoys eating terrible food. Nabi meows in agreement. Seol Taeji keeps pushing through the pain, taking another painful bite. Pacing himself perfectly, he actually manages to completely finish the terrifying plate of food. Jo Seung-woo claps in delight, praising his success. Even Eunha and Nabi would be proud of this victory. Seol Taeji thanks him, proud of his new achievement. Right as the challenge ends, his screen flashes with a notification confirming he has officially unlocked poison resistance. Overjoyed, he leaps up and pumps his fist in absolute victory. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he wonders if his old master would laugh at him for calling this agonizing meal a success. True to his word, Jo Seung-woo reaches into a dimensional portal to grab a reward. Noting that Seol Taeji does not use swords, he hesitates. Seol Taeji admits he mostly fights barehanded, making him wonder if a sword is even useful. Looking past the chef, Seol Taeji spots a legendary weapon resting on the wall. He gasps, pointing right at Alistair's famous flame sword. He remembers being rejected before precisely because of that sword. It had a 0% compatibility rate even when he tried a broadsword. Jo Seung-woo just smiles and tells him not to worry since they already discussed it. Seol Taeji blinks in confusion. They can actually discuss weapon compatibility. Laughing softly, the chef breaks down the situation. He explains that to marry a princess, a hero must first survive her trials. When a brave warrior steps up to propose, the princess always sets a condition. She demands he slay the dragon behind the mountain and bring back its head if he wants her hand in marriage. It is the classic story structure. The warrior confesses, completes the trial, and gets a happy ending with the bride. Seol Taeji points to himself, asking if the sword is the princess while he is the hero. Jo Seung-woo nods in agreement. Jo Seung-woo holds up the empty plate, calling his toxic meal the ultimate trial to win the weapon. Sensing a trap, Seol Taeji instantly declines, saying he never wants to do this again. But Jo Seung-woo points to the portal, reminding him that this was only trial number 1 of the deal. Taeji peers at the gate with curiosity, wondering if that item is finally available, recalling how his previous duel requests were rejected. A moment later, Seung-woo brings out a special belt, asking if this is indeed the correct one. Taeji tightly clutches it to his chest, eyes sparkling as he happily confirms that it is. His hands gently stroke the magical belt, explaining that chanting a spell allows the straps to extend and completely cover his entire body, meaning there is no need to haul around a heavy, dirty armor bag anymore. Taiji cannot stop praising the incredible item, explaining that since armor cannot be prepared in advance while guarding Unha, this quick response gear is perfect, and seeing his guest, this thrill makes Seung-woo genuinely happy too. Although his face shows only a subtle smile on the inside, he is absolutely ecstatic, like a little kid. While the two men chat, Nabi slowly dozes off right next to little Unha. Watching them, Unha gets a clever idea. Since it has already been 30 minutes, she might as well sleep right here. Putting her plan into motion, Unha lies down and hugs Nabi, wishing everyone a sweet, silent good night. Turning his head, Taiji realizes that Unha is already fast asleep. Seung-woo looks over at the sleeping pair with a warm smile and softly calls out Unha's name. With no response from the heavily sleeping girl, Taiji can only mumble that they are definitely going to get scolded for this. In the end, Taiji has no choice but to carry her home. The following day brings a heavy, steady downpour of rain. Inside the diner, Seung-woo watches silently as day 2 of the bizarre food challenge begins. Huddled together, the pumped-up challengers scream out in unison, are they all ready to conquer the restaurant's brutal eating contest? Holding a packet high in the air, one challenger loudly boasts about his super spicy hot sauce weapon. Looking at the 15 challengers, Seung-woo takes in the heavy padded winter gear they are all wearing, noting that they certainly prepared themselves for the freezing magical side effects. The smug challenger shoves the hot sauce in his face, claiming they will win, and asks if using cheats gets them disqualified. Seung-woo just calmly wipes down his frying pan, replying that he does not care unless they are using performance-enhancing potions. Pointing directly at the bottle, the man loudly insists that this is definitely not a potion. With a sharp signal, he commands his squad to drink up and numb their taste buds, prompting everyone to start chugging down the spicy chili sauce like crazy. The team immediately begins crying as the fiery spice kicks in, while Seung-woo simply looks on, realizing that since it is just ordinary hot sauce, they are not breaking any rules. Bundled in their heavy gear, they confidently take their seats, determined to win this battle. Watching their fiery determination, Seung-woo feels a bit uneasy, muttering that while he understands their desire to get stronger, this extreme strategy is still a bit too much. But the very second they take their first bites, all of that fiery confidence instantly evaporates as their faces turn dead pale. Stomachs groaning loudly, the contestants stagger away in absolute agony, shoving each other out of the way as someone desperately yells at Sang-jun to move. Meanwhile, the female participants shiver violently while wrapping their arms around themselves, complaining about the bone-chilling cold and questioning if their heat packs are fake, only for another freezing victim to explain that it is actual magical frost energy. While the poor challengers are fighting for their lives, Seung-woo is idly counting his cash. Talk about a cold-blooded businessman. The diner's door swings open, revealing little Unha, who has made her way through the heavy rain wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella. He warmly greets his favorite student back, welcoming her inside. Nabi's eyes light up instantly when she spots her dear friend. She runs over to hug Unha, while Seung-woo, busy dragging away a few unconscious challengers, calls out to tell her to make herself at home while he cleans up. Meanwhile, over at the local coffee shop, the two rival business owners keep their eyes glued to the window, eagerly gossiping about the incredible buzz surrounding Jo Seung-woo food challenge. Peering across the street, they watch a steady stream of battered customers stagger out of the diner. Park Dan-soo and Tae-shik whisper, shocked that the entry fee is a whopping 100 million won per person. The more they think about it, the angrier they get, calling the entire business model absolutely wicked and unimaginable. Steaming with rage, Tae-shik grits his teeth, unable to believe that high-ranking hunters would willingly pay 100 million won just to eat such terrible food. Park Dan-soo is equally furious, questioning if people think money grows on trees to throw away 100 million won for a mere item. The two quickly turn on each other, loudly calculating how many cups of coffee and restaurant meals that fortune could buy, complaining that their own businesses barely make any profit after subtracting labor and ingredients. Watching her bosses bicker and gossip like foolish old men, the cashier at the counter sighs in absolute embarrassment. Glaring with sheer envy, Park Dan-soo calculates that with 35 customers over the last 2 days, Seung-woo has practically made 3.5 billion won out of thin air. They sit down together but keep grumbling about how all that money goes straight into his pockets, plotting to somehow frame him for running a massive fraud. Shifting from shouting to hushed whispers, they realize fraud might be hard to prove, so they decide to target food safety regulations instead. Snickering maliciously, the two plan to coordinate with a highly skilled lawyer and use a personal connection in the food safety department to order an immediate emergency inspection, all while their cashier remains focused on serving a customer an iced Americano. Scheming with dark intent, they are ready to ruin his life, but can they actually pull it off? Tae-shik chuckles evilly as they continue plotting their scheme, suggesting they should serve completely inedible food, though he wonders if they even have the free time for that. The two of them share a sinister laugh, planning to announce the event with a massive entry fee of 100 million under the guise of a donation. With this scheme in place, they burst out laughing, shouting that they are finally going to become filthy rich. Park Dan-soo and Tae-shik instantly lose themselves in grand fantasies of their future. It is basically a legal casino where they can just sit back and collect cash as foolish hunters easily take the bait. But their daydream suddenly shatters when a heavily cloaked stranger appears right in front of their table. The mysterious stranger is actually Min, currently in disguise to gather information. Grim-faced, he drags their heads down close, declaring he needs to correct a slight misunderstanding. They begin to shiver violently as Min leans in close to whisper. First, that restaurant is officially registered as a training facility under special laws. The food they serve counts as survival training, meaning standard food safety regulations do not apply here at all. The two of them are pressed so close their noses almost touch as Min delivers his second point. In emergencies, hunters can eat literal trash or monster meat. Even if they serve a horrific pile of garbage, we can digest it all, meaning you two will just end up bankrupt. Let go, the two sweaty schemers offer a weak, trembling smile, stammering that there must be some sort of misunderstanding. Min suddenly slams his hand on the table, sending a jolt of pure terror through both shop owners. Frowning with dangerous intent, he delivers a third warning. Do not speak ill of the master, he is not some money-grubbing coward like you two. Seeing his face darken, they cling to each other in absolute terror as he prepares to deliver his final warning. With a scowl, he warns them to behave themselves if they want to avoid a legendary high-powered lawyer or face a sudden, unexpected food safety inspection. The moment Min turns his back, they instantly break their tight embrace. Every man for himself, they bolt out of the shop at lightning speed. Watching them flee, the confused employee calls out loudly, "Boss, where on earth are you going?" Suddenly, Min gently taps her shoulder. Acting as if absolutely nothing happened, he calmly places an order, an iced Americano, and make it a double. Park Dan-soo and Tae-shik sprint away in absolute panic, ignoring their clothes, getting soaked in the pouring rain. Inside, the employee warmly smiles at her remaining guest, asking him which size would you like today. A few days later, inside Jo Seung-woo cozy restaurant. Sitting at the counter, Ji-hyun is completely startled by his words, gasping in disbelief. Pale with fear, she waves her hands frantically. A monster food challenge? Count me out. Seeing her panic, Seung-woo does not push, simply smiling. Is that so? Then never mind. Slowly lowering the menu, she remembers how she got scammed before and hesitated to return, but deep down she knows it is almost impossible to find food this delicious anywhere else. She grins to herself. Besides, having a handsome owner certainly does not hurt. Skimming the menu, Ji-hyun excitedly points out that today's dish is carbonara, her absolute favorite. Seung-woo smiles. You are in luck, I just finished making it. But as she looks up, her face freezes in sudden realization. Ji-hyun stands up abruptly, looking him up and down. Excuse me, boss, but is it just me, or have you gained weight? The sudden question catches him completely off guard, leaving him letting out a confused gasp. Seung-woo touches his chin, and to his absolute horror, a soft double chin has definitely formed there. Realizing he is no longer the lean fighter he used to be, the sudden physical change terrifies him. Meanwhile, the two runaway shop owners end up shivering with severe colds after running through the freezing rain. Back at the shop, Seung-woo stands frozen, obsessively pinching his double chin, unable to believe he actually gained weight. Panic sets in as he silently complains he never gained an ounce as a legendary hero, yet now, as an awakened superhuman, he's getting fat. Ji-hyun immediately interrogates him, noting he looked perfectly fine just a week ago. She demands to know if he has been eating anything unusual lately, but Seung-woo merely shrugs, claiming he only had some cola and a pizza while watching movies. She leans back, utterly speechless, because there is no way a regular portion of pizza could cause such a massive weight gain. Seung-woo nods in agreement. With a gloomy face, he grumbles it really is bizarre, especially since he only ate 8 pizzas a day. Hold on, did he just say 8? No wonder. Ji-hyun slams the table and jumps up, leaving Seung-woo completely startled and stammering. She presses further on how many shows he watches. Seung-woo confesses he easily watches 8 to 10 episodes a day, staying up all night because the dramas are simply too good to turn off. Ji-hyun instantly solves the mystery, pointing her finger directly at him. That is exactly the problem. Under her intense scrutiny, Seung-woo breaks into a cold sweat, wondering why she is so worked up. Ji-hyun repeatedly slams the table. That is it. What size cola did you drink? He honestly admits it was the 1.5-liter bottle. Ji-hyun is utterly speechless. Eating that much, of course he got fat. Regaining her composure, Ji-hyun narrows her eyes and asks what else has he been eating. Seung-woo cannot even list everything, mentioning some random snacks and whatever food now be prepared for him. She gets startled once again by the snacks. Oh my goodness. Ji-hyun is the one feeling exhausted now, worriedly saying a stomach that size belongs in a hospital. Why is Seung-woo pinching his own chubby cheeks? Maybe only eating Terra food made earth flavors feel like a total revelation. He turns away with a gloomy pout, asking if he can never eat good food again, making Ji-hyun feel a bit guilty. Soon after, her order arrives. Here is your carbonara, but the portion size seems quite a bit larger than it usually is. Staring at the massive mountain of food, Ji-hyun stammers out, "Boss, isn't this a little too much?" She looks up to voice her worry about gaining weight, but Seung-woo just sulks and turns his head away again. Ji-hyun then asks about the ice cream, but he simply replies that it is on the house. Seeing his prickly attitude, she stops asking questions, offers an awkward smile, and picks up her plate. Soon enough, darkness falls over the city. Seung-woo buries his face in his hands, crying that he only wanted to enjoy his hometown good food and movies, while Nabi sits beside him, looking totally depressed. He slams the table hard and yells that he is a complete failure of a hero as Nabi lets out a sad meow. The cat pinches its chubby tummy in frustration, complaining about belly fat, while Seung-woo mutters that no wonder Unha fed him so much. The cat keeps complaining that he is going to lose his high status as an aeropost, which really annoys Seung-woo, who snaps back that his own massive weight gain makes him look far worse. He props up his chin with a sigh, muttering that people only ever call Nabi a cute cat, damn it. Nabi pats his shoulder, trying to comfort him by saying the hero is pretty cute too, but that only makes him angrier, telling the cat to just stop talking. After pouring his heart out, Seung-woo firmly ties his apron back on. Reaching his hand right through a dimensional portal, he declares this to be his punishment. Nabi steps up to join him, insisting that it is his punishment as well. Seung-woo pulls out all the necessary cooking ingredients and sets them on the board. Stretching out his arms before cooking, he notes he used to only cook for 3-star hunters, but things are changing. From now on, it is 4-star, he declares with fierce determination. The main ingredient is black crow meat, a delicacy almost as rare as legendary dragon meat. Both he and Nabi sprinkle seasoning over the meat, planning to rub Fire's Spirit King crystals all over it, which the cat enthusiastically agrees to help with. These magical crystals serve as a salt substitute, but any mistake in controlling mana will trigger an explosion, with each tiny grain packing the power of a live grenade. Seung-woo slowly pours a fine white powder onto the meat, a special spice from the Anse region. Nabi chimes in, calling it sweet. This powder replaces sugar in Terra and is known as the taste of desire, a substance banned hundreds of years ago because its ability to enhance food flavors is completely explosive. Next, he grinds a strange white fruit from the demon eye tree, releasing an intense odor that makes Nabi cover his nose from the sheer spiciness. Since it is too spicy, it is actually used as a weapon rather than food, but it is incredibly effective at burning fat and boosting heart health. With the spices piled high, Seung-woo folds his arms and tells his assistant to get ready, prompting Nabi to grab a brush and spread the marinade evenly. The cat holds the meat high as Seung-woo raises his hand. He presses down on the meat, casting a dehydration spell as magic slowly flows from his palm. This magical dehydration process extracts excess fat and moisture, forcing the outer seasonings to sink deep into the core of the meat. Seung-woo gestures to flip the meat, and Nabi immediately tosses it in the air to turn it over. After squeezing out the excess moisture, Seung-woo pauses to inspect his work and notes that it looks pretty good. The dynamic duo continues working together to prepare the dish. A few minutes later, the brand new dish is finished, looking remarkably like a plate of braised meat. Wiping his sweat after the intense labor, he admits it does not look very appealing. But without hesitation, he immediately slices off a small piece. He pops it into his mouth to taste. He takes a bite and his eyes instantly widen in complete shock. Suddenly, the food hits his stomach like a massive physical blow from an invisible fist. He is effortlessly blown backward, flying through the air. Seung-woo crashes heavily onto the floor, left face down after that insane taste explosion. He slowly sits up, wipes away his sweat, and trembles. He mutters that this is it, a brutal wake-up call, feeling as if a literal demon king had just struck him down. Seung-woo proudly lifts the finished meat dish he just prepared, announcing that the ultimate weight loss meal is complete, much to the absolute delight of Nabi. Both of them excitedly declare that it is finally time to say goodbye to stubborn belly fat. The very next day, Ji-hyun makes her way back to Jo Seung-woo restaurant. Pushing the door open, she cheerfully greets him and calls out a friendly hello. Now looking completely slim and refreshed, he turns around to wish her a very good morning. Seeing his sudden transformation makes Ji-hyun jump so hard she nearly breaks her glasses. Has he really lost that much weight in just one single day? The other dining customers are just as curious, demanding to know his secret. Seung-woo simply chuckles, explaining that weight gain from food must be lost through food. You just eat to shed the pounds. Hearing this bizarre logic, a stunned Ji-hyun can only repeat his words back to him. This unbelievable news immediately has the entire restaurant leaping to their feet, leaving Seung-woo in absolute panic. Obesity is the absolute ultimate enemy of modern times and the start of countless diseases. Almost nobody ignores their physical measurements, and everyone is constantly stressing about their body weight. Suddenly, they all crowd around and stare directly at Seung-woo. Everyone desperately wants a serving. One lady begs him to hurry up, while a male customer asks if ordinary people can eat it too. Swamped with orders, a nervous Seung-woo raises his hands to try and calm the crowd. but his words only make them angrier as they yell in unison that there is no time to be calm and demand he sell it right now. They start waving their wallets, literally fighting over who gets to buy it. The woman screams that she will pay for everything, while the man next to her snaps that he got here first and wants to buy it all himself. Seung-woo can only stand there completely speechless, scratching his head. He has to explain to the aggressive crowd that this is a specialized dish meant only for active hunters, making it highly dangerous for regular civilians to consume. Hearing this, the two customers instantly slump, complaining about how stingy he is when busy office workers need help the most. Since he cannot offer them the magic food, he politely apologizes and can only advise them to control their diet and exercise. Hearing this, Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes suddenly light up as she points out that she is a hunter and should be allowed to eat it. But he flatly rejects her too, saying it is far too dangerous. This makes her scream in frustration, demanding to know why, but he simply states the food carries extreme risks. Denied her prize, Ji-hyun throws a temper tantrum, whining that the last meal she ate did not have any dangers. Seung-woo desperately explains that this dish is far worse and puts an immense physical strain on the body. Still, she looks at him with pleading puppy eyes, arguing that a little indigestion is nothing to worry about. But Seung-woo fires back, asking how a meal that causes instant massive weight loss could possibly be safe. He warns her that the side effects are severe. He lists the terrifying symptoms, explaining that it literally tears down and rebuilds muscles and nerves, which could be fatal if her body fails to cope. Realizing it is not just some harmless fantasy magic, she slumps in disappointment just like the others. She mutters sadly that even though the ingredients might be based on magic and fantasy, Seung-woo cuts her off right away. Honestly, the food she is trying to eat would only make her cry her eyes out. She clenches her fist in understanding. So her body just needs to be tough enough to handle that crazy food, right? Seung-woo scratches his head in confusion. Did he really say that? Hwang Ji-hyun gets a brilliant idea and immediately volunteers with fiery passion. If she just takes the monster food challenge and eats a bunch of it, she will be fine. This massive misunderstanding leaves him completely speechless. Seung-woo explains that if her body can endure it, she can eat anything else. This makes her happily cheer that it is perfect. Looking at her tiny frame, he cannot help but wonder where on earth Hwang Ji-hyun even needs to lose weight in the first place. Hwang Ji-hyun sighs deeply and tells him that people who have fast metabolisms never understand the struggle. Seung-woo is still totally lost on what she means. Hwang Ji-hyun slams the table and yells so loudly that Seung-woo has to cover his ears. She angrily rants about how exhausting weight control is. She has to fight off cravings, work out even when she is dying of sleep, and run in the park late at night just because she went over her calories. She asks him if he has ever seen such a painful struggle. After listening to all that, he just replies with a simple no. But his response only makes things worse. Hwang Ji-hyun screams even louder, forcing Seung-woo to cover his ears again. She shouts that she wants to eat 8 slices of pizza daily, lie around without exercising, and eat whatever she wants. She says every human wants to live like that, which is why a regressor like him will never understand the feelings of ordinary people. Once Hwang Ji-hyun finally finishes venting all her deep resentment, Seung-woo quietly points out that she is also a hunter herself. She points at him again and screams that a clerical hunter is basically just a normal civilian. They do office work in an office and rarely go out on active missions, unlike those guerrilla-like combat hunters who run around fighting monsters all day. Seung-woo cannot take the yelling anymore and quickly agrees to calm her down. Seeing her fierce determination, the other customers start to clap. With her mood suddenly improving, Hwang Ji-hyun confidently puts her hands on her hips. She demands a portion of the challenge food, claiming she has no extra money and will only pay for the meal itself since succeeding is already a reward. Seeing her fiery resilience only makes Seung-woo want to break her spirit even more. He decides he must make this dish taste exceptionally terrible. With that plan in mind, he heads to the kitchen, telling her he will prepare her dish after the regular customers finish eating. The other customers keep eating with gloomy expressions, muttering that staying fit always comes down to exercise. You have to work out as much as you eat to actually lose any weight. One customer sadly rolls up some noodles, complaining that everything delicious just turns straight into body weight. What is the point of food tasting this good anyway? Sharing the exact same tragic struggle, the two customers sigh deeply together. Feeling the heavy, disgruntled vibe coming from the dining counter, Seung-woo thinks to himself that he completely gets their frustration. He crosses his arms and lets out a sigh, remembering that back in Terra, obesity was never a thing. He totally forgot that detail here. Now Seung-woo has a massive headache, wondering what to do just as Nabi walks in carrying a food tray. Suddenly, a brilliant spark hits him. Wait, the Irupo's helper, and he looks right down at Nabi. Seung-woo squats down and beckons, calling Nabi over, and the cat walks up, asking what is up, meow. He asks if Nabi knows the legendary hero fitness routine, making the cat laugh, asking what kind of self-respecting Irupos has not mastered that meow. Hearing this brings instant relief to Seung-woo, who snaps his fingers with a satisfied grin. The two of them stand there under the curious, watchful gaze of the entire room. With a bright grin, Seung-woo outright asks if the cat has any good fat-burning workouts. An Iru pose is the ultimate all-purpose domestic helper cat built with a supreme service mindset. But that pampering often turns legendary heroes into lazy pigs, completely stripping away their combat readiness. Without some real movement, even the most legendary secret massage techniques become totally useless. Waking up from a sharp pinch, Seung-woo remembers Nabi scolding him, "You became a lazy pig because you never exercised. Now get up and move, meow." Dragging his half-asleep body to the yard, he has to follow Nabi direct orders to mimic his movements, Meow passing down the secret techniques of the gods directly to the Iru pose. Out in the courtyard, Nabi stands upright on two legs, starting the routine with a sharp 1 meow, 2 meow, 3 meow. The customers follow along right behind him, 1, 2, 3. Switching to a new pose, the cat praises them, saying they are doing pretty well, meow, before leading into the next dynamic stretch, meow. Spotting someone doing it wrong, Nabi steps in to correct them, "Not like that, do it like this." Meow, and while everyone else is hyper-focused, Ji Hyun is screaming in agony, asking how her leg is supposed to bend at that crazy angle. Unfazed, Nabi simply tells her to keep pushing, meow, she is just not trying hard enough. Meow. Unha is doing even better, asking if this is correct. Nabi happily praises her, purring that it is indeed. Unha, meow, that is exactly how it is done. Watching Unha breeze through the moves makes him compare her to the struggling Ji Hyun, marveling that Unha mastered this crazy routine in just 1 hour. Transitioning to a deep stretch, Nabi counts out 2, meow, 3, meow, 4, meow, ordering them to say it out loud. Everyone chants along except for a trembling, struggling Ji Hyun. Spotting her terrible form, the cat zeroes in for one-on-one training, commanding her to lose the embarrassment and yell it loud, meow, one more time. Hwang Ji Hyun's face turns completely tomato red as she miserably stutters out a weak meow. Nabi stomps in disapproval, "Not like that, drop your back lower, meow," and the endless scolding makes her want to sink straight through the floor. Seung-woo even steps up to tease her, copying the pose and saying to do it like this, meow. Pushed to her limit by the owner's teasing, a deeply humiliated Ji Hyun fumes. Honestly, can you blame her for wanting to kick him? While Nabi presses her to keep moving, meow, she flusteredly snaps back that she gets it and is doing it right now. With a bright crimson face, Ji Hyun finally shouts out a loud, miserable meow. Finally satisfied, Nabi returns to the front to announce the next pose, meow, while Seung-woo joins in, figuring that a little workout isn't a bad idea after all. Up on the wall, Terry has been watching them all along. The bizarre sight makes him cringe, thinking both the participants and the audience should feel secondhand embarrassment. Especially Seung-woo, who is somehow passionately enjoying every single second of this bizarre fitness routine. The weather is beautifully clear as warm sunshine floods the yard. Min nods firmly, declaring that he will begin the official challenge. Seung-woo nods with crossed arms, agreeing that it is finally time for him to graduate, while Min politely offers his thanks. Back then, Min looked completely worn down. But now he looks so much livelier, smiling as he notes that he must take his next step. Seung-woo smiles with genuine pride, telling him he did well. He then curiously asks how that baked guy has been doing lately, prompting a helpless sigh from Min, who replies that the guy is just taking an endless vacation. After a brief pause, he suggests it might be burnout syndrome. Seung-woo hesitates in surprise, while Min explains that endless overtime and zero rest caused it, not to mention the heavy situation he had to deal with is the absolute biggest issue. Seung-woo asks with deep curiosity about the exact situation he faced. Min looks worried as he speaks, guessing that if he falls past rank 100 he's totally done for. Not knowing when his rank might drop has him absolutely terrified. Seung-woo helplessly rubs his neck, surprised at how fragile the guy's mental state is. Min nods along, adding that he used to lose focus during quests, hoping a simple rest would fix things. Seung-woo can't believe it, asking if taking a break didn't help. Min nods and reveals the guy is still resting at home and has apparently been drinking quite a bit. Hearing that, Seung-woo decides it's best to drop the subject entirely. He places a delicious-looking plate on the table and calls out for round 1. Min nervously picks up his chopsticks, ready for the test. He feels incredibly tense, facing this rather strange special mission. Min tells himself to calm down and simply stick to the plan. Seeing Seung-woo bring a phone over, he wonders what's up, honestly. Seung-woo's absolute excitement here is pretty contagious as he explains his plan to hang the winner's photo. Min stares at the plate in shock, stammering that he hasn't even had a bite yet. Seung-woo confidently explains that a real hunter only loads his weapon when he's absolutely sure of the kill. He only participated because he knew he would win. Hearing those reassuring words, Min feels his anxiety slowly melt away. He finally reaches out to pick up his very first bite. Within 30 minutes, the entire plate of food has been completely cleared. Seung-woo snaps a photo of Min, quickly printing and framing it on the wall. The reward is a stunning magic short sword wrapped in crackling electricity. If it strikes an opponent, they pass out instantly. Min happily admires his brand new weapon. Jo Seung-woo holds up a cutting board and excitedly suggests a test run. He laughs, it is just a spare board, so don't worry about hurting him. Hearing that, Min doesn't hesitate for a second and hurls the short sword. The weapon embeds itself perfectly in the cutting board, unleashing a powerful electrical discharge. Jo Seung-woo smiles happily, revealing that the weapon actually has one more trick. In an instant, the short sword pulls itself out of the wood. Just like that, it teleports right back into Min O'Keefe's hand. Jo Seung-woo smiles and explains that once thrown, it can be easily recalled without any trouble. Min can't help but beam with pure joy upon hearing this. Jo Seung-woo snaps a quick picture of the moment, loving the expression and suggesting a swap. Min quickly objects, saying he prefers the other shot. Jo Seung-woo chuckles and tells him to smile because he looks great, making Min blushingly yell out for his master to stop. Jo Seung-woo finally compromises, sighing that he will just leave the picture as it is. Having been teased, Min can only sigh at how childish his master can be. Jo Seung-woo shamelessly replies that is exactly why he invents these crazy food challenges. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment under the cover of night. Empty alcohol bottles litter the floor as a lonely voice mutters that the First Order protects the world. Baek Kang-hyuk lies on his bed, miserably thinking that this life just isn't for him. He sighs, noting that he has absolutely no friends or even a girlfriend left. Baek Kang-hyuk wonders if that guy ever even considered him a real friend. After staring at the ceiling, he reaches for another bottle of alcohol. Emptying the bottle somehow lifts his spirits, making him resolve to put his uniform back on soon. He rolls over, ready to get out of bed. Instead, Baek Kang-hyuk rests his chin in his hands, lost in thought. A moment later, his mood brightens as he tells himself it doesn't even matter. Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly recalls the incredibly cool and confident attitude of Jo Seung-woo. He mutters confidently that the invincible regressor will easily handle everything. Rolling around on the bed, Baek Kang-hyuk accidentally tumbles right off the edge. He faceplants hard onto the floor in a comical display of pure agony. Groaning from the floor, Baek Kang-hyuk sounds completely defeated, yet unwilling to accept his fate. He comforts himself by grumbling that he would be just as cool if he were a regressor. Hyuk tightly grips a liquor bottle, muttering that if he only had this chance in another world, he could have done so much better. Anger boiling over, he hurls the bottle away, claiming he could have grown stronger, could have made it. Once again, Hyuk collapses flat on the dirty floor, looking absolutely pathetic and helpless. Staring blankly at the rolling bottle, he mutters to himself. His slurred voice fades out as he whispers that he could have been a hero. He passes out cold on the floor. Right then, a dark shadow steps inside and looms over his body. Jo Seung-woo looks down helplessly at the pathetic sight and wonders how anyone could live like this. He carefully tiptoes around the empty glass bottles. Sitting on a nearby chair, Jo Seung-woo realizes the guy is actually a lot more childish than he looks. He sets down the fresh bottle of water. Jo Seung-woo lets out a small laugh. The sleeping drunk is definitely mumbling some pretty wild things. 9 years ago, the first gates ripped open, bringing terrifying monsters and causing countless people to vanish without a trace. But 3 years later, those missing people suddenly started returning to Earth one by one. They claimed they had been transported to another world and returned with unbelievable superhuman powers. Now watch, here is where the public reaction gets pretty wild. People glued to their screens couldn't help but feel incredibly jealous. That is because before disappearing, these new godlike heroes were just ordinary, everyday people struggling to get by. Jo Seung-woo whispers that as someone who survived it himself, he really does not recommend this path. Lifting Hyuk onto his back, he sighs, but if this is truly your wish, I will help you fulfill it. Sometime later, Hyuk slowly opens his eyes to a completely unfamiliar ceiling. Staring at the bizarre landscape, he mutters, "Am I still drunk, or is this just a crazy dream?" A voice from behind startles him, and he spins around to hear Jo Seung-woo saying, "Welcome to Terra." The man sits quietly, intensely focused on a book about heroes summoned from other worlds. Hyuk is stunned. Jo Seung-woo cuts him off, stating that from now on he must travel across Terra to rescue people in grave danger. Hyuk snaps back in total confusion, asking what on earth he is talking about. Slamming the book shut and annoyed, Jo Seung-woo tells him to sit still and listen while he tries to explain. Waving his hands wildly, Hyuk asks how this absolute madness makes any sense. Jo Seung-woo calmly shrugs it off, explaining that this is simply the traditional way to welcome a newly summoned warrior from another world. He adds with a hint of nostalgia that usually a beautiful goddess is the one delivering this grand welcome speech, so Hyuk should honestly consider himself pretty lucky. Jo Seung-woo looks directly at him, asking what he honestly thinks is going on right now. Hyuk immediately tenses up, scanning every single corner. Hyuk suddenly screams out, "Is this really the kind of situation I think it is?" Jo Seung-woo simply nods, "Yes, it is." Hyuk falls into utter despair, crying out that he must be dead and that he never should have consumed that much alcohol. Jo Seung-woo jokingly tells him that under normal circumstances he probably would have died from a terrible accident or a sudden stroke. Seung-woo adds that while he might eventually die from alcohol poisoning in the future, he is perfectly fine for now. Hyuk is still completely lost, demanding to know how he actually ended up in an entirely different dimension. Seung-woo looks at him with a grin that is funny considering you literally asked to come here. Hyuk is completely stunned, demanding to know when he ever said that. Seung-woo happily quotes him back, repeating his drunken rant about how he would do so much better if he was summoned as a legendary hero to another world. Yes, those were his exact words. A cold sweat breaks out as Hyuk slowly remembers his embarrassing drunken speech. Furious, he yells that it was just stupid drunk talk, so why on earth would anyone actually take it seriously? Hyuk keeps scolding him, telling him to stop laughing and pointing out that sneaking into someone's house is flat-out illegal trespassing. Seung-woo can only offer a pretty awkward, embarrassed apology. Hyuk wonders if this guy is completely insane, casually dragging people into a different dimension like it is nothing. But then a realization hits him: if this guy has the power to pull him here. Hyuk glances at Seung-woo, realizing that he must also have a way to send him back home, meaning he is just testing him. A sly grin spreads across his face as he looks at Seung-woo. Creeping closer to Seung-woo, he tells himself that this is his perfect chance. Baek Kang-hyu pretends to submit since he has nowhere else to go anyway, making Seung-woo chuckle and admit it is pretty amusing to see him give up so quickly. With sparkling eyes, Baek Kang-hyu asks if his new guide is going to teach him any cool skills. On guard, Seung-woo asks what trick he is playing. Baek Kang-hyu excitedly explains that people summoned to other worlds usually get legendary cheat skills, things like magic, regression, demonic arts, instant resurrection, or even an infinite inventory. He happily wonders if he will get some legendary gear instead, making sure to mention he definitely does not want a trashy shield. Seung-woo stares at him, silently impressed that the kid actually knows his stuff. He clears his throat and notes that those cheat skills do not just appear. Seung-woo explains that if he runs into an enemy who is stronger, he is dead meat, which is why building a solid foundation is his absolute best bet. Terrified, Baek Kang-hyu asks if facing a stronger opponent means instant death, to which Seung-woo calmly replies that is exactly how it works. If your stats are lower, is a direct ticket to the grave. He sternly warns him that cheap tricks will not work against the Demon King. If they did, gods would fight demons themselves instead of relying on humans. That is why warriors who depend on luck or fake powers always end up failing. Seung-woo slides a book over, telling him he has to learn from scratch, while Baek Kang-hyu complains about why he did not just say so from the beginning. With a cheerful grin, Seung-woo admits he has nothing to teach anyway since he never got any skills either, leaving Baek Kang-hyu completely speechless at this ridiculous guy. He reassures Baek Kang-hyu that his starting point is way better than his own was. As an experienced hunter with real combat skills, he is bound to succeed. Suddenly, the ground right beneath Baek Kang-hyu crumbles, opening up a massive pit. Caught completely off guard, he plummets straight down, screaming for him to wait. Seung-woo happily watches him fall, enjoying the hilarious, pathetic sight. He smiles and tells his warrior to go save the world of Terra. Falling through the air, Baek Kang-hyu furiously screams out a curse at him. Seung-woo cheerfully calls back that 3 months here is only 3 days on Earth, and he already hooked him up with a few helpful cheats. Looking down at the book, he lists the perks: Terra language mastery, a skill progression, status window, and an emergency recall function to warp the kid back when in mortal danger. Seung-woo smiles with deep satisfaction, knowing the kid is going to learn plenty of valuable lessons. He puts the book away, deciding to leave him there longer if he does not learn. Written clearly in the corner of that magical book is the name Baek Kang-hyu. Just as expected, time flies by, and get this, we jump a whole month forward. Baek Kang-hyu stands before the bulletin board thinking deeply. After a long pause, he grumbles that today's quests are trash. A sudden elbow nudges him in the back. It is his companion Kuz who nudges him and asks Baek if he wants to grab some food. Giving up with a sigh, Baek Kang-hyu agrees to eat since today's missions are so terrible anyway. They quickly make their way over to a nearby restaurant. A plate of supposedly delicious-looking food is served right in front of them. Picking up a piece of meat, Baek Kang-hyu complains that calling this animal feed real food is an absolute insult, while a confused Kuze just asks, "Really?" Baek Kang-hyu wonders how they can even swallow this stuff when the meat smells like sweaty socks and the fruit is completely rotten. Chewing happily, Kuz points out that he is still eating it, making Baek Kang-hyu yell that he only eats to survive, but a whole month of this garbage is driving him crazy. Kuze actually loves this meal, praising the 3-star mutant for its incredible stat boosts, helping with recovery and building solid muscle. Baek Kang-hyu strongly disagrees, arguing that cooking is about flavor, not some random benefits. Feeling the glaring eyes of other patrons, Kuze whispers that she respects him as an otherworldly traveler, but some thoughts should really be kept to himself. Defeated by hunger, Baek Kang-hyu reluctantly takes a bite of the terrible meat. Chewing miserably, he realizes just how incredibly delicious Seung-woo home cooking actually was. He sighs in despair, wondering why finding good food is so difficult. A blue system screen pops up right in front of him. It displays an emergency quest warning him of severe malnutrition and ordering him to eat 4-star food within 1 week to unlock his system inventory. Baek Kang Hyuk is left utterly dazed by this bizarre emergency quest from the system. He stares at the flashing text detailing his severe nutritional imbalance and commanding him to consume 4-star food within 7 days. He panics at how creepy that phrasing sounds, but an excited Kuze chimes in saying she knows that expression and compares it to a 2-horned unicorn grazing on grass, leaving Baek Kang Hyuk completely baffled by her logic. Kuze eagerly tries to explain what a 2-horned unicorn is, but Kang Hyuk immediately cuts him off, telling him to stop talking so he can think. Kang Hyuk seriously considers the situation. If it is an urgent quest, it must be the legendary hero quest. Adventurers are split into 2 distinct categories, those chosen by the gods and those left behind. He frowns and looks up, wondering if being chosen simply means receiving a divine quest. Could he actually be one of the select few? Kang Hyuk gets so deep in thought that his eyebrows furrow together tightly. He turns to ask Kuze a quick question. Sensing its high importance, Kuze happily agrees but immediately demands a bag of dog treats in exchange for his knowledge. Seeing Baek Kang Hyuk's dark expression, Kuze quickly lowers his price, offering to settle for just 3 points instead. Kang Hyuk seriously asks him what the actual difference is between the chosen and the unchosen. Kuze honestly explains that the biggest difference is the quests. Receiving quests from a god makes leveling up much easier, and the divine rewards are a huge advantage. Kang Hyuk is not satisfied with that answer, clarifying that he wants to know the criteria. Surprised, Kuze says it is simple, asking if Baek was summoned to this world. He explains in detail that if a god personally performs the summoning, you are guaranteed to be chosen. The same rule applies if an emissary acts on their behalf. Kang Hyuk grimaces, wondering if the middle-aged owner at that diner could actually be a god or at least a divine emissary. He quickly dismisses the thought. Even if the guy is a regressor, calling him a god seems absurd, though being a representative is possible. Kang Hyuk angrily slams his money down, refusing to pay even a single point. Kuze quickly holds him back, shouting that there is still one more case. Kuze finally blurts out the crucial keyword, finding a hidden piece. Intrigued by the hidden piece, Kang Hyuk listens as Kuze explains that it means discovering hidden dungeons or searching for treasure. Kuze lists various possibilities, explaining that if someone catches a god's attention, they might get chosen a bit later. That is exactly what a hidden piece is. Kuze slightly scoffs, noting that the term is borrowed from Earth, which Kang Hyuk probably does not know. Refusing to back down, Kang Hyuk proudly retorts that he found plenty of hidden pieces in video games back in his youth. He secretly recalls finding quite a few in the game The Last of Us. Was it 2 pieces? If not 1, it was definitely more than that. Astonished, Kuze asks if he really found many hidden pieces already. If so, then there is definitely hope for him to become a chosen one. Kang Hyuk proudly replies that yes, that must definitely be the case. He realizes the condition for his own hidden piece must be that bizarre rule, eating only 1 dish a month. Kuze reaches for the money, but Kang Hyuk suddenly grabs his hand to stop him. Excitedly, he asks if there is any other way, like finding out the exact identity of the god who issued the quest. Kuze eagerly replies that a special pattern is engraved at the bottom right of the quest window, which can be shown to a priest. Kang Hyuk smiles in satisfaction. This information is finally worth the 3 points. He silently praises Kuze, realizing the guy is not as useless as he thought. Kang Hyuk turns and walks away while Kuze happily shouts that it is time to buy some treats. The scene shifts to a majestic castle standing proud under the bright sunlight. Inside, a priest looks troubled, admitting he has never seen this pattern before and will have to research it. After a moment, he reveals it belongs to the god of swords, victory, and bizarre food. Kang Hyuk happily shouts, figuring that a sword deity must be incredibly majestic since the sword is the ultimate weapon and the king of all arms. He excitedly continues, thinking the god of victory must be like Nike. Just the name alone promises triumph, instantly defeating any opponent in its path. Mid-excitement, the smile on Baek Kang Hyuk's face suddenly freezes. But wait, he looks at the priest next to him, completely baffled. What is a bizarre food god? The priest awkwardly admits he has no idea, having never seen a deity with 3 such strange attributes. Kang Hyuk mutters skeptically, wondering why it is a god of bizarre food instead of a god of cooking. His head hurts from the strange title, but then he suddenly spots the inventory option. Kang Hyuk suddenly realizes that with an inventory space, he will never have to carry heavy luggage or hide his wallet from pickpockets again. Clapping his hands with a laugh, he gladly decides to accept this quest. Bursting with enthusiasm, Kang Hyuk asks if he just needs to head north. He confirms if the Wandering Souls Winter Festival is happening there, and the priest nods in agreement. Determination burns inside him as he finally uncovers the true meaning behind his dream. Full of energy, Kang Hyuk leaves the church and prepares to set off. A magnificent sprawling temple is carved directly into the steep cliffside. This incredibly vast and sacred place is none other than the Pantheon. Seung-woo gazes at the newly engraved words on the monument, God of Swords, Victory, and Bizarre Food. He smiles and lets out a soft sigh, knowing that reaching level 98 means ascendance with just one more level. Seung-woo thinks with satisfaction that once they become a god, their path and divine title matching their achievements will be permanently engraved in the Pantheon. Seung-woo's first divine title is Sword, which he must prove by reaching the absolute peak of swordsmanship. Once he climbs from level 198 to 199, the title will finally be his. After a long journey and countless battles, Seung-woo hit level 200, defeated the Great Demon King, and claimed his second divine title Victory. This proved his double titles. The Sword God is the ultimate master of the blade, and the God of Victory can never be defeated. Seung-woo stares seriously at the stone slab. If he fails, he loses all his divine powers. He brushes it off with a casual shrug. No one can beat him in a sword fight anyway, and he has zero intention of losing. Seung-woo turns away and mutters that his third title is Monster Devourer, something he is still pretty clueless about. Sitting down on the cold ground, he wonders if he has to return to Earth to break his limits. Seung-woo laughs out loud. He thought his leveling days were done, but now he has to cook for others to level up. He sits up straight. But why Monster Devourer and not the god of cooking? It must be because Hestia is still active. Chin in hand, Seung-woo stares at the monument, completely lost for words. He casually lies back on the ground. Whatever, as long as he can keep leveling up, he is happy. Full of hope, Seung-woo thinks another powerhouse like the Demon King might show up, so he needs to save his strength. The absurd thought makes him chuckle. Feeding people monster food to level up, it looks like he is actually playing the role of a restaurant owner, a bit too well. Suddenly, a new notification pops up inside Seung-woo's book. Wasan Baek Kang-hyuk has successfully completed the mission. Seung-woo is quite pleased. Baek Kang-hyuk is now allowed to use his powers as he pleases. Seung-woo also received 155 experience points and an A-rank sword filled with Winter's deep resentment. He praises Baek Kang-hyuk for a job well done, noting that Gaia already told him about the experience points he received. Suddenly, Seung-woo frowns as he reads the page. Wait, did that guy actually try to claim the item reward too? He jumps up in a total panic and yells out that he forgot to retrieve the item reward. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk is absolutely furious, cursing that damn god under his breath. He rants about the god being a total parasite. He was so happy thinking he got an A-rank sword, so why take it back? Just as Baek Kang-hyuk is screaming and calling the deity a beggar god, something comes flying right toward him. A sword drops straight out of the sky and smacks Baek Kang-hyuk right in the face. He collapses onto the snow in agony. The locals of Terra would probably call this immediate divine punishment. Bright blinding sunlight washes over the vast snow-covered mountains. Baek Kang-hyuk runs forward at full speed, sprinting as fast as his legs can carry him. He panics, glancing back over his shoulder, because if those guys catch him, he is dead meat. His pursuers stay hot on his heels, screaming out to grab that bastard so they can crush him with their massive hammer. But right at that moment, his face turns completely pale as he looks ahead. The system pops up an alert for the Snow Ghost Festival, instructing him to catch goblins and cook the green onions growing on them. In a flash, a figure tears through the wind, charging straight ahead. The system lays down a condition: if he can slay the Snow Ghost leader. The rewards will be announced, including an S-rank rare ingredient and a chance to get the leftovers of the Snow Ghost. One of his pursuers suddenly yells out that it is not over yet, telling everyone to stay calm since the target has not done anything. Hearing this from another corner, Baek Kang-hyuk just lets out a pretty cocky laugh. Another guy scoffs in pure contempt, claiming Baek Kang-hyuk is not nearly strong enough to defeat the Snow Ghost leader on his own, leaving him with zero hope unless some crazy luck is on his side. Slipping through the crowd, he mutters to himself, asking if they really think a guy like Baek Kang-hyuk would rely on cheap luck. But suddenly, he freezes in his tracks when he bumps directly into the legs of the Snow Ghost. It immediately raises its massive sword high in the air, ready to slash him down. Luckily, Baek Kang-hyuk is quick and reads its deadly intentions just in time. The incredibly sharp blade comes crashing down in a flash, but Baek Kang-hyuk easily dodges. Back on Earth, he was once known as a proud protector of humanity. His sudden disappearance leaves the monster totally confused, but here on Terra, he is nothing but a common thief. Now Baek Kang-hyuk coldly whispers to activate his stealth ability. As he vanishes, he casually plucks a weed, muttering that since this world already labeled him a thief, he might as well play the part. After that, Baek Kang-hyuk straightens up and laughs, arrogantly, telling himself that he absolutely has to play the part well. With that, his body darts away. Everything is flawless. Baek Kang-hyuk looks a bit downcast as he laments eating the snow demon remnants only to get an A-rank sword. His voice drops as he complains that he offered the weapon up only to have it thrown back like some divine punishment. He mocks himself internally for being forced to run away from those bloodthirsty pursuers. Behind him, the angry mob is still burning with pure rage, swearing to end him in the most painful way possible. Baek Kang-hyuk calmly responds, asking if they really think he will let himself be caught. He proudly reminds himself that back on Earth, he was actually considered one of the designated protectors. Right after that, he rolls straight down the snowy mountain slope, excitedly shouting out his own superstar name. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the Grand Temple of Gods. A sudden fit of coughing hits Seung-woo as he quietly reads through a book. The book clearly states that Baek Kang-hyuk completed his mission, unlocked his inventory, and has officially emerged as a thief on Terra. Those pages go on to describe a thief with the physical power of a warrior using advanced stealth skills alongside his massive inventory capacity to steal countless priceless treasures. Because of his actions, the planet of Terra could not adapt to the sudden situation and quickly plunged into total chaos. Reading this, a smirk tugs at Seung-woo's lips, and honestly, the dark look on Renato's face is priceless. Suddenly sighing, Renato asks Seung-woo if his third godhood is supposed to be the god of gluttony. Seung-woo nods sheepishly to confirm, which makes Renato burst into a dry, confused laugh as he questions how the god of gluttony ended up with a thief for an avatar, demanding to know what is actually going on here. Closing the book, Seung-woo turns serious and admits that he clearly underestimated the guy's abilities, offering a quick apology. With a soft sigh, he explains that while the kid is incredibly fast and specializes in stealth, the real problem lies in his unique talent called Anonymous Superstar, a name that immediately leaves Renato standing there completely stunned. Massaging his temples, Seung-woo explains that the more attention the guy receives, the stronger he gets, allowing Renato to quickly realize that his power increases alongside his growing notoriety as a thief. He adds that he also accidentally unlocked the inventory skill, which basically gave a wild tiger a pair of wings. Pausing for a brief moment, he continues, noting that the guy is now called the King of Thieves and is already over level 80. Hearing this, Renato speaks up skeptically, pointing out that someone with the eye of appraisal making such a massive mistake is absolutely unbelievable. His face darkens as he explains that having the eye of appraisal was exactly why he got tricked, even though the system states the skill can see through anyone's true nature and abilities. Seung-woo points out that the guy isn't actually bad, he just has a unique view of justice, which only leaves Renato more confused about why someone with justice would act like a common crook. Helplessly scratching his head, Seung-woo explains that it is because the guy is from Earth, unlike the naturally peaceful residents of Terra. Renato presses further, asking if he means that anyone who is not a fellow Earthling simply cannot comprehend this bizarre view of justice. Seung-woo can only helplessly admit that it is indeed true. Renato's eyes suddenly flash red, confirming that even with his own vision, the guy does not register as evil, as the system reveals his demon eye of appraisal skill is designed to detect pure malice. He murmurs, asking if this means the thief has no actual malicious intent, and Seung-woo chuckles, confirming that he only wanted to do something simple. Before he can even finish, Renato cuts in to ask if the guy is literally just trying to relieve stress, to which Seung-woo quietly agrees. After a brief silence, he concludes that the kid must have been under immense pressure, trying to act like some great leader, when he is actually just a reckless brat. Hearing this, Renato gets right in his face, demanding to know why he has to do this on Terra instead of returning to Earth, leaving Seung-woo to sheepishly apologize yet again. With that settled, he opens up the record book once more. He silently reads the notifications, noting that he received 12,155 experience points from his avatar, along with ancient vinegar, a unicorn horn, and a golden goblin spoon. Seung-woo rests his chin in his hand, thinking it is funny because he disabled the offering function, yet the guy still sent them out of sheer loyalty, and would be mortified to learn who his god actually is. Flipping the pages, his expression suddenly darkens when he realizes the stolen goods this idiot sent all belong to the corrupt nobles who refused to help him fight the Demon King, despite hoarding such incredible materials. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes in his mind, wondering if he should assign a new quest to target the greedy king's personal treasury while the guy is still active as a thief. Right at that moment, Renato calls out to him, causing Seung-woo to jump in surprise and nervously ask what is wrong. With his eyes flashing a bright crimson once again, Renato warns that he has just detected a hint of a wicked conspiracy brewing inside him. Helplessly apologizing, he admits that since it is his own avatar causing trouble, it is ultimately his fault, and tells Renato that he is free to deal with him. Clasping his hands together in agreement, Renato decides it is finally time to send out his own avatar to handle this. Seung-woo looks over, noting Renato holds the powerful divinity of resurrection. Meanwhile, back in another location, Baek Kang-hyuk is still stealthily sneaking through a pitch-black corner, just as a mysterious woman suddenly prepares to ambush him from behind. Baek Kang-hyuk casually plans how to make more cash, wondering if he should grab some extra money. But right when he senses murderous intent behind him, he takes a heavy punishment blow. After that devastating hit, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly wakes up in an entirely different place. He hears Nabi calling out to ask if he's okay, while Baek Kang-hyuk frantically looks around and asks where they are. Nabi calmly explains they are in a small restaurant, noticing how exhausted he looks and suggesting he go home to sleep. Baek Kang-hyuk wipes the sweat off his forehead, muttering that the last thing he remembers is his neck getting sliced completely off by a guy called the Executioner. With that, he glances down at his phone and suddenly freezes, gasping that an entire day has already passed. Baek Kang-hyuk stands there, trembling quietly, wondering if everything was just some crazy dream. Then he suddenly yells out to summon his status window. Baek Kang-hyuk desperately pulls up the system interface, muttering that after 6 months in Terra, he needs to check his stats. And on his phone screen, the status window suddenly blinks to life. Staring at those numbers, Baek Kang-hyuk literally hurls his phone away in shock. Level 43 is just impossible, even for a genius to jump from 28 in one night. His whole body shakes with excitement, realizing what this actually means. A second later, Baek Kang-hyuk drops straight to his knees, crying out how much he loves the glorious god of gluttony. He screams and repeatedly plants kisses right on the floor, declaring his absolute love over and over again. Wasting no time, Baek Kang-hyuk leaps back up in pure joy. Once he returns to the front lines, he vows to use his power to build a grand statue of the gluttonous god. Over in the corner, Seung-woo covers his ears, shouting for the idiot to just stop already. But the guy is completely zoned out, yelling that he will build a whole shrine. Seung-woo helplessly begs him to stop, but Baek Kang-hyuk just keeps cheering about how awesome it is. Min suddenly appears out of nowhere, slapping him upside the head and telling him to cut it out. The scene shifts over to the sector at branch office. Baek Kang-hyuk slides a piece of paper right in front of Min. Min stares at the document before speaking up, noting it is a promotion match application, something Baek Kang-hyuk has never even touched before. Min O'Keefe's eyes narrow with suspicion as he asks if something major recently went down. Baek Kang-hyuk casually asks if Min would believe him if he said he's a regressor. Min just folds his arms, scoffing at the ridiculous idea of someone becoming a regressor after only a single day. Baek Kang-hyuk gives a confident wink, declaring he will sign up for promotion matches and challenge everyone ranked from 99 down to 90. Min looks highly skeptical, pointing out that challengers must put up a worthy wager and questioning if Baek Kang-hyuk even has anything that would satisfy high-ranking players. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately draws his glowing sword, proudly declaring that he is going to wager this high-value A-rank magic blade. Seeing the weapon gleaming in Baek Kang-hyuk's hand, Min marvels at the quality, admitting its massive value is obvious and leaving them with only one real path forward. After a few seconds of thought, Min concludes that since Baek Kang-hyuk can use a spatial inventory pocket, he really is a regressor. Baek Kang-hyuk just laughs teasingly, asking if he only just realized that. Min suddenly turns cold, muttering a frustrated, "Damn it." He pulls out a thick stack of cash, calling it the entry price for a real gamble. The cash is quickly divided among the guards as they burst into laughter. One jokes about using the money for a trip after catching someone cheating, while another worries they will all run when the bet pays out. A third guard laughs, saying he knew the kid would immediately go exploring with that Excalibur sword. Baek Kang-hyuk gets incredibly annoyed, grumbling that he feels totally ripped off and threatening to blow the entire support team's budget at a casino. The scene shifts once again, this time inside a cozy mini apartment. Seung-woo sits back casually sipping tea as a news broadcast announces that the country's rising superstar Baek Kang-hyuk has climbed all the way to rank 92. He chuckles to himself, thinking Baek Kang-hyuk boasted about breaking past rank 90 only to fall short of 91. Seung-woo stretches lazily, relieved that his friend is finally out of his depression and no longer crying about wanting to die. Even though the guy's powers and blessings are gone, he wonders if he should keep them in his inventory pocket as a nice keepsake. Holding the TV remote and yawning, he mutters that since all the food and basic groceries are finally sorted, he has absolutely nothing to do. The TV screen flickers to another channel advertising free admission to the Zeon fishing ground during their environmental maintenance period. Hearing that Seung-woo gets a bit curious about the local fishing spot. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he repeats the word fishing. He kicks his cozy blanket aside and instantly rushes straight out of the room. Moments later, he happily steps outside with his fishing gear slung over his shoulder, excited to close down shop and catch some dinner, even if it's just a hobby. Even in his rush, Seung-woo doesn't forget to tell Nabi that the shop is closed today, so she should go hang out with Eunha. Nabi excitedly agrees to keep an eye on the place while little Eunha politely bows her head, telling her uncle to travel safely. He smiles gently at them before heading out. Then Seung-woo walks over, pats both of their heads and promises he will be back soon. In just a flash, he already makes his way to the fishing lake. The moment Seung-woo arrives, he pauses to scan the entire area. Looking around, he sighs with a bit of hesitation about how run down it looks. Taking a few more steps, Seung-woo mutters that there are not even any signs around. As he walks up to the shack in front, an old man suddenly opens a window, saying there is no entry fee, but he must rent gear. Seung-woo smiles and replies that he brought his own gear, but he still needs to get some bait. The old man then asks if he has a hunter license, making Seung-woo a bit surprised as he replies that he brought something similar while thinking of his own fake regressor permit. The old man grows serious, slowly warning him that something has appeared. Seung-woo also puts on a worried expression, asking what exactly that is. The old man trembles as he explains there are monsters and a crack at the bottom of the lake, while Seung-woo smiles awkwardly and asks if he just said a crack. He immediately deduces that a monster is likely down there, realizing why Isaac did not care about it after assuming it was just a regular sea monster. The old man adds that monsters could show up while he is fishing, so only registered hunters are allowed in. Seung-woo remains calm, saying it is fine, but wonders why they are still running a business if there are monsters here, especially since they even advertise on television. He explains that business is actually quite good, and they were even offered a long-term contract for television ads, even if each spot only lasts 2 seconds. Seung-woo immediately understands why the commercial was so short, and when the old man asks if he truly wants to enter, he casually smiles and says of course it is worth cleaning up. Once inside, he grabs a pair of trash tongs and meticulously picks up every single piece of litter. After a while, the lake area looks much cleaner, and he says with satisfaction that this should be enough. Dusting off his hands, Seung-woo tells himself he needs to keep this place tidy, since it is the best spot to relax near the shop. At that moment, old memories flood back as he remembers how his father would always go fishing whenever he had free time. Seung-woo calmly takes in the peaceful scenery all around him. The tranquil view around him brings back fond memories, reminding him that fishing was the single true passion of his hard-working firefighter father. He vividly remembers his father holding his hand on rare days off, walking together to the local reservoir where his father would always clean up the entire lake area before they even started to fish. The memories keep flowing, recalling how the two of them caught all kinds of fish from carp to catfish and grass carp. Even the familiar taste of the past comes alive in his mind, remembering the delicious, spicy fish stew his father used to make. Thinking about it makes Seung-woo smile, as eating his father's hot pot stew felt like the ultimate reward. Snapping out of his thoughts, he shoulders his fishing rod and notes that this is exactly why fishing became his own hobby. He calmly casts his line into the water, thinking the cleaning is done and it is time to fish. At this moment, the lake's surface is covered with drifting lotus flowers. The view surprises him as he cannot believe the water is so muddy despite having so many lotuses, wondering if it is due to the crack. After observing for a few seconds, Seung-woo quietly assumes that if the water quality drops further, the fish population will plummet, leaving only a few tasteless species. Then a smirk of amusement creeps onto his face as he realizes what this means for the local fish. Suddenly, his fishing rod begins to twitch. He immediately pulls it up, finishing his thought that these fish make the absolute best ingredients for monster dishes. The rod shakes violently as the fishing line is pulled completely taut. Staring at the water, Seung-woo excitedly pulls the rod, eager to see what he is about to catch. He quickly reels it in, startled as a massive fish suddenly leaps out of the water. Watching the struggling fish, he smiles and asks why this annoying species seems to show up everywhere. The fish glares right back at him. This is a humpback skygazer, a notorious pest that every angler absolutely despises, as they seem to infest every corner and grab any hook in sight. Even so, he drops it into his bucket, wondering how it actually tastes. Reminded of people throwing up after eating it, he sighs in defeat, knowing the flavor is 100% lethal and tastes exactly like chewing on dirty sand. Anyone preparing this fish would have to hold their nose as the foul stench lingers for hours. Those eating it will choke and turn pale with thick, razor-sharp bones that are almost impossible to avoid sticking right into their mouths. In the end, they are all completely defeated by this creature, making it easily the worst fish to catch. Even so, Seung-woo just calmly smiles down at the fish in his bucket, unfazed by its terrible reputation. He grips the fishing rod once again with pure excitement, determined to catch this specific target. Meanwhile, a man wanders around nearby, searching for something in the area. Shading his eyes from the sun, the man sighs that it has been quite a while. This is Lee Jung-hoon, a supervisor from the Isekai Disaster Recovery Division. Standing by the lake, Lee Jung-hoon pinches his nose and complains about the terrible decay of this fishing spot, which used to be absolutely beautiful. Suddenly, he spots an elderly man standing off in the distance. The old man quickly pulls his hat down to avoid eye contact, leaving Lee Jung-hoon completely puzzled. The fishing site manager opens the door to his nearby wooden cabin and slowly steps inside. Seeing this, Lee Jung-hoon awkwardly scratches his head, muttering that it has really been 9 years. He recalls the official case file from his office. The owner of this Ford fishing area had formally requested help to resolve the strange issues happening here. Lee Jung-hoon holds his head in frustration and sets the file down, deciding that even for loyal regulars he had to decline. This just is not worth wasting precious manpower. Back in reality, Lee Jung-hoon turns to leave while whispering to himself that he knows nobody will help, but he is only human. Walking along the shore, he tries to recall the file details, which reported that fishing is still possible here. Right before him lies the fishing spot with a chair already set up. The reports also mentioned a heavy presence of slimes here, earning this zone an F-rank hazard rating. As Lee Jung-hoon steps closer, he spots Seung-woo already fishing inside. The young man waves enthusiastically to greet him, and Lee Jung-hoon responds with a surprise hello. Lee Jung-hoon stares at him, realizing this is the famous regressor Seung-woo talk about running into serious trouble. Then his eyes drift down to the bucket of fish Seung-woo caught. Pinching his nose to block the awful stench, Lee Jung-hoon asks why there are so many humpback skygazer fish in there. Seung-woo calmly explains he caught them for cooking, leaving the supervisor shocked that anyone would ever eat such disgusting fish. With an excited grin, Seung-woo casts his line again, confirming that it is a highly effective ingredient. To be precise, it works great for making weapons, as his cooking can easily turn into a biological weapon. Lee Jung-hoon stares back with a mix of anger and sheer disbelief, wondering if this crazy kid plans to send fellow hunters to the afterlife using these toxic fish dishes. He points down at the bucket, unable to hold back his concern. He warns Seung-woo that selling bioweapons disguised as food in a restaurant is highly illegal, and treating his potential customers like test subjects is just terrible. Hearing this, Seung-woo just looks at him, smiles, and sighs. Meanwhile, Lee Jung-hoon continues studying him closely, realizing that since this kid knows he is a restaurant owner, he must have some solid direct connection to the portal occupation forces. Finally, Seung-woo smiles and apologizes, explaining that he was too focused on fishing to clarify that he has no intention of selling them. He adds that he only plans to use the toxic fish as a tactical weapon to clear out the local slimes, leaving Lee Jung-hoon even more deeply confused as he repeats the word. Sighing in complete helplessness, the supervisor asks if he honestly plans to hunt down monsters using this disgusting fish. Seung-woo quickly reels in his line again, excitedly claiming that this stuff can kill dragons, so tiny slimes are absolutely nothing to worry about. Lee Jung-hoon is completely shocked, knowing that dragons are universally recognized as the absolute strongest and most difficult monsters to face. He imagines a mighty dragon spitting up blood, utterly baffled that someone would actually defeat a legendary beast just by cooking. Lee Jung-hoon is completely bewildered, wondering if this legendary regressor is actually joking. He looks away in defeat, reminding himself that since this guy conquered a double S-rank gate, he might actually be telling the truth. Lee Jung-hoon sits down on the nearby bench, still highly skeptical, and asks if he can really catch slimes using nothing but food. Seung-woo calmly confirms it is incredibly easy. Panicking slightly, the supervisor imagines Seung-woo running around with a spray can talking about slaying monsters as if he is just clearing out bugs with pesticide. Talk about confidence. The rod twitches again. Seung-woo smiles, claiming that dragons are really just oversized lizards that use magic, making them far from difficult to defeat. Despite their immense power, they have terrible self-control and are easily ruled by their base desires. Lifting the small fish he just caught, he laughs and says they fall for traps easily, just like common carp. Lee Jung-hoon can only stutter out the word carp in disbelief. Seung-woo gets a mischievous look on his face as he casts the bait, stating that based on his experience, food traps never fail to hook them. Despite the different species of dragons, they all share one weakness. Carrying a massive iron plate, Seung-woo marches forward with absolute determination against Kalios, the right hand of the Demon King. The sole reason he won is simple. On that metal plate rests a glowing hot block of lava, which he sets down on the ground. Looking up with a confident grin, he knows that even Kalios could not resist a delicious taste it had never experienced before. Behind him, 3 teammates watch in absolute helplessness, while he smirks, mischievously whispering for the big lizard to come over and grab a bite because dinner is ready. Back in the present, Lee Jung-hoon casts his line and asks how that works since dragons can supposedly eat anything without getting sick. Seung-woo calmly agrees. With an awkward expression, the supervisor asks what on earth he actually fed the beast. Twirling his hand, the young hunter mysteriously explains that it is his ultimate dish, which is basically an undefeated culinary creation designed specifically for slaying monsters. Then he suddenly remembers Gray. Of course, the final blow still had to be delivered with a sword, simply because his teammate demanded it furiously, shouting for him to at least pretend to swing a blade. Jung-hoon jumps up in shock, asking if such an ultimate dish even exists. Seung-woo chuckles, explaining that he already told him it is both a meal and a weapon. Looking down at the water, Seung-woo confidently adds that this is exactly what he will use to catch Slim. Jung-hoon just stares blankly, completely stunned by his absolute confidence. Finally, he looks back down at the fishing rod clutched in his hands. Jung-hoon gets up, walking over to ask how he can help. Seung-woo looks down at his catch and tells him he still needs a lot more humpback bass, 60 more to be exact. With a look of pure determination, the older man casts his line. Into the lake it goes as Seung-woo excitedly declares they must finish this today. Talk about the ultimate combination of divine wine and sacred food, a culinary pairing that represents true immortality. This food of the gods supposedly grants countless blessings to whoever tastes it. Yet, there is one particular dish among these divine creations. Sitting on the sacrificial tray is a dark jet black cube, a deadly dish capable of slaying even the gods. This is the Twilight of the Gods, a 5-star Ragnarok recipe. As he fishes, Seung-woo gets lost in his thoughts. The Ragnarok he made before was just a cheap imitation since the cooking process is brutal and the ingredients are almost impossible to find. He happily remembers taking down that massive red chicken, thinking that even though his dish was just a cheap knockoff, it still successfully defeated Kalios. He looks down at the pile of freshly caught fish and wonders what would happen if a completely average, terrible-tasting fish was cooked using the legendary Ragnarok recipe. A rather mischievous smirk slowly creeps across his face at the thought. He narrows his eyes at the pile of fish, coming up with a name for this freshwater Ragnarok variation. Should he call it the humpback bass of destruction? Watching the fish swim in circles beneath the surface, Seung-woo wonders if experimenting like this will one day lead him to creating a 6-star dish. Later that evening at a quiet pavilion right by the lotus pond, their massive catch wriggles around inside the buckets. Seung-woo stands up and looks out over the lake, asking if he comes here often. Wiping his sweat, Jung-hoon looks at his rod and replies that he used to, but it has already been 9 years. With a slightly nostalgic smile, he admits that this place did not used to look like this. He remembers his younger days catching all kinds of fish here. Back then, the lake was filled with catfish and carp instead of these humpback bass, and the water was crystal clear. He recalls how the old manager would watch him happily eat. Whenever he had a really great haul, the manager would cook up a fresh bowl of Tang, and honestly, it was absolutely delicious. Surprised, Seung-woo asks if the manager cooked for him, and Jung-hoon nods, confirming the old man was actually a pretty famous chef. Intrigued, Seung-woo notes his cooking skills must have been incredible. The older man smiles warmly, giving a big thumbs up and bragging that while he has tried that stew all over the country, nothing beats the manager's. Seung-woo gazes off into the distance, expressing a bit of regret as he hopes to taste it himself one day. With that, Seung-woo turns to leave, telling him he is going to start cooking now, while Jung-hoon yells back that he is counting on him. The two head over to a brick stove in the yard where Seung-woo fills the massive pot with water. Next, he snaps his fingers with sharp precision. A bright flame instantly erupts beneath the pot, leaving Jung-hoon stunned at how he started a fire without any fuel. He stands to the side, watching closely, as if witnessing actual magic or alchemy. Watching Seung-woo dump the fish into the pot, he realizes that since this dish is also a weapon, it feels a lot closer to casting magic than actual cooking. Meanwhile, Seung-woo excitedly tests his new recipe. He tosses in the fish, starting the first step of his humpback bass of destruction recipe, adding 1 ton of clean fish into a pot of clean water. Next, he throws in the seasoning, balancing the flavors with salt, black pepper, and some soy sauce. Stirring the pot with anticipation, Seung-woo waits for it to boil. Behind him, Jung-hoon watches the whole chaotic process in utter disbelief, asking if he is seriously cooking right now. Stirring calmly, he replies that yes, he is indeed cooking. He adds that he needs to focus now, so please remain absolutely silent. Seung-woo closes his eyes, focusing intensely as he mutters under his breath. A wild surge of energy wraps around his 2 hands as he grips the ladle. This is a dish capable of slaying gods and pushing mortals past divine limits. The water begins to bubble, violently changing color. The core technique requires true fire, eternal life, and death itself. He imagines the consumer's body burning from within. Those who eat Ragnarok must endure a continuous cycle of eternal destruction and rebirth. Their flesh will slowly turn to black ash, completely shattering their original physical form during the process, only to gain a brand new body. Through constant reconstruction, they will eventually achieve a physical state that transcends even divinity. Stirring the pot, Seung-woo watches the chaotic energy pour into the soup, but that transformation only happens if they can actually survive the pain. He looks at the raging flames and steps back, doubting if even he could survive eating this right now. Inside the pot, the fish let out a violent shriek as they burn, especially since the humpback bass is just a normal ingredient with absolutely zero buff effects. Behind him, Jung-hoon watches with deep suspicion. As the night deepens, the man can't help but wonder if this is truly magic. On the other hand, there is a grotesque sponge-like creature preserved in a chemical jar, a massive gate-blocking bioweapon known as Formula Zero, created by the brilliant scientists of planet Gunya. A scientist in protective gear reaches out toward the container of that bizarre liquid, even though this monstrous bioweapon was originally engineered to defend their world against invaders from the gates. The scientist calmly unscrews the lid of the jar. The slimy monster instantly lunges forward, wrapping itself around the scientist's body. Its gooey, gelatinous body attempts to devour the scientist. Having escaped its glass container, Formula Zero greedily absorbs everything in its path, expanding at an alarming rate. It eventually devoured the entire planet, becoming the first entity to destroy its own home world. When nothing was left to consume, Formula Zero located a shrinking dimensional rift to hide inside. Landing on Earth, it resumes its endless expansion, allowing its toxic dripping fluids to ensnare the helpless fish at the bottom of the lake. It rolls its many eyes around suspiciously, realizing there is no more prey left to consume. It begins rising to the surface, causing the water to churn violently. Suddenly, a massive chunk of food drops down, catching its attention. What is this? Without hesitation, the creature pulls the food straight into its mouth. It chews slowly, trying to process this unfamiliar sensation. It has never tasted this before. Its rubbery lips work around the bizarre flavor, trying to analyze this strange sensation. But suddenly, it burns to a crisp, letting out an agonizing, horrific shriek. Its physical form begins to warp its cells, burning up from some kind of extreme neurotoxin. Its eyes bulge in pure agony. It can't believe this world possesses such a devastating, cell-destroying chemical weapon. How dare these pathetic humans set a trap for it? As the surrounding water evaporates into a thick mist, the creature vows to endure. It must survive until its body adapts. Once the poison is fully absorbed, it will become an even deadlier weapon. Yet, its physical mass continues to wither away. In utter denial, it screams internally, refusing to accept that it will burn to death like this. Burned down to nothing but a single eyeball, it finally understands. This bizarre chemical cooking is the ultimate weapon. As its remaining eye sinks into the rift, it realizes this is the perfect bioweapon to block a two-way gate. Down beneath the lake, the closing rift is fully revealed, while Seung-woo stands silently observing. He feels a bit doubtful, wondering if the monster is truly gone for good with no way to verify. In the end, Seung-woo can only let out a defeated sigh. Staring down at the rushing currents, he decides he has to check the rift himself. Underneath the lake, the deep rift begins glowing a bright, ominous red. Seung-woo stares down in absolute bewilderment, muttering to himself. The charred remnants of the slime are still smoldering. Approaching the pile, Seung-woo realizes this is far beyond any ordinary monster. This creature was easily at the level of a demon king. He closely examines the melting, bubbling goo to confirm his suspicions. Looking at what remains, he figures this makeshift solution will have to do for now. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the ground, catching Seung-woo completely off guard. A massive wave of raw energy surges through his body. Staring down at his hands, Seung-woo wonders if his stats are about to jump. The system chimes with a notification. Seung-woo has leveled up from 256 to 257. Back on the ruined planet of Gunya, as the slime corpse slowly decomposes, Seung-woo begins to piece it together. Stroking his chin at the massive gooey carcass, he realizes this creature was actually the legendary slime demon king that once laid waste to the planet. By accidentally killing it with his toxic cooking, he managed to level up. Its rank must have been insane. He sighs with a hint of disappointment. For such a powerful beast, its tolerance for weird food was surprisingly pathetic. Hands on his hips, he looks around, recalling how this monster was once strong enough to reduce an entire world to absolute ruins. Staring at the decaying puddle, he realizes that if this thing had survived his bizarre cooking, the entire Earth would have been in grave danger. Suddenly, something on the ground catches his eye. Crouching down, Seung-woo examines the soil. Even though this planet lacks mana, the ground is incredibly fertile. Maybe that explains why the slime was so vulnerable to magic. Holding a handful of dirt, he notes how rich the ground is. If that is the case, then he has an idea. Seung-woo tightly clenches his fist, his face lighting up with excitement. This dirt would be perfect for starting his own farm. Standing up, he dusts off his hands. Since he cleared out the slime demon king from this unclaimed territory, doesn't that make him the rightful owner? With a quick snap of his fingers, he decides he should place a marker to officially claim his new property. Right on cue, his personal emblem begins to glow on the dark ground. Walking out, he waves his hand to conjure a magic door. He really should make a portal to the basement too. Seung-woo slowly steps through the doorway. He keeps repeating to himself that he needs a portal connecting to the basement. The next morning at the Isekai branch office, a loud scream echoes through the building. Lee Jung-hoon sits in his chair, laughing excitedly. The monsters are completely wiped out and the rift is closed. He feels fantastic. Suddenly, a noise makes him regain his composure. He looks over as his researcher calls out to him. The scientist is just as excited as he makes a proposal asking to study the poison that killed the slime. If possible, he thinks they should use this poison as a military weapon, declaring it would be the discovery of the century. His face is full of determination as he tries to persuade Lee Jung-hoon, claiming that replication is entirely possible as long as he knows the ingredients. He just needs an introduction to the creator, but Lee Jung-hoon's deeply dissatisfied look makes him stop. He snaps back, asking what replication he is talking about. The scientist is left slightly confused, asking for clarification. Then Lee Jung-hoon glares down at him, spelling out the ingredients used, which are salted, humpback gizzard, shad, and garlic, making the scientist tremble like a leaf as he mutters in disbelief. Meanwhile, he points his finger directly down at the young man, excitedly explaining the entire cooking process, telling him that you just mix all the ingredients thoroughly while boiling them in water. Hearing this, the scientist is completely dazed, stammering that it is just a dish, but Lee Jung-hoon covers his face and cuts him off, confirming that the poison is indeed just an absurd meal called the ruin of the humpback gizzard, shad. Pushing up his glasses, the confused scientist wonders, is it truly possible to defeat a slime with just a single dish? His mental processor quickly overloads. Red flags fly everywhere, flashing a bright error warning. Finally, he can only nod silently, with steam rising from his head, deciding to write down that he does not know in the report, which Lee Jung-hoon agrees sounds totally reasonable. He leaves. Just like that, Min steps into the room. He walks over to him with confidence, asking if he finally understands his master's skills now. Lee Jung-hoon praises him, asking if all of them are this sharp, and wonders how he knew this had to do with the regressor. Min simply shrugs and smiles, saying it's not his doing, but rather that the manager is just too easy to read. Finding himself read like a book, Lee Jung-hoon blushes and backs away. He yells out, asking if he is a psychic. He quickly denies it. He doesn't have that kind of skill. Finally, Lee Jung-hoon clears his throat and regains his calm, saying to forget it as he now understands why he said those things about him, and Min confidently replies that he is glad he finally understands. Suddenly, he recalls the image of Seung-woo fishing and blushes, admitting that even though they are both men, he finds the guy strangely attractive, especially with those strong forearms of his that look so incredibly good when he is out there angling. Opposite him, Min regrettably states that the difference in leadership between the two is like night and day, making Lee Jung-hoon grimace and glare at him, angrily asking who on earth he is talking about. Then he points his finger in dissatisfaction, asserting that when it comes to leadership, nothing proves that Seung-woo is any better. Problem-solving and guidance are two completely different things. Seeing him angry, Min quickly explains he isn't comparing the two of them, but rather comparing his master with Bak Kang-hyuk. Realizing his mistake, Lee Jung-hoon blushes again, muttering that anyone is better than that guy. Suddenly, he raises his hand with a highly flattering look, praising him as being in the top 3 most trustworthy people he knows, with the second being the Secretary General himself. Hearing this, he crosses his arms, laughs awkwardly, and shrugs it off, saying the Secretary General is indeed reliable, while Min smiles in agreement, noting that though he is completely different from his master, he is still trustworthy. Lee Jung-hoon remarks that those two are completely different. It's like comparing a healing story and a horror movie. Min replies that it is more like a righteous hero versus a dark hero. They recall the imposing figure of Isaac, Secretary General Ju Hyuk-jin, a cold-hearted man who uses any means necessary with reflexes so incredibly fast they leave others speechless, and sharp decision-making that never disappoints in any game of chess, which is how people describe him. Lee Jung-hoon's eyes suddenly grow wary. He dreads the day the Secretary General and Seung-woo finally meet. A massive bomb will explode between them. He does not have the confidence to keep everything under control. Back in reality, Lee Jung-hoon pats Min on the shoulder. He tells him to listen. Looking at him with an expression of deep trust, he declares that as branch manager he will grant him a special privilege, while Min immediately senses something bad and asks what it is. He asserts that from now on he shouldn't tell him anything about the regressor, Seung-woo, and doesn't need to share or report anything at all, leaving Min completely frozen in confusion. Realizing the intent, he laughs in frustration and yells, asking what kind of privilege that is and if it is any different from telling him to take those secrets to his grave. But Lee Jung-hoon ignores him, covering his ears while trying to smile and explain that if he knows, the Secretary General will know too, and sometimes ignorance is bliss. Keep that in mind. Just report today's normal activities to me. Suddenly, he speaks up loudly, saying that today he went by the diner, making Lee Jung-hoon's face turn dark as he awkwardly asks what diner, while internally screaming in anger that he already told him not to report these things. With an incredibly serious and frustrated expression, Min talks nonstop, saying he sensed an highly unusual object in the basement and is reporting this because he worries it might spread further. But Lee Jung-hoon completely ignores him. He covers his ears and shakes his head, screaming that he can't hear anything. He tries to sing loudly, making Min tremble with helpless anger, singing that even if the EC dries up and Mount Baekdu wears away. He turns around, slams the door, and walks away in frustration. What a child. Afterwards, Min stands in silence, lost in thought, telling himself to forget it, but wondering what on earth is in the basement since he can only sense it slightly, but it feels like a boss monster. At the same time, in the basement of the Warriors restaurant, which was a gift from his former colleague Renato, the pudding slime is being raised here. The pudding slime is happily eating leftovers from the plate. It is a rare creature that eats food waste and produces sweet pudding in return. In a quiet corner of the room, the pudding slime stares at another slime. Turns out there is another one hiding right here. Formula Zero is shaking with pure fear. Surviving this long is already a miracle, but what should it do next? After all, it is a former biological weapon, built to stop dimensional gates. It struggles to crawl out of the burnt mushy pile, even though its entire body was completely oxidized after taking a devastating hit from the humpback anglerfish. It survived by adjusting and splitting its cells. After passing through the dimensional portal that Seung-woo opened, it spots the little pudding slime. It sighs in relief, realizing there is a creature here that looks just like itself. It opens its mouth wide, thinking that absorbing this creature will restore its original strength. Once it recovers, it plans to consume everyone in sight. Slowly, its body absorbs a part of the pudding slime, but in the end, only its color changes. Frustrated, it screams out, demanding to know why it did not get any bigger despite changing its color. The slime trembles with helpless rage. It curses silently, wishing this useless target had a much better skill to steal. Suddenly, a small piece of jelly shoots out from its body. Staring at the pudding, it wonders if this is some kind of basic division skill. If it consumes this much energy, it has to be something useful. A sudden set of footsteps startles the slime, making it turn around in a panic as a familiar voice calls out about a tasty pudding. The terrified slime looks up at him, too scared to make a sound. Seung-woo walks over, looking down with a curious expression. He notes that surviving the trip through his portal is actually quite impressive. Then his face darkens with pure rage as he looks around. He demands to know if the creature just devoured his precious pudding slime. Looking down from above, Seung-woo inspects the creature. Seeing its size has not changed at all, he calmly points out that it must have lost its ability to grow. The terrified slime screams inside as Seung-woo notes it cannot speak without vocal cords anyway. Next, Seung-woo summons a bright blue flame, glaring down with intense anger. He mutters that no matter what, he is still incredibly annoyed about his pudding slime being eaten. With a dark expression, he raises his sword to strike, declaring that he will not show any mercy. He prepares to finish it in one blow while the slime screams out in terror. It covers its head as tears stream down, begging inside for its life to be spared. But after waiting for a blow that never comes, it opens its eyes a fraction. Seung-woo freezes mid-air, caught off guard by an incredibly sweet aroma. He slowly calms down and stares at the ground, wondering what this smell is. On the plate next to the trembling slime sits a delicious piece of pudding. Seung-woo wonders if the creature produced it from the original slime. Seung-woo lowers his sword and picks up the jelly-like treat, sniffing the rich aroma. He gently squeezes the soft, bouncy jelly in his hand, observing how perfectly elastic it is. Without a single second thought, he pops it straight into his mouth to test the flavor. His face immediately lights up with pure joy as the flavor bursts across his tongue. Savoring the taste, he completely ignores Yang-sik, standing right in front of him. He ponders the flavor, guessing it is some kind of mint-apple blend unlike anything on Earth or Terra. He wonders if it is because it came from another world. Looking down, he rests his chin in his hand and thinks deeply. He wonders what to do, acknowledging it tastes even better than the last pudding slime, but remembers this thing is still the Demon King slime. Morally speaking, he knows he cannot just let it go. Seeing Seung-woo lost in thought, the slime sweats in sheer terror. Looks like the poor thing knows he is actively debating its survival. A second later, he lifts his sword again and announces his final decision to Yang-sik. The trembling creature can only look up in dread. Seung-woo calmly stores his sword back into his spatial inventory. He tells Yang-sik that before making a move, he is going to inspect its memories first. Reaching into a glowing jade-green spatial portal, he pulls out a massive wheel-like pocket watch. He gently holds the large clock up in front of the slime, reminding it that this timepiece will help him make his final choice. The massive clock is adorned with multiple shimmering hands and sparkling circular gemstones all along its border. This is a divine-grade item, allowing him to easily peer into the target's deepest memories. Yang-sik stares at the clock. Although the initial terror has faded, a deep anxiety sets in about having its mind completely read. The very next second, he activates the device. Gentle rays of brilliant light begin to emanate from the wheel, scattering into the surroundings. Kneeling on the ground with his eyes shut, Seung-woo aims the glowing device straight at Yang-sik. His eyebrows furrow in deep concentration as the entire room falls into a heavy silence. Yang-sik's expression shifts from pure worry to desperate hope as it watches the glowing timepiece. However, after finishing the mind search, Seung-woo hesitates. He simply stands there staring directly at the quiet creature. Shaking all over, Yang-sik turns pale with anxiety, shutting its eyes tight while waiting for the final verdict. It silently curses Seung-woo. Dramatic pause, absolutely terrified of dying. Outside the restaurant, Min and Kang-hyuk finally make their appearance. A few days have passed, and Kang-hyuk is eagerly telling Min about how the world has plenty of smelly delicacies. He mentions China's stinky tofu, Japan's kusaya, and Korea's fermented skate. He insists that while the food here smells a bit strange, it is incredibly addictive. Min can only let out a heavy sigh, pointing out that enjoying normal, delicious food should be the default. Frowning at his friend's overly serious lecture, Min pushes the door open and complains that the texture and smell of this place are just too much. Suddenly, the tip of Bae Kang-hyuk's shoe accidentally bumps right into Yang-sik's face. He turns around with a highly suspicious look, his face practically covered in giant question marks. The very next second, Hang Hyuk jumps back in terror as Yang Sik holds up a serving tray right below him, his scowl instantly shifting to total shock. Pointing helplessly down at Yang Sik, Hang Hyuk asks his boss what on earth this thing is. Seung-woo proudly crosses his arms to show off his latest achievement, calling it his new employee and air freshener smelling pretty great. Only then does Hang Hyuk crouch down to sniff the creature. Now that the boss mentioned it, there really is a pleasant floral scent making him feel like they are vacationing in some warm southern paradise. Meanwhile, Yang Sik shoots Hang Hyuk, a look of absolute disgust. But as soon as his senses return, Hang Hyuk rushes forward in a panic. Wait, this cannot be right. Is that not a monster? Seung-woo remains perfectly calm, saying he can call it that, but Hang Hyuk fiercely protests that no matter what it is, still a dangerous slime. Annoyed, he quickly reaches inside his jacket for his gun. If this monster starts multiplying, it will become a massive disaster, and as a frontliner, he simply cannot turn a blind eye to this threat. But he suddenly freezes when he notices Seung-woo's incredibly calm, smiling face. Hang Hyuk's face goes pale as he slowly lowers his hands, giving up on his initial plan. That is right, this dangerous regressor would never let him slide if he shot his pet slime. He stands there with a deep frown, fighting his own inner conflict as his confusion keeps growing. Once again, he pulls out the six-shooter revolver from inside his jacket. Gripping the weapon, Hang Hyuk tries to look serious despite his racing heart. No, he must do what is right. He is blessed by the god of swordsmanship and victory. Hang Hyuk raises his voice to warn him seriously, saying that as a frontliner, this is completely unacceptable. Letting a monster roam free in a restaurant is totally different from keeping a shape-shifting cat. Seung-woo just smiles, resting his chin on his hand while pretending to listen before asking if Hang Hyuk actually has a solution to this problem. Startled and annoyed by the response, Hang Hyuk snaps back, asking if Seung-woo honestly thinks a solution even exists. Seung-woo stays silent, simply crossing his arms with a heavy, disappointed sigh. Really, he says he only waited for them because he thought they would know what to do. Right on cue, Min calmly chimes in, saying there actually might be a way, which immediately makes Hang Hyuk turn around with a totally blank, confused expression. Min suddenly scoops up Yang Sik with both hands, causing the slime to drop its serving tray. But first, he says he has a quick question. Min playfully squeezes and pokes Yang Sik in his hands, his expression turning completely relaxed as he wonders what kind of species this actually is. Normal slimes are highly acidic, yet this one is completely harmless, incredibly soft and fragrant. Meanwhile, a highly offended Yang Sik struggles to break free, screaming at them to let go immediately and demanding to know how they dare treat him like a common dog. Standing behind the counter, Seung-woo happily explains that he removed all the toxins from its body last night. Min keeps petting Yang Sik as he realizes that if that is the case, they might actually have a solution. Glancing back at Nabi happily standing on two legs, Min suggests reporting that one of Seung-woo's awakened skills is taming. Seung-woo is a bit surprised to hear this. Taming is the ability to manage and control monsters, and since he already keeps a shape-shifting cat around, registering a slime would not raise any eyebrows at all. Min then curiously asks for the slime's name. Seung-woo, pleased with the registration plan, happily replies that the little creature is named Yang Sik. Yang Sik flinches and looks up the moment Min sets him on the floor, shocked to hear his name being called. Intrigued, Min pulls out a small notepad to take notes. Since it is a slime, it has to be classified as a combat monster. Seung-woo could receive breeding subsidies for this, but it also means he will get drafted whenever a dungeon gate opens up. Seung-woo stands with crossed arms, a look of clear annoyance and helplessness on his handsome face, admitting he really does not want to be drafted. Min O'Keefe's next suggestion leaves both Seung-woo and Hang Hyuk staring in utter disbelief. He calmly suggests they simply forge the documents and register it as a harmless F-rank slime, making Seung-woo ask if that is actually allowed. Scribbling in his little notepad with a wry smile, Min explains that it is perfectly fine since the branch manager has handed full responsibility of Seung-woo's cases over to him. Hearing this, Seung-woo lets out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling much better. He figures Min probably knows everything about Yang Sik but simply chooses not to dig any deeper. Down below, Yang Sik trembles with emotion, his eyes welling up with tears over being given such a name. Finally, Min happily confirms the decision, stating he will officially register this slime as an F-rank creature. This way, his restaurant business will not be affected at all. Seung-woo smiles with deep gratitude, offering a warm thank you, while Hang Hyuk stands completely frozen in absolute disbelief, watching the two of them casually exchange pleasantries as if nothing happened. Hang Hyuk is left in utter despair, screaming in his head for the branch manager to save him because these two are clearly plotting a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Seung-woo casually asks Min if he wants some pudding, and Min happily accepts the offer without a single shred of hesitation. Right on cue, Nabi happily slides over with a hot cup of coffee, letting Hang Hyuk know his drink is ready. Taking a sip of his coffee while browsing the menu, Hang Hyuk decides he has done enough trying to stop them. It is time to see what today's special hunter menu has to offer. A specific section of the menu immediately catches his eye, featuring none other than lamb steak. Hang Hyuk instantly brightens up, waving Nabi over to order 3 full portions of the lamb steak. Nabi turns back with a playful grin, teasing him about his massive appetite. Leaning back coolly in his chair, he proudly boasts about spending half a year surviving in Terra, claiming that eating monster meat is no longer a challenge for him but simply a normal part of his everyday routine. Nabi's eyes sparkle with excitement as she showers him with praise, generously deciding to make his meal completely free for today. Hang Hyuk practically beams with pride, quietly thinking that this is indeed one incredibly sharp cat. With a grumpy expression, Yang Sik carries a plate of raw meat on his head, silently complaining about how anyone could eat such garbage and concluding that people in this world are absolutely bizarre. He stares at the plate of fresh meat with pure excitement, completely losing his patience now that it is finally here. Hang Hyuk lifts a juicy piece of grilled meat and takes a massive bite. Happily stuffing his face, he praises the incredible flavor that explodes with every single chew, claiming this dish is vastly superior to any disappointing meal he had back in Terra. Meanwhile, Yang Sik looks on with a pale, trembling face, wondering how anyone could happily eat a dish that would probably kill a normal creature after just one single bite. Just then, the restaurant doors are thrown wide open once again. A lively group of customers steps inside cheerfully, calling out to the owner that they have arrived. Seung-woo greets them with a warm welcome, while Nabi happily ushers everyone inside the cozy restaurant. They all find a spot to sit down, calling out to the owner that they want to order. Their non-stop shouting forces Yang Sik to keep moving as more and more orders pile up. Balancing a heavy food tray on his head, he grumpily complains in his mind, wishing this endless crowd would just stay home and cook for themselves instead of eating out all the time. Tears of frustration stream down Yang Sik's face as he serves the food. "Just wait until I get my body back," he tells himself. But unfortunately, as long as Seung-woo keeps his power sealed away, Yang Sik's body will never recover. 2 glasses clink together in a warm toast. Jung-hoon sits at the table in high spirits, happily commenting that the drinks taste absolutely amazing tonight and acknowledging that his companion has been through a lot lately. The man in the denim jacket sitting opposite him merely shrugs it off as nothing special. His eyes look slightly embarrassed as he speaks, feeling like everything is finally returning to normal. Down in the crystal-clear water, the fish keep swimming around. Jung-hoon looks incredibly gentle, offering a warm and soft smile. The man in the denim jacket suddenly looks up in surprise after hearing the news. He's going to receive compensation for his losses from the disaster relief department. While serving up some food, he happily explains that the money is meant to support local development and compensate for his suspended work. It might not be much, but it will help. The man listens in total disbelief, asking if it is really true. Jung-hoon presents the dish and speaks with absolute sincerity under the man's gaze, explaining that he did not do this just because of their personal connection. A hot, fragrant dish is placed right in front of the man in the denim jacket, who truly deserves to receive it. His next words deeply move the man, bringing tears to his eyes as Jung-hoon admits it was their fault for not supporting him when he needed it most. His entire body begins to tremble and his voice shakes as he thanks the branch manager for his kindness during such a difficult time. Jung-hoon gently stands up to comfort him, assuring him that everything is okay now. Under the beautiful clear sky, he confidently assures the man that everything is going to be perfectly fine from now on. The scene immediately cuts to a towering skyscraper home of the Isekai Korea branch. Inside his office, Jung-hoon sits at his desk, staring thoughtfully at his secretary. Looking extremely annoyed and uncomfortable, he asks if an official document was actually sent. Ji-hyun, though slightly intimidated, honestly confirms that it is indeed real and asks him to take a look. A prominent purple stamp is clearly embossed on the document. Jung-hoon quickly looks it over, clutching his head in pure disbelief. He cannot believe they actually granted official authorization for the armed mobile unit, having never expected them to accept it. His complaining makes Ji-hyun look away in embarrassment as he rants about how everyone returned half-dead from that bizarre food challenge, leaving them completely short-staffed. He admits he only requested backup out of sheer frustration because they were desperate, but to his absolute shock, they actually sent real assistance. She immediately puts on a bright smile and suggests that this might actually be a good thing since they finally got the backup they needed. But deep down, her mind is already drifting to a dream vacation, excitedly wondering if she can finally escape to a beautiful beach in Bali or Hawaii for some real rest. Jung-hoon slams his hand on the desk and speaks frankly, stating that the Secretary General is definitely not that kind of person. Interlocking his fingers right under his chin, with an incredibly serious look, he notes that what the man hates most is failure and inefficiency. Sending this force must come with a catch or some sort of strict condition. Looking over at Ji-hyun, he asks if she knows exactly which armed mobile unit is being sent. Keeping her hands behind her back, she hesitates with a look of pure caution. Her eyebrows furrow and her face grows incredibly tense as she reveals that it is the Isekai Full Metal Heroes Command. Hearing those words, Jung-hoon suddenly slams his desk and leaps out of his chair, demanding to know why they would send the best of the best to a place like this. His expression grows increasingly shocked, muttering that this is absolutely impossible. A sudden terrifying thought makes Jung-hoon break into a cold sweat, wondering if they already know about Jo Seung-woo's existence. Jo Seung-woo might look harmless, but he is actually a highly dangerous regressor capable of causing an unprecedented global disaster. He is essentially a ticking nuclear bomb with power that far exceeds even the best hunters out there. If they brought in this elite unit to subdue him in an emergency, it would make sense, but something still feels deeply wrong here. Stressed out of his mind, Jung-hoon slumps back into his chair and clutches his head. Seeing his terrible state, Ji-hyun can only look on in deep worry, calling out to her branch manager. He suddenly looks up as if a terrifying realization just hit him, declaring that if their superiors are indeed planning this, they must be stopped. No matter how elite these hunters are, they cannot hope to stop someone like Jo Seung-woo. They have made a massive miscalculation. She stands there listening, looking completely bewildered and confused by his words. Jung-hoon repeatedly taps his finger on the document, looking extremely hesitant as he wonders if he should report this to his superiors. He simply cannot think of any other option. His eyes turn unusually sharp as he sinks deep into thought, wondering if the Secretary General knows something that he does not. Waving his hands in a frantic and bizarre manner, he mutters to himself that it is completely impossible unless the Secretary General has secretly planted a spy inside that very restaurant. The scene cuts to a bright sunny day, shining on the rooftop. Taeji lets out a loud sneeze and shivers before starting his meal, grumbling that he absolutely hates this terrible weather. Today, the delicious menu laid out in front of him consists of a Western-style pork cutlet and warm mushroom soup. He slowly plunges his fork deep into the thick, juicy meat. His next move is to lift a small piece up towards his mouth. Taeji casually pops the piece of meat right into his mouth. At first, his face simply shows him quietly chewing his food. Jo Seung-woo suddenly appears, with the others clapping excitedly around him and praising how fast an athlete can finish a meal in just 2 minutes. This leaves Taeji feeling slightly embarrassed, replying that it is not just because he is an athlete, though he agrees with them. Raising a single finger, he politely asks if he can get another serving. Rolling up his sleeves, the chef warmly replies that he will make an extra-large portion for him this time. Hearing that, his face instantly fills with relief as he thanks him for the generous offer. His eyes suddenly lock onto tiny Yangsik carrying a plate of food. Why on earth is there a slime in a restaurant? Taeji watches the creature with absolutely zero friendliness. Is this thing actually trying to help him? It is quite an interesting little guy, and a strangely fresh scent is wafting from its body. A small part of its jelly body starts wiggling. He glances back at the kid behind him, trying to stay calm. No matter how weird this situation is, a slime is still just a slime. His furrowed brows and clenched fists show pure determination. He absolutely refuses to let anything hurt, not even to leave a single scratch on her. Yangsik has been staring right back this entire time, feeling equally annoyed. What is wrong with that human anyway? It clearly remembers Jo Seung-woo's promise. It works hard because the boss promised to protect it as long as it did its job. So it worked incredibly hard to learn how to clean, study human knowledge, and manage the daily chores of the restaurant. But Taeji is giving off an incredibly intimidating vibe right now. What is this guy's deal? Confused, Yangsik whips its head around to glare back, wondering what on earth it could have done wrong. 2 sharp glares, one high and one low, lock in a direct clash. Before Yangsik even realizes it, his entire body gets scooped up. Seung-woo suddenly pops up behind it and starts scolding, asking who taught this useless thing to glare at customers. Yangsik can only take the heat, feeling totally wrong since it did not start the staring contest. He casually holds the slime and walks right over to Taeji, warmly asking if he is uncomfortable around slimes since they are harmless. Calming down, Taeji sits back and sighs, admitting the creature instinctively triggered his defensive reflexes. Seung-woo casually tosses Yangsik up and down like a toy. He complains that everyone gets too defensive around the slime, adding that since it is incredibly bouncy, Taeji could basically use it as a basketball. Taeji quickly stands up to stop him, pleading with him not to do that in front of Eunha since she will probably copy his bad habits. Seung-woo just tucks the slime under his arm, claiming it is perfectly safe. Yangsik pulls a miserable squish face but does not dare utter a word, secretly crying that it is the one in actual danger here. Hearing this, Taeji finally lets out a sigh of relief. In a quiet, serious tone, he warns the boss that it is best to hide the slime immediately. Hearing this, Seung-woo is left completely puzzled as to why. Looking up with a dead serious expression, Taeji drops a bombshell. The mobile combat unit is heading their way. The boss is left looking totally blank and confused. This specialized combat unit is definitely not the standard capital defense force he is used to. Sitting with his arms crossed, Taeji asks in a serious tone if he wants the quick summary or the full detailed story. Since Seung-woo has plenty of free time, he requests the deep dive. Taeji agrees, starting all the way back from their very foundation. It all begins with the visual of powerful individuals fighting off monsters, the awakened ones, the hunters, people blessed with extraordinary and special abilities. They stood as the ultimate shields of justice, protecting the weak from cruelty. These hunters put their lives on the line to slaughter monsters pouring out from gates and cracks, defending humanity itself. But in reality, a tiny handful of heroes had to face an endless horde of beasts. Regular victims, like a terrified little girl, could do nothing but hide behind their backs and weep. That was when ordinary people started questioning their own helplessness. Were they doomed to just be protected forever simply because they lacked special powers? But deep down, as seen in that little girl's eyes, humanity desperately wanted to stand up and fight back with their own hands. Clinging tightly to her worn-out toy, she represented the collective cry of the weak. They desperately needed weapons capable of piercing a monster's heart and heavy armor to protect their own fragile bodies. That is when Cyberdyne stepped in, a massive global corporation leading the frontier of scientific development. They answered the desperate call of humanity by manufacturing advanced, single-use mechanical weapons of war to finally level the playing field. Deep within their facility lay a massive, inactive robot designed for the mobile combat unit. Seung-woo is completely taken aback, repeating the words in disbelief, "A single-use war robot." Seung-woo stands with his hands on his hips, totally blown away by the incredible concept of a giant war machine that humans can actually pilot. Sitting upright, Taiji confirms his theory, explaining that although it was initially designed to be a drone, they had to switch to manned cockpits due to heavy electromagnetic jamming in high-density monster zones, cutting off wireless signals. Letting his imagination run wild, the boss immediately gets fired up, thinking how absolutely epic that sounds. In his usual innocent fashion, he asks why on earth a high-tech military force would be coming all this way just for a tiny slime. Taiji can only let out a tired sigh, explaining that even the most advanced mobile combat units have some pretty severe limitations. Seung-woo's eyes go wide as he finally connects the dots. If a squishy slime crawls into those gears, the machinery would be completely ruined. Taiji looks way too exhausted to even smile about it. He explains that countless pilots have been arrested over such stupid accidents, which is exactly why the mobile armed unit absolutely despises slimes. Looking down at Yang Sik, he realizes that their hatred actually makes total sense. The scene shifts to the massive ISAC headquarters. Lee Jung-hoon and his top executives are already gathered inside. Polished black boots stand tightly lined up in formation. A woman in a crisp military uniform steps forward with a sharp salute, introducing herself as Captain Gu Hina of the 6th Mobile Unit. Jung-hoon returns the formal greeting, introducing himself as the branch manager. A whole squad of giant combat mechs appears behind her. She is the formidable leader standing behind them. Min glances sideways, catching Kang Hyuk wearing a smug, incredibly sly smirk on his face. The guy is already trying to catch her eye, muttering that strong, powerful women are totally his type. Kang Hyuk quickly slides closer to her, whispering what a tragic waste it is for such an amazing woman to be a soldier, especially when she's already married. See, in his mind, Henna is someone completely lacking in confidence. The higher-ranked elite hunters probably make her feel pretty insecure, right? She just lets out a soft sigh, offering a quiet smile as her only response. Henna flicks Han Hyuk hard on the forehead to snap him back to reality. She saw right through the whole act from the start. Tough luck if you were trying to grab her attention, superstar kiddo. He shivers with absolute rage, head literally steaming from the sheer humiliation. Jong-hoon greets her in the headquarters hallway, saying he is glad she made it and has prepared a nice room so she can make herself at home. Henna is thrilled with the support, thanking him before asking if there is any other business to attend to. He asks if she wants to go out. It is her free time anyway, so why not take a stroll and check out the city? She politely declines his offer to show her around, saying she already has a specific destination in mind. Jong-hoon looks quite surprised, wondering where she could possibly want to go. Henna is incredibly excited about a famous local spot she heard of, a restaurant serving dishes made directly from monster ingredients. He desperately signals Min and Han Hyuk, so they do not get the wrong idea, claiming he never brought that place up. Making an X sign, Han Hyuk swears he is totally innocent too. One look at Min O'Keefe's totally confused face proves he is telling the truth, definitely not him. She eagerly explains her deep desire to taste monster cuisine at least once in her life, even though she heard rumors that it tastes absolutely atrocious. Min tries his absolute best to stop Henna from going, warning her that the food is so horrific he strongly advises against eating it. She reassures them by mentioning her love for weird foods, pointing out that she has already tried bizarre dishes like kusaya and surströmming. Min is left utterly speechless by her bizarre tastes, but points out there is a huge difference between smelly food and actual monster meat. Henna releases a terrifying murderous aura that makes him shake, admitting she desperately wants to try slime if they have it. Min feels a heavy weight of responsibility to change her mind, knowing he must stop her from visiting that place at all costs. Jong-hoon casually mentions that the chef has indeed prepared slime before. Hearing this, her curiosity instantly fires up and she decides she will head straight there immediately. He instantly turns gloomy, staring helplessly at Henna's retreating figure. Min is deeply worried about Yang Sik's safety, questioning the branch manager for approving Jo Seung-woo pet slime so easily. Jong-hoon nonchalantly replies that Jo Seung-woo keeps it because it is highly useful. The shocking words that follow leave Jong-hoon completely frozen. It turns out Jo Seung-woo is also raising a slime to work as staff. The boss snaps, arguing that Min should have reported this immediately. But Min fires right back, reminding him that he explicitly ordered him not to report such trivial matters. Jong-hoon insists a major detail like this should be obvious to report. Defending his honor, Min counters that he was never given clear guidelines on what counts as important. Instead of helping Hannah, Hugh pours fuel on the fire, commenting on how communication breakdowns are tragic and that is why Min should talk more. That comment gets both Jong-hoon and Min to scream at him to shut up. Meanwhile, Hannah has finally made her way to the famous restaurant. For some reason, Taeji and Jo Seung-woo completely freeze on the spot for 5 seconds. They knew Hannah would show up, and right on cue there she is. She gently opens the door, immediately scanning the room with intense curiosity. Nabi enthusiastically waves to greet her, leaving Hannah absolutely shocked that the waiter is a cat, cooing over how adorable the little feline is. Jo Seung-woo quickly looks around for Yang Sik, praising Nabi but wondering where the slime went. It turns out Yang Sik is struggling hard to transform into a human shape. Slimes can change shape with enough focus, but Yang Sik is pushing his absolute limits, barely holding the human shape he was instructed to take. Sweat pours down its face as it realizes it cannot hold this form much longer. Yet even the quietest sound cannot escape Hannah's sharp ears. She immediately grows suspicious, mentioning she just heard some strange squishing noises. Nabi politely warns her that the slime dish is really only suitable as a light dessert similar to ice cream or pudding. However, Hannah immediately questions if that warning implies the flavor is bad. Nabi reassures her it is delicious, warning her about high calories instead. Hearing this, Yang Sik breathes a sigh of relief in the background, having almost been caught. Yang Sik gets increasingly annoyed by this ridiculous situation, questioning why an actual staff member has to constantly hide from a customer instead of just staying safely down in the basement. It quickly morphs into human form to avoid getting caught, knowing it can only maintain this physical shape for 20 seconds before needing to hide. Balancing Hannah's food tray on its head, Yang Sik quickly dashes outside. The moment she looks away, Yang Sik finally shifts back into a slime. He is terrified of exposing his true identity to Hannah. It is way too difficult. He waits until she finally uses a napkin to wipe her mouth. Yang Sik quietly clears away 8 empty plates. In reality, Hannah had already noticed every single one of his suspicious movements. Glaring daggers right at Yang Sik, she demands to know if he is actually a slime. His eyes pool with tears, ready to cry. Everyone freezes for a few seconds at her question. Her hand accidentally brushes against the cutlery on the table. Nabi quickly steps forward to shield Yang Sik, who has already reverted entirely to his original jelly-like form. Hannah's ferocious glare utterly terrifies the poor creatures. As it turns out, she has her own painful, deeply personal reasons for despising slimes. Flashback to when Hannah was still bravely fighting on a chaotic battlefield. She was wounded in her right eye, leaving her completely drained of strength. Yet the moment Hannah opened her mouth, she immediately asked about her comrades, wondering if everyone was all right. Her 2 subordinates quickly replied to reassure her, saying that somehow they were still doing fine, Captain. Suddenly, the voice of Bishop crackled through her earpiece to deliver a message. He was desperately calling Hannah for help, screaming that a slime had squeezed into the cockpit and was trying to melt him alive. She yelled, a warning to her surrounding comrades, telling Bishop to hang on while ordering her team to push the engines to the absolute limit so they could find and eliminate the beast. Hannah was completely helpless in this sudden, terrible crisis. Her heavy mobile battle armor had to be assembled before the mission and disassembled afterward, meaning a pilot could never take the suit off on their own. Tears welled up in her eyes, mixing with the boiling rage in her heart. That is exactly why Hannah despises slimes so much. For a pilot or an ordinary civilian, there is simply no way to stop a slime from penetrating the machine's hull, leaving them with no choice but a slow, agonizing death. She grabs a meat cleaver to use as a weapon, declaring she will kill it. Seung-woo quickly intervenes, wanting to prevent things from spiraling completely out of control in front of his guest. He politely points out that the knife in Hannah's hand is actually meant for slicing Japanese pork cutlets. His gentle voice carries a sharp warning that knife is absolutely not a weapon. Seung-woo stands back, watching the tense confrontation between Nabi and Hannah. He lets out a quiet sigh, having already heard her tragic story from TG. Seeing Hannah's absolutely furious expression, Seung-woo can easily understand exactly why she is acting so aggressively. He looks at Yang Sik, trembling behind Nabi. Honestly, it makes you wonder, doesn't she realize this little guy has his own heartbreaking story too? Seung-woo falls into his own memories, recalling that Yang Sik was never originally a slime. He pictures a terrified Yang Sik facing a slime, desperately clutching his bedsheets after a dimensional rift opened. Monsters attacking civilians had become common, and a slime had targeted the young boy quickly, showing a bizarre interest in him. Yet this particular slime was highly unusual. As the slime slammed its hand onto the floor, Seung-woo's inner thoughts continued. The creature was capable of absorbing both the knowledge and personality of its prey through digestion. In his mind's eye, two researchers operate remote consoles to trigger relentless bolts of lightning. The scientists of Gonia had captured slimes during their expedition and began conducting endless experiments to create a weapon that could destroy the dimensional rifts. The slime immediately detected the scholar's strike, but the real issue was that it had already begun developing its own consciousness. But it was far too slow to react, leaving it trapped as lightning closed in. The first slime to gain consciousness became their very first sacrifice. Thoughts raced through Seung-woo's mind. The slime had endured absolute agony from the brutal experiments performed on its body, yet it felt no hatred or resentment, as these creatures can only experience such complex emotions if they are actually taught. Instead, the only thing they know is how to eat. That is why Yangsik eats absolutely everything. He slowly looks away. After witnessing those memories, he can no longer view the creature as an aggressor. To him, Yangsik is still just an innocent child. Immediately, Seung-woo steps toward them. The little guy needs a real guardian, not heartless scientists, commanding him to eat and kill everything but an adult who will patiently teach him the difference between right and wrong. With a hand on his hip, he questions Hena, asking what she is doing to his child. Confused, she asks his child. Hena is still highly skeptical, asking if this slime is really his. Seung-woo calmly replies that it is an officially registered domesticated monster, asking if she has a problem with that. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, realizing she cannot afford to start a fight here. Hena's hand slowly creeps toward the small blade resting on the table. She is fully aware of her own limits compared to his. Even though she is highly confident in her close-quarters knife combat skills, she knows she cannot possibly defeat a powerful awakened. Hena falls silent, carefully calculating her next move. For the longest time, she locked her sharp, murderous glare straight onto poor Yangsik. How on earth could she end his life? Hena suddenly shook her head in denial. She carefully assessed the situation and realized there was not a single opening, making it totally impossible. Hena pointed right at Yangsik and demanded to know what a mobile armored division member would do upon spotting a slime. But Seung-woo did not back down at all, throwing the same question right back at her. Did she know what happens when someone attacks a tamed monster right in front of the very person who tamed it? She did not hesitate to reply that she would compensate him for the slime, but Seung-woo burst out laughing and cut her off, asking if she expected him to just stand by while she killed his monster, calling the joke not funny at end. Seung-woo suddenly threatened her, stating he would only let this slide twice with absolutely no third chance. Hena stood up warily, asking what he would do if she actually crossed the line a third time. His face turned dead serious, telling her to go ahead and try if she was that curious. Hena gritted her teeth in pure frustration, completely speechless for a moment. Taejeong felt incredibly awkward, stuck right in the middle of their heated argument. She angrily pointed out that as the captain of the mobile armored division, making an enemy out of her over a trivial matter would make running his restaurant extremely difficult. Seung-woo calmly countered, asking about her instead. If she chose to make an enemy of him, she would only be putting herself in a very tight spot. He glanced around the dining area, noting something much more important. Talk about an intense standoff. The diners in the restaurant grew visibly uneasy as Seung-woo firmly suggested they end this psychological warfare. Nabi kept waving her tail, trying to signal to Hena. Taejeong shook his head vigorously, crossing his arms in an X while urging her to stop this absolute madness. She pressed a hand to her forehead, realizing she had completely blown things out of proportion. Hena glanced down at the cutlery on the table, horrified that she had actually drawn a weapon in front of regular civilians and a perfectly harmless tamed slime. Hena hesitated for a brief second before letting out a heavy sigh. She finally decided to back down, apologizing for her incredibly rude behavior, but Seung-woo was not satisfied with just a simple verbal apology. Hena quietly offered to pick up the entire tab for everyone eating at the restaurant. He nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to let the matter slide under those conditions. Seung-woo made sure to add that she had to cover all the extra dishes as well. She helplessly agreed to his terms. Taejeong finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing things could have gone down a much worse path. A nagging question suddenly surfaced in his mind: had she really not received any special orders regarding regressors? He wondered if she was just too busy with her duties, thinking that if he were not bound by his current role as a bodyguard, he would have warned her already. Hena suddenly startled and looked up. Yangsik was awkwardly making his exit. Right after serving her a hearty plate of food, Hena bit her lip hard and buried her face in her hands. As night finally fell, the entire restaurant became completely silent and dark. Nabi stumbled over to her bed, feeling completely drained after everything. Curling up on her soft pillow, she asked Seung-woo out of sheer curiosity if it would not have been much better to simply hide Yangsik, knowing how much Hena absolutely despised slimes. Seung-woo carefully explained to her that Yangsik was not entirely innocent either. But since the slime did nothing wrong, he saw no reason to hide him, especially since this was his restaurant and Hena was free to leave if she disliked it. Nabi sleepily pressed further, asking why he temporarily turned him into a human only to hide him again, prompting Jo Seung-woo to smile and clarify that it was simply part of the training. Nabi could not quite grasp his definition of training, while Jo Seung-woo recalled the moment Hena chased after a panicked Yang-sik. Today, the little guy who normally maxed out at 10 seconds managed to hold his human form for over a full minute, proving that a little danger is indeed the ultimate motivator. Yawning sleepily, Nabi wondered if that was truly his only reason, silently praising her brave warrior master. Jo Seung-woo watched her slowly drift off to sleep, figuring she was exhausted from worrying so much throughout the chaotic day. Looking pretty sluggish himself, he figured it was time to get some sleep. Suddenly, his bedroom door cracked open just a tiny bit. Yang-sik peeked from behind the door, recalling Jo Seung-woo calling him his own child. His cheeks flushed bright pink as he smiled happily, repeating those words to himself. Yang-sik stealthily poked his little head inside the room. Using every bit of his remaining strength, he crawled onto Jo Seung-woo's bed. After a brief struggle, Yang-sik finally made himself comfortable and stretched out. The two slept on, completely unaware that Seung-woo had quietly watched it all, a soft smile playing on the corner of his lips. The quiet room felt incredibly peaceful as all three of them shared a warm, unspoken sense of happiness. It was another quiet, peaceful morning at his restaurant, famous for serving hunters dishes made entirely from monster meat. Warm morning sunlight streamed directly into the room, waking a groggy Seung-woo up. But a sudden, sharp pain shot through his body, jolting him awake instantly. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Seung-woo sat up while groaning about his aching back and wondering why his body felt so completely stiff. He felt a bit helpless seeing Nabi and Yang-sik in his tiny slime form, sleeping soundly right on his legs, which explained why his back was absolutely screaming. He sighed and gently lifted the sleeping Nabi, realizing it was definitely time to buy a proper bed. Still, Seung-woo felt a soft wave of relief seeing Yang-sik looking so deeply content curled up on his lap. Has this little guy finally started opening up to me? Leaving Yang-sik and Nabi to sleep peacefully together on the bed, he stood up and stretched to start his day. Prepping was simple, just some light pork tonkatsu, especially since most of the hunters mentioned they were too busy to drop by. Today is going to be pretty relaxed. Heading down to the kitchen, Seung-woo started planning breakfast. Since Nabi and Yang-sik were around, he wanted to cook something special. But when he opened the rice cooker, there wasn't a single grain left. Completely empty. Even the soup was gone, leaving Seung-woo scratching his head in confusion. They were utterly sick of tonkatsu. A shipping error had left them with a literal mountain of pork, forcing them to eat nothing else for days, and deciding what to cook was giving him a headache. Resting his chin on his hand, he brainstormed a simple tonkatsu dish that wasn't greasy and worked perfectly for breakfast. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of inspiration hit him: a tonkatsu sandwich. Every single person on Earth knows sandwiches. They come in so many varieties, flavors, and endlessly creative recipes. Just tweak the sauce a bit or toss in some fresh ingredients, and press it all between two slices of bread. They always look incredibly mouth-watering, and people love them because they are quick, easy, and so convenient. It really is the ultimate food of freedom, a globally loved masterpiece. Grabbing the bread, Seung-woo suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia, remembering the first time he ever made a sandwich for Theodoros. Over 15 years ago on Terra, during a quiet night in the forest, Jo Seung-woo party gathered around a campfire to rest. Theodoros, the elven archer of the hero's squad, stared seriously at his sandwich and asked under what historical circumstances this dish was created. Mid-bite, Seung-woo looked up in utter surprise, asking if a simple snack really needed a whole history lesson. Theodoros held the sandwich with a dead serious face, claiming a masterpiece. This delicious must have a legendary origin. Seung-woo just sighed, explaining that it was literally just throwing random ingredients between two slices of plain bread. Theodoros ignored him entirely, holding the sandwich high to honor it, claiming it represented absolute freedom and that he could feel a completely wild soul untamed by anything. He turned to Seung-woo with a bright smile, asking if it was created by some legendary champion of freedom. Seung-woo casually kept chewing and calmly explained that a noble named Earl Sandwich had actually invented it. Hearing that a wealthy noble created the food he just praised, Theodoros, who fancied himself a champion of justice, instantly hurled the sandwich onto the ground, cursing the dirty capitalist aristocrats. Seung-woo casually defended the Earl, explaining he was actually a dedicated public servant who created it to eat with one hand while working, so he shouldn't be dismissed as a greedy capitalist. Created just for work. That is absolutely sickening. Theodoros groaned, completely horrified as he bent down. He picked the sandwich back up, prompting a very confused Seung-woo to ask what on earth he was doing. From now on, this dish shall be named Theodoros. Only my name fits such a free spirit. The elf stood tall and proudly declared to the heavens, leaving Seung-woo completely speechless, practically frozen solid like a stone. Annoyed by the sheer shamelessness, Seung-woo scolded him, asking if he knew anything about copyright. Theodoros just blew the dirt off the bread and shrugged, asking what on earth that even meant. Stunned by his complete indifference, Seung-woo sat down with a defeated sigh, muttering that classic fantasy worlds never had any actual logic. "Whatever, you communist elf, just do what you want," Seung-woo muttered, letting the matter slide. Theodoros happily devoured his meal, but Seung-woo had absolutely no idea that the shameless elf would actually go around calling every sandwich a Theodoros from then on. And before long, the Theodoros, or rather the sandwich, spread all over Terra, with everyone from children to the elderly eating them daily. Now Theodoros is worshipped as a legendary god of revolution, and sandwiches on Terra have literally become sacred offerings piled incredibly high beneath his grand statues. Back in the present, Seung-woo had to admit the elf's marketing hustle was pretty impressive. Shaking off the memories, he focused back on his task, noting that Nabi and Yeong-sik would be waking up soon. He decided to make a hot sandwich which uses ingredients toasted or fried over a flame. They taste absolutely divine when paired with a fresh hot cup of coffee. On the flip side, cold sandwiches use fresh, uncooked ingredients and pair beautifully with cold milk, making the difference between the two styles pretty obvious. He started by frying the pork cutlets, heating the oil and dropping them in until they turned beautifully golden brown and crispy. Next, he laid a fresh layer of shredded cabbage over the bread to help cut through the heavy grease. Finally, he added the crispy tonkatsu drenched in just the right amount of savory sauce. Everything was perfectly ready, but today things weren't going to be that simple. After making the sandwich, Seung-woo rummages through the shelves looking for something. He is absolutely sure he left it right around here. The Mayabrian is kept in a tightly sealed jar covered in cat paw talismans. It is a legendary hero sauce handcrafted by Irapos only once a year. Normally, otherworld heroes absolutely loathe the cuisine of Terra. They get so incredibly depressed, they refuse to even give it a try. Irapos was deeply frustrated by this, leading him to create a forbidden recipe specifically tailored for these stubborn heroes. This incredible sauce is made by Irapos using a secret family technique passed down for generations. Though it is a Terra dish, it is mind-blowingly delicious, raw or grilled, and gets richer the longer it ages. Seung-woo scoops up a spoonful just to catch a whiff, marveling at how rare this stuff is. He does not even know how to make it, and since Nabi grandmother sent it, it is twice as precious. Because of its ridiculous taste, even a 2-year-old aged bottle of Myobrian is impossible to find, let alone a 33-year-old batch. He carefully drizzles a spoonful onto the katsu bowl, but there is just one massive catch that makes Seung-woo hesitate. It causes major weight gain. The higher the calories, the better the taste. And this Myobrian absolutely proves that rule with its insanely high calorie count. Despite the threat of gaining weight, its rich flavor is simply irresistible. He pours it over the katsu, proudly remembering that his last meal still keeps his metabolism high. With that two hot shrimp, katsu sandwiches are done, looking incredibly mouth-watering. The Myobrian oozes right out of the sandwich, releasing an incredibly hypnotic, mouth-watering aroma. Suddenly, a soft meow breaks the silence and catches Seung-woo's attention. Nabi and Yeong-sik stumble out half asleep, completely lured by the heavenly scent of the Myobrian. Seung-woo watches them, trying to calm his nerves and hoping everything turns out okay. Just then, Baek Kang-hyuk and Min make their way to Seung-woo's restaurant. It is their first time ever smelling such a fragrance. Baek Kang-hyuk gasps, utterly shocked by the heavenly scent. The fragrance hits both of them like a sudden powerful bolt of lightning. Min blushes instantly, while Baek Kang-hyuk is driven completely wild by the scent charging through the door and screaming to know what dish smells this amazing. Seung-woo stands there holding Nabi and Yeong-sik, both completely knocked out, as he stammers out a nervous reply. Baek Kang-hyuk is drooling uncontrollably over the irresistible scent, begging him to serve whatever it is immediately. Min is just as desperate but tries to keep her composure, politely asking for a plate. Seeing their intense reactions puts Seung-woo in an incredibly tight spot. With a deeply conflicted sigh, he finally agrees to cook. Moments later, 2 plates of delicious shrimp katsu sandwiches are ready. But as they take their first bites, both of them fall into a heavy, disappointing silence. Chewing gloomily, Baek Kang-hyuk mutters that it is decent, but Min adds that it falls way short of the aroma. Seung-woo scratches his head in embarrassment, knowing it is because he served them regular sandwiches without any Myobrian. Since he cannot just serve food that literally knocks out his pets, he lets out a guilty cough, telling himself to control the dosage next time. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk breaks into a quiet giggle, leaving Seung-woo completely baffled and highly suspicious. Asking what that look is about, Seung-woo demands answers while Baek Kang-hyuk struggles to hold back his laughter. He reveals that something highly entertaining went down at the association yesterday. Over at the Korean branch's medical bay, a stressed-out man is frantically dumping handfuls of painkillers into his mouth, completely ignoring any proper dosage. Ji-hyun watches him in absolute horror as he abuses the pills, asking the branch manager if he is okay. He snaps back in pure rage, shouting that he is stressed to absolute death right now. He complains that Woo Hana has completely lost her mind, lacking even basic common sense regardless of how much that pilot loathes Slim. How could she pull a weapon inside a returnee shop? Dong-hun slams the pill bottle down in fury, leaving a terrified Ji-hyun to awkwardly nod along just to appease him. Though visibly shaken, she forces a nervous smile to defend Hana, reminding him that she is still the director's elite team leader, meaning her presence carries serious weight. That is exactly the point. Dong-hun cuts in sharply, making Ji-hyun jump with a startled gasp. He spins his chair around slowly, regaining his composure before explaining that this is all a test from the director. A test, she gasps in disbelief. Dong-hun calmly points out that the boss's eyes are everywhere globally, meaning he likely already knew about the secret inside that shop. Deeply unsettled, Ji-hyun frantically wonders what kind of test this is. Standing up, he reveals it is a dual test, targeting both him and Hana. He got severely reprimanded for failing to report, while Hana's actions are actually a promotion test. Walking away from his desk, Ji-hyun follows him with her eyes, pointing out that since the lack of reporting was so recent, it makes no sense for the director to have found out so quickly. His face tightens with deep anxiety. That is exactly why the director is so terrifying. Hana was supposed to be competing with Maxim for a high-ranking position, yet she caused this massive incident. Ji-hyun is completely stunned that anyone would get promoted like this, but Dong-hun remains silent as he walks away. His heavy silence tells her everything she needs to know. Ji-hyun lets out a tired, weary sigh, realizing that Hana is absolutely going to throw a massive tantrum, and the branch manager knows it. Lee Jung-hoon finally turns around and points right to his own face, basically gesturing about Captain Hina's husband. A visibly awkward Ji-hyun asks if he means her husband was attacked by Slim, calling him pretty blunt for bringing it up. Annoyed by Hina's attitude, Lee Jung-hoon drops some cold, hard truths. Even if her husband lost his face and it ended up looking like a frying pan, nothing justifies standing by and watching their own captain die 5 separate times. He warns that letting personal feelings take over makes you unfit to lead, leaving Ji-hyun looking thoroughly flustered as she listens to his intense lecture. Then again, Lee Jung-hoon's words are completely honest because he wants what's best for her. A commander has to separate personal matters from duty, especially since they carry the lives of far more than just 1 or 2 people on their shoulders. Hearing his explanation, Ji-hyun finally understands Lee Jung-hoon's genuine concern. She sighs and says she gets it. Regarding Captain Hina's punishment, even though he wants to go easy on her, orders from the top are absolute. She will face a 1-month pay cut for her lack of leadership experience and 1 week of working from home. Ji-hyun agrees to carry it out, promising to take care of everything. Once she leaves, Lee Jung-hoon sinks heavily onto the sofa, completely lost in his own thoughts. He lets out a defeated sigh, hanging his head as he seriously considers Hwang Ji-hyun's warning. She had warned him that if he keeps being this strict, people will just run away, making all his efforts completely pointless. Suddenly, he flinches, recalling how she predicted this wouldn't actually work. Wait, pointless. Her words leave Lee Jung-hoon feeling incredibly skeptical, wondering how on earth that could even be possible. This is the exact story Baek Kang-hyuk is currently sharing with Seung-woo, who blinks in shock, repeating the part about the 1-month pay cut and working from home. Min scowls at Baek Kang-hyuk, who is practically beaming over Hina's bad luck. He asks if finding joy in someone else's misery is really that fun. Baek Kang-hyuk feels absolutely zero guilt or empathy, just casually nodding along with a smirk. Piecing the story together, Seung-woo speaks up about Hina's husband. Baek Kang-hyuk quickly cuts in, asking if he means the guy with the frying pan face. Hearing this, Seung-woo sternly warns him not to use such insensitive nicknames. Realizing he went a bit too far, Baek Kang-hyuk quickly apologizes, promising to be careful before asking what about the guy. Seung-woo is completely puzzled by the permanent damage Slim left on Hina's husband. Even with today's advanced medicine, is it really impossible to heal him? Modern prosthetics are everywhere, and wound reconstruction technology has come a very long way. Min finally chimed in, saying it is hard to tell if the man is incredibly lucky or just downright unfortunate. Seung-woo is confused, repeating the word lucky. Min explains that Jaguar pilots usually stand 0 chance of survival after a Slim attack, yet this man somehow managed to survive. Could he have awakened? Seung-woo asks in absolute shock. Min O'Keefe's expression turns dead serious as he addresses the topic. There is a strong chance the man can regenerate. Even if his limbs were completely severed, his healing factor remains insanely powerful. But Min suddenly hesitates. Following Min O'Keefe's detailed analysis, Seung-woo nods as the pieces fall into place, saying he understands. He contemplates the situation with a hint of pity, muttering that it is actually quite unfortunate. Min nods in agreement, mentioning something about a save point. This save point basically means that people with regeneration can lock in their baseline physical state the moment they discover their power. Once that starting point is set in stone, their bodies will constantly revert back to that exact snapshot, essentially resetting them to a specific point in time. Seung-woo sighs heavily, asking if the man's save point was set right after his face was melted off. Min confirms this, explaining that neither surgery nor machinery has any effect. That is the tragic reason Hina's husband simply cannot be cured. Jo Seung-woo purses his lips, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he makes a decision that completely blindsides both Min and Bae Kang-hyuk, stating that he will go meet the man one day. Finding this incredibly odd, Min asks if he actually knows a cure. Jo Seung-woo simply nods and casually replies that if a person truly wants to do something, there is absolutely nothing they cannot accomplish. Bae Kang-hyuk's childish nature makes it hard for him to understand the motive, prompting him to ask how that even helps anyone. Ever since their first meeting, he has despised Hina. He grumbles, asking what is so great about going to her place just to bicker. Min strongly disagrees and quickly warns him to cut it out. Bae Kang-hyuk mocks Jo Seung-woo for playing the hero and worrying about strangers, claiming he would never help out. He flashes a wicked grin while spouting these incredibly selfish thoughts. Min finally loses patience with the kid's terrible attitude. In a fit of anger, he delivers a heavy punch straight to Bae Kang-hyuk's head, yelling at him to grow up. Nursing a massive bump on his head, Bae Kang-hyuk snaps. He aggressively grabs Min O'Keefe's collar fiercely, asking if the bastard wants to throw down right now. Naturally, chaos erupts as the two of them descend into a messy brawl. Watching this ridiculous circus unfold, Jo Seung-woo is left completely speechless by how unbelievably childish they are. When Jo Seung-woo suddenly speaks up to say he understands, the brawling duo immediately freezes and stops their childish fighting. They slowly let go of each other as Jo Seung-woo explains his reason for helping Hina's husband. He admits he is a firm believer in revenge, which lets him empathize with Hina's situation, driving his desire to help. Dusting himself off, Min looks at him skeptically, repeating the word revenge and calling his statement highly unusual. Jo Seung-woo smiles warmly, replying that while people often call revenge completely pointless, he doesn't think that is always true. Putting things in perspective, he asks what would happen if Nabi were attacked by Slim. He notes that he would never forgive the culprit, using himself as an example to help them understand. Besides, those people are the very warriors who protected his home while he wasn't around. It is only natural to pay them back. As he speaks, Jo Seung-woo's expression slowly darkens with every single word. Both Min and Bae Kang-hyuk analyze his words, feeling a sudden chill as a tense silence fills the restaurant. Feeling a bit nervous and defensive, Min cautiously asks if he is secretly planning some kind of sinister scheme. Bae Kang-hyuk grits his teeth, sweating bullets, muttering that he has definitely seen that terrifying look somewhere before. Jo Seung-woo bursts out laughing to reassure them, promising that he is absolutely going to heal the man. Still, both of them shudder in unison, thinking it is incredibly terrifying. Both Bae Kang-hyuk and Min watch intently as Jo Seung-woo prepares to cook his next creation, a dish he calls Fresh Start. He places a few small green casco fruits onto the cutting board. This first ingredient is incredibly bitter, but it is great for mental clarity, often used on Terra as a coffee substitute. Jo Seung-woo then pulls out the second ingredient. It is a carrot, but this one is surrounded by a powerful electrical current. This special crop, known as Killerman's, is super sour and literally crackles with electricity. He looks at the carrot in his hand and smiles, noting the active current. Since Killerman's grow when struck by lightning, they naturally carry a massive amount of electricity by the time they are harvested. It is so intense that eating it raw would instantly paralyze even a decent-sized monster on the spot. With practiced ease, Jo Seung-woo's swift hands begin slicing the unique carrot into paper-thin pieces. In just a moment, he thinly slices the carrots and tosses them into a wooden mortar. The secret to cooking New Beginning is simply mashing these two ingredients and boiling them. Suddenly, a heavy gloom settles over Kang-hyuk. He shivers, his voice trembling as he stammers out to Jo Seung-woo. "That dish you are making, is it really that one?" Jo Seung-woo glances back with a raised eyebrow, asking if he has actually tasted it before. Kang-hyuk turns pale as a ghost, gritting his teeth in dread. Spending a whole year on Terra meant he definitely choked it down before a dish so vile it practically demands a trip to the hospital. Jo Seung-woo pounds the pestle even harder, humming happily as he boasts about the benefits. The effects are incredible, but that flavor, well, it is unforgettable. Restoratives are crucial items, instantly boosting the stamina of anyone who takes even a single bite. But out on a grueling adventure, carrying fragile glass vials means they inevitably shatter, leaving you completely empty-handed. Getting poisoned while disarming a trap or taking a nasty curse in the heat of battle against the Demon King's forces. Without a quick cure on hand in those sudden crises, you are basically done for, and kicking the bucket is the only option left. Sturdy vials are way too expensive, so rookie heroes can never build up a proper stockpile, leaving them at the mercy of smug mages who love showing off their healing spells. Kang-hyuk rests his chin in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh as he speaks to Jo Seung-woo. Min chimes in, passionately agreeing that running out of healing options is the absolute worst nightmare, adding that such a brutal, unforgiving environment is exactly what Terra is all about. He looks at Kang-hyuk with a serious frown, wondering how he managed to survive in one piece. Min O'Keefe's question brings back dark memories. Kang-hyuk stares at the bubbling pot, muttering that of course they found a way, unfortunately. That bubbling monstrosity is the answer, and trust me, you are not ready to see what is in it. The legendary dish known as New Beginning. It is an ancient secret of nature discovered by Terra's pilgrims, utilizing simple preparation methods and basic ingredients easily found around any farmhouse to deliver mind-blowing results, completely curing critical wounds and restoring lost stamina. It is a grotesque glowing green soup that makes your skin crawl, yet its incredible healing power has saved countless lives across Terra. Kang Hyuk snaps in irritation, shouting that the glowing green dish practically screams toxic waste tasting absolutely putrid, and to top it all off, it literally blasts everything away. His sudden outburst leaves Min completely bewildered trying to process the sheer horror of this recipe. Seeing his confusion, Kang Hyuk waves his hands wildly trying to explain the terrifying physical punch of New Beginning, warning that whether you have buffs or debuffs, the sheer explosive force of the meal will literally shoot your ailments straight into the sky. He shudders, admitting that while he cannot speak to the flavor, taking a bite felt like stepping directly into hell before dramatically overstating his near-death experience until Min is forced to cough and tell him to tone it down a bit. Min nods slowly, finally piecing it together. The dish is a double-edged sword, packing both incredible healing and pure agony, a true fantasy miracle. Seung-woo points out that regeneration is just a passive skill, so the shocking side effects are only temporary. Min chimes in comparing it to standard magic or surgery. It is a true reset living up to its name. While Min chats excitedly, Kang Hyuk sits in gloomy silence. Sure, Captain Uhenna might be thrilled to recover, but how will she handle the brutal physical shock? Seung-woo flashes a cheerful smile and shrugs, asking why that should be his problem. Min looks at him in utter disbelief. He says she deserves a little punishment for bringing trouble to his restaurant. Hearing this cold-hearted logic, the other two wrap their arms around each other in terror. Kang Hyuk squints at the chef, muttering that he can never tell if Seung-woo is incredibly petty or deeply generous. The critique slides right off Seung-woo, who remains in high spirits, telling them to just call him thoughtful. Min and Kang Hyuk exchange uneasy glances, offering strange smiles. It is best not to push their luck with the chef. Meanwhile, over at the Sector A branch of Isekai, where trouble is already brewing. Deep inside the basement of the Wargia maintenance bay, a solitary figure stands focused on the complex machinery. A sudden shout breaks the silence, announcing that everything is fully prepared. Turning around, we meet Chief Kyle, whose real name is Kim Gwynam, though he uses an alias because his birth name sounds a bit awkward. Kyle approaches the young tech, reminding him they only have 23 hours left before the show, so every detail must be perfect. The employee hesitates for a moment before offering his condolences about Kyle's wife. Kyle shrugs off the sympathy, scratching his head as he says he only regrets the delayed promotion, knowing his rival holds a serious grudge. He jokes about his old slime burns still looking the same as always, but his casual cheerfulness only makes the tech feel more awkward. Seeing his concern, Kyle steps forward and playfully wraps an arm around the young tech's neck, telling him not to worry about a face that was ruined ages ago, maintaining his usual cheerful vibe to keep spirits high. Kyle quickly pivots to work, instructing the tech to inspect the high-powered generator and the motion controls. The tech nods and heads off. With his orders received, the young technician turns and walks away. Once alone, Kyle lets out a weary sigh, muttering that Uhenna needs to pull herself together before the rest of the squad gets hurt. He whispers that he desperately wants to stand by her side again, but his gaze drifts over to the massive robot standing in the shadows. A towering mech constructed with the most advanced military technology available. Kyle puts on his headphones, telling himself to stop overthinking and just focus on the job. He starts guiding Team 5, reminding everyone that pressing the first button is absolutely critical. Every single employee listens with absolute razor-sharp focus. This demonstration will prove to the sector, a residence, that Wagaya is perfectly safe. Let us make this an absolute success. Stay safe, KO warns before starting the machine as all the employees shout, "Yes, Chief." Every single screw is carefully tightened to perfection. Kyo sighs from sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, he hears approaching footsteps nearby. Though it is their first meeting, this sudden, unexpected greeting leaves him feeling rather confused. The visitor asks if he is the husband of Uhenna Kim Gawi-nam, a stupid question that makes him snap. What? It is not Kim Gawi-nam, it is Ko. He gets furious whenever anyone uses his real name. The newcomer is actually Min, who quickly raises both hands as Kyo points a wrench at him, saying he only came because he has something to give him. Suddenly, Ko remembers and realizes that this guy is actually one of the elite leaders in charge of Sector A. Kyo slowly lowers his wrench, asking if this is about his wife. Min reaches into his coat pocket and replies that it is not, but it is not completely unrelated either. This confusing reply from Min instantly leaves Ko standing there utterly blank and clueless. He explains that he has something important to discuss, then hands Ko a very strange-looking bottle of liquid. At the Sector Warrior trial run, a parade of robots marches in front of a massive crowd of spectators. From young children to older adults, everyone in the crowd is completely captivated by today's performance. Staring at the displayed robot, Ko mutters about how much brutal overtime he had to work just to prepare for this rehearsal. He scratches his cheek thinking anyway. this is still highly beneficial to him. The massive scar across his face from his battle with Zero Smile has completely vanished. But before that happened, after setting up support staff and doctors, he wondered if he really had to drink this. Flashback to when Min handed Ko that strange vial. He asked skeptically if it could really heal his ruined face, and Min confidently assured him that it would. Min nonchalantly pointed out that there was no harm in trying since Ko had absolutely nothing left to lose anyway. Staring at the bizarre vial, Ko felt deeply conflicted, but since he truly had nothing to lose, he decided to go ahead and drink it. And so right there in front of his entire crew of subordinates, he drank the mysterious liquid. The second it touched his tongue, an absolutely horrific sensation surged, making Ko scream in sheer agony inside his mind. What on earth is this taste? It tasted like mugwort and garlic boiled for 100 years, and suddenly a wild transformation begins inside his body. Immediately after drinking, Ko lets out a fart so powerful it launches him into the sky like a rocket. Even though it earned him the ridiculous nickname Explosive Fart Kim Gawinam, that was the exact moment his bizarre legend was born. But who cares about a nickname? His face is completely healed, his eye can move normally, and he is moved to tears, looking at his reflection. Ko turns his gaze to look out the window. Outside, Yuhena was watching the entire time, crying tears of pure joy at seeing her husband's restored face. So honestly, who cares about some silly, embarrassing nickname? One of his subordinates nudges his side with an elbow, calling out to him as captain. Still salty about the joke, Ko grumpily snaps that he is no captain, only the legendary Explosive Fart Kim Gawinam. Realizing his mistake, the worker tries to comfort him, admitting they were wrong and begging him to stop being mad. The worker suddenly asks if Ko is going to become a hunter, now, which catches Ko off guard, prompting him to ask why. Imagining Ko like a cool werewolf from the movies, the worker says he has an incredibly powerful regeneration ability, asking if it is a waste to just keep doing maintenance work. But the kid has no idea how much torment people like Ko actually suffer. Frustrated, Ko snaps, asking if he knows what regenerators do. They are just meat shields meant to get beaten up. As the sole heir of the Kim family for 3 generations, why would he choose to get beat up just for money? The worker still tries to convince him, pointing out the great pay since Ko has a child to raise. Ko sighs, firmly stating that he is not short on cash. To him, work-life balance is everything, and since both he and his wife work, they live very comfortably. Slightly disappointed that he could not convince his boss, the worker mutters quietly that living comfortably must be nice. Ko leans in close with a sly grin, exposing the kid's real motive by asking if he thinks he can steal the captain's spot if Ko resigns. Caught red-handed, the worker nervously pulls his hat down and denies everything while secretly marveling at how sharp his boss actually is. Ko lets out a sigh, deciding to let it go anyway. He wonders what kind of gift to send his savior. When the worker suggests toilet paper, Ko gets instantly infuriated by the stupid idea. Are you planning a housewarming party or what? Kai grumbles as he dials Hannah, muttering that asking him was a huge mistake and he is better off asking his wife. The moment she picks up his voice, instantly flips to a sweet, goofy tone as he asks what he should gift his savior. The employee standing behind him shivers at the sudden change. Kai happily agrees with her idea, calling her brilliant and showering her with endless praises. The clerk can only watch in disbelief, thinking the whole exchange is way too cheesy. A few days later at the hero's restaurant, a brand new charcoal oven makes its grand debut inside the restaurant. Seung-woo stares intently at the new machine, noting that Kai actually has pretty good taste. It seems the guy remembered their kitchen setup, prompting Seung-woo to decide on adding fresh bread to the menu. Ji-hyun speaks up teasingly, asking how a restaurant owner managed to go this long without actually owning an oven. Scratching his head, he acts incredibly shifty, as if trying to hide his secret from her. He stammers out that he simply thought an oven was unnecessary, refusing to admit his real embarrassing reason. To him, ovens heat the air to cook food, which naturally wastes a massive amount of energy. And because of that, the electricity bills are absolutely terrifying, a bitter truth learned firsthand from Seung-woo's past struggles. He thinks back to his old days in Terra. Back then, just holding the monthly utility bill in his hand was enough to make him shake with pure dread. Perhaps that deeply rooted trauma never truly left him. Seung-woo clears his throat awkwardly and explains that is why he never bought one, leaving Ji-hyun completely speechless at his ridiculous logic. Curious, she points at the gift from Kai, asking if he only accepted it because it was free. Seung-woo quickly explains that this one actually runs on charcoal, meaning they can just hunt coal monsters for free fuel. Appearing out of thin air, Nabi chimes in, stating that charcoal grilled food always tastes infinitely better anyway. It seems he also gave gifts to Nabi and John Sick. Their present is a self-driving lawnmower that doubles as a cart. With Nabi steering and Unha riding in the back, they zoom around the yard with massive, joyful grins on their faces. Along with the toys, Kai included a formal apology letter written by Hannah filled with surprisingly sincere words of regret. Even John Sick receives his very own custom outfit crafted from special high-grade materials designed to absorb heavy physical attacks. Slipping into the cozy gear, John Sik finds it so incredibly comfortable that he immediately decides to forgive Hana for her past actions. Watching Nabi Unha and John Sik play happily together, Jo Seung-woo smiles, noting that the great weather is perfect for the kids to run around. Out of nowhere, Jo Seung-woo decides to close shop for the day, a sudden move that completely startles Ji Hyun. Fuming with silent rage, she mentally curses him for running a restaurant like a hobby, opening and closing doors whenever he damn well pleases without a single care. After all, she had been working overtime on strict orders to attract more hunters to the establishment, even developing a custom mobile app just to promote his business. She spent hours writing detailed descriptions and uploading mouth-watering food photos, so having him close shop on a whim like this makes her want to scream. But when Jo Seung-woo cheerfully suggests closing early to make homemade pizza, her frustration instantly turns into absolute shock. He reasons that they finally have a proper oven, so piling a fresh pie with tons of toppings sounds like a perfect plan. Her jaw drops as she tries to process the magical word. Pizza. Before Jo Seung-woo can even finish inviting her, she eagerly flips the open sign on the door over to closed, asking if that is fast enough for him. With a sly grin, she tells herself that she cannot possibly argue when the boss orders a closure. Good food is her ultimate weakness, perfectly explaining her lightning-fast reflex just now. Meanwhile, deep inside the underground nuclear bunker at the Cyberdyne headquarters, monitors flash with surveillance footage showing Kai drinking the mysterious water Jo Seung-woo prepared for him. Soon, the incredible healing effects of the liquid begin to manifest. Watching the broadcast, Hyuk-jin is highly impressed, muttering that the usually cautious guy actually had the guts to drink it. He sighs in frustration, wondering how Kai could just gulp it down when there was absolutely no guarantee that the suspicious liquid would actually cure him. A subordinate quickly reports through the comms that the critical operation was ultimately a complete success. Hyuk-jin takes the news in stride, casually asking if the man plans to return to duty. The assistant quickly clarifies that Kai would rather die than return to Wagwa, choosing to retire as a hunter for good. Hyuk-jin easily guesses his motivation, noting that a man with a family has no other choice. He then inquires about the age of Kai's son, and Taeji respectfully answers that the boy is only 2 years old. Clasping his hands together in deep thought, Hyuk-jin quietly murmurs that this is perfect. Staring at Jo Seung-woo on the massive display, he makes a sudden call to downgrade Jo Seung-woo's threat level from SSS all the way to C. The assistant is completely taken aback, warning him that such a massive downgrade is an incredibly risky move. Scrolling through the personnel files, Hyuk-jin notes that despite Hana's endless insults, Jo Seung-woo kept his cool and even healed her husband as promised. On top of that, the average combat power of Baek Kang, Hyuk Min Okif, and Hwang Ji Hyun has spiked by 10%, which is an unbelievable achievement. Hyuk-jin muses that Jo Seung-woo always complained about the stress of managing elite forces, yet managed to pull off such a miraculous feast. He admits he would gladly award him a gold medal if possible. Taeji tries to chime in with a complication, but Hyuk-jin quickly cuts him off, knowing that pushing further will only invite trouble. With a sigh, the assistant suggests they simply wrap things up right here. Hyuk-jin agrees and stands up from the screens. Before heading out, he mentions that they have successfully finalized the armored squad leader and tested Sector A's chief. With the foundation to upgrade their hunters fully prepared, they are now ready to focus on Sector A. He finishes by declaring that is enough for one day. Taeji bows respectfully but halts him with deep concern. He asks when the manager might finally return to Korea, mentioning how much the young lady misses him. Hyuk-jin's footsteps freeze. He knows the reality of the situation but quietly apologizes, stating that he cannot return just yet, as things are about to get much more chaotic. He tells them to send his apologies to the director of Cyberdyne and ISCC director Hyuk-jin. Slender fingers grip the knife, carefully slicing through juicy red tomatoes. Standing nearby, Ji Hyun asks if he is making this pizza Earth-style or Terra-style, and Jo Seung-woo gently replies it is the Earth way. She lets out a relieved sigh, while Jo Seung-woo offers an awkward smile, secretly thinking that he categorizes it the exact same way. Frowning, Ji Hyun turns around and angrily asks how she can trust this owner, remembering the awful things she ate to repay a favor. He chuckles hesitantly, promising that this time it will be truly delicious. But her face darkens with pure murderous intent. She grumbles that every time he claims a dish is good, he brings out something worse, yet he just keeps smiling while serving awful food. It is incredibly frustrating. Watching her reaction, he secretly realizes that he might have completely lost her trust by now. All the pizza ingredients are now neatly laid out across the counter, including minced garlic, onions, and mushrooms. He cheerfully announces that the tomatoes are ready and it is time to saute everything. Jo Seung-woo begins the cooking process by popping open a bottle of olive oil, slowly drizzling it onto the hot pan. Once the oil is hot, he tosses the mushrooms in, keeping the heat at medium while stirring until a rich aroma fills the air. As the delicious fragrance drifts over, Ji Hyun looks at the stove and compliments the smell, hoping it is actually edible. Smiling, he suggests that it would even go great with rice or bread. Excited about this dish, Seung-woo carefully holds a bottle, adding exactly 2 drops of 33-year-old Mubrian sauce, knowing he should only use a tiny amount after what happened last time. The moment he twists the cap open, an incredibly seductive aroma fills the kitchen. Her jaw drops at the incredible scent and she asks what it is. He explains it is a secret sauce made by Nabi grandmother, which is normally not supposed to be added at all. Surprised, Ji-hyun asks why and he sighs, admitting it is too delicious. Annoyed, she grumbles that delicious things should be included. Seung-woo drops a single dot in explaining that since it is highly addictive, only a microscopic amount is needed. The sauce mixture turns a rich golden yellow as the wonderful fragrance thickens. With the handmade tomato sauce ready, it is time to give it one final thorough stir. With a grin, he hands over an apron to her, leaving Ji-hyun looking completely bewildered. Seung-woo smiles, asking her to stir the sauce for about 20 minutes. Dumbfounded, she asks if he is bossing around a paying customer, but he simply tells her she has to pay up then. Frowning, she complains that paying for meals here would eat up half her salary, while he happily wonders how she thinks she would even have half left. Sighing, Ji-hyun ties the apron around her waist and stretches her hand ready to grab the wooden ladle and get to work. Ji-hyun glances over quickly after hearing a strange noise nearby. Feeling both annoyed and embarrassed by his staring, she asks if he finally realizes how bad it looks. Giggling, Seung-woo confesses that frankly this is the first time he has seen someone look so completely out of place in an apron. Resting his chin on his hand, he secretly thinks she looks much more like a professional office worker or a business consultant. Ji-hyun looks proudly at the bubbling tomato sauce, asking him if she did a fantastic job. Seung-woo praises her efforts, though he secretly laughs, knowing she only had to stir it. Suddenly, an idea strikes him about the very life of a pizza. She raises her hand excitedly, shouting that it must be the crust. Seung-woo turns to her, noting she knows her stuff. Ji-hyun laughs, boasting that while she cannot cook to save her life, she is definitely a professional at eating. As his strong hands knead the dough, her words remind him of an old comrade, thinking she sounds just like Cree. Meanwhile, the water for the mixture is already perfectly measured out. Adding a precise amount of olive oil, he kneads the dough. Too much makes it greasy, while too little leaves it dry, so he must be careful as the mixture takes on a beautiful golden hue. Seung-woo mentions that Nabi is actually much better at kneading dough, but since the cat is playing, he has no choice. Stunned, Ji-hyun asks if a cat is really that good with its paws. He explains that cooking relies heavily on touch and a cat's paw pads are far more sensitive than human hands. Supposedly, kneading dough with soft paw pads actually makes the food taste much better. Chatting happily, she suspiciously asks if that research is even reliable. Seung-woo casually replies that it is not at all, as it is just his own personal theory. Ji-hyun groans in frustration, shouting that she can no longer tell which of the shop owner's words are actually true or complete lies. Meanwhile, let's look outside. Nabi, Unha, and John-sik are having the time of their lives on a lawnmower. Back on the kitchen counter, 3 round portions of freshly kneaded dough sit side by side, marking the end of the prep work. Seung-woo looks at them proudly, explaining that normally they would have to let the dough ferment for another 2 hours. Shocked, she gasps, asking if it really takes that long. Extending his hands toward the dough, he decides to cheat a bit, announcing that waiting is too annoying, so he will just use fermentation magic instead. Instantly, the dough puffs up beautifully on the tray, proving that magic makes anything possible. After a quick spray of water, they just need to let it rise for 1 more hour. Ji-hyun sighs, muttering that making pizza is way too complicated, so she might as well just eat his food forever. Seung-woo happily agrees, saying that makes total sense. The clock ticks and the 1-hour wait is over. He spreads the vibrant tomato sauce evenly over the dough. When he says it is time for toppings, she quickly salutes, ready to follow his orders. Seung-woo reaches into his dimensional inventory to grab the ingredients, asking her what her absolute favorite topping is. With a deadpan, incredibly serious expression, she answers meat. His mind immediately flashes to Cree happily devouring a massive slab of meat. He cannot get over how much she acts like Cree, wondering how 2 people could be so identical. Placing a massive chunk of meat on the table, he asks if this size is enough. Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes immediately light up and she marvels at how beautiful it looks. He says it out loud while wondering what on earth he is supposed to be. Suddenly, Seung-woo's eyes light up as he finds exactly what he needs. This will work. Holding a pineapple, he imagines how its sweet, warm flavor will make this pizza even better. Ji-hyun holds her head in frustration, wondering why anyone would put pineapple on a pizza, while Seung-woo laughs, saying he knew Chris would react that way. She stares in confusion, wondering who this Chris person is, prompting him to cover his mouth, realizing he slipped up because they behave so similarly. Seung-woo scratches his head, explaining that one of his former colleagues was named Chris, and he just spoke out of habit, leaving Ji-hyun totally baffled by the word colleague. She quietly celebrates, thinking this means they are as close as actual comrades and wondering if she has really become that trustworthy to him after all their deliveries. Ji-hyun smiles, asking what this Chris guy is actually like, causing Seung-woo to hesitate before trying to describe him. He envisions a massive green monster with rippling muscles, a majestic orc with giant fangs growing from his lower jaw right up to his nose, whose signature hand chop could easily split a stone golem in half. Even if someone put a knife to his throat, he could never tell her that. After a brief pause, he tells her that Chris is just an incredibly cool friend, making her even more excited to hear that. Seung-woo scratches his cheek with a guilty conscience, muttering that yes, he really is cool. He remembers those glowing, furious eyes as Chris single-handedly fought off the Demon King's massive army and his 4 heavenly kings, letting out a roar that gave him goosebumps before quickly shifting the subject to finishing. Pizza with seafood toppings. The pizza goes straight into the roaring hot charcoal oven. They watch it bake together, and Ji-hyun asks if they just have to wait now, to which he replies yes. Seung-woo turns to look. Well then. The sun shines warm as gentle clouds drift by. With all 8 plates fully prepared, he announces that they will be eating out in the open air. Look at all these pizzas stacked with toppings, absolutely mouth-watering. Ji-hyun reaches back to tie her hair up. Armed with her plate and knife, she glares at the pizza with enough intense focus to devour it whole. Seung-woo suddenly materializes right behind her, giving her a slightly judging look that catches her off guard. Annoyed, she asks why he is staring, explaining it has been ages since her last cheat day, though he just smiles and wonders what a cheat day even is. She goes on to explain that dieting every single day is absolute torture, so a cheat day is a special circled day on the calendar where you can finally eat anything your heart desires. He scoffs, pointing out that someone who literally ate 3 whole pork cutlets last night probably shouldn't be talking about cheat days, before mockingly asking if she actually works out, which immediately makes her expression turn dark and gloomy. Completely defeated, she turns around with a sigh, admitting that she works out hard every single day, but her weight still refuses to budge even a single bit. Even as they work, his teasing voice keeps echoing in her head, telling her that eating that much is why she cannot lose weight, which completely annoys her. He claps his hands loudly to get everyone to gather around the table. Once everyone is seated around the freshly served food, he happily tells them to enjoy the meal, prompting everyone to excitedly shout out their thanks in unison. A giant slice of pizza loaded with toppings is lifted from the plate. Little Unha takes a big bite. Instantly tasting the incredible flavor, she declares it delicious, while Nabi, sitting right next to her, takes a bite and praises it just as enthusiastically. Over on his side, Jinsik is absolutely loving the delicious food. Taeji takes a bite as well, his face lighting up with pure joy from the rich flavor of fresh shrimp and squid. While happily chewing, his eyes suddenly drift to the side. He is pretty terrified by the sight of Ji-hyun devouring her food like an absolute hurricane, constantly stuffing her mouth full with zero signs of stopping, proving her appetite is truly on another level. Holding 2 cans of Coca-Cola, Seung-woo wonders if the kids should get soda while asking what the adults want. Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes sparkle at the thought of ice-cold beer as she excitedly demands a can, while Taeji remains perfectly calm beside her and politely declines. An ice-cold beer is popped open. Seung-woo sits down at the table holding a beer in one hand and a slice of pizza in the other, announcing he will join them since the shop is officially closed. His expression is totally different from the others, as he silently wonders if he should start raising cows at the villa they recently visited just to make his own fresh cheese next time. Watching Unha and Nabi happily enjoy their food, he concludes that the pizza is actually quite delicious as it is. Meanwhile, Jinsik is also completely lost in the pure bliss of this amazing meal. Naturally, Taeji and Ji-hyun are tearing through their slices, though Taeji still looks somewhat terrified by her wild eating habits. Above the restaurant, the afternoon sky slowly begins to fade. In just a flash, the dinner table is picked completely clean, leaving behind nothing but empty plates and scattered cans. Little Unha leans back happily, rubbing her stuffed belly, then lets out a loud burp and asks if Nabi is full, who happily smiles and nods yes. Over here, Ji-hyun pats the soft body of Jinsik, the slime enjoying its dense squish and sweet scent, saying this little guy is just like a comic book monster, while Seung-woo smiles and agrees it is adorable. That compliment instantly makes her blush, turning her cheeks a sweet, adorable shade of red. But a second later, a mischievous look flashes in Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes as she stares intensely at Jinsik, wondering what flavor the little guy is, since that tropical Hawaiian fruit scent is just so mouth-watering. Seeing this, Seung-woo rushes in to scoop Jinsik safely into the air defensively, asking if she is drunk, which annoys Ji-hyun, who complains about his stinginess, while Seung-woo goes on high alert, warning her not to look at the slime like a snack, making her hastily claim she was only smelling it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a phone starts ringing loudly, signaling an incoming emergency call. She excitedly grabs her device and shouts out that it is an emergency call. A couple of seconds later, reality hits and Ji-hyun completely freezes up. Later that night, high up in the Isaac C area, a branch office building, Lee Jung-hoon is reviewing documents inside his office. He sits in total silence, resting his finger near the company stamp. Then he sips his tea, hoping the lavender will help soothe his growing stress. Seconds later, Lee Jung-hoon's expression darkens as he lets out a heavy sigh. He questions if the pizza was so delicious she had to write it in her report, but Ji Hyun stands tall and confidently claims it is a priceless flavor worth 10 pages of reflection. Lee Jung-hoon slams his hands on the desk, grumpily telling her he is talking about her, but she calmly tells him to go ahead and speak. He reminds her that she is supposed to be a cold suit-wearing professional whose legendary internal nickname was once the Cold-Blooded Empress, which actually felt like a perfect fit, even if it was a bit cheesy, making Ji Hyun cover her face and blush in absolute embarrassment over her past reputation. Slamming his hand on the desk, he angrily shouts that promoting a local restaurant was meant to be purely professional work. Pointing accusingly at her, he snaps that she was not supposed to drink herself into a stupor, leaving her to clear her throat awkwardly and claim that pizza and beer are simply the perfect combination. She looks away shyly, muttering that since it was technically after working hours, enjoying a few drinks really should not be a major problem. That excuse only drives Lee Jung-hoon crazy, as the real issue is not the late-night report, but how she has completely thrown away her professional distance and become way too close with their target, totally breaking all the rules of the mission. He fumes with anger, demanding to know how she managed to become much closer with a random returnee than with her own direct superior, Baek Kang-hyuk. Hearing this, Ji-hyun finds the comparison ridiculous, asking why he would even bring up that flashy show-off, prompting a deadpan look from the manager as he reminds her that he is still her superior and tells her to hand over her badge if she wants to fight him instead. Instantly, Ji-hyun raises her leg and locks her eyes onto him, preparing to strike back if he truly wants a piece of her. While she desperately wants to throw a real punch, she remembers her paycheck and settles for furiously shadowboxing the air, complaining that a manager assigning late-night duties is incredibly cruel and that he should let her take her vacation instead, leaving Lee Jung-hoon staring at her in complete exhausted silence as he realizes that lecturing this woman any further is just a massive waste of his breath. He pinches the bridge of his nose with a tired sigh, getting back on track to explain that he summoned her this late for an urgent update. Ji-hyun looks up. He announces that Team B is finally returning tomorrow, which instantly freezes Ji Hyun right in the middle of her wild, chaotic shadowboxing. She rushes over and slams the desk to confirm if Jun Eun-hyung of Team B is really returning, startling the manager enough to ask if she is suddenly sober now. Ji-hyun lets out a heavy sigh, noting that Baek Kang-hyuk will surely be thrilled. As she imagines two giant monsters tearing each other apart, she shudders to think how chaotic their inevitable clash will be, admitting to herself that she felt much safer when they were both in the hospital. The entire room turns incredibly heavy as Lee Jung-hoon tiredly rests his head on the desk, reminding her to prepare the staff and run emergency evacuation drills just in case things get completely out of hand, to which Ji Hyun sighs and mutters that she understands. After quietly closing the office door, she sluggishly drags her tired feet across the floor, lamenting that she has to work overtime yet again. Ji-hyun looks up at the quiet night sky just outside the corporate building. She tells herself she will just have one more drink before getting back to work. Early the next morning, right outside the Isaac building, a heavy footstep firmly plants onto the ground. It is Jun Eun-hyung, gripping his sword with a deadly look in his eyes, ranked 65th in the elite 11th class of the First Order. Eun-hyung carries his massive sword over his shoulder, calmly strolling through the Isaac Area A branch. His steady footsteps echo through the halls, but from the opposite direction, another set of footsteps approaches. Neither is paying attention, and they accidentally bump right into each other. The man standing before Eun-hyung is none other than Baek Kang-hyuk, whose face instantly darkens upon spotting his ultimate sworn enemy. Annoyed, he snaps at him to get out of the way. Baek Kang-hyuk refuses to back down, snapping right back, "Get out of the way, is that how you treat your elders?" With both of them furious, a massive shouting match erupts. Yoon Eun-hyung scoffs, "An adult? Are you insane?" Baek Kang-hyuk instantly fires back with a threat. "Looks like I need to teach this brat some respect today. Bring it on, you want a piece of me?" Watching from a nearby vending machine, Ji Hyun feels completely helpless as the screaming continues. "Fine, you asked for it, kid." She clutches her head with a groan, still nursing a massive hangover, while these two put on a circus first thing in the morning. Despite being branch teammates, Baek Kang-hyuk and Yoon Eun-hyung absolutely despise each other. It all stems from the hunter entertainment industry created by the president, who actively promotes association hunters like mainstream celebrities to sway the public. Consequently, besides the First Order ranking, another popular list exists, and it makes their bitter rivalry so much worse. We are talking about the popularity rankings. Black Hawk Yoon Eun-hyung, ranked 65th in the First Order, holds the 10th spot. Meanwhile, superstar Baek Kang-hyuk, ranked 92nd, sits right behind at 11th. Their domestic popularity is practically neck and neck. With Eun-hyung taking a long break and Kang-hyuk grinding hard lately, the narrow gap between them has shrunk to almost nothing. Back at the fight, Yoon Eun-hyung raises a blazing red sword, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Did you forget your place, old man? Let me carve it into you today so you remember." Baekhyun Hyuk fires back, brandishing his frozen blade. Fine, let's settle this right now. Who are you calling an old man anyway? Ji-hyun waves her arms, frantically screaming at them to finally start acting their age. They ignore her completely. Yoon Un-hyung lunges first, screaming for his rival to die. Baek Hyuk raises his blade to block the kid's explosive aura. He counters with a heavy downward swing, shouting back die. The sheer force of their clash rattles the entire building, cracking the walls instantly. Ji-hyun barks orders for everyone to grab the valuables and evacuate, sending the panicked staff scrambling toward the exit. A massive explosion rips through the facility. The Sector A branch is left in absolute ruins, smoking from the severe damage. Meanwhile, a totally disheveled Baekhyun Hyuk brags endlessly while Min acts completely uninterested. Let me tell you, I saw right through his strike, blocked it, and countered with a flawless throw. You should have seen the pure shock on his face, but a swift, painful smack suddenly cuts him off. Min casually asks why he skipped the part where he got flipped and took 3 hits to the face. Exposed Baekhyun Hyuk grumbles for him to shut up. He sighs, asking who they think they are, brawling like thugs as top-ranked first-order hunters. He tries to protest, but Min cuts him off. But what? You completely lack the awareness of a first order. Start acting worthy of that cloak. Baekhyun Hyuk whimpers, but he was fighting too. Why am I the only one getting yelled at? Casually munching on snacks, Min points out that the kid is still a high schooler, making Baekhyun Hyuk curse the juvenile protection laws. He sighs mockingly, adding that in terms of mental maturity, Baekhyun Hyuk probably qualifies for child protection too. Hearing this, Baekhyun Hyuk brightens up. Right, I need protection too. Completely done with his stupidity. Min snaps, because you're an idiot. Min looks at him, sighing deeply. Looking at the absolute wreckage left behind, Min wonders how they avoided disciplinary action for this. In reality, with Sector A relatively quiet, this is the perfect chance to reorganize the ranks. After all, despite his stupidity, Baekhyun Hyuk is still a first order who needs to win his matches. Min turns, seeing him hanging his head in defeat. He suggests grabbing some beers to talk it out instantly, making Baekhyun Hyuk's eyes light up. Oh, so you are buying to comfort me. Min slowly licks a pocket knife in a silent threat, making him shiver. Just kidding, we will split the bill. Later that evening, they head to their usual spot. Baekhyun Hyuk has been stressing all day about how to win. Min suggests switching back to his original fighting style. Confused, Baekhyun Hyuk asks if he means using guns again, and Min confirms yes, both guns and swords. John Sik, currently in his slime form, waddles over with a beer tray balanced on his head. Baekhyun Hyuk groans, no way, I have terrible coordination unless someone trains me. Min blinks in surprise as a tiny green hand places the beer glass onto their table. Noticing Min is completely distracted, Baekhyun Hyuk asks what he is looking at mid-conversation. The little slime slithers away, heading back towards Seung-woo at the stove. Following Min O'Keefe's gaze, Baekhyun Hyuk whispers. The shop owner Min nods, noting that since his gunplay is decent, learning swordplay from a master of that caliber is definitely worth a shot. Stroking his chin, Baekhyun Hyuk ponders how to convince him. Should he offer money, fame, or just threaten him? Min sighs, warning him that threatening the guy is a death sentence. Depressed Baekhyun Hyuk mumbles that he is probably right. But then his face completely lights up as an idea strikes. He excitedly suggests trading his marksmanship skills in exchange for swordsmanship lessons, leaving Min completely stunned by the proposal. Min carefully weighs the option, wondering if a master of his caliber would even be interested in gunplay. Baekhyun Hyuk insists there is no need to worry, recalling the time he saw Seung-woo posing coolly with 2 high-end pistols, while Min watched with sheer confusion. They eagerly gossip about the barter, confident that despite the massive gap in their skills, the proposal stands a decent chance of succeeding. Meanwhile, Seung-woo cleans his hands deep in thought. He reluctantly gives in to Baekhyun Hyuk's request, promising only to teach him the absolute basics. Seeing the guy celebrate so joyfully, though it looks like that other brat is completely done for. Seung-woo lets out a deep sigh at the sudden turn of events, while Min stands there completely clueless. About 4 hours earlier at a nearby park, a nearby trash can suddenly gets knocked over by some unseen force, spilling garbage everywhere. Yoon-hyung stomps away in irritation, complaining that that crazy bastard is always looking for a fight. After all, he has much more battle experience, but that damn age difference still gets in the way. He grabs his head and screams in sheer frustration. Damn it, sometimes the guy acts like an old man. Sometimes he calls him a brat, and other times he nags like a teacher. Yoon-hyung suddenly calms down and gets serious, admitting that the guy has actually gotten a lot stronger. He obviously had no intention of actually killing him, but swinging his sword at Kang Hyuk with that much massive force was still a pretty heavy attack. Yet the guy blocked it easily. He saw the trajectory of the blade, clearly something he never could have done in the past. And then he tackled him. Yoon-hyung originally had the upper hand, but the situation completely reversed in the blink of an eye. Honestly, he had to admit he lost in close quarters combat. If that guy improves his swordsmanship, winning might become completely impossible. Lying flat on the grass, he quickly consoles himself that he could still easily take him down in a single blow if he just used his special ability. But he cannot just casually waste his special power on a guy like that. Suddenly, a strange noise in the distance successfully catches Eun Hyung's undivided attention. Recognizing the sound, he immediately sits up and stares intently in that direction. Nabi is smugly showing off, easily dodging every swing of Seal Taiji blade. He watches with total confusion but quickly realizes that the skill level of both of them is absolutely no joke. The man's strikes are incredibly fast and precise, showing off masterful skill. Along with a great build and weapons, his speed is insane even while carrying all that heavy armor. His cold, sharp eyes allow him to keep pace with the agile cat. He is a true master of close combat. Charging toward the cat, the man represents the exact type of fighter Eun Hyung struggles with most. A soft landing sound echoes, but what happens next is even more surprising. The cat leaps up with extended claws, flashing past Taiji before he can even react. The cat relentlessly pounces on him, landing strike after strike. Taiji collapses to the ground, groaning in defeat. Watching from a distance, Eun Hyung grins with pure joy. Yes, that is the exact close combat technique he needs. If he can master that, he will easily play with Kang Hyuk like a toy. The fighter glances over, calling out to him. Both Taiji and the cat turn their heads and spot Eun Hyung standing there. His sudden burst of excitement leaves the cat looking back in complete confusion. A beautifully clear blue sky and gentle sunlight paint a picture of absolute peace. The scene shifts to a blonde boy sitting down, listening to the conversation with a blank expression. Eun Hyung stands there with his mouth wide open, completely lost. The two immediately start screaming at each other. What do you think you are doing here, and do you even know whose shop this is? Eun Hyung snaps right back, demanding to know if this is his house and who he is to butt in. Seung-woo steps forward. Yoon-han asks the owner what that bastard is even doing here, but Seung-woo calmly tells him that he will explain everything. As they talk, Seung-woo leads him over to a shooting target and explains that it would be extremely unfair if only one person received training from a rank 92 marksman, so to make up for that loss. His face darkens as Seung-woo explains that Kang Hyuk has been working at the diner for a week and this new kid will be doing the exact same. Yoon-han glances over, listening to them explain that the newcomer will temporarily be helping out with the chores around the diner. He screams in disbelief, asking if the owner is teaching swordsmanship to this kid too, but Seung-woo just smiles and replies that his master is not him. The cat sitting comfortably on the sofa chimes in with absolute confidence, declaring that it is actually him. Kang Hyuk just stares in utter confusion, but Yoon Hyung immediately snaps, asking him what he is looking at. With an angry glare, he demands to know what the guy is looking at, while the other yells back, calling him a bastard and challenging him to a fight. The two continue to scream back and forth, with one warning that he has no intention of going easy on a minor today. Seung-woo rolls up a newspaper to shut them up, but the younger one shouts back that there will be absolutely no respecting of elders today. Soon both are lying dazed on the couch, getting a harsh lesson on their very first day. With a serious look, Seung-woo warns them that any future fighting during work hours will result in a heavy fine, but he will let it slide just this once. Kang Hyuk stubbornly screams back, demanding to know whose rules dictate these fines. He smiles gently and warns them that the fine will cost a whole month's salary so they can keep fighting if they have money to burn. Kang Hyuk is absolutely furious. Hwang Ji-hyun walks in holding up his phone, pointing out that the branch manager just officially approved the new rule. She smugly adds that from now on, every time the two of them bicker inside the shop, their wages will automatically be donated directly to charity. Kang Hyuk screams in total shock. Is that bald boss completely crazy? How on earth did they approve this so fast? He hasn't even hung up the phone yet. He quickly rubs his head, trying to calm down, and desperately begs the branch manager. She laughs. She whispers that she was only joking and already hung up, leaving his face completely dark with rage. Yoon-hung turns to the cat and grumbles that helping out around the shop is fine, but working with that jerk is another story. The cat chuckles. Are you really going to quit now? Deep in thought, he knows Kang Hyuk will get way stronger by learning swordsmanship from a returnee. Giving up and losing to him even once is simply too frustrating to accept. No way. He snaps back, declaring that he will absolutely do it. Yoon Hyung flashes a mysterious smile. Since things turned out this way, he will learn martial arts from the cat while driving that jerk absolutely insane. He secretly plots to push the kid's buttons until he snaps. Forget about wages, he'll make him cough up cold, hard cash. Both of them are desperately plotting to ruin each other and leave the other completely broke. Why does this feel like an absolute disaster waiting to happen? Outside the shop, a crowd of girls suddenly gathers, peeking through the glass to look inside. They all squeal with absolute excitement, snapping photos of their favorite idol, while holding up posters and begging the First Order Appa to look their way. Looking out, Kang Hyuk assumes they must be calling for him, wondering how they found him. An Hyung just watches in complete and utter disbelief. Kang Hyuk boasts that having photos taken is a real hassle, but since Han is just a regular guy, it shouldn't matter. Eun-han is totally speechless. He frowns in anger. Is this complete jerk actually trying to provoke him right now? The schoolgirls gasp, looking toward one side in surprise. Yoon-hae steps outside to ask if they need help, but they quickly reply they only came to see the superstar. He silently scoffs at the ridiculous nickname, telling them to stop staring at that old geezer and look at him instead. Yoon-young picks up a red bow tie, casually remarking that it's getting pretty warm outside today. He tugs at his collar and fans himself, asking if they want to order. The girls' eyes light up instantly as they cheer, ordering 5 portions of today's special menu. Baek Kang-hyuk turns absolutely green with envy as his precious fangirls get stolen. He grimaces. Biting down on his towel, he vows to show them who the real charmer is. Yoon-hyung just smirks, thoroughly enjoying his victory. Jo Seung-woo watches them from a distance, completely clueless about what's going on. Suddenly, rippling muscles are revealed as one of them boldly rips open his shirt. A perfectly defined six-pack is put on full glorious display. Both of them start flexing their abs in a fierce showdown, leaving the schoolgirls absolutely wide-eyed and snapping photos of both the legendary superstar Appa and the handsome black Appa. They strike dramatic poses right in front of the store, locked in a ridiculous battle over who has the more seductive physique. Back in the kitchen, Jo Seung-woo sighs in relief, figuring that as long as the customers are happy, it's fine. The day finally arrives for Jo Seung-woo to teach Baek Kang-hyuk swordsmanship, and they meet up in a clearing inside a pine forest. Baek Kang-hyuk feels a bit skeptical about his teacher's skills as he watches Jo Seung-woo casually examine a simple wooden sword. He carefully runs his fingers along the wooden blade. But with just a gentle swing of the sword, he unleashes a powerful gust of wind that sends leaves showering down. Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes widen in sheer shock. Just holding the weapon, the guy radiates an overwhelming, crushing aura. Jo Seung-woo rests the sword on his shoulder and asks if he knows why swordsmanship is split into so many complex styles and secret family techniques. Baek Kang-hyuk just scratches his head, completely lost and admitting he has no clue. He explains that every style is created with a specific purpose in mind, and when the user's goals change, the nature of their swordsmanship naturally shifts too. Baek Kang-hyuk admits he still doesn't quite get it, so Jo Seung-woo cheerfully offers to demonstrate, starting with a classic style of a knight. He gets serious. He takes his stance and raises his wooden blade high. With absolute precision, Jo Seung-woo brings the sword down in a decisive strike. He warmly explains that it is designed to protect others, like comrades fighting side by side, which is why the footwork is narrow and stable. But Baek Kang-hyuk still looks completely puzzled, remaining silent. With a helpless sigh, Jo Seung-woo notes that basic form is enough, but knights always like to inject their own special intent into their strikes. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Jo Seung-woo unleashes another demonstration, swinging the wooden sword with devastating force. He brings his other hand up, gripping the sword hilt. He swings the sword with all his might. That single strike is more than enough to show his incredible power. The sheer force kicks up leaves and dust, scattering them everywhere in the air. After finishing the demo, Jo Seung-woo excitedly asks if he saw it. Kang-hyuk stares wide-eyed in admiration, clapping his hands non-stop, praising how absolutely amazing and cool it was. He explains sincerely that this is both the strength and weakness of a knight's swordsmanship. While it is meant to protect, it also represents their honor and deep desire for battle. Every elite warrior projects their will into their sword, turning consciousness into their unique technique. Therefore, the swordsman's personality and circumstances lay the foundation of their style. Jo Seung-woo asks what kind of swordsmanship he wants to pursue, aiming to guide him as accurately as possible. Kang-hyuk shyly scratches his cheek and says he is no philosopher and has no grand purpose, only wanting to defeat Eun-hyun. Stunned, Jo Seung-woo asks if he means a sword made solely to defeat others. Rubbing his neck sheepishly, he asks if that is too ordinary. But Jo Seung-woo calmly reassures him, asking why it would be ordinary since his own specialty is also beating others. Kang-hyuk gasps in surprise, asking if that is true. Remembering his glorious past, Jo Seung-woo explains that before becoming a hero, he was a gladiator slave. Gladiators are true master swordsmen, whose techniques are forged purely to win. He calmly declares that he will now show him the sheer brilliance of a gladiator's swordsmanship. Warning him to dodge the next move, he invites the boy to charge and attack. Hearing Jo Seung-woo's sudden request, he flinches in surprise. With a serious expression, he takes the battle-ready stance of a seasoned gladiator. Kang-hyuk watches intently, calculating the incoming strike and predicting the sword will surely aim right down the middle. In the blink of an eye, Jo Seung-woo strikes like lightning, hitting his chin with the sword and knocking him backward. Though the hit looked effortless, the impact is devastating, sending him flying backward. A loud ear-splitting crash echoes as his body slams hard against the ground, proving just how painful it is. He calmly explains that this is the sword of victory. While it lacks flashy showmanship, a gladiator's blade is brutal and practical. Holding his swollen, reddened chin, Kang-hyuk groans that he now understands exactly what the other meant. It is incredibly efficient and unpredictable, a technique crafted solely to defeat the opponent in front of you. Jo Seung-woo softly adds that even at a disadvantage, it works as long as the skill gap is not too massive. If he learns this, Jo Seung-woo guarantees 100% that he will beat his rival. His body still trembles as he struggles to sit up and listen. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Kang Hyuk shivers from absolute embarrassment, feeling completely humiliated. He fights a fierce mental battle, wondering what that crazy technique even was, and why he does not just drop the sword to use an axe instead. After all, a person should have some elegance, right? Yet he instantly rejects the lazy thought filled with absolute determination. No, he must defeat Eun Hyung at all costs, so maybe he really should just swallow his pride and learn it. With his mind made up, a tense look flashes in Bae Kang Hyuk's eyes. He realizes that if he trains under him, he might even defeat knights from the great families. His sudden intense stare makes Jo Seung-woo, usually so reliable, feel quite uneasy and confused. After a long silence, Kang Hyuk finally reaches a decision. Knowing it is time to choose, Jo Seung-woo asks which style he wants to learn. He bows deeply at a solemn 90-degree angle, formally begging him to teach him the Honorable Knight style. Jo Seung-woo sighs, realizing his prediction was spot on all along. The scene shifts to a restaurant catering specifically to hunters. A pair of legs comes into view, shaking violently. Looking closely, is Eun Hyung biting his lip and struggling to maintain a delicate dancer pose with his trembling body. Yoon Young screams in frustration at Seo Taeji and Nabi, who are watching nearby, complaining that this is clearly yoga, not swordsmanship. Hands tucked behind its back like a seasoned master, Nabi replies that for a small guy like him, flexibility is the ultimate weapon. It strokes its whiskers and nonchalantly remarks that if he lacks innate strength, he must at least be flexible. He tearfully complains to Nabi, whining that no matter how much he eats, he never gains weight, so what is he supposed to do? Annoyed by his pitiful look, the cat tells him it is best not to say things like that in front of others. Standing behind them, Seo Taeji asks, skeptically, if a human can actually utilize feline martial arts regardless of how flexible they are. Nabi's eyes flash with a sharp gleam as it reassures him not to worry, saying everything so far was just a warm-up for the secret art of Iru Post. The cat asks if he has ever heard that drinking vinegar makes a person more flexible. Looking slightly confused, the boy admits he has heard it but still wonders. According to old legends, circus acrobats always keep plenty of vinegar around for their training. They drink it to make their bodies incredibly supple. The acid helps boost flexibility by breaking down the lactic acid built up inside damaged muscle fibers. This improves blood circulation and stimulates the citric acid cycle in the body, greatly enhancing overall flexibility. Panting heavily, Eun Hyung skeptically protests that such a ridiculous rumor cannot possibly be true. Nabi crosses its paws and nods, proudly agreeing that vinegar indeed does nothing. Stuttering, the boy asks what the point was then. Reaching behind its back to grab something, the cat cuts him off, explaining that on Terra there is a special food that actually boosts flexibility. With immense pride, Nabi presents a freshly grilled skewer of eel. Yoon Hyung stares at the meat skewer, wondering if it is grilled eel. Meanwhile, watching Nabi makes Seltaji think of Doraemon and his magical gadgets. Right now, the talking cat proudly offers to explain exactly what this dish is. He hesitates, staring at the item meant to boost his flexibility. He wonders if this is that famous bizarre food he heard about. At least it does not look completely inedible. Wanoha used to throw fits over weird food, but this is a whole different level. This bizarre dish instantly reminds Eun Hyung of a certain someone. He figures that guy will nag him anyway, so he just takes a quick bite. Both Seltaji and Nabi stare in absolute shock at Yoon Hyung's bold move. Just a single bite is enough to make his eyes pop wide open. From his elbows down to his waist and knees, everything cracks with a loud pop. Anyone can tell how much agonizing pain Eun Hyung is in when he unleashes a scream that practically shakes the entire room. His agonizing shrieks echo through the entire area. Eun Hyung crashes hard right onto his butt, and his dislocated leg slams right down with him. His limbs twist every which way, bringing tears of pure agony to his eyes as he panics. It hurts so bad. What on earth is this? Nabi sighs, looking over at a terrified Seltaji to point out that this is exactly what happens when you eat random things. He calls Yoon Hyung impatient, prompting an angry shout from the floor. What the hell is this stuff that completely broke my body? The cat casually replies, oh, you humans call those earthworms. Yoon Hyung turns pale, asking in horror, earthworms? You actually made me eat earthworms. Nabi lectures him, explaining that edible earthworms are popular in Australia, New Zealand, Africa, and China. Since ancient times, they have been used as medicine to treat blood stasis, so he really needs to educate himself. He feels completely helpless. It is totally ridiculous that a talking cat from another world is lecturing him about common knowledge on Earth. Nabi keeps going, mentioning that even on the mainland there are desert monsters similar to earthworms called Soyosio. Nabi claims their meat is famously healthy, with the exact benefits depending entirely on the color. He continues lecturing Eun Hyung, explaining that red meat boosts blood circulation while yellow meat relieves fatigue, relaxes all your joints, and makes you incredibly flexible. Right as the cat finishes, Jun Eun-hyung passes out from the intense pain. Seltaji watches this and tells Nabi that the food seemed to twist him into a donut rather than relieve any fatigue. Nabi sighs, saying it must be because he did not warm up enough first. Nabi instructs Seltaji to make Eun-hyung stretch before eating any more once he wakes up to boost his flexibility before starting training. 1 week after that painful incident, it is another early morning and everyone at the restaurant is busy doing their jobs. Seung-woo looks at Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-hyung, saying it takes a lot of time to master a skill and asks if they really think they can challenge him after just 1 week. Nabi chimes in, calling the idea completely ridiculous. The two of them spin around, glaring intensely at Seung-woo as he casually sips his water. Baek Kang-hyuk grits his teeth, admitting to himself that the master is right, but he still feels he has improved a lot over the past week. Meanwhile, Eun-hyung seriously considers how a full year of structured training could launch him to an entirely different level of power. He looks up to glare at Baek Kang-hyuk, thinking it is all that bastard's fault, while Baek Kang-hyuk glances back over his shoulder to glare right back. Eun-hyung keeps calculating, noting that in just 1 week he got caught fighting 8 times and lost 8 months of pay. If he stays near this guy, he will end up working for free. Baek Kang-hyuk shifts his gaze back as if to say they will settle this after today's shift, their shared frustration sparking a moment of silent telepathy. Eun-hyung glances back silently, agreeing that once they step into the yard, their rivalry will finally be settled once and for all. Time flies by quickly, and afternoon soon arrives. The two stand face to face, ready to fight as a crowd gathers around them to watch the showdown unfold. Baek Kang-hyuk confidently folds his arms, saying that fighting in front of a crowd is pretty exciting, so everyone should prepare to witness greatness. Before he can even finish his sentence, Eun-hyung hurls his scabbard straight at his face, yelling at him to shut up and draw his sword. Seung-woo sighs at the sight, noting that the boy still has not cured his bad habit of provoking people. Meanwhile, the crowd cheers loudly, clearly loving the pre-fight drama. Baek Kang-hyuk throws the scabbard aside and growls, "That was a cheap trick, you bastard. I am officially mad now." Eun-hyung. With a roar, he grips his sword as a bright yellow aura flares up, signaling the activation of his special star power. Watching from the sidelines, Seung-woo wonders with surprise if the kid actually stands a chance in this matchup. A foot stomps hard against the ground. Baek Kang-hyuk raises his sword high and lunges forward to strike Eun-hyung. He is caught slightly off guard but still manages to dodge the blow. Baek Kang-hyuk tightens his grip on the hilt. He unleashes another slash, but Eun-hyung easily dodges again. The two keep clashing, with Baek Kang-hyuk launching a relentless assault, while Eun-hyung focuses entirely on parrying and blocking the heavy blows. Baek Kang-hyuk gets incredibly pumped up, boasting that this is the knightly swordsmanship he mastered through blood, sweat, and tears. Outside, Seung-woo looks completely helpless, watching his student, grumbling that he is already bragging after just a single week, while someone else watches tensely. Still, Seung-woo silently notes that the kid at least has a proper stance now, which is a pretty shocking improvement compared to last week. But he cannot help but suspect that other guy taught the kid pretty half-heartedly during their time together. Watching Eun-hyung's steady blade, he wonders how the kid can show such talent without even moving. Maybe he really does have a great master. Then again, he proudly takes a little credit too, figuring he has not exactly been slacking off either. Back in the arena, Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk pour all their strength into their swords as the blades violently clash. But then, Eun-hyung suddenly lets go of his weapon. Baek Kang-hyuk, completely caught off guard by knocking the blade away, lets out a confused gasp. Eun-hyung quickly darts right behind him. He locks Baek Kang-hyuk in a tight chokehold. Next, Eun-hyung sweeps his leg to secure the lock. It is joint lock number 18 of the 48 Nien Lincoln techniques called Goodnight Brave Warrior. It is a secret technique from the Aloras clan designed to force even the most sleepless warriors into a deep slumber. Feeling totally victorious, Eun-hyung whispers to his opponent, "Sleep well." Baek Kang-hyuk begins to fade his mind, panicking that if he does not break free, he will lose or worse die. Realizing there is only one way out, Baek Kang-hyuk swings his leg upward. He throws his entire weight backward in a freefall, dragging a stunned Eun-hyung down with him. Both crash heavily onto the ground, but Eun-hyung definitely takes the worst of it by absorbing the entire impact. Suddenly, a hand reaches up and yanks Eun-hyung's hair, forcing a painful cry out of him. An enraged Eun-hyung demands that he let go immediately, but Baek Kang-hyuk screams right back, telling the dirty cheater to release him first. The two keep bickering like toddlers about chokeholds and murder attempts, leaving the surrounding crowd watching in utter disbelief. People in the crowd whisper, completely dumbfounded, that this is supposed to be a vanguard match. Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk are acting like total children, rolling around and screaming at each other to go die, making onlookers lament that the future of their country looks incredibly dark. Min facepalms, muttering that the vanguard's reputation is thoroughly ruined, while Seung-woo clears his throat to try and stop them. Their ridiculous brawl drags on for another 30 minutes until absolutely nobody is left watching. Well, except for a video uploaded online that instantly starts going viral. Now a heavily bruised Eun-hyun and Baek Kang-hyuk stand in total silence before a furious Lee Jung-hoon. Their embarrassing scuffle has the entire internet buzzing, leaving branch manager Lee Jung-hoon completely speechless as he watches the viral clip. Inside the Isaac branch headquarters, Lee Jung-hoon looks at the two troublemakers with pure, unadulterated exhaustion. Every single punch and curse word from their pathetic fight was caught on camera for the whole world to see. He sarcastically tells them they did an amazing job, glaring at the endless bruises covering their bodies. Lee Jung-hoon clutches his thinning hair with a dark, depressed expression, muttering that the doctor blamed his hair loss on extreme stress. Baek Kang-hyuk casually points out that the branch manager was the one who set this up, so why is he so shocked? While Eun-hyun nods along, leaving Lee Jung-hoon literally shaking with speechless rage. Snapping completely, Lee Jung-hoon loses his mind and screams that his hair loss is absolutely because of those two idiots. He mockingly asks if they have seen today's newspapers, making Baek Kang-hyuk panic at the mention of articles, while Eun-hyun scoffs that nobody reads physical papers anymore unless they are senior citizens. As Lee Jung-hoon clutches his head in agony, Ji-hyun steps forward and presents a printed article she prepared beforehand just in case. The report completely tears into the credibility of the Isaac branch's vanguard, and yes, that includes both of them. She points out the latest popularity rankings, showing their approval ratings plummeting straight into the ground. Watching her cold analysis, the two idiots finally feel the gravity of the situation as their spirits sink. Considering the damage to the guild's image, the unauthorized brawl wasted guild resources, and massive financial loss, Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes gleam with sharp calculations. She calmly announces they are docking 10 months of their salary, congratulating them on a mandatory 10-month diet that leaves both boys completely frozen. Sharing the exact same doom, they begin to tremble, stammering about whether they have to survive solely on their part-time cafe jobs. Popping a handful of stress pills, Lee Jung-hoon snaps that their cafe shifts are banned too, causing both of them to shriek in pure horror. Now truly terrified, they listen to his furious lecture, pointing out they were already docked 8 months of pay and asking if they thought this disaster only deserved a 2-month deduction. He explains that higher-ups actually went easy on them, asking if they even know why. Baek Kang-hyuk innocently wonders if it is because they are too cute, earning a furious glare from Eun-hyun. Lee Jung-hoon tells them he is actually partly right, confirming that it is all because of Baek Kang-hyuk, leaving both boys staring at him with their jaws completely dropped. He calmly explains that to the public, Baek Kang-hyuk is basically a hilarious clown in this whole mess. And because he is playing the clown, people are actually being pretty forgiving. Baek Kang-hyuk freezes in utter embarrassment, stammering out a "confuse me really." Next to him, Eun-hyun cracks up, but Lee Jung-hoon quickly slaps him back to reality by telling him to keep laughing since he is part of Baek Kang-hyuk Team 2. That cool, handsome genius swordsman image is officially dead. From this moment on, he is nothing but the second clown. Stunned, Eun-hyun shrieks out, "Even me." Pointing a finger at them, he yells that keeping them around is way too expensive. Under branch policy, they must pay for their own food for the next 10 months. Kicked out of Isaac, the two clowns have no choice but to sign a 10-month contract at the Warrior restaurant. Waking up with a massive yawn, Seung-woo gently pats John Sick, who's sleeping soundly on his lap. At least customer numbers will not drop anymore. Ultimately, Seung-woo walks away as the real winner with 2 free slaves. Over at the underground maintenance branch of Isaac, engineers are constantly repairing giant combat robots under the watchful eye of Captain Hana. Drenched in sweat, Hannah groans that she is literally going to die, finally understanding why Seoul built a disaster recovery zone. Right beside her is her husband and maintenance chief Kim Gwainam, who manages the heavy armored gear. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she points out that these constant cracks forming are highly unusual. Gwainam nods in agreement, watching the giant robots as they walk. He notes they are entirely out of ammunition and engine overloads are no joke. Hana chimes in, saying that compared to Switzerland, calling this place hell is pretty accurate. He gazes at his exhausted wife with deep, affectionate eyes. Handing her a water bottle, Gwainam gently suggests she let her eyes rest. Pointing to her pirate eye patch, Gwainam suggests getting an artificial eye to make fighting easier. But Hana quickly declines, thanking him for the advice and telling him that she is doing just fine and there is no need to worry. Besides, it would look ridiculous for a captain to be completely unscathed, while so many of her comrades have fallen. Her voice drops to a bittersweet whisper as she calls it a tribute. Gwainam sighs, admitting that while it breaks his heart as her husband, that is just who she is. He mentions how insanely strong the frontline members here must be to defend this entire sector, with only 3 teams right before they walk through the next security gate. Hana calmly corrects him, explaining that only 1 team is actually active right now. When a shocked Gwainam asks why, she reveals that rank 10 and rank 65 are out with injuries, leaving only rank 92 on guard duty. His expression instantly sours as he asks if rank 92 is just that slacker Baek Kang-hyuk. Is he really that strong? Even Hana has to admit that their team structure is incredibly efficient and well-planned. Their entire strategy revolves around a scouting captain, while the rest of the squad focuses heavily on long-range attacks. Hearing this unique strategy for the first time, Guinam asks if the captain is the absolute key. As for the front line, he draws all the attention to act as a solid tank while getting stronger. After hearing the entire breakdown, Guinam has to admit that it is a brilliant tactic. Guinam contemplates how effective it is compared to their own basic tactics, but Hana sighs and points out that they severely lack mobility, while their attack range is far too wide. To minimize damage, their mechs need to be much faster. Should they reduce weight? No, that leaves the pilots wide open. Or maybe increase firepower. Guinam slowly starts to spiral into a panicked confusion. Feeling guilty that he cannot help Hana, a frustrated Guinam admits this is simply not a problem they can solve on their own. He suggests they might need to wait for scientists to develop some completely new materials. Hearing this, Hana giggles and jokes about whether they should just start praying instead. Guinam goes along with the joke, noting they really have no other choice because they will not last much longer at this rate anyway. Hana thoughtfully guesses that the branch manager might already have a few plans up his sleeve. Over at Isaac, she questions him about this sudden plan to restore the economic market. Ji-Hyun looks extremely worried as she points out this is already the 5th time he has brought this up. But Lee Jung-hoon remains perfectly calm, replying that he is not just saying this on a whim. Slapping a massive stack of papers on his desk, he tells her to look at all the insane petitions they receive daily from the guilds. She frowns deeply, questioning since when Isaac actually cared about what the guilds wanted. Turning her head away, Ji-Hyun mutters that she absolutely detests those greedy guilds. These guilds are basically groups of rogue awakeners who refuse Isaac control and prefer to operate entirely on their own. On any given day, countless gates pop up out of nowhere, unleashing deadly monsters and constant threats. By acting as the world's ultimate shield against these terrifying horrors, Isaac has won immense support from the general public. They leverage this trust to not only control the active dungeons but also to recruit highly promising awakeners directly under their command. Under the grand banner of self-governance, the independent guilds constantly fight against Isaac's strict control, even launching massive protests on a global scale. Slamming her hand on the desk, Ji-Hyun angrily yells that it is all absolute garbage. They do not care about how hunters keep this world safe. They are just greedy maniacs who only want the rare loot inside the gates. Lee Jung-hoon lets out a deep sigh, asking if she honestly thinks he does not know all of that already. Still highly frustrated, she demands to know why he wants to restore the economy then. She asks if he is seriously planning to let those greedy scumbags turn clearing gates into a business. He seriously explains that with resources running incredibly low, this is actually a highly viable option. It allows them to protect the identities of unregistered hunters while also easing the massive burden on the association's armored squad. All they need to do is establish extremely strict regulations to prevent any unauthorized dungeon entry in the near future. This way, they can manage the risks effectively, and the frontline can deploy the absolute moment a new gate opens. Regaining her composure, Ji-Hyun worriedly points out what might happen if this fails. Lee Jung-hoon quietly replies that he is well aware of the risks. He strokes his chin fully, knowing it could cost him his position or even his very life. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Seoul, inside a Ranky gate, the Red Tiger Guild is led by Kang Ji-eun. She leads her members deep into the forest to fight, but Ji-eun is visibly trembling with fear. One of her guild members turns around and apologizes to her. The boss is about to appear, so if you are that scared, why don't you just go back level 6? Ji-eun, startled, she snaps back and tells them to shut up. Her deep greed is completely obvious in her eyes as she asks if they have any idea how much money she spent just to buy the rights to clear this gate. She insists on checking for valuables herself, especially with the boss carrying the ultimate reward nearby. There is no way she is turning back now. Hearing this, an uneasy guild member mutters that she sounds exactly like a greedy villain. Ji-eun tries to reassure everyone, telling Ji-eun that while he cannot stop her, she must stay safe. Even they will struggle against the boss. She confidently snaps back that she has plenty of experience and is no rookie. All their past fights were easy, so he skeptically wonders if this boss will be any different. Unsurprisingly, this careless attitude always invites major disaster. A shadow looms. A massive, hulking figure slowly emerges from the deep forest. Hearing such a massive commotion, the entire Red Tiger Guild is thrown into a panic. Its giant foot stomps down hard, shaking the very ground beneath them. Everyone stands completely frozen, utterly stunned by its colossal size. Terrified, Ji-eun begins to tremble as she stammers out, "What is that? What is this thing?" Standing right before her is a ferocious ogre. Back at the Red Tiger Hunter Guild headquarters, the sound of chirping birds and golden sunlight makes everything seem incredibly peaceful. But inside the office, the atmosphere is utterly depressing. Ji-eun slumps exhaustedly in her chair with a pale face, while Si-ho types away on his keyboard, completely ignoring her suffering. Total doom. She lets out a desperate, dramatic cry. This makes no sense at all. With tears welling up in her eyes, she still cannot believe her bad luck. Her mind flashes back to the fat, hideous monster that suddenly appeared right in front of her that day. Her pent-up frustration finally boils over, and she clutches her head in absolute despair. She screams out, "Why on earth did that monster just appear out of nowhere? We worked so hard to build this guild to where it is today, so why is heaven playing with us like this?" Her secretary, Siho, calmly delivers the bad news. According to the reports, every single member of their elite team is severely injured and needs at least 10 weeks of complete rest to recover. We are going to spend a fortune just on their medical bills, and on top of that, we have to pay the heavy rescue team fees from the insurance company. Hearing this, Ji-eun sinks even deeper into despair, hanging her head low as she mutters that they should have just left those stubborn fools to die. At least then they could have used the insurance money to hire a brand new raid team. Seho sighs deeply, warning her to stop talking nonsense before they get sued. He reminds her that she was the one crying and begging him to call a rescue team because her entire squad was about to die. Ji-eun finally calms down a little, tearfully asking what they are supposed to do now. She desperately wonders if they have completely failed and are officially on the brink of bankruptcy. Si-ho keeps staring at his screen, saying that even if the sky falls, there is always a way. Ji-eun looks at him skeptically. "A way? What way do you actually know another strong hunter?" "None at all. But he knows someone who can solve this exact problem." Seho explains the situation while turning his computer screen toward Ji-eun so she can see it clearly. He tells her there is a restaurant in District A called Hero's Diner, and according to highly reliable sources, the owner of this place is actually a legendary return hero. The screen displays some incredibly exaggerated reviews of the diner, praising the rich, intense flavors that might make you sick after just one bite and boasting serving speeds that put fast food chains to shame. It even suggests that if you need food to boost your poison resistance, you should try their dishes, assuming you can actually stomach them. Seho suggests they ask this powerful returnee to help them out. Hearing this, Ji-eun immediately deflates like a popped balloon. She slams her hands on the table, leaning forward to yell at Seho. She demands to know if this ridiculous plan is his final solution, pointing out that he speaks as if a legendary return hero would actually bother to help them. Suddenly, Ji-eun notices a strange sensation in her palm. The expensive ebony desk, by far the most valuable item in the office, has completely cracked in half under her unconscious strength. Ji-eun sighs in disappointment, noting that hiring a return hero must be incredibly expensive. Siho nods in agreement, confirming that they are indeed pricey because they are just that powerful. Ji-eun points out another major issue. Even if they somehow manage to hire a returned hero, she asks if Seho really thinks Isaac will just sit back and do nothing, since they definitely will not leave them alone. Seho falls silent, admitting she has a point, but wonders how someone as wise as her could have messed up so badly in the first place. Highly offended, the level 6, Ji-eun grabs her non-awakened secretary by the collar and shakes him violently. She tells him to shut up instead of adding fuel to the fire, since nobody can predict the future anyway. She never expected things to take such a bizarre turn, when out of nowhere, a terrifying giant serpent suddenly appeared. Who could have predicted that a C-rank monster would end up as the boss of a simple E-rank dungeon? With his hair completely messed up from being shaken, Seho begs Ji-eun to calm down and hear him out. He explains that they do not need to hire the returnee permanently, especially since they cannot afford to keep an awakened hunter anyway. Curious, Ji-eun asks what he suggests instead. Instead, they only need to pay him to take out that specific monster. Seho presents this as the most logical and cost-effective solution for their current crisis. Ji-eun realizes his clever intention, asking if he means they should hire him just to clean up their mess. Absolutely. Once that giant serpent is taken care of, all their problems will vanish, and such a task is absolutely nothing to a legendary return hero. Ji-eun completely agrees with the logic, but a lingering doubt remains in her mind. She wonders how they can possibly convince someone that powerful to help them with such a trivial matter. Seho immediately anticipates her concern, telling her not to worry because he already researched how to approach him. Ji-eun's eyes light up like stars as she praises Seho's brilliance, eagerly asking him what the plan is. "It is as easy as pie," Seho replies with a sly smirk creeping onto his face. "Just go eat." That is literally the whole plan. The very next day, Ji-eun actually visits the restaurant. Wearing their server uniforms, Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk stare intensely at her table with defensive expressions as if they are looking directly at an enemy. Shocked, Ji-eun slams her hands on the table. She asks if he is serious or if she misheard him. Seung-woo readily agrees to her request, saying it actually sounds fun and that he has always wanted to try clearing that gate at least once. He tells her not to worry because he will help. Ji-eun can barely believe her ears, wondering if he actually agreed so easily. She remembers grabbing Seho by the collar and screaming at him for his crazy plan, which makes her turn away in sheer embarrassment. It seems so impossible at first, and she realizes she will definitely have to apologize to Seho on the way back. Seung-woo suddenly cuts off her train of thought, warning her that she needs to know one important thing first. Intrigued, Ji-eun eagerly asks what it is. Seung-woo points toward the neighboring table, explaining that the food served at his diner is a little bit special. Over there, a man carefully picks up his food with sweat dripping down his forehead. He takes just one bite and his face turns completely blue. Turns out this shop's food is so bad it's got him shaking violently. Jean watches in confusion, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat as a loud pounding rattles the door. Right outside the restroom, two people are clutching their stomachs in agony waiting. The previous diner, now the third victim, opens the door to escape. Jean anxiously points toward the crowd. Since it is her first time in Area A, she asks what dish everyone is talking about. Seung-woo warmly guesses she must be new to this town, handing her a paper to read quickly. With that, he hands her a menu for the bizarre food eating challenge. Jean carefully reads every single word inside. Seung-woo explains today's challenge, telling her that because she is an outsider, they will waive the massive entrance fee of 100 million and give her a special chance. But this offer is strictly for today only. Bold letters on the menu announce the bizarre food challenge, a true culinary torture. If completed within the time limit, the challenger receives official gear issued by Isekai, proving they are a master craftsman. Note that only active hunters are allowed to participate. Level 1 requires eating everything to receive a completely free artifact. Jean is instantly hooked. Free, all she has to do is eat everything to get that artifact. A fiery passion suddenly ignites deep inside her. Overwhelmed with absolute determination, she declares that she is definitely going to participate. But a moment later, once the initial excitement fades, Jean stares anxiously at the plate sitting right in front of her. She jumped in without a second thought just because it was free. Jean can only stare blankly at the heap of food. Is this really a good idea? I mean, she clearly made a massive mistake here. The dish looks straight up poisoned, emitting a dark, threatening aura that makes even a seasoned hunter hesitate. Jean slaps her own face to snap out of it. There is no time to hesitate. If she fails here, she will go completely bankrupt anyway. She tells herself to focus. She picks up her chopsticks and grabs a bite, constantly telling herself to just eat now and think later. Whatever. What is the worst that could happen? Dying. A moment later, just as expected, Eun-young kicks her right out of the shop. Jean collapses on the ground, feeling like half her soul has already escaped her broken body. Her first attempt is a total failure. Eun-young brushes off his hands as if he just touched something absolutely filthy, angrily calling her a dirty hyena. He asks if they should throw salt. Baek Kang-hyuk agrees just this once, noting that not many ISAC members actually like guild hunters anyway. Baek Kang-hyuk stands with hands on hips, equally annoyed. Jonsik sits on Jo Seung-woo's head while the man brushes Nabi fur calmly, stating that he does not dislike guild hunters at all. Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-young ask in surprise why he feels that way. Jo Seung-woo cheerfully explains that since he runs his own self-made business, there is no reason for him to hate a guild that someone else built from scratch. Even Jonsik agrees, telling Baek Kang-hyuk that doing good deeds is fine, but they cannot force others to do the same. Jo Seung-woo considers this common sense. There is nothing wrong with someone running a business and chasing profit. That is just how the market economy works. Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-young want to argue back, but run out of excuses. Jo Seung-woo looks at the leftover food on the table, adding that he is actually quite impressed by that girl. Finishing half of that plate was already pushing her absolute limit. Her willpower is seriously impressive. Unconvinced, Baek Kang-hyuk grumbles while clearing the table, muttering that if eating one plate gets the boss to work, he would eat 10. Jo Seung-woo laughs and replies that quest difficulty depends on the person, and the gap between them is massive. He really lives up to his reputation as a professional quest giver. Baek Kang-hyuk scoffs, leaving Jo Seung-woo speechless for a moment. He admits that he is indeed the one giving out quests, so that statement is actually quite accurate. He looks down at Nabi in his lap, asking to brush her fur too. She replies with a pleading meow. Nabi immediately agrees. Jo Seung-woo suddenly remembers something, noting that he has not seen Eunho around lately, even though she is usually the one brushing her. But before he can even finish his sentence, the closed door suddenly swings open once again. A familiar voice echoes throughout the shop, telling them to wait because she is retaking the bizarre food challenge. Talk about dedication. Jean stands at the entrance completely drenched in sweat, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. Jo Seung-woo concernedly warns her that this could ruin her body, advising her to rest and try again tomorrow. Jean bows her head, her shaking shoulders betraying her intense emotions, and mutters that tomorrow is a concept that does not exist for her. She slumps back down at the table. Since the owner mentioned earlier that today is free, this is her one and only chance. Jean looks up with a completely pale face, absolutely terrified. Yet her voice remains incredibly firm, declaring that as a hunter, sometimes you just have to fight even when you know you are going to lose. Everyone is deeply impressed. Even Jo Seung-woo pauses his brushing to let out a gasp of admiration, while Nabi claps her paws as Baek Kang-hyuk serves Jean a fresh plate of food. Baek Kang-hyuk has a total change of heart, admitting that while she is completely crazy, she is exactly his type. Quite some time passes, and the evening sun slowly begins to set. By now, the plate on the table is completely wiped clean. Jean has literally passed out cold. Even Bae Kang-hyuk looks on in complete disbelief as she sits there totally unconscious. He wonders if this is the legendary hunger spirit admitting that as a proud member of ISAC, he had completely forgotten what that was like. Jo Seung-woo smiles happily as he looks at her, admitting that her inner strength and willpower are indeed incredibly strong. He looks closely at the unconscious Jean, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the foam at her mouth. He wonders if anyone could really go this far just for money, realizing she must have been truly desperate to avoid failure. Right then, the phone in Jean's pocket begins to vibrate. Baek Kang-hyuk notices the screen, wondering why her notifications are suddenly blowing up like crazy. But when he picks up her phone and checks the screen, Baek Kang-hyuk gasps in shock. She just leveled up 6 times all at once. She is going to be incredibly surprised when she finally wakes up. Shivering from the cold, Jo Seung-woo turns to Nabi and asks if she can move their guest into a room. Understood, Nabi replies. He turns to ask Baek Kang-hyuk, come to think of it, where is Eun-hyun? Bae Kang-hyuk explains that he left for a meeting, one that apparently involves the unconscious guy lying right there. Their eyes fall on the unconscious Ji-eun, who was apparently assigned to manage the gate. It looks like the guild wanted to bring Eun-hyun in to resolve things before the situation got even worse. Bae Kang-hyuk notes that with their boss around now, that will never happen. He adds that successfully finishing the food makes someone a returnee contractor, which will surely shut up all those annoying gossiping critics. Jo Seung-woo casually replies that it is fine since the power ultimately chooses people on its own anyway. Baek Kang-hyuk grimaces and pouts at Jo Seung-woo, muttering that they still cannot predict what other people are truly thinking. Jo Seung-woo replies that he already saw it, and right on cue, his left eye activates his character evaluation window. He boasts about having a very sharp eye for reading people while looking at the girl resting behind the door. With just a single glance, he sees all of Ji-eun's stats: her good nature, free-spirited personality, deep emotions, stinginess, and high concentration. Meanwhile, over at the Gilbert Tigers headquarters, pushing up his glasses, Seho exclaims that it is absolutely unbelievable. He looks at Ji-eun in disbelief, asking if a returnee really promised to defeat the boss. Ji-eun proudly flashes Jo Seung-woo's business card, confirming she will definitely use it when the time comes. Seho still cannot believe it, teasingly asking if their guild leader is actually a master of seduction. Ji-eun fiercely glares at him, snapping back to ask what he just said. Smugly, she tells him a kid like him knows nothing of her true value, then instructs him to cancel all their hunter recruitment plans. Seho grabs his phone, asking if she wants to cancel his own hunter profile. Ji-eun immediately screams that she meant the recruitment notices, realizing in shock that he is already secretly looking for a new job. Confused, he asks what he is supposed to cancel if hunters are the ones clearing monsters. Ji-eun giggles, telling him they simply do not need those hunters anymore. Seho brightens up, realizing that the legendary returnee has truly promised to clear the entire gate for them. But Ji-eun proudly corrects him, boasting that just one of her is enough now that she has leveled up. Grimacing, he asks what she is talking about since the whole world knows their guild leader has a low level. Ji-eun angrily snaps back, telling him to wipe that stupid look off his face. Before eating that bizarre dish, this unlucky low-level hunter was sitting at a weak level 6. But after finishing Jo Seung-woo's special food, she shot straight up to level 12, completely transforming herself. Seho is completely shocked, wondering if a dish that instantly increases levels really exists, praising the returnee's incredible power. Smugly picking up her shield, Ji-eun says that is why only Jo Seung-woo can take down the boss. She plans to clear some respawn monsters on the way, prompting Seho to suggest using a more respectful title for him. Now a total devotee, Ji-eun insists they refer to him as Lord Jo Seung-woo instead of just a returnee, even suggesting they pray toward his restaurant every morning and night. Seho breaks into a cold sweat, realizing she must have eaten something incredibly bizarre to have her entire personality flip like this. Locking her shield in an iron chest, Ji-eun announces they will decide tomorrow morning. She tells Seho to clean up quickly and find some contacts to buy magic stones at a good price, though Seho is deeply worried by her sudden intense enthusiasm. Ji-eun slams the door, adding that he only doubts because he hasn't been there yet, revealing that elite hunters Eun-hyun and Bae Kang-hyuk are working as waiters. Seho is shocked to hear that top-tier hunters are serving tables. She confirms that they instantly bow whenever Jo Seung-woo speaks, imagining a vivid scene of those two legendary hunters bowing deeply and serving the restaurant owner with utmost respect. In her fantasy, they welcome guests politely. Seho sighs at her growing obsession, wondering who this mysterious restaurant owner actually is. Ji-eun is fully confident, pointing out that clearing a gate is guaranteed with a powerhouse on their side. Since they can get this returnee's help for free, Seho slyly proposes they make the absolute most of this valuable opportunity immediately, sparking Ji-eun's curiosity. With a sinister grin, Seho suggests borrowing money to buy access to a high-ranking gate, planning to trick the returnee into clearing it by pretending their mission is there. Ji-eun is instantly horrified. She grabs his collar, fiercely scolding him for trying to betray their savior's pure kindness with such a dirty trick. Even while getting choked, Seo wheezes that the reward would be 5 times higher. Agonizing screams echo through the Red Tiger's headquarters all through the night. At an E-rank gate on the outskirts of Area A portal crackles to life. In reality, managing a guild is nowhere near as profitable as most people think. Walking side by side with Seung-woo, Ji-yoon mentions she always heard from the Hunter Association that guilds were just money-grubbing hyenas. Seung-woo nods, acknowledging that the magic stones and rare artifacts dropped inside do indeed sell for a pretty high price. Curiously, Seung-woo asks why they struggle to make any money then. Ji-yoon sighs, blaming their financial struggles on the strict regulations. She complains that the association imposes incredibly tight rules on taxes, safety, and hunter benefits, which completely gives her a headache. Even for low-level recruits, employment insurance is mandatory, and once they deduct the costs of heavy gear and basic supplies, over 50% of the profit is instantly gone, leaving her totally depressed. Seung-woo quietly muses that running a guild sounds a lot like running a freelance business. Ji-yoon explains that overhead costs keep rising, meaning a single failed raid could force them to shut down overnight. Seung-woo agrees that the whole system sounds like a risky casino, yet wonders how so many small guilds still manage to survive. Ji-yoon whispers that those who do not play by the rules find sketchy ways to avoid the gamble. As Ji-yoon speaks honestly, Seung-woo is surprised by how much she knows about these shady tactics. Blushing, she admits she has occasionally had to bend the rules to survive, but fiercely promises she never plays around with human lives. Seung-woo silently agrees that while walking the fine line between legal and illegal keeps you afloat, it easily leads to serious trouble. Reminiscing, he recalls that otherworldly guilds were exactly the same. Dirty, underhanded deals happen all the time, and they rarely did things by the book. Out of nowhere, a massive club comes flying and June scrambles to block it with her shield. She screams that reflecting on the past is great, but right now she needs help. Turns out the enemy is just an ordinary E-rank monster, a standard kobold creature. Are you really just going to watch Jun shrieks in absolute terror while desperately holding her defense? But Seung-woo just grins, saying his contract only requires him to deal with the boss. With that, he casually pulls a folding fishing chair right out of his spatial inventory. He cheers her on, telling her to try and win because the enemy is not invincible. Then Seung-woo sits back to comfortably watch the live-action show while June struggles against those E-rank monsters. She cries in regret, wishing she had listened to Seo. She even silently apologizes for hitting him in the past. Inside this E-rank gate lies a massive, sprawling forest. Seung-woo strolls around peacefully, noting how nice this forest dungeon is. The air is so fresh that he wishes he had brought Nabi and Jonsik along with him. He touches a giant tree trunk, feeling its texture. Massive trees like this are incredibly rare back in Sector A. If he brought some back, they would probably fetch a pretty decent price. Seung-woo reflects on life, realizing that even though these rifts are called disasters, humanity actually thrives and prospers because of them. Suddenly, he hears heavy panting approaching and casually welcomes her back. It is none other than June, looking completely exhausted after her fight, gasping out that she has finally made it. Jun tearfully screams that he went way too far, especially since she begged for help, but Seung-woo calmly tells her she is just making a big deal out of nothing. After all, she beat them all and made it here in one piece. Jun silently admits he is right about those weak kobolds, but she still feels incredibly frustrated. Before June can even finish, Seung-woo yawns loudly and brushes her off. He tells her to hurry up and keep moving if she is done resting because he is starting to get sleepy, leaving her jaw dropped and speechless. June is literally shaking with rage, but she forces herself to stay calm by activating her high concentration skill. She tells herself to be patient since Seung-woo is still her savior, after all. Sometime later, the afternoon sun beats down. The corpses of those common kobold monsters are still scattered everywhere. Seung-woo is still fast asleep, even using a cookbook to shield his face from the sun. Seeing his incredibly relaxed state makes Jun bubble with pure annoyance, thinking he is just so frustrating. But then, Seung-woo wakes up dazed and asks if she's already finished, complaining that waiting around was so boring. He even asks why she did not help him out a bit. June absolutely loses her temper, muttering that she cannot believe someone could be more annoying than Seo. Stretching after his long nap, Seung-woo casually mentions that people often call him incredibly annoying, but he is actually quite grateful for that. Annoyed, Jun stomps her feet, asking if he cannot see her state. She felt like she was genuinely going to die and her shield is completely shattered. He sighs and calmly explains that he has said it many times. He never once felt she was in actual danger, adding that she simply does not seem to understand her own true abilities or limits. He tells her she is much better than she thinks and needs to be more confident, leaving June absolutely stunned by his sudden sincerity. Blushing with embarrassment, she stammers that she only has a high concentration skill, so how could she possibly know that? Seung-woo praises her, saying that it is actually an incredibly powerful ability. When she argues is just a learning support skill, he counters that nothing is better than that. A high learning capacity means she can grow stronger at an incredibly fast rate. He adds that it is also useful for eating, so they should eat. His sudden pivot leaves June utterly confused, wondering when on earth he even managed to prepare a full meal. She urgently warns him that now is not the time to eat since the boss is about to appear, telling him to get ready to fight. Seung-woo calmly replies that he already took care of it. June just stares blankly, her mind completely filled with questions. He happily pats a massive slab of meat on the table, pointing out that the Osir boss monster is right here, fully cleaned and prepped. She gasps in disbelief, asking if that is really Osir meat and when he even hunted it. Seung-woo calmly replies that he obviously did it while she was busy fighting. June silently realizes something. She has never seen such a massive cut of meat, and Seung-woo has absolutely no reason to lie about it anyway. It seems the Osir really is dead, and the fresh, bright red meat looks incredibly appetizing. June asks about the dungeon core. He tells her not to worry because it is perfectly intact, meaning she still has time to collect her loot. The core is a massive purple magic stone radiating a strange energy. She finds it hard to believe that the Osir, which caused so much trouble for her entire guild, was defeated so effortlessly. The whole build-up feels surprisingly anticlimactic to her. She feels a quiet sense of triumph, realizing this is her victory. As the survivor, Jang Jun won without even having to fight. But then she suddenly looks suspicious and asks, why is he happily putting on an apron? Seung-woo simply answers that it is time to eat, but Joan firmly refuses, saying she will not eat now that the boss is dead. His face remains perfectly cheerful, but his tone leaves absolutely no room for negotiation. Jun anxiously protests that it is literally monster meat. Seung-woo looks confused and replies that is exactly why they have to eat it. Ji-eun grows helpless and frustrated, unable to fathom how he can completely misread her and fail to understand her at all. That is definitely true, yet a deep sense of tension still lingers inside Ji-eun. That monster meat actually looks thick and beautifully marbled, maybe not as bad as she feared. Each slice Seung-woo cuts leaves her feeling completely swayed and utterly captivated. Almost instantly, Ji-eun snaps out of it, absolutely horrified by her own sudden craving. She slaps both her cheeks hard to snap herself out of it, telling her mind to stay sharp. Has she gone completely crazy from hunger, thinking monster meat looks delicious when there are rumors that eating it brings 3 lifetimes of terrible luck? Panicking, Ji-eun dashes away out of fear that staying any longer will leave her completely spellbound by the food, making a quick escape absolutely necessary. She yells aloud while running away, saying she will go gather the mana stones first and that he should not wait up for her. Seung-woo simply watches her run off into the distance. With a sly grin, he mutters to himself that whether she likes it or not, she will have to eat it eventually. He gets straight to work on his main task, preparing to cook up a truly delicious meal. As he prepares the dish, he recalls his old days living in Terra, where monster meat was commonly used in stews at local taverns and restaurants frequented by adventurers who always kept a massive pot simmering right in the middle of the room. Every traveler who came by would toss in whatever fresh ingredients they had successfully hunted. Since the pot never stopped boiling and received constant new additions, people called it the eternal stew, featuring an endless variety of flavors. Back in the present, Seung-woo finishes his prep, noting that while the tavern stew lacked consistent quality due to too many cooks, it was also nearly impossible to truly ruin. Then a mischievous smile plays on his face. Since he is the only one cooking this time, he jokes that today's batch might turn out absolutely terrible, casting a dark and gloomy atmosphere over the area. A long while later, with the stew finally finished, Seung-woo scoops some of the broth into a bowl. The strange liquid bubbling inside the pot instantly triggers a deep sense of dread. He lets out a soft sigh as a sudden realization hits him. Turning toward Ji-eun's nearby hiding spot, Seung-woo calls out to ask if she wants some now that it is ready, making her jump in fright as she flatly refuses. He keeps trying to convince her, explaining that this special dish is specifically tailored to boost her unique abilities and will make her incredibly powerful if she just takes a bite. Ji-eun cautiously edges closer, scratching her head and admitting that she really wants to but still hesitates. It feels a bit too overwhelming since she felt like she was dying after eating just some simple green onion pancakes last time, leaving him rubbing his chin in deep thought. Seung-woo decides to activate his observation skill on her once again. Her status screen displays her traits: fundamentally good, free-spirited, deeply emotional, cautious, and highly focused. He chuckles to himself, noting her cheapness has evolved into caution as she grows rapidly, though turning down a completely free chance to gain massive power is still quite unusual for her. Seung-woo urges her once more, insisting she should try a bite even if she does not want to, while a confused Ji-eun questions why they must do this when they have already cleared the dungeon. When he cryptically answers that he believes so too, but unfortunately things have changed, her anxiety spikes as she complains about him stopping mid-sentence and keeping her in suspense. He casually breaks the news that a connection gate is about to open inside this very dungeon, leaving Ji-eun utterly shocked. Seung-woo explains that this low-level dungeon boss was unusually strong because it connected to a high-level one, and soon elite boss monsters will invade through the new portal. Although Ji-eun has never seen such a disaster, she understands the sheer danger immediately and begins to tremble, crying out that they are doomed and demanding to know why he did not warn her sooner. He coughs lightly, telling her that none of that matters anymore. He explains there is a way for her to instantly gain power and survive the incoming gate, leaving her staring back at him in sheer disbelief. Smiling mischievously, Seung-woo holds out the bowl of stew, urging her to eat the very thing that will grant her the strength to survive. Meanwhile, at the Asul branch of Isekai, fully equipped military forces rush inside in perfect formation as their commander bellows out orders to move quickly because of a major emergency. At that very moment, hurried footsteps echo from another part of the building. Ji-hyun throws the door wide open, urgently reporting to the branch manager that signs of a connection rift have been detected at the E-rank gate. Dong-hun calmly inquires about the hazard rank, to which she flusteredly replies that it is at least B rank. He sighs with relief, glad that he had Jun-eun on standby, and immediately orders him dispatched to secure the connection gate. Ji-hyun hesitates, pointing out that the return hunter Seung-woo is currently inside that exact location. Dong-hun scolds her in annoyance, stating that while Seung-woo is a good person, he is not an official member of Isekai, questioning if their agency has become so pathetic that they must rely on outsiders, prompting her to bow deeply and apologize for her thoughtless words. He firmly reminds her that they hold countless lives in their hands and cannot simply rely on the goodwill of a single individual. Though a worried Ji-hyun notes that Seung-woo might feel let down and believe they do not trust his abilities. Dong-hun confidently asserts that such a misunderstanding will not happen, explaining that Seung-woo would actually be more disappointed if they failed to send backup, prompting a confused Ji-hyun to ask how he can be so sure when she knows him much better as his close friend. Dong-hun calmly explains to Ji-hyun that Seung-woo will likely just stand back and watch the fight without getting involved himself, which is exactly how mentors typically behave. Such people prefer passing on knowledge to others rather than resolving the crisis with their own hands. The scene shifts back inside the E-rank gate. Seung-woo's ears suddenly twitch ever so slightly. Brushing back his hair, he gazes into the distance, wondering if someone is talking about him, leaving Ji-hyun sitting nearby, completely puzzled by his sudden movement. He folds his arms quietly, watching her sink into deep discouragement. Ji-hyun tenses up, biting her lip in worry at the sight inside the bowl. Inside is a bright red broth mixed with dried berries, Seung-woo's very first stew, and just looking at the menacing concoction makes her absolutely dread taking even a single bite. Stealing her resolve, Ji-hyun bravely scoops up a spoon, determined to try just a tiny sip first. The instant the broth hits her tongue, her entire body feels like it's bursting into flames, her face flushing crimson as she lets out a panicked shriek. Spitting it out immediately, she cries out that it burns way too much. As the liquid splashes onto the ground, the soil turns gray and spews red smoke, leaving her horrified to see the earth literally melting, wondering who on earth could digest this. And you can really feel the pressure here. Seung-woo keeps smiling, staring with an intense pressure that says she must finish it, causing her to break into a cold sweat as the test subject. She genuinely does not want to eat it, tears welling up in her eyes as she hesitates. She wonders if this stuff is even helpful because dying from a meal makes absolutely no sense, her anxiety spiking as she stares at the bubbling crimson bowl. Reminding herself that Seung-woo prepared this, she darkens her expression and forces herself to stay calm. With a sharp clatter, the spoon drops to the ground as Ji-hyun steals her nerves, believing that everything will turn out fine if she just commits. She lifts the bowl and gulps it down, deciding she would rather face death than back down from this challenge. Determined to grow stronger, she grits her teeth and forces it down, hoping the power boost is worth the agony, while her sudden decisiveness actually makes Seung-woo gasp in surprise. Later that evening, a strange beam of light shoots out from the dark link gate, signaling to Isekai that the gateway is officially open, meaning they just need to hold their ground until the military forces arrive to seal it up. Having drained the entire bowl, Ji-hyun is left trembling, violently drenched in sweat and gasping for air as her system struggles to process the intense energy. Drenched in sweat, she feels every pore burst open as an intense heat consumes her entire body. Slowly opening her eyes, her vision begins to shift strangely. She wonders if time is slowing down or if she is just entering the final moments before death, finding it utterly absurd that a terrible meal might actually kill her as her mind races with wild theories. A sharp snap of fingers and a stern voice suddenly yank her out of the daze, telling her to snap out of it. Seung-woo clearly knows what she is going through, calmly explaining that she is not hallucinating and definitely is not dead yet. He points out that her senses have simply become highly heightened because the stew is designed to boost focus, leaving her completely stunned by the revelation. The Zodian black asparagus is incredibly bitter, but it sharpens the mind, making it a favorite for Terra's high priests. Then there are inferno berries harvested directly from hell to burn away bodily impurities through sweat, although at first glance they easily look like completely harmless dried fruit. Finally, orc meat provides the essential nutrients to round out the dish, completing the three key ingredients for Jo Seung-woo's special recipe. He carefully explains that she has entered the legendary state of still water, mind, and selfless void, a realm where peak concentration makes everything around her appear to slow down. If she trains to master this intense focus, she will eventually control this heightened perception at will, encouraging her to shed her fears. The meal has temporarily unlocked this state for her, sending her from one shock to another as she stares into her empty bowl with racing thoughts, fully aware that reaching this peak naturally would normally require years of intense training. Nearby, the cold wind rustles softly through the quiet forest canopy. Now that her vision has cleared and the overwhelming brightness has faded, Seung-woo cheerfully points out that having experienced this state once will make it much easier for her to tap into it again in the future. She hangs on his words, deeply engraving the feeling into her memory. Pulling her cap down to hide her blushing face, she realizes his praise was genuine rather than just empty flattery, finally understanding why the elite members of the First Order hold him in such high regard. Deeply grateful for his guidance, she offers him a sincere and heartfelt thank you. Deep inside Zone E, the sun begins its quiet descent behind the trees. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of blue lightning tears through the woods at breakneck speed. That flash of lightning is actually the incredible speed of First Order Black Hawk, Un-hyun. Sprinting ahead, he anxiously whispers to himself that yes, indeed, it seems the time has finally arrived. Elsewhere, a man wearing dark sunglasses is carefully monitoring the situation. That is Nonha, the second-in-command engineer and military commander who monitors the live drone footage through his high-tech visor, calling out that at their current speed, 2 orcs will intercept them in about 4 seconds. Numerous drones are hovering all over the area. Through these devices, his voice reaches the battlefield filled with orcs, the basic monsters of this gate, warning Un-hyun not to take a single hit. Yoon-hyung snaps back, asking if Nonha really thinks he would lose to brainless brutes, but Noonha instantly retorts with a smirk, reminding him of who exactly bragged before ending up with 5 broken ribs a while back. Yelling out that the incident happened years ago, he draws his sharp sword in one fluid, angry motion. Yoon-hyung sprints with blinding speed, flanking the orcs from behind. An oxter senses the movement and quickly turns its head. Before they can even react, he leaps up with extreme agility, slicing through the 2 towering oxters. With the job done, Un-hyun smoothly sheathes his sword. Just like that, the 2 beasts collapse to the ground, completely wiped out. Un-hyun gets on the radio and asks Noonha what kind of gate they are dealing with. The response is grim. The genius's analysis shows this linked gate functions like a siege, with an exceptionally high difficulty level. Monsters are constantly spilling out to surround the boss room, and the radar is already packed with warning dots. Noonha warns him that even with a returnee by her side, the Red Tiger's guild leader, Jang Ji-eun, is still in extreme danger. His nimble foot kicks off the tree trunk forcefully. Yoon-hyung dashes forward at absolute full speed. He mutters that it is unfortunate, hoping the returnee can keep her safe. Hearing this, Noonha is genuinely surprised. He asks if Un-hyun did not say before that he could not care less about the lives of guild members. But they are still citizens, so keeping them alive is always better, he calmly replies. On the other end, Noonha sighs with a soft chuckle, noting that Jun Un-hyun has actually grown a lot softer. His non-stop running suddenly grinds to a halt. Yoon-hyun stares at the chaotic scene ahead, completely stunned. Dropping to one knee on a high branch, the sight of the roaring oxters shocks him. Is this really happening? He mutters. Standing not far away, Jo Seung-woo watches closely and guides her. Watch their every move, he says, and always calculate the next step, just like in chess. Even if combat is your specialty, do not limit yourself to just that. Ji-eun, locked in battle with an oxter, quickly replies, "Yes, master." Right in front of her, an oxter prepares to throw a heavy direct punch. Just behind Ji-eun, another yellow oxter seizes the perfect opportunity to launch a simultaneous attack. Her eyes instantly tighten with intense focus. Leaping high into the air, Ji-eun uses all her strength to execute a mid-air flip, dodging their attacks. Watching from a distance, Un-hyun cannot believe his eyes. No, that is impossible. Is that rookie hunter actually taking on 2 massive oxters at the same time? She stomps right on their heads, spraying dark blood everywhere. Yoon-hyun quickly looks up at the drone overhead and asks if her ability is really ultra-focus. Can that power actually do something like this? Noonha quickly responds over the comms. Since it is a mental enhancement skill, it all depends on how she applies it. He compares it to rapid thinking. Although her combat efficiency is slightly lower than what he initially worried about, she is putting up a pretty impressive fight. Yoon-hyun lets out a soft sigh, admitting that her movements are actually quite decent. On the other side, Jo Seung-woo is chilling in a chair wearing shades and eating popcorn like he is at a movie. He laughs and cheers her on, jump step on his shoulder and deflect that mace to the left. Yes, just like that. Perched on the branch, Eun-hyung spots Jo Seung-woo and realizes the truth. It turns out she is relying entirely on the guidance of that returnee. Right now, Jo Seung-woo is hiding comfortably under a drone barrier. Watching him laugh and play around only makes Eun-hyung angrier. He grumbles about how relaxed the guy looks, thinking it would be so easy to sneak attack him. Suddenly, Eun-hyung flinches. Jo Seung-woo lowers his glasses and stares directly at him with a highly meaningful knowing smirk. Shaken, Eun-hyung immediately pages the drone controller. Hwan Neon-ha, are you actually running the drone barrier? Neon-ha confidently reassures him that he currently has 4 of them active. Feeling a wave of dread as he looks at Jo Seung-woo, he mutters that 4 barriers should equal high-level stealth. Yet the guy spotted him instantly. Is he some kind of monster, he wonders. Monitoring the feed, Neon-ha notes that the monster seems to be training the rank 3 hunter. Below them, Ji-eun is still struggling hard in the fight. He adds that there is no need to intervene, advising Eun-hyung to focus on his own battles instead. Eun-hyung stands up and agrees to just do that. All right then, he says, casting a sharp glance downward. Below him, a massive horde of aggressive oxters has already gathered. Eun-hyung wonders if it is time to show off his skills a bit. That marks the beginning of the gate clearance campaign by Jun Eun-hyung and Kwon Neon-ha. With just a few swift slashes per beast, they eliminate every single oxter within 2 hours, leaving the heavy scent of blood in the air. The scene shifts to soft footsteps walking out of the portal. They successfully destroy the core. Alongside civilian hunter Jang Ji-eun and the returnee Jo Seung-woo, they safely make their exit. Jo Seung-woo carries the unconscious, exhausted Ji-eun on his back as soldiers from both sides welcome them back. Inside a quiet hospital, an IV drip goes drip, drip, drip. Wearing patient clothes, Ji-eun finally wakes up from the battle inside the gate. Looking up dazed, she mutters that it is an unfamiliar ceiling. As she sits up, a wave of deep aches washes over her. Did she actually pass out? All she can vaguely recall is fighting those oxters. She had focused so hard that she cannot remember a thing. Try as she might, Ji-eun cannot pinpoint the exact moment she blacked out. Suddenly, her face flushes red with a sense of pride. After all, she thinks she actually fought pretty well. Guild leader, a loud shout calling out for Jae-yoon startles her. The hospital curtain is quickly pulled back, revealing the person who called her as Seho. Incredibly touched guild leader, Ji-yoon whispers that she is glad she at least has him by her side. He panics and shoves his phone at her, shaking her shoulder violently. He asks if this is actually real while Jae-eun cries out in pain, telling him to stop because it hurts. Isaac just wired a massive sum of money into the guild account. Hearing Seung-ho's news, her eyes light up instantly as she gasps in disbelief. A message from Isaac arrives to officially reward her efforts in clearing the gate and completing her contract, confirming a transfer of 10 million won. Reading the text, she nearly cries tears of joy. 10 million won, how many zeros is that? They are finally free from their endless money troubles. Curiously, he asks guild leader Gil what exactly she did inside the gate. Jae-eun proudly claims she took down about 5 oxers. Seung-ho gasps in shock, 5 of them. Yes, she replies, but since she is totally lying, she avoids his gaze while confidently asserting that as Jang Jae-eun, she always keeps her word. But she cannot fool Seung-ho. He sarcastically mutters that she probably got help from that regressor again, which makes Ji-eun fume, shocked by how quickly this sharp guy saw right through her. She pouts and finally admits it, snapping that she got her master's help and leveled up a ton. Hearing this, Seung-ho quietly notes that her relationship with her new teacher has definitely paid off. He explains her physical condition, explaining that the highly skilled doctors believe her damaged muscles and energy pathways will heal completely. In fact, they say she will be even stronger than before, a detail Jae-eun excitedly credits entirely to her master's brilliant training and guidance. She cannot wait any longer. Once her wounds heal, she's going straight back to work to fight more. Her fighting spirit virtually blazes, forcing Seung-ho to quickly tell her to quiet down and stop getting so wildly excited. She yells about wanting to enter a dungeon immediately to level up and become insanely strong. As she continues to shout in pure excitement, he gently nudges her to keep her voice down before someone hears. Suddenly, the curtain of her room is pulled wide open. Holding back her anger, the nurse politely reminds her that this is a 6-person room and asks her to keep it down, leaving Jae-eun to quickly stammer out an apology. When the nurse suggests upgrading to a private room, Ji-eun immediately declines, claiming it is way too expensive. The nurse firmly tells her to stay quiet, then leaving the cautious and stingy guild leader with no choice but to politely agree. Meanwhile, over at Jo Seung-woo's hunter-themed restaurant, he is peacefully sitting down to read the morning paper. Jo Seung-woo sips coffee while skimming the news. Today's biggest headline reveals the successful clearing of the outer gate in Sector A. Massive quantities of harvested oxer monster muscle fibers have already been delivered straight to Isaac. This will accelerate development of artificial muscle tissue for combat gear, paving the way for more advanced robotics. The bulk of the credit goes to Eun-haeung from First Order, who received a commemorative medal alongside Red Tiger's guild leader Jae-eun, who was also recognized for her heavy contributions. Seung-woo reads this and remembers her kneeling to beg him to accept a statue. He recalls telling her he didn't need anything, but she had stubbornly insisted on making it anyway. He figures she will be too busy focusing on leveling up her skills to worry about that statue for a while. With that thought, Seung-woo sets the newspaper aside and stands up. Just then, Nabi comes over to check if they are ready for the morning rush. He adjusts the chairs, praising her work before asking who will handle the remaining cleanup. In his adorable slime form, John-sik happily volunteers, preparing to use his special sticky cleaning skill to sweep up dust by utilizing his entire gooey body as a literal adhesive. Seung-woo smiles and thanks John-sik for the help. He cheers them on to do their best today, officially kicking off another energetic morning for the team. The hero's restaurant is once again bustling with hungry customers. Right outside, a group of 3 gathers to hear their final instructions. Kim Jang-sik, an Isaac hunter stationed in Sector, solemnly declares that today is the day. They are going to conquer that dreaded giant seafood pancake and finally complete this horrific food challenge once and for all. He urges them to apply everything they have learned to end this long war. Reaching into his pocket, he reveals a packet of super spicy seasoning, boasting an insane 6-star rating. Alongside that, they have brought along special polar-grade thermal jackets provided by Isaac, which feature an impressive 4-star warmth rating. Kim Jang-sik rips open the pack of Galaxy Reaper powder. Immediately, his crew pours the spices straight into their mouths, completely fired up and fully prepared for battle. Fired up, they march forward loudly, chanting to show everyone the power of Isaac and conquer that legendary monster seafood pancake once and for all. But before they can even take a few steps, Kim Jang-sik freezes upon spotting a nearby sign. The sign announces that Season 1 of their extreme eating challenge has successfully concluded thanks to the fans. Starting today, Season 2 has officially launched, and they hope everyone will continue to show their support. Their fiery motivation instantly deflates like a pop balloon, leaving them completely speechless. Back inside the kitchen, Seung-woo slowly stirs a massive pot. Looking down happily at his giant pot of chili, he notes that selling the same dish for too long is bad because eating it repeatedly builds up a tolerance. This not only reduces its overall buffing effects, but also risks causing a severe nutritional imbalance. Resting his chin on his hand, Baek Kang-hyuk wonders why he got constant food poisoning after eating nothing but lamb steak for an entire month. Seung-woo is completely speechless, asking if his mother ever taught him not to be picky. Baek Kang-hyuk proudly points at himself, laughing that he hardly seems like the type to listen to his mother, leaving Seung-woo to sigh in absolute defeat. Only then does Kang-hyuk notice Seung-woo's absolutely massive pot of chili, and man, it looks incredibly spicy. It's brutally spicy, Seung-woo confirms. Underworld Hellfire is a 3-star dish, so the effects should be pretty outstanding. Kang-hyuk asks what it actually does. Seung-woo slowly explains that flushing out toxins is absolutely essential for modern people these days. This dish has the power to burn away nasty waste built up in the body like dust, nicotine, heavy metals, and plenty of other bad stuff. On top of that, the oxer meat inside is a premium top-tier health food, making it incredibly effective for boosting your blood circulation and fully restoring lost strength. He is basically a walking encyclopedia, leaving Kang-hyuk totally speechless as he asks why he is suddenly running commercials. He looks behind him in confusion and asks why those people are in that state. Behind them is a group of people tied up in sacks, their faces completely pale amidst a deeply gloomy atmosphere. Seung-woo looks at them with concern, noting that since Koreans love spicy food, this dish should sell quite well. Jang-sik and his men now have swollen, burning lips, making this incredibly ironic. They just choked down a mountain of raw chili powder, and now they have to eat another super spicy dish. Seung-woo stirs the bubbling pot of chili and says that giving up after just a single bite would be a real shame, as they would definitely end up wasting tons of food. Kang-hyuk raises his hand with an idea, suggesting that they handle the situation a slightly different way. He acts fast. His face turns dead serious as he tells everyone he has a massive announcement. The captives flinch, wondering what it is. Kang-hyuk slowly explains that the owner made this dish to heavily boost their health, and suddenly the 4 men break into a cold sweat. The rich nutrition in this soup will soak deep into their 5 major organs, fixing any physical weakness and deficiency. Kang-hyuk keeps breaking down the details. Besides healing your organs, this dish is actually incredibly good for men. He leans in close to whisper in their ears with a blush. The guys are instantly hooked, asking if it really boosts male stamina. They get so incredibly hyped up that the ropes binding them can barely hold back their sudden burst of excitement. Their sudden explosion of raw energy even terrifies Nabi, who is busy sweeping nearby. In an instant, they regain all their energy and prepare to battle this spicy soup. They all plop down into their seats. Give us each a bowl of underworld hellfire, they demand, leaving Seung-woo completely speechless. Jang-sik brings out the bowls of underworld hellfire to serve. Kang Hyuk smugly whispers to Seung-woo that they are so incredibly easy to win over. He recalls that golden frog dish from before, where simply telling them it was delicious made them devour the entire thing, which he got to witness directly with his own eyes. He giggles behind his hand, wondering why they even want to boost that when it probably does absolutely nothing anyway. But Seung-woo nervously scratches his ear and admits that it actually does boost that, leaving Kang Hyuk completely stunned. He explains it simply, asking if he knows about yin and yang. Spicy food represents yang, which brings heat and masculinity. Combining the rich masculinity of oxer meat with extreme spice creates a powerful surge of positive energy. Kang Hyuk stares at the four guys in sheer horror, realizing how effective it truly is. Their faces are bright red, but they cannot stop eating. They yell about the extreme spice, but feel an instant rush of energy. A trembling Kang Hyuk asks if it is really working, and Seung-woo smilingly confirms that it makes perfect sense. Kang Hyuk immediately tosses his server apron aside and begs his master for a bowl of underworld hellfire of his own. He declares he is off the clock, demanding to be treated as a customer and yelling for them to bring him a bowl right away. Watching Kang Hyuk transition from employee to demanding customer in seconds leaves Seung-woo totally speechless. At that moment, Min walks into the restaurant only to witness a genuinely catastrophic scene. Both Kang Hyuk and the four guys are devouring their food as the thick steam and heavy spice fill the air with a hazy mist. Kang Hyuk gasps through the heat, crying out that he will keep eating to become strong, all for the sake of his masculinity. Min enters the kitchen and asks if the dish is truly that effective, noting that it will sell out instantly if it is. He leans in close to Min to whisper the truth, admitting that it is actually a total lie. Seung-woo explains that while sweating clears out toxins to slightly improve your skin, it really only boosts focus and restores basic strength. According to the 5 elements of yin and yang, it actually replenishes missing yang energy, which means it is far more beneficial for women instead. Hearing this, he asks why he had to lie to them. Seung-woo sighs, explaining that he simply did not want to see Kang Hyuk looking down on everyone else. Min nods his head in complete agreement, fully understanding his reasoning. Min is also incredibly curious about the new dish, asking if he can try a bowl since he cannot miss out on his master's creations, which he gladly agrees to. Before long, the sun sinks behind the mountains, leaving only a faint evening glow. Kang Hyuk, who was acting incredibly proud moments ago, is now desperately chugging a bottle of milk. He cannot believe that someone who conquered a 4-star dish cannot even handle this 3-star meal. His face is completely flushed, his eyes are spinning, and under the table over half of his bowl of underworld hellfire is still left. Seung-woo looks at Hyuk-jin and lets out a sigh. He secretly chuckled, thinking he knew the reason but had no intention of sharing, quietly humming a smug tune. By this time, every single customer in the restaurant had completely given up. They were trying the Underworld Prison Hellfire dish for the Season 2 Bizarre Food Challenge. Up until this very moment, the number of people who completed the challenge is 0. Outside the hero's restaurant, a heavy downpour raged with loud cracks of thunder. The gloomy weather made the mood inside just as depressing. Seung-woo held Young-sik, sipping his coffee when he noticed Nabi sitting sadly on a chair. Nabi sadly noted that it was raining, and Seung-woo sighed in agreement, saying it indeed was. Just like the forecast predicted, Nabi looked at Eunha's raincoat and boots, looking utterly miserable. Both Young-sik and Nabi looked ready to cry, casting a gloom over the restaurant that made Seung-woo incredibly worried. He knew exactly why they felt that way, thinking that the little kid who always ran over at lunchtime had not showed up for days, which must be causing them a lot of worry. Suddenly, the restaurant door was pushed open. All 3 of them turned toward the entrance in surprise. A man wearing a heavy raincoat stepped inside, gasping for breath with his hood pulled low. Seung-woo immediately blurted out to ask what was going on. Opening his hood, he said that Eunha had awakened as an ability user. The messenger was actually Seo Taeji, who rushed over to deliver the urgent news. Deep underneath the main headquarters of CyberDai was the office of President Isaac, who sat facing a screen showing Lee Jung-hoon. Hyuk-jin suddenly spoke up, asking if the branch manager knew the difference between an awakened person and an ordinary human, a sudden question that left him momentarily speechless. Stunned by the sudden question, Lee Jung-hoon calmly replied that the difference lies in whether the body can generate a concentrated mana core. Indeed, and what about ranking up? Hyuk-jin asked next. Lee Jung-hoon went on to explain that ranking up is decided by long-term training or hunting monsters to split the core, which the president agreed with, noting that cores rarely develop instantly. Lee Jung-hoon analyzed further, noting that to expand a core to that level from the start is impossible unless they have innate talent, much like Baek Kang Hyuk, whose talent ranks in the global top 100 despite his terrible skills. Yet they somehow train a rank 3 hunter into a first-rate one overnight. If not for your report, I would have sent the reporter to patrol the Arctic, making Lee Jung-hoon awkwardly reply that the Arctic patrol was a bit much. Looking over the files on Ji-eun, Hyuk-jin admitted that while he knew her, the data was simply unbelievable, prompting Lee Jung-hoon to ask if they had a personal connection. The president quickly denied it, explaining he only remembered her because of her intriguing ability, adding that extreme focus was just a small fraction of his own power. Even though her efficiency seems low, she moves just like me, which is a fascinating discovery. Make sure the Red Tiger Guild gets assigned far more work from now on. He wanted to monitor their growth. As Hyuk-jin rewatched the drone footage of Ji-eun's battle, Lee Jung-hoon silently thought to himself that while the president seemed pleased, those hunters were about to be worked completely to the bone. Lee Jung-hoon nodded, promising to follow his orders, but Hyuk-jin suddenly raised a finger, mentioning there was one personal question he wanted to ask, to which Lee Jung-hoon readily agreed to answer anything. According to the investigation results you sent over, Seung-woo, the returnee, seems to be a fairly reliable person. He asked if the branch manager felt the same way, bringing up the man who seemed to be behind all the major recent events. Lee Jung-hoon sighed, realizing that this, and not Ji-eun, was the real reason behind this meeting. His gaze turned incredibly serious. Lee Jung-hoon firmly replied that, speaking strictly for himself, he believed Seung-woo was reliable. He possessed an immense charisma, and with no one able to guess where his true power ended, they had all slowly started relying on him without even realizing it. Hyuk-jin pressed further, asking if that was indeed true personally, but what about from his perspective as the branch manager? Allowing an uncontrollable hunter who remains entirely beyond the reach of any nation or organization to exist means Isaac is losing its grip. Lee Jung-hoon admitted that they must prepare for any scenario, which was completely logical. Hyuk-jin agreed with a sigh, noting that they were indeed standing at major crossroads. Feeling a bit confused, Lee Jung-hoon hesitantly asked what the president meant by having to make a choice. He explained that he was referring to the mindset of Isaac's president, who always suspects and wants to control everything. He confessed that entrusting his own child to the teacher, who turned a rank 3 hunter into a rank 1 overnight, was tearing his heart apart. Lee Jung-hoon looked at the president's youthful face in absolute shock, gasping out a question about whether he actually had a child, since he had never once considered such a possibility. He hurriedly asked which side the president believed would ultimately win. He noted that he had always kept work and personal feelings strictly separate, meaning he never understood the saying that parents cannot defeat their children, his expression turning highly pensive. His eyes wavered slightly as he admitted that he was finally starting to understand. The scene shifts back to the hero's restaurant. Seung-woo carefully looked over the documents in his hands. They contained photographs of past accidents, prompting him to ask a question in deep confusion. All these unfortunate accidents that took place. Wait, a child awakened. Seol Taiji bows slightly as he takes back the document, admitting he now gets the gist of what they were trying to show him. But Jo Seung-woo's face immediately turns awkward. When asked who she really is, the elegant woman radiating wealth shyly introduces herself as Baek So-hang, Eunha mother. Stunned and suspicious, he knows that name carries a massive weight. She confidently speaks up, noting that he probably does not need to ask how she knows about him. Demium Group, the largest conglomerate in all of South Korea. A massive public controversy recently erupted when the legendary first-generation founder of the group, Kim Hae-chan, bypassed everyone to officially name his young granddaughter Baek So-hyang as his sole successor. But what truly blew everyone away was her marriage to a former professional esports player turned tech mogul, the current head of Cyberdyne and general manager of Isaac, Ju Hyuk-jin. Jo Seung-woo deduces that Eunha's real last name must be Ju, realizing how incredibly hard they had to work to hide her from the world, which So-hang quietly admits was solely because of her husband. Feeling pretty smug, he glances over at a completely clueless Seol Taiji, thinking to himself that he suspected something huge when they assign a first-order bodyguard just to protect the child, but her parents turn out to be even bigger players than he imagined. Keeping his focus, he looks her in the eye and asks why she risked coming here in person. She does not beat around the bush, explaining that since Eunha received so much help, she wanted to express her gratitude in person and present a special request that required a face-to-face meeting. Jo Seung-woo's expression turns serious, asking if this is indeed about Eunha's sudden awakening. So-hyang pleads with him, explaining she wants to prevent any future disasters and begs him to take full responsibility for training Eunha. He sighs tiredly, asking what on earth makes her trust him enough to hand over her precious child. She lists everything her investigators dug up: his success in training Baek Kang Hyuk and Kang Ji-eun, his teaching experience, the miracle healing that cured Min O'Keefe's chronic illness, and the raw, unbeatable power that Seol Taiji constantly boasts about. To her, he is absolutely flawless. Jo Seung-woo can only offer a strained, awkward smile, silently wishing she would stop praising him to his face like that. He sighs, deciding there is no need to drag this out any longer. Overjoyed, So-hyang gasps, asking if he accepted. Jo Seung-woo slides a menu right in front of her, noting she probably already knows how things work here. He flashes a highly mischievous grin, radiating a dark, chilling aura as he tells her she has to order a dish first. Asking if she is truly ready for this, he watches her face instantly morph into deep discomfort. As a third-generation heiress of a massive tycoon family, Baek So-hyang is highly accustomed to enjoying incredibly lavish dinners. The legendary founder Kim Hae-chan was originally born to a poor farming family and spent his life building an empire to escape his past, which is why a giant portrait of him still hangs in their mansion. Throughout his rise to the top, he developed a massive lifelong obsession with culinary arts. Her grandfather believed fine dining was life's greatest priority, raising back, so Hyang on the finest delicacies in existence, which is why world-renowned chefs now sweat bullets whenever they watch her take a bite. Long before she even grew up, she had sampled every luxury dish on the planet, and now she quietly swallows her steak without uttering a word. Setting her fork down, she lets out a heavy, thoroughly disappointed sigh. Not a single meal seems to move her heart anymore, leaving the foreign head chef absolutely terrified as he gasps in fear. Cut to the legendary Hero's restaurant. Placed on the table is a massive bubbling bowl of steaming meat stew. So Hyang turns completely pale with fright, wondering if this monstrosity can even be considered food. Seung-woo crosses his arms and watches her shake like a leaf. Her entire body freezes as her mouth twitches, muttering that his cooking feels like a literal physical assault, but he just laughs and replies that it is the first time he has ever heard that review. Pucker face and highly anxious, she reasons that no matter how brilliant a chef is, a dish only truly becomes food when someone is actually willing to eat it. But looking at this terrifying creation, she has some very serious doubts. She hallucinates a giant thug thrusting the bowl in her face, screaming that if she cannot handle it, she should get lost. Now she is absolutely terrified, realizing the personality of this dish is just way too aggressive. The thick, spicy steam hits her eyes like tear gas, forcing So Hyang to pinch her nose just to block out the overwhelming scent. She worries that the prestigious chairwoman of Dumium Group will be reduced to a crying, sniveling mess in public, and the mere thought of it makes her shiver violently. Slamming her hand down, she determines that such a humiliating outcome is absolutely forbidden. She recalls the official crisis management handbook passed down by the legendary founder Kim Hae-chan. Rule number 1 says that if you cannot avoid a crisis, you must negotiate. She quickly plasters on a bright smile, thanking Seung-woo for the opportunity, but suggesting that this dish might not suit her, asking if they can settle this with money instead, firmly believing that money is the ultimate bargaining chip. Seung-woo thoughtfully repeats the word money, while So Hyang secretly marvels that such a simple bribe might actually work. He bursts out laughing but quickly dismisses the offer, claiming that settling things with cash is incredibly boring and lacks any real surprise. Refusing outright, he leaves So Hyang completely dumbfounded by his bizarre demand for entertainment. Seung-woo explains that buying your way out of everything ruins the fun, leaving So Hyang silently fuming that money is plenty fun to her. She immediately moves to rule number 2, which is to leverage relationships instead of fighting directly. Slamming the table, she asks if she can use a proxy eater, pointing straight at the guy standing nearby. Taiji jumps in pure terror as she points her finger right at him, stammering in disbelief, while So Hyang recalls her grandfather's final rule that putting the right staff in the right role is the true mark of a leader. Seung-woo bluntly rejects her request, leaving the woman to scream in absolute frustration. He sighs and calmly explains that if he allows a substitute, once everyone else will demand one too, completely ruining the challenge. So Hyang looks incredibly dejected, silently cursing this stubborn, pumpkin-headed chef in her mind. Seung-woo casually smiles and tells her not to overcomplicate things. Either eat the food or accept that it was simply not meant to be. Just staring at the 8 steaming broths makes her head spin with pure dread. Wondering what will happen to her if she eats it, So Hyang activates her short-term prediction ability to glimpse the near future. Although she keeps a very low profile, So Hyang is actually a high-level awakened who went through rigorous combat training. Believing that self-reliance is the ultimate weapon, she diligently trains in martial arts every single day to hone her physical strength. Her short-term prediction ability is especially powerful, boasting absolute accuracy whenever it involves her own immediate future. And the near future she witnesses is absolutely horrifying. She sees herself crying and screaming in agony from the unbearable, hellish spiciness. Just witnessing that future makes her cry inside from the sheer humiliation. It is simply too much to bear. Seung-woo watches her shake in fear, realizing she will end up eating it all anyway. Even without using special abilities, he has a knack for guessing whether someone will actually finish their plate. Out of everyone who has ever attempted this insane dish before, even Hanho, who has plenty of experience with prestigious 4-star meals, failed to finish it due to the overwhelmingly brutal spice. On the other hand, Jang Joon only succeeded because he faced a literal life-or-death situation. This suggests the key to passing this test is simple. Success only comes when a person reaches the absolute peak of desperate hunger, which somehow unlocks the strength to overcome the heat. So Hyang lowers her head and sighs deeply. She reaches up to tie her hair, noting that while failure is always a possibility, there are times when one must fight. She firmly ties her hair into a tight ponytail. Her eyes burn with newfound determination. Taiji is incredibly worried and tries to stop her, warning her that this is far too dangerous. Her face goes completely pale as she sighs. Looking at her, Seo Taiji feels so stressed he might need safety goggles just to watch. He hurriedly begs her to stop before it is too late. She asks him if he has ever seen So-hyang give up, slowly picking up her spoon. She firmly declares that this is a rare chance to secure the absolute best future for Eunha and she cannot miss it. Knowing what kind of wonderful child Eunha is thinking about her bright future makes it impossible for her to back down now. This terrifying dish. So-hyang decisively scoops up a spoonful. She takes the bite no matter the cost. She immediately breaks down in tears, looking exactly like the crying mess he predicted in his future vision. It is so mind-numbingly hot it actually burns. Behind her, the two bodyguards look incredibly worried, but their teary-eyed boss still forces herself to raise the bowl of steaming hot spicy broth. Her face turns bright red and sweat drips down her neck from the intense, suffocating heat. Seung-woo lets out a sigh of relief as he watches her struggle to finish the soup, thinking with satisfied amusement that this battle is finally over. A short while later, Nabi and Jansik watch So-hyang from the sidelines, completely speechless with shock. Nearby, Seo Taiji is just as stunned by what she is doing. And believe it or not, that one steaming bowl is now completely empty. With a flushed, dazed face, she looks at the empty bowl. Seung-woo asks if she finished it. All shocked, she ate way more than expected. Observing So-hyang, he realizes the second major key to their success: stress. Spicy heat is actually a form of physical pain. The brain reacts to this pain by releasing endorphins, which temporarily block the hurt and wipe out stress. That means for people carrying constant tension, this brutally spicy soup acts as an instant therapy session by giving the brain an extreme shock. Seung-woo smiles wryly, recalling that the failures were all just childish slackers. Anyone without real heavy stress could never finish this broth. It is spicy enough to be lethal. But she is different. His eyes gleam as he uses his evaluation skill on her. Back So-hyang. Skill: short-term prediction. Personality: proud and arrogant. Current status: accumulated stress has been completely neutralized. Watching her regain her composure, Seung-woo quietly admits that the sheer amount of stress the president was carrying was absolutely no joke. He tells her that he prepared some sweet bingsu for dessert, handing over a massive, delicious bowl of shaved ice. Seung-woo asks Han if he wants to try some alcoholic soju. So-hyang cheerfully replies that since they have none, they cannot drink it. And so Season 1 of the Monster Hunter restaurant concludes thanks to everyone's love. Starting tomorrow, Season 2 of the Monster Hunter restaurant officially begins. Meanwhile, inside a certain room, Nabi and Eunha happily hold hands, singing and dancing around the room. The little girl happily cheers that they can play together every day, which makes her just as excited as Eunha. Up on the second floor, Seung-woo stands outside the door, quietly listening to their joyful laughter. Opening the door, he stares at the space, slightly stunned. Eunha could use this as her own room, but it is a bit much. Suddenly, Seung-woo feels something brush past. Looking down, he sees Jansik clinging to his leg and asks the little creature if it thinks so too. All right, it is decided then, and with that, Seung-woo lifts it up. He rests Jansik on his shoulder, happily saying they just need to buy some furniture and choose it together. Director Sa respectfully bows, handing over a black card with both hands. Seung-woo holds the card, awkwardly wondering if this is the legendary item from the rumors. You mean the black card, right? He asks, explaining that this exclusive black card in his hand is reserved only for Demian VVIPs. He hesitantly asks if he is supposed to use this just to buy furniture. But Director Sa warmly explains that he can get any pieces he wants directly from the Demian department store. He tells him to accept this card as a small token of the chairwoman's appreciation, making Seung-woo sigh as he recalls her smile. Recalling the female owner of Demian makes him anxious, and suddenly this card feels far too heavy a hold. He tells him that although he usually dislikes accepting such gifts, rejecting it would be impolite, so he slips it into his pocket, while Director Sa expresses his gratitude, noting that the president would have been deeply worried if he refused. Seung-woo thinks back to his time in Terra, admitting it is nice to receive this, since those kings made him work all day without giving him anything, leaving Director Sa completely shocked. He dryly recalls how they expected him to teach the prince swordsmanship for free, claiming a hero must be responsible, while Director Sa defends So-hyang, noting she at least follows labor laws, which makes Seung-woo smile and ask him to send his thanks. Director Sa then offers to drive him to the mall, but Seung-woo looks down at his current casual outfit, arguing that he really should dress up properly first instead of heading to such a fancy place dressed like this. Not quite getting his point, Director Sa reassures him that VIP guests do not need to worry about any strict dress codes at all. Blushing with embarrassment, Seung-woo snaps that he actually cares, as he has no desire to walk around looking like a mess just to draw unwanted attention. Director Sa claps his hands together as if realizing something, asking if he means a low-key yet powerful style, which only leaves Seung-woo feeling highly skeptical about the concept. He explains how people sometimes dress down purposely to surprise others, like those wealthy people pretending to be poor, but a flustered Seung-woo quickly dismisses the idea, saying he has no interest in those cliches and is already embarrassed enough just being treated like a VIP. Turning away, director Sa mutters that the world's strongest hero gets embarrassed over the strangest details, and honestly watching his reaction is just pure gold. They arrive at the main Demyun department store branch in Seoul. They head straight over to the home furniture exhibition section. Unha is absolutely thrilled to explore the mall, with Seung-woo's group beaming that this is her first time decorating her own room, which easily brings a warm smile to his face as he shares her excitement. With eyes full of anticipation, she shows off a drawing of her dream room, prompting Nabi to praise just how incredibly cute the design looks. Seung-woo is also quite stunned by how beautifully she drew it. Nabi strokes his chin thoughtfully, looking closely at the drawing. Pointing out there is no cat bed, Unha eagerly offers to find one for him, leaving Nabi completely shocked as he wonders if this is supposed to be his room too. He mutters gloomily that a cute room does not suit a proud warrior like himself. Gently patting the sulking cat's head, Seung-woo turns and asks Unha if today was supposed to be all about her room, which completely surprises the little girl. Smiling sweetly, she politely replies that she only needs a simple desk and a bed, revealing a rather heartbreaking past of growing up under a practical father who prioritized efficiency, leaving her with almost nothing she could truly call her own. Hearing her answer, he suggests that the two of them share a room instead, allowing them to decorate the entire space together based on both of their favorite styles. Hearing this, both Unha and Nabi light up with pure joy, their eyes sparkling as they ask if they can really share the space. Seeing how thrilled they are, Seung-woo happily tells them to go ahead with the plan. Watching them from a distance, director Sa feels a warm comfort in his heart. With that, Unha grabs Nabi's paw and runs off to start looking around the store. Director Sa walks over and suggests they grab some lunch with the kids, since shopping will likely take a while, to which Seung-woo softly replies that they are at a mall, so they should eat and browse as much as they want. He mentions that he and John-sik will take care of everything, patting the creature's head before telling everyone to split up and meet back at the shop later on. Seung-woo happily agrees to go with that plan, but the moment he senses what Taji is about to bring up, he quickly waves goodbye with a hasty thank you, and his voice hesitates. It seems someone is waiting to meet you. Hearing a rustle behind the door, Seung-woo sighs. He already knew they were there and thanks them for their time. Turning to his hidden observer, he tells her to stop staring and come out already before his back starts locking up. Startled, she flinches instantly. It is Alistair slowly stepping out with trembling legs. With teary eyes, Alistair calls him a jerk, leaving a confused Seung-woo to ask why she is starting drama the second they meet. He quickly protests, did they not part on good terms last time, and did he actually do anything wrong? That comment strikes a massive nerve, sending her into a crying fit about how he took all of her children and now dares to show up empty-handed. All he has is a single slime on his shoulder, and her loud crying instantly draws a huge crowd of gossiping bystanders. They whisper about him divorcing her, abandoning the elf clan, and getting full custody of the kids, only to dump them somewhere so he can raise a slime. He looks handsome, but what an absolute mess. Dying of embarrassment, Seung-woo whispers that people are going to get the wrong idea, and besides, he cannot exactly carry full combat gear inside a public shopping mall. Alistair completely ignores his excuses, shouting that it is easier to trick a ghost than an elf. She snaps that he carries absolutely no scent of her children, meaning he probably stuffed the poor things into his hero inventory to let them gather dust. Seung-woo coughs awkwardly, admitting he kept them there briefly, but insists he handed them over to two capable hunters. She angrily cuts him off, saying she already knows because that giant human who walked by earlier had belt and nudo while Sapsuder was carrying a dagger. Shocked by her tracking skills, he continues cautiously. Since she knows so much, he asks if that does not prove his goodwill. Alistair screams back that at least those two hunters had the decency to greet her properly first. Seung-woo realizes why they did it. Artifacts are incredibly expensive, so meeting her ensures they can get them repaired later. A pretty smart move on their part. Seung-woo tiredly reminds her that while that is true, those terms like greeting and marriage are way too confusing. He begs her to stop using misleading words in public, but Alistair, fiercely protective of her children, keeps hurling insults at him, calling him a shameless, cheating scoundrel with no morals. Frustrated, Seung-woo fires back, telling her to stop shouting because people are going to assume he committed some horrific crime. She angrily snaps back that he already did commit a crime, asking how he can be shameless enough to adopt over 500 elven children. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger, Seung-woo cannot take it anymore and orders John-sik to put a stop to this. With a loud squeak, the slime lunges straight at her face. John-sik immediately glues itself to her mouth, silencing her. Seung-woo covers his face in sheer embarrassment as bystanders whisper about him being a total creep with 500 elves. He sighs internally, wishing he had never acknowledged Alistair in the first place. Seung-woo asks with a sigh, Why is a craftsman from the Crystal Valley here at the shopping mall anyway? Alistair snaps back that she wanted to ask him the same thing. Why is a restaurant owner here? Sighing, he explains that he came to buy wood and tools to build his own furniture, finding it fits his personality better. He then asks about her reason. She just giggles, keeping her reason a secret, which prompts Seung-woo to tell her to stop dodging the question with that suspicious laugh. He adds that elves always smile to hide things when they are cornered. Alistair clenches her fist in annoyance, remarking that he surprisingly knows a lot about her kind. Regaining her composure, she scratches her head and looks away, admitting she is actually someone acquainted with the owner of this mall. She explains that only those who know the owner are allowed into the secret underground auction, and this time the item list features some highly coveted divine wood. Seung-woo asks in confusion if she means the world tree. Alistair raises her voice, calling him an amateur for thinking the world tree is the only source. She snaps that the world tree is incredibly rare, and even seeing a tiny piece of it is her lifelong dream. Seung-woo scratches his cheek, keeping quiet about the fact that he actually has 3 whole branches of that legendary world tree sitting inside his inventory right now. She casually reminds him that since they both came for wood, he needs to keep his guard up. This makes a highly skeptical Seung-woo wonder why. She proudly flashes her gold membership card, pointing out that normal people do not have access to this club. She says it requires a referral, and registering now would take a whole year just to get approved. Seung-woo rolls his eyes, muttering a quick "really" as he thinks it over. He feels inside his pocket where a similar card sits, only his is pitch black. Alistair actually gave him some incredibly useful information, making him realize his black card grants him access to absolutely everything here. The scene shifts to the underground secret auction area beneath the shopping mall. Sitting at the exact same table, Seung-woo gazes blankly at the massive aquarium in front of them while Alistair stares ahead with a completely bored expression. Seung-woo looks around in surprise, noting that this place feels more like a survival zone cafe than a high-stakes secret auction. Alistair snaps back, asking if he expected some shady villainous auctioneer or a beautiful hostess to run the show. Seung-woo admits that secret auctions usually carry that exact image, just like the ones he experienced back in Terra. He then asks why she looks so incredibly annoyed. Alistair grumpily responds that she's just wondering who he actually is, but he doubts that is the real reason for her sour mood. Confused, he asks if she is still questioning his identity. She explains that the guide strictly verified her card at the entrance, while he walked right through without a check, and they even let his strange slime slide. Seung-woo nods in agreement, but still wonders why she is so bitter about it. Alistair stands up in rage, admitting she is mad because she missed the chance to watch him get rejected and suffer at the door. Completely speechless, he can only offer a flat response. Reaching into his pocket to pull something out, he wonders if they let him in because of this. He pulls out his black card, causing her eyes to pop in absolute shock. Alistair points right at the card, gasping if that's the legendary Demiurge Unlimited card and demanding to know how he got it. Seung-woo looks down calmly, asking if that's what it's called. He notes that her wild reaction pretty much confirms it. Alistair looks incredibly serious, nodding to herself as she claims she finally figured out his true identity. Jumping out of her seat, she points accusingly and rants that someone who bypasses security and holds a legendary black card, yet remains totally unknown, can only mean one thing. Seung-woo stares at the hyperactive girl, calmly replying that whatever her guess is, it's probably dead wrong, so she really needs to calm down and take a deep breath. Channeling her inner detective, Alistair proudly declares that he must be the secret son of President Baek So-hang. Seung-woo just stares back, his mind completely flooded with question marks. Naturally, the people nearby overhear her loud mouth and immediately start whispering, wondering if he really is some secret heir. Completely ignoring the gossip, Alistair pushes up her glasses like a smug intellectual. She lays out her evidence, citing old rumors that President Baek and director Isak had a secret child. Since they've been married for 9 years, it makes perfect sense. Seung-woo's face darkens as he silently begs her to stop this incredibly terrible deduction. Seung-woo quickly cuts off her wild rambling, telling Alistair to freeze right there, which actually works. He points to himself dryly, explaining that if he were their child, he'd be 9 years old at most. He asks if he looks like a 9-year-old, causing Alistair to suddenly freeze as the math finally sinks in. She desperately starts brainstorming other possibilities, trying to find anything that makes sense to her. Scratching her face, she lowers her voice to ask if humans age differently than elves or if he has some crazy anti-aging secret. Seung-woo lets out a deeply exhausted sigh, suggesting that she should probably talk less because keeping her mouth shut might actually make her look smart. Embarrassed, she quickly looks away while weakly claiming she was only joking around the whole time. He is left completely speechless by her logic. Soon, the highly anticipated auction finally begins. Up on stage, the host introduces a beautiful painting to the crowd. The host goes on, explaining. As soon as the starting price is announced, bidder 11 immediately raises their paddle. Bidder number 2 quickly counters with an even higher offer. Right after that, bidder 15 jumps into the action. Moments later, the host gestures to signal that the bids have closed. During the intermission, Alistair casually sips her drink while Seung-woo is busy wiping tears from his eyes. He sniffles, saying that while famous paintings and rare artifacts are expected, auctioning off the management rights of an orphanage is incredibly touching. Seung-woo opens the item catalog, pointing out that even the sacred wood they want has a story. He explains that this unique plant is famous for purifying the air. Apparently, a devoted wife worked tirelessly to find it for her terminally ill husband. After they separated, she decided to auction it off so it could help others in need. He asks if that beautiful, heartbreaking story doesn't make her emotional. Seung-woo says emotionally that whoever decided to organize such a wonderful charity auction must be an incredibly kind-hearted person. Alistair flatly replies that she has met the old man in charge a few times, but she highly doubts he's actually a good person. She looks away, admitting that despite the host, the crowd gathered here tonight does seem to consist of decent people. She points out that they aren't bound by money and genuinely care about society. Honestly, the atmosphere feels more like a peaceful church service than a competitive auction, since everyone is willing to let go of items they don't need, so they can go to people who actually do. She excitedly slams her glass of orange juice down, declaring that this kind of generous spirit is exactly what she wants to see. Alistair turns to Seung-woo, suggesting that if she gets the sacred wood, she will stop bidding. Since he only came here to find basic wood for furniture, she tells him he should just let her have this one. Slightly annoyed, he replies that there is no way he is backing down. As someone with a delicate constitution, crafting special furniture to purify the air for his kids is something he absolutely refuses to pass up. Alistair snaps back, warning him that the legendary sacred wood is definitely not something a mere amateur should be playing with. Seung-woo lets out a calm sigh, proposing a different kind of arrangement instead. He suggests that he will buy the wood and she can be the one to build the furniture. She immediately recoils in disbelief, shouting out in protest. He flashes his black card, pointing out that winning the bidding war is incredibly easy for him if he truly wants to try. Alistair literally shakes with pure frustration, gritting her teeth so hard she lets out a low growl. He calmly continues, reminding her that her main goal in wanting the wood was just to craft items and gain experience anyway. He offers a very logical compromise, proposing that he covers all the expenses while she does the actual crafting for a win-win scenario. Alistair frowns quietly, wondering if she is just being totally exploited for free labor here. But then wait for it, a sudden realization flashes through her mind. Reaching a sudden understanding, Alistair holds her hand out to accept Seung-woo's deal. She confidently declares that she will do it, admitting that the offer is actually pretty decent. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks perfect. Seung-woo reaches out to shake her hand, adding that there is just one catch. He demands a strict 3-day deadline, which instantly shocks her into gasping out in absolute disbelief. Seung-woo completely sees through her and presses on, asking if she really thought he was blind to their tricks. They wanted to exploit the elves' working hours to drag this out, maybe even up to 55 years. Seung-woo happily rubs it in, saying that trick won't work on him. Alistair trembles with pure rage, gritting her teeth as a frustrated groan escapes her. She gets so mad, she's practically crying, screaming that he knows way too much about elves. Her scream is so incredibly loud that people outside the building can hear it. Talk about an annoying lady. Over at the old Gunhang estate, Seung-woo's backyard is now a massive open space filled with lush trees. There is even a gargantuan tree trunk wiggling right inside the portal. Landscaping is currently in full swing, and they finally manage to slide that giant tree trunk down into place. Seung-woo catches it, unhappily asks if this is finally the last tree. Hands on his hips, he looks at the massive forest-sized tree trunk. Having a forest to shape exactly how he wants is a whole new level of gardening, and he is absolutely loving it. Jansik is also working hard, pulling a water hose out of the portal to fill the lake. By piping water straight from the kitchen, a gorgeous artificial pond will soon take shape, though the water bill is definitely going to hurt. Up on the shore, Nabi and Unha are busy planting flowers, but Seung-woo thinks to himself his absolute favorite part is something else. A gorgeous, fully blooming cherry blossom tree comes into view. Seung-woo leans down to look at the waist-high plant. Just being near this sacred tree purifies the air and refreshes his mind. It truly deserves the title of a divine tree. He starts imagining what it will be like once it grows big. Sitting under its beautiful shade to read a book would be heaven, but using its rare wood for furniture also sounds amazing. Honestly, he refuses to compromise on either option. Clenching his fist, he makes up his mind. He will just clone the divine tree. Just like that, all his problems are solved by this brilliant and incredibly convenient idea. Raising kids has always been one of the toughest jobs in the world. How do you stop a baby from crying, protect them from getting hurt, and help them grow up big and strong? Countless parents have suffered major headaches trying to figure all of this out. But one day, someone in Terra actually came up with the ultimate answer. Crying, getting hurt, or falling sick all happen because a baby is too weak. If you just make the kid insanely strong from birth, won't that solve everything? The man was absolutely thrilled with his own logic. That is definitely classic Terra logic right there. Nabi does not look surprised at all. Seung-woo agrees that it is a very typical Terra mindset, but points out that the story does not end there. He goes on to explain that the person who made that incredibly bold claim was actually the king of a country. It was King Zero Rampro, the first born in 1008 and died in 1029. When Unha asks if the king issued a decree, Seung-woo chuckles, impressed that she even knows about royal orders before confirming that he did. Seung-woo continues explaining that the king summoned a massive group of elite chefs and powerful mages. Their sole mission was to find a way to make the newborn prince incredibly strong. The curious little girl eagerly asks what happened after that. Seung-woo explains that they finally created a potion to make a child extremely powerful, keeping them healthy and completely immune to sickness or injury. Both Nabi and Unha are amazed. Nabi admits it is her first time hearing this story, and Unha guesses the king must have been absolutely thrilled with the result. Seung-woo laughs and says quite the opposite, as the king was actually furious. This leaves both of them completely baffled as to why. He explains that the first reason was the absurd cost of the incredibly rare ingredients. Nabi complains, wondering why a king would be so cheap. The second reason is that the research took so long the prince had already grown into an adult. Unha is completely speechless after hearing this part. So the secret recipe was left forgotten in a dusty book buried in some dark corner of the royal library. That is until Seung-woo stumbled upon it. It turns out he had known about this secret book for a very long time. Wrapping up the story, he gets ready for the main event. He tells everyone to head upstairs and relax, since this dish will take some time to prepare. Nabi happily agrees, and Unha chimes in with an enthusiastic yes. Seung-woo reaches his hand deep into the portal. He didn't really need to tell the kids, but the most interesting thing about this particular dish actually lies somewhere else entirely. He says, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Seung-woo's new Zero Rampro dish is incredibly versatile. For children, it acts as a wonderful nutritional supplement, but for plants it serves as an ultimate super fertilizer that boosts their growth speed and overall size to absolutely mind-blowing levels. Something is slammed heavily onto the work table. The first ingredient is, Seung-woo is pretty shocked to see a red dragon scale standing half a meter tall in front of him. A dragon scale for baby food. No wonder the king lost his temper. As many people know, these scales are so dense and hard that they can easily deflect enchanted swords and high-level magic. Seung-woo rinses his kitchen knife under cold running water to prepare it. He then focuses his inner power into the blade, causing it to erupt with storm-like energy. Yoon-hyung stops his work and stares in awe, amazed by the sheer intensity of the sword energy. He can't believe someone would channel a massive vortex of sword energy just to prep simple baby food. Usually fighters only focus a tiny amount to increase sharpness, but this guy is on a whole different level. After grinding down the dragon scales into a fine powder, Seung-woo moves on to the next step. Chop chop. Now what is next? A Leviathan horn. He holds up a massive blue object that looks just like a baseball bat. It is indeed a Leviathan horn, a legendary sea dragon beast. Naturally, its durability easily matches or even surpasses actual dragon scales. This one needs to be ground into powder too. Seung-woo washes the horn and makes his decision on the spot. Just then a voice suddenly calls out. It is Eun-hyung, who shyly points at the horn and asks how to do that, begging for lessons. Seung-woo is quite surprised that the kid wants to learn cooking. Yoon-hyung looks at the horn, about to be crushed, with absolute disbelief. Is just pulverizing everything like a blender really considered cooking? No, not that, but the other technique. Seung-woo lets out a sly, devious smile. He then raises his razor-sharp knife wrapped in a swirling whirlwind of energy right in front of Eun-hyung, asking if he wants to learn this. The blade flashes like a sword, slicing the air in front of Eun-hyung so fast that his eyes bulge, completely unable to keep up. Staring at the blade, Eun-hyung quickly backs down, stammering that he does not want to learn anymore. Why would he ever want to learn that? Seung-woo chuckles, teasing that he has nothing to teach rude kids who disrespect their elders. Trembling Eun-hyung can only complain to himself. He thinks Seung-woo is so petty, acting all small and playing the victim. Finally, it is done. 3 bowls of fine powder sit on the table. Dragon scales, Leviathan horn, and skeleton king bones. It looks like the grinding stage is officially complete. Yoon-hyung mutters about the absolute waste of such legendary ingredients, wondering how much of a fortune they are worth. He shivers, thinking that mixing them in and stirring slowly is all that is left, but then he sees that technique again. Seung-woo calmly pours all 3 fine powders into a pan, but the real challenge is only just beginning. His gaze sharpens as he stares intensely at the ingredients in the pan. He tosses the pan with ultimate grace and skill, waves of fire erupting and dancing to his every movement. Even the flow of magic wrapping around his body must be adjusted with absolute pinpoint precision. This burns away any unwanted impurities. Indeed, only the pure essence of the three components remains in the pan with everything else filtered out. Infusing mana into the ingredients is incredibly tough, and while the difficulty spikes with each repetition, the ultimate potency increases exponentially too. He thinks to himself that while Nabi and Jonsik will be fine, he needs to simmer it a bit longer for Unha. Recalling the chaotic energy surrounding the young girl, he hopes this will help stabilize her volatile mana from her recent awakening. After a very long time, Yoon Young has finished all his chores and is fast asleep in his chair. Meanwhile, the massive pile of ingredients in Jo Seung-woo pan has reduced to just a tiny pinch. Jo Seung-woo wipes the heavy sweat from his brow. At long last, Geronimo's secret pepper is finally complete. Outside, the sunset slowly blankets the sky in a warm, glowing orange hue. Having changed after his shift, Eun-young sits with his chin in his hand, lazily asking what ravioli is. Plating the food, Jo Seung-woo explains that it is basically Italian dumplings. He describes them as dough pouches stuffed with rich cheese and savory beef. Yoon-young finds it overly complicated, muttering that dumplings are just dumplings, so why call them Italian? Jo Seung-woo can only smile helplessly, explaining that there is really no major difference. There is even a theory that these dumplings originated in the East and were brought to Europe by Marco Polo, the famous 13th-century Italian explorer who wrote about Eastern wonders. Jo Seung-woo secretly admits to himself that since he poured all his energy into crafting the special seasoning powder, he is just too lazy to cook anything fancy. Once everything is beautifully plated, he carries the dish of ravioli over and sets it on the table. Handing a plate to everyone, Jo Seung-woo rests his hands on his hips and says, "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's eat." He pulls out a small spice jar, advising that from now on, Unha, Nabi, and Jonsik must sprinkle this pepper onto their food once every 2 days. Unha eagerly asks if this is the secret weapon he was talking about earlier. Jo Seung-woo chuckles and confirms it, calling it a magical pepper that protects their health as they grow up. Hearing this, Unha can only think about the countless times she has witnessed his cooking experiments. She vividly remembers seeing guests clutching their throats in sheer agony after eating Jo Seung-woo creations, pitying those poor souls who had to suffer through his cooking. Unha watches nervously as the pepper is sprinkled onto her plate, hoping that a tiny pinch won't hurt and that the taste might actually be normal. Beside her, Nabi excitedly shouts out her blessings, while Unha nervously clenches her hands and whispers her own. A fork pierces right into the very first ravioli. Nabi pops it into his mouth. Unha follows her friend's lead, popping a whole piece right in. Jonsik quickly gulps his portion down too. Immediately, the little girl drops her fork, her hair standing on end as she screams how awful it is, while Jonsik turns red, crying from the sheer horror. But Nabi has a completely different reaction, slowly savoring the bite and describing the flavor as delicate and absolutely wonderful. Nabi goes on explaining it is not just bitter or salty. It is deeply nostalgic, a primal and magical flavor, almost like chewing on pure threads of energy. He wishes his grandmother back home could try it. Jo Seung-woo laughs, praising the cat for being a true gourmet who knows good food. Unha anxiously turns to ask if he is alright, wondering if his tongue is burned or if he is just mad at his grandmother. He quickly explains that by Terra standards, this is actually a high-grade, top-tier delicacy. Hearing that, the little girl sighs, whispering how pitiful the people of Terra must be. After hearing Nabi's explanation, Unha obediently takes another bite, even though she still thinks it tastes absolutely terrible. Jo Seung-woo smirks as he glances at the little girl, teasingly asking if it is really that bad. He tells her kids need to try strange foods if they ever want to grow up. You can bet Jo Seung-woo is watching closely, opening one eye to see how the pepper affects them. He looks at the cat eating happily, noting that since Nabi was already incredibly strong, there is no noticeable change. Shifting his gaze to the little slime boy forcing down the food, he notes that Jonsik seems to have grown slightly larger. Then he looks right at the center, wondering about the most important human here. What about Unha? Staring at the dumpling on her fork with teary eyes, she whimpers about how bad it is. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo relaxes, relieved that her chaotic magic has finally stabilized. They must wait to see what special ability manifests, but at least the worst is over. Thinking back to her mother, Jo Seung-woo feels confident she won't awaken a self-harming ability, completely avoiding the dark outcome Chairman Beck had feared. After all, her mother had begged him to take good care of her. Suddenly, he remembers there is still one more place that needs a sprinkle of pepper. Jo Seung-woo tells Nabi he has to step away for a bit. The scene shifts over to a barren desert. This is the former Gunya, where Jo Seung-woo is busy watering a small, newly planted divine tree. After a moment, Jo Seung-woo stops, satisfied that he has poured enough water. He pulls out the pepper jar, asking the tree how big it can grow. With that, Jo Seung-woo sprinkles the pepper onto the small tree branch. Out of nowhere, the branch begins to grow rapidly. It shoots up into a massive tree as if it has been growing for decades. Jo Seung-woo looks up in absolute shock, letting out a soft gasp. And yet, the tree still does not stop growing. It finally stops after reaching the size of a century-old tree, its massive canopy now casting a wide shadow over the barren ground. Seung-woo is highly impressed, noting how incredibly fast it grew. He says he will just need to call Alistair in a couple of days. Leaning against the trunk, Seung-woo tells himself that the furniture for the kids is ready and Unha magic is finally stable. Resting his head on his hands, he closes his eyes and stretches out, whispering that today was quite meaningful. Now check this out, we are heading over to the former Incheon International Airport. The flight board displays arrivals from Venice and Hong Kong. Outside, a massive crowd of reporters has gathered, clutching their heavy cameras and recording gear. A mysterious foot steps out of there. A voice cries out that he is finally here. A towering bald man walks right into a storm of blinding camera flashes. This is the 91st ranked member of the First Order, the immortal Awat, based out of Venice. A female reporter quickly rushes forward, asking what urgent matter brought him to Korea on such short notice. But in the blink of an eye, her microphone suddenly vanishes from her hand. Awat angrily grabs the mic and glares right into the camera, declaring he came to deal with a promise breaker. To understand, we have to look back at the official mock battle for the First Order rankings, where Awat was matched up to fight against Hang Hyo. However, the high-ranked fighter risks losing their position completely upon defeat, while the lower-ranked challenger risks almost nothing, making the entire match feel incredibly unfair. Lower-ranked players usually offer up a prize to draw someone into a ranking match. Kang Hyuk was Awad's opponent back then, and he laid down his terms. He offered his own artifact, the Winter's Grudge sword, asking if a prize like that was enticing enough for him. If you lack the courage, just back out. Awad silently stared back at Kang Hyuk. He blew on his gun with a smug warning, get lost if you are scared, because a bullet makes everyone equal, no matter how big your muscles are. Kang Hyuk was absolutely overflowing with confidence, having just returned from Terra after skyrocketing from rank 100 all the way to 92. But Awad was the one who shattered Kang Hyuk's win streak in a brutal one-sided showdown. Awad won fair and square, but since Kang Hyuk had wagered his prize sword, he decided to do the next logical thing, pack his bags and run. The next day, Awad stormed into Isaac looking for him, only to receive a shocking update. He screamed out in disbelief. Awad screamed right in Hwang Ji-hyun's face as she worked at her computer. First it was sickness, then he was too busy, then a life-or-death emergency. It was always some ridiculous excuse to avoid handing over that sword, and now he was on leave. Ji-hyun took the brunt of his rage, sighing as she admitted she completely understood his anger. She quietly muttered that the guy was a hopeless basket case, and if he was not her superior, she would have tossed him into the garbage bin ages ago. Awad sighed in defeat, realizing he had been way too soft on the guy from the start. He could not believe he had let himself get played like this. Seething with rage, he demanded to know where that bastard was hiding. Ji-hyun politely apologized for the inconvenience, prompting Awad to quickly rephrase his question, asking where exactly that human trash bin went. Meanwhile, over at Seung-woo restaurant, right inside the restroom, Kang Hyuk was staring into the mirror, admiring his own face and thinking he looked incredibly handsome today, just as expected. But he had no idea his peaceful day was about to end with Awad arriving in exactly 10 minutes. Earlier that morning at the restaurant, Kang Hyuk was yawning up a storm, muttering about how weird it felt to have so much free time on his hands. He started teasing Eun Hyung, boasting about how he used to work crazy overtime just to get 2 days off, calling him a newbie who knew nothing about real struggle. Eun Hyung snapped back, reminding the idiot that he had actually joined the place first. Kang Hyuk covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, teasing that despite joining first, the kid barely got sent on any real missions anyway. Eun Hyung was practically shaking with rage, stammering that his power literally lands him in the hospital every single time he uses it. Kang Hyuk just laughed harder, mocking him for basically admitting he was a weakling who lived in a hospital bed. Eun Hyung looked ready to snap his mop in half. Min just sat there, sipping his tea, completely unbothered by the childish bickering next to him. He cheerfully told Seung-woo how nice it was to dump all those crazy missions onto Kang Hyuk instead of dealing with them himself. Seung-woo smiled, noting that Min indeed looked like he had a lot less work on his plate these days. Min agreed, though he noted that the Full Metal Heroes team was currently working themselves to the bone. Thanks to some new materials developed from their last battle against the Oxer, they could now run 24/7 without any rest. That left the team with plenty of free time, which Seung-woo figured was actually a pretty sweet deal. Sure, it sounded great, but Min O'Keefe's eyes flickered with a sudden uneasy premonition. He could not shake this nagging feeling that they were just living in the calm before a massive storm. Outside, Nabi, Eunha, and Yoon Sik were peacefully soaking up the morning sun. Suddenly, a very familiar bald head approached with heavy thudding footsteps. His sudden approach made Nabi jump right out of her skin. The restaurant front door was slammed open. The intruder was none other than Awad, who immediately started roaring, demanding that piece of trash, Kang Hyuk, show his face. This sudden, terrifying visit left Kang Hyuk completely frozen in absolute shock. He shook like a leaf, stammering out to ask what Awad was doing there. Awad screamed like a lunatic, demanding that the dirty scammer hand over his weapon immediately. Awad's official codename was Unbreakable Diamond, but honestly, nobody ever called him that. To anyone familiar with his brutal fighting style, he was simply known as the Immortal or the Zombie. With his unique combat ability, he could easily endure any damage thrown his way, allowing him to absorb brutal attacks just to strike back with bone-shattering counters. He fought exactly like a relentless, unstoppable zombie, but his crazy style also came with one major flaw. He severely lacked explosive raw power, meaning his fights would drag on for an eternity. Because of this, Owad was incredibly serious about collecting powerful artifacts to compensate for his one big weakness. Seung-woo frowned with a serious look, asking if he was here to collect some winter sword that was legally promised to him. Drenched in sweat, Owad angrily confirmed that was indeed the case. Seung-woo just let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Moments later, Seung-woo had both of them kneeling on the floor with painful bumps on their heads. He scolded them for causing a massive scene right before opening time, forcing a terrified Owad to quickly stammer out an apology. Kang Hyuk blushed in embarrassment, whining about how humiliating it was for grown men to kneel with their hands up. Seung-woo shot back, asking if a promise breaker like him even knew the meaning of the word shame. Seung-woo glared right at him, warning him that he could see those hands slowly drifting down. In an instant, a rolled-up newspaper is pointed right at Hang Hyuk's face, absolutely terrifying him. Seung-woo sighs and leaves things to Eun-hyung, telling them to sit quietly and reflect on their actions, while Eun-hyung happily accepts the order to watch over them. Suddenly, Owad asks Hang Hyuk, "Hey, who on earth is that restaurant owner anyway?" He recalls how the owner charged in like a madman the second he saw them, just as Owad tried to throw a punch. Seung-woo reacted in the blink of an eye, using his insane power to completely take down two first orders at the same time, which is just hard to believe. To make it worse, his weapon was just a rolled-up newspaper, a seemingly harmless object. Yet getting hit by it left their heads ringing. Hang Hyuk sighs sarcastically, mocking him for not even knowing their own boss, calling him a backward Venice resident with terrible information flow, which makes Owad ask what he just said. He happily asks if Owad has really never heard of the famous returnee Seung-woo, leaving him shocked to realize why the man is so insanely strong. A phone is raised to snap a picture of their intense conversation, while Owad wonders why Hang Hyuk is acting so proud, only for Hang Hyuk to calmly reply that he is an employee here, leaving Owad wondering if a first order can really work part-time. The sudden flash of the camera startles both of them, forcing them to look back. The photographer is none other than Eun-hyung, who laughs proudly at how rare it is to see Hang Hyuk act so humble, while Hang Hyuk angrily threatens to settle things with him after the punishment. Wait a second, Owad suddenly realizes, is this kid really Blackheart rank 65, and is he actually working as an employee here too? A top 10 tier returnee running a restaurant with two powerful first orders working as mere waiters. Owad watches Seung-woo's back while he cooks, completely stunned by the whole situation. He begins to panic, wondering what on earth has happened to Korea to allow such a terrifying force. Time passes by until sunset finally arrives. Neither Owad nor Hang Hyuk has to kneel anymore, but they still look at Seung-woo in absolute terror. Seung-woo scratches his cheek awkwardly, offering a simple suggestion. Shouldn't Hang Hyuk just hand over the sword as promised to end this whole mess? Owad quickly nods, but Hang Hyuk slams the table, completely protesting against his boss. There is absolutely no way he can give it up, yelling out to explain just how insanely valuable that sword really is. Min watches from the side, wondering what kind of sword it is, only for him to loudly reveal that it was gifted by the heteromorphic god. Seung-woo feels a cold shiver, recalling the god mentioned before and realizing it sounds exactly like some shady cult scam. Min sits nearby and scolds him, asking why he would ever use such an important item as a reward, while Hang Hyuk plays the victim, whining that otherwise nobody would agree to a rank match with him, earning another angry lecture from his boss. He then throws a tantrum on the floor, flatly refusing to hand it over, leaving Owad to silently wonder if there is actually any way to extract the sword from this piece of trash. Seung-woo calls out, addressing him politely as Mr. Owad, which startles the man into turning around and wondering why the sudden change in tone. Seung-woo explains that if a customer completes their eating challenge, they can win artifact tier gear, shock-inducing news that leaves Owad utterly speechless. He cheerfully adds that they usually charge an entry fee, but due to Owad's unique situation, this attempt will be completely free. He is told to keep challenging until he wins the artifact as Seung-woo hands him the menu, while Eun-hyung eagerly looks on. Owad reads it nervously, realizing it is an eating challenge, but honestly, eating a few difficult dishes might actually not be a bad idea. At least it seems far more realistic than hoping Hang Hyuk changes his mind, as the latter continues his loud tantrum right behind them. Owad decisively agrees to do it, which makes Eun-hyung smile triumphantly. Seung-woo emits a dark aura, praising him for making an incredibly wise choice. Hang Hyuk's voice interrupts everyone as he shouts out that he knew his boss would be completely trustworthy. He praises him for resolving everything so perfectly, calling it true loyalty, while happily giving his boss a thumbs up. Suddenly, a pair of thick rubber gloves is thrown directly at his face. Seung-woo glares furiously, snapping at him about loyalty and pointing out that none of this is free since the entire mess was his fault anyway. He delivers a firm punishment, ordering Hang Hyuk to clean the environment at Zone 6 for 6 hours every single day after work. He is left staring blankly at the rubber gloves, unable to argue. Slowly, he picks them up. Slinging them over his shoulder, he sighs about his terrible luck. Another peaceful morning begins at the Hero restaurant. Seung-woo cooks a delicious meal for Nabi, Junsik, and Unha, prompting a cheerful thank you from Nabi as he casually replies. Suddenly, something strange caught the attention of little Unha. She reaches down to the grass and picks up a glowing whisker. Puzzled, she wonders what it could possibly be. Little Unha voice calling out to Seung-woo makes him turn around. Unha runs over, holding a whisker, asking if he knows what it is since she found it nearby. Seung-woo recognizes it and tells her she is incredibly lucky. Bending down to take it, he explains it is a lucky cat whisker, leaving the little girl completely confused. Seung-woo starts to explain. Unlike standard cats, these rare felines almost never shed their fur. Finding one of their whiskers is highly unusual, so carrying it will bring you serious good luck. Put it in here and keep it safe because you never know what good things might come. With that, he carefully slides the whisker into a tiny vial for Unha. The girl politely accepts it with a thank you. Seung-woo smiles and tells her to head inside and rest. Unha runs inside with excitement while Eunhyung looks completely dumbfounded. He asks if a cat whisker actually brings luck or if it is just some Santa myth. Of course it is real, Seung-woo asserts, but Eunhyung still thinks it is a joke, telling him to stop lying since he is not a little kid anymore. Seung-woo rolls his eyes and sighs, thinking that kids raised on lies are just different. Up on the second floor in Unha and Nami's bedroom, Ona lies stretched out on her bed, scrolling to find what luck actually means. According to the dictionary, luck is a noun meaning good fortune or happy destiny. It is a predetermined path for humans that cannot be altered by mere human effort alone. The little girl rolls over to study this seriously. So fortune means heaven's will, a destiny that cannot be changed. For a young kid like Unha, these heavy concepts are still way too complex, leaving her head spinning with massive question marks. Meanwhile, over inside the bustling kitchen of the Hero's restaurant, Baek Kang-hyuk is busy mopping the floor while yawning from extreme sleep deprivation, when suddenly, a tiny hand taps him on the shoulder. Staring with sleep-deprived, dark-circled eyes, he groans. "What is it?" Unha excitedly asks him. "Brother, what is luck?" Since Baek Kang-hyuk has been pulling a grueling cleaning shift since last night on Seung-woo's orders, sleep is the only thing on his mind. He grumbles that luck is just something you want but can never have, leaving Unha totally disappointed. Unha tiptoes away from his gloomy aura, remembering Sale, Taeji, and Min, warning her that she probably shouldn't be helping this guy out. Then bam! A sudden violent desk slam and a loud shout make her quickly spin around in total shock. It is none other than Awad, who is literally crying with a bright red face, cursing up a storm over some insanely spicy stew. Watching him from a distance, Unha thinks he looks just like a pouty octopus. She runs over, asking if he is hurt anywhere. Awad is completely startled by the little girl's sudden presence. He quickly covers his face, insisting he is not crying, just sweating from the extreme heat. But suddenly, a strange system screen appears next to him that only Unha can see, displaying info for 20 quests. She repeats the same question to him, asking what luck is. Awad bluntly tells her it is mostly a scam, leaving Unha to quietly repeat the word. He glares at Baek Kang-hyuk with pure resentment, warning her that scammers always use sweet words, so she should never trust anyone talking about luck. Pointing directly at the sleepyhead sitting nearby, he warns her to especially watch out for guys like him. Unha watches him tremble with rage and sighs. It seems the physical wounds Baek Kang-hyuk inflicted on this poor guy still haven't quite healed. Suddenly, a tiny hand places a cold glass of milk right in front of Awad. The sweet girl bows politely and wishes him a speedy recovery. He looks grateful, thanking her even if he has no clue what she means. Suddenly, a wet cloth is aggressively rubbed all over Awad's bald head as Baek Kang-hyuk half-heartedly apologizes to him. Baek Kang-hyuk acts like he is helping, but he is clearly just venting his frustration. He casually claims he is wiping away the sweat to apologize for making Awad suffer all the way in Korea. This passive-aggressive move completely sets Awad off. He screams at Baek Kang-hyuk, calling him a total hypocrite who plays the victim after causing all this trouble. He warns him that he will never let this slide. Baek Kang-hyuk just scoffs, mocking him for trying to drop local proverbs. Feeling completely disrespected, Awad snaps back, boasting that despite his current messy looks, he actually graduated from a highly prestigious university. Watching this chaotic mess, Unha quickly backs away in fear, realizing these two definitely cannot help her. Then she spots Seung-woo talking through the glass window and immediately sees him as her savior. Right, she needs to ask him. Outside, Seung-woo is talking to a plumber who explains that the portal has completely messed up the water and vegetation. He says using the water is fine, but there is still a major issue. He demands to know where all that massive water went since it was used way too many times. His angry shout makes Seung-woo sweat as he stammers out a weak excuse. Seung-woo makes up a ridiculous lie about taking 8 baths to cover up filling an entire lake. When the plumber screams in disbelief, the awkward boss quickly suggests they did tons of laundry, with Baek Kang-hyuk and Owad fighting inside and Seung-woo desperately dealing with the plumber outside. Anna sighs in disappointment, realizing her favorite uncle is far too busy right now. But wait, just then, happy laughter from nearby catches her attention. It is Min and Hwang Ji-hyun who are enjoying their coffee while happily gossiping about Baek Kang-hyuk's exhausting night cleaning duty. Seeing them share a laugh, Eunha quietly wonders if Uncle Min and Sister Hwang Ji-hyun are having some kind of fun discussion. Those two usually look so angry, making this rare happy moment quite a surprise. She figures it is safe to approach them, especially since Baek Kang-hyuk was the only real troublemaker anyway. Since they are always the ones cleaning up after him, their constant anger makes perfect sense. Hearing her sweet voice, Hwang Ji-hyun turns around as Eunha politely greets them. Hwang Ji-hyun happily wishes the little princess a good morning and asks what is on her mind. Eunha admits she is curious about something, making them wonder what it could be. What is good luck, she asks, repeating the question she has posed to so many people. Dewey thinks of money, his eyes gleaming as he says it means winning 20 billion won to change your life. Annoyed, Mike covers her mouth to stop the nonsense, explaining that luck is gaining benefits without facing any karma. Eunha tilts her head at the unfamiliar words, asking what karma and benefits even mean. He calmly explains that simply put it means everything she does goes perfectly and all of her wishes come true. Wishes, she mutters softly, staring at the tiny jar holding the cat whiskers. Eunha closes her eyes, thinking of the kind people around her. There is Nabi Jonsik and even Uncle Seung-woo, her loving mother and her incredibly reliable brother Seol Taeji. There is the sketchy Baek Kang-hyuk, the slightly scary Min, and Sister Ji-hyun, but they are all still great. But what she really wants most of all is her dad, she innocently whispers, admitting she misses him. The scene shifts to the grand shrine of the cat god. The elderly cat god slowly nods, praising her sweet and innocent wish. He notes that times have been tough with thieves stealing whiskers and people making incredibly greedy, selfish wishes for endless money. Finally, an honest wish has found its way to him. The cat god stands tall. Clasping his paws together, he declares he will put in some effort, chanting an ancient magical spell. The glowing magic circle begins to spin. A massive beam of light suddenly shoots directly into the sky. A mysterious man suddenly materializes, leaving both Ji-hyun and Min utterly dumbfounded. Eunha's eyes light up the moment she spots the newcomer. They simultaneously realize he is the Commander-in-Chief Hyuk Jin-ho, who is currently coughing from the smoke, totally lost. Years ago, the first dimensional rift ruptured the sky over Earth, looking like a terrifying giant blue abyss. Legions of vicious monsters poured out from those massive tears. They brought global ruin, and the United Nations, the shield of humanity, dissolved after suffering catastrophic losses and casualties, and then strong and steady steps marched forward. Stepping up to take their place, the Global Hunter Association, known as ISAC, rose to protect the Earth, founded by a group of incredibly brave souls from all over the world. Under the firm leadership of ISAC, light slowly returned to the Earth, and the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the planet finally began to fade away. Even though the monsters were defeated and the world was rebuilt, threats still remained from royal factions and corrupt governments to the terrorist groups who opposed them. These old powers desperately craved their former status, while master manipulators constantly exploited innocent citizens for their own selfish interests. They faced extremists driven by dangerous ideologies alongside those who openly discriminated against others. Some even argue that awakened ones weren't human at all, making the position of ISAC's supreme commander more dangerous than ever. Located deep inside the nuclear bunker of the Cyberdai headquarters, the Supreme Commander's office serves as his stronghold. It's no exaggeration to say his life is constantly under threat. He issues an order through a massive high-tech screen to begin neutralizing the terrorist groups in Sector B5. From the other side, an agent quickly responds, acknowledging the command. The Supreme Commander Ju-hyuk Jin calmly looks at the monitor and says the leadership's unity isn't strong enough. He orders them to screen the management personnel first and send him the list. He commands them to report back on who to approach first. But suddenly, a glowing magic circle erupts directly beneath his feet. Hyuk Jin stands frozen in sheer confusion. Sensing something is terribly wrong, the operator on the other end frantically calls out to him. The magic circle glows blindingly bright, throwing him into absolute panic. As he gasps in shock, the frantic voice on the line keeps screaming for him. In a flash, the light vanishes, leaving the command chair completely empty. The employee on the other side panics even more, shouting out. Their voice trembles with pure raw dread. Meanwhile, at Seung-woo cozy restaurant, Ji-hyun and Min both gape in absolute shock at the man who suddenly materialized right before them. Hyuk Jin's face tightens with extreme tension as his mind races. Wondering if he was summoned somewhere, he desperately tries to stay calm. On his hand is a countdown timer, making Hyuk-jin wonder if the time limit is only 10 minutes. More importantly, Min and Ji-hyun are from Area A, meaning this is the restaurant of returnee Seung-woo. Min and Ji-hyun are completely terrified, sweating buckets, when suddenly Eun-ha calls out for her dad. He turns to see the little girl holding back tears, crying "Dad," shocking Hyuk-jin into gasping her name. Eun-ha rushes straight into his arms and bursts into tears. Ji-hyun and Min freeze in pure shock. Wait, her dad is the commander-in-chief. He wraps his jacket around her, shooting a sharp glare that startles both of them. The two exchange quick looks, agreeing that the commander-in-chief's situation must remain top secret. It absolutely cannot be leaked to the outside, especially from that childish guy Bae Kang-hyuk, who is currently busy fighting with Awad. The air is filled with insults as they yell back and forth, screaming about being a bald fraud and a total scammer. Min quickly slips off his long trench coat. This sudden strange movement immediately catches the attention of the arguing duo. As the coat is stretched out to hide the father and daughter, a confused Bae Kang-hyuk asks what they are doing. Min and Ji-hyun stumble over their words quickly, making up an excuse about their coats being way too dusty. Behind her back, she carefully signals Hyuk-jin to head toward the stairs leading down to the basement. He is extremely grateful for her quick thinking, whispering that he will find a way to repay her later. Ji-hyun casually stands up and suggests going downstairs to get the dust off, and Min smoothly plays along, agreeing that it sounds like a great plan. With that, the two carefully back away, leaving both Awad and Bae Kang-hyuk even more bewildered. Watching them go back, Kang-hyuk asks what on earth they are doing, but Awad is just as lost, admitting he has absolutely no clue. Wait for it, a hilarious idea suddenly flashes through Bae Kang-hyuk's mind. Grinning like a total neighborhood gossip, he whispers to Awad if those two are actually dating and sneaking into the basement together. Awad seriously strokes his chin, nodding in agreement and muttering about how incredibly jealous he is. Bae Kang-hyuk gets defensive, complaining that Ji-hyun passed up a total superstar like him to date Min of all people. Awad sighs, claiming that if her eyes were truly that bad, she would have gone out with him instead, which only hurts Bae Kang-hyuk's feelings even more. Down in the restaurant's basement, guarding the door, Min and Ji-hyun prepare to protect Hyuk-jin and Eun-ha at all costs, even if it kills them. She tells him not to worry, confidently revealing she brought a hidden pistol just in case things go completely south. She looks over her shoulder, whispering to him. She asks if they just stumbled upon the absolute highest secret of Isekai, staring directly into the dimensional portal, leading to Gunhaya. She still cannot believe that little Eun-ha is actually the daughter of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Min-oki's face darkens as he nervously agrees, admitting he really wishes he did not know such a dangerous secret. But deep inside Gunhaya, the reunited father and daughter are happily catching up with each other. She calls out to Min, prompting him to quickly turn his head. Ji-hyun grins, saying they look pretty cool right now, protecting the Commander-in-Chief's biggest secret, while Min clears his throat in embarrassment, muttering that he guessed they do. He quickly pulls himself together, reminding her that they need to stay absolutely calm and handle this situation with extreme caution, which she eagerly agrees to. Later that evening, the dinner bell rings as they are told to enjoy their meal. Seung-woo finishes cooking and happily watches the three children eating their food. He gently asks if she is happy to finally be reunited with her father. Filled with absolute joy, Eun-ha happily replies that she is incredibly happy. The little girl proudly mentions how she shared everything with him, the happy moments, the sad moments, and even all the cool new things she has been learning. Glancing away for a quick second, Hyuk-jin raises his wrist to check the timer. The countdown now shows only 30 seconds left. Eun-ha clings tightly to his arm, desperately wishing she could hold on to him forever. Hyuk-jin stares down at his sweet little daughter with deeply affectionate eyes. Being incredibly mature for her age, she sweetly reassures him that they will definitely meet again soon. Seeing this, Seung-woo feels deeply touched, thinking that while it must be incredibly hard to say goodbye, she makes him so proud. The glowing aura radiating from Eun-ha has shifted from a dangerous red to a calm, stable green. Honestly, parental love beats any medicine out there, and it looks like this wanderer actually managed to do something right for once. Seung-woo quietly notes that the children's lives are finally going to be much more stable now. Deciding that the time has finally come to act, he flashes a highly mysterious smile. Soft sunlight streams through the wooden cabin's window, illuminating a quiet, small room. Out in the hallway, a dark, ominous figure slowly makes its way up the creaking stairs. A voice interrupts the little ones in the middle of their play, making them look up at him in confusion. "Hey guys." Smiling warmly, he tells the kids they are going out today to feast on some delicious, crispy fried tonkatsu. With that, the three of them head out. Seung-woo talked a big game, but what Nabi and young Sik actually find themselves facing is a pet clinic. Before two pairs of terrified, trembling eyes, a dark, looming figure ominously calls out for Nabi and young Sik. He gently coaxes the terrified little ones to hurry on inside. Just those simple words make the two of them shake like leaves. Furious, they let out a collective scream that echoes through the entire sky. Meanwhile, a blond boy in a white shirt casually whistles as he strolls across the grass toward the restaurant. He grins with absolute pride. Kang Hyuk thinks back to how hard he worked on missions just to pay off his debt to the branch president. Plus, he finally quit his part-time job, meaning he never has to face that guy again. To top it off, An Guan and Old Man Choi have finally returned to their humble village. He is so ecstatic his mouth literally waters, wiping it away with a satisfied grin, ready to enjoy a peaceful meal. The restaurant door swings open. Kang Hyuk excitedly waves to the owner, asking him to bring over the menu right away. But completely ruining his bright mood, the two pets inside are radiating an indescribable, gloomy sadness. Slumped over in utter betrayal, they grumble that they actually trusted him. Kang Hyuk asks Seung-woo what is going on, and the owner can only awkwardly scratch his head and admit the truth. He explains how he tricked them with promises of lunch only to drag them to the vet for their shots, making them hate him even more as Nabi trashed the exam table in pure terror. Meanwhile, Young Sik was bouncing all over the walls, so feeling guilty, Seung-woo brought them along to this eatery to make peace. He sadly sighs, but the food here turned out to be completely awful. Just poking the tonkatsu revealed it was a complete disaster with a thick, greasy crust and completely raw meat inside, so instead of comforting his pets, he just drove them over the edge. Hearing the whole story, Kang Hyuk gives him a heavy judging look, declaring that he is a terrible boss for tricking the kids, and even the little girl chimed in about how lying is bad, leaving Seung-woo feeling completely called out and annoyed. Looking at a deeply depressed Nabi, Seung-woo sighs and admits they have a point, but the chaos at the time left him with no other choice. Still, Kang Hyuk wonders, even if they are slimes, are they not supposed to obey their master? Seung-woo calmly asks if he remembers going to the clinic back in Terra, which instantly makes Kang Hyuk flinch with a disgusted face. You see, Terra has absolutely no normal medical development because training the body through bizarre diets prevents sickness entirely, meaning it is common sense that almost every doctor there is a total fraud and going in for a cure only. To catch a brand new disease is a countless occurrence. Desperate to escape that terrifying memory, he quickly changes the subject, asking what the boss is planning to cook today to help lighten up the gloomy atmosphere. Seung-woo notes with a dark face that he is quick to change the subject. Staring in complete disbelief at something, he suddenly gasps, "This cannot be real." Right before him lies a slab of meat so incredibly mouthwatering that eating it feels like a direct sin against the gods. This is premium pork imported from the rugged mountains of Terra, the legendary Iolavis pork. Glancing over his shoulder, he quietly notes that at this rate, their anger will melt away in no time. He recounts the tale of a man named Iolavis who got so sick of Terra's terrible food that he wondered why he could not just eat something delicious. Staring at what they called food, he grew completely sick of it, realizing that craving delicious meals is a natural human instinct, and since Terrans still had taste buds, forbidding them was just absurd. Driven by his desires, Iolavis gorged himself on incredible delicacies, eating more and more until he finally got transformed. Turned completely into a pig. Baek Kang Hyuk wild imagination immediately flares up as he asks if they are seriously about to cook a former human, forcing a very tired Seung-woo to sigh and tell him to listen to the whole story first, explaining it is mostly a legend, though a tiny part is true, meaning it was never actually a real person. He continues to explain that eating meat in Terra being considered a high crime against the heavens is very real since the greedy gods decided to monopolize it all. Seung-woo gently kneads the raw meat and mutters that those selfish higher beings are incredibly petty for keeping all the delicious food for themselves while forbidding humans from enjoying a single bite. When asked where this pork actually came from, Seung-woo awkwardly explains he got it as a reward for defeating the Demon King, purified by divine power to remove any bad odor and raised in the absolute best environment. Hearing this, he gets even more excited immediately, picturing mouth-watering dishes like rich dongpo pork or tender braised pork, eager to see what the boss will make. Seung-woo just chuckles, telling him that truly elite meat does not need complex cooking. It is meant to be enjoyed in its purest form. In his mind, his plan is simple: grill it and eat it. On the table, packed with delicious side dishes like fresh lettuce, kimchi, stir-fried greens, and a hot bowl of tofu soup, Baek Hyuk can't help but gasp in excitement. He says he finally feels like a true Korean, asking if he can please have just one bite of kimchi with rice. But Seung-woo is dead serious, telling him to wait. Baek Hyuk grits his teeth in absolute agony, feeling like this is pure, unadulterated torture. Seung-woo smirks proudly at the sight, boasting that it's only natural since he personally made and fermented that kimchi himself. Looking at the plates, he silently notes that the garlic, lettuce, perilla leaves, purslane, and seasoned shrimp paste are all top-tier supporting actors harvested straight from Demian. These side dishes serve as the perfect backdrop to highlight the true star of the show: thick, juicy cuts of grilled pork belly. Nabi and Youngsik are still sulking, looking incredibly annoyed by the whole situation. Eun-ha watches them with worry, wondering if this food can actually make them forget their anger. Seung-woo confidently tells her to just watch, fully believing in his culinary magic. He picks up a beautifully scored piece. Moving like a magician, he's about to reveal his next trick. As it hits the red-hot charcoal, a mouth-watering aroma immediately fills the air, bringing instant bliss to everyone in the room. Even the two angry kids are caught off guard, eyes sparkling with wonder. Nabi mutters that the smell is incredible, and Seung-woo acts like it's totally obvious. He checks the heat, deciding that it should be just about perfect by now. He lifts the perfectly seared meat, its deep brown crust and glistening marbled fat, making everyone drool. The battle is basically over. As he slices and plates the meat, the group feels like they've waited 1,000 years for this blissful moment. His energetic voice rings out warmly, inviting everyone to dig in and enjoy this incredible feast. They take the very first bite. Their taste buds explode with pure, overwhelming joy. It's so heavenly they practically see winged pigs flying around them in paradise. Baekhyuk's hands tremble as if he just returned from another world, while Eunha showers the dish with praise, saying she almost lost her mind because it's so delicious. She calls it a delicacy that even the gods would fight over, prompting Seung-woo to smile and tell them to eat up. Then he turns to the two kids and asks if Nabi and Youngsik are seriously going to skip this. The two exchange a guilty look, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Nabi speaks up, suggesting she should probably take just one bite. Together at once, they take their first bite. A second later, sheer happiness shines on their faces as they eat. Their anger vanishes instantly as they tearfully devour the food. Seeing this, he tells himself that it is a relief, everything resolves so well, and he must be careful not to upset the kids from now on. While eating back, Kang-hyuk realizes that with Min and Hwang Ji-hyeon away, the anger of Dad Enzi and the slime actually created this golden opportunity. His radiant energy acts like an absolute finishing blow, putting pressure on Eunha as she eats nearby. Suddenly, the plate in front of Nabi is snatched, startling her. She immediately explodes in anger, telling him not to steal so shamelessly. Hearing this, Baek Kang-hyuk cheekily replies, "Is your name written on the meat? Whoever eats the most is the winner." Eunha also gets furious and begs him to stop, crying out that she hates him and that they must save some food for Dad, who has not eaten a single bite yet. But his completely blank, food-obsessed face pays absolutely no attention to his surroundings as he tells himself that their hatred is only temporary but meat is forever. Watching him behave like this, Jo Seung-woo sighs in deep disappointment, muttering that always acting so terribly is actually quite impressive. The newly calmed anger of Nabi flares up again, making her explode as she screams that she really does hate him. But right at that moment, the entire room suddenly feels very strange. It turns out Jeonsik is also absolutely furious, making completely meaningless noises. Everyone gasps in utter disbelief, staring at the creature and wondering if Jeonsik just spoke. Slimes are gelatinous creatures, and though they are incredibly common monsters, so many different species exist that very few actual studies have been conducted on them. However, they all share the common traits of absorption, transformation, and rapid multiplication, consuming surrounding objects to change their own body structure and expand their size, even eating tiny insects. For instance, pudding slimes raised in Terra grow by absorbing leftover food, transforming their bodies into delicious edible pudding, and they usually have a bluish-purple appearance. In contrast, mud slimes absorb and decompose dirty water and swamp mud, turning their entire body composition into toxic waste, making them look completely different from the sweet pudding slimes. In short, slimes mimic their surroundings. Following the explanation from Jo Seung-woo, Eunha asks curiously about it, while Jeonsik screams in annoyance as Nabi pats his head, yelling that it is detestable. Jo Seung-woo explains that this is true, suggesting that during his time with them, Jeonsik has been mimicking human vocal organs. Right now, it sounds like a little girl, likely mimicking Eunha, but with more experience, it will be able to speak in any voice it wants. Jo Seung-woo looks at Jeonsik affectionately, reflecting that a proper environment is just as crucial for baby slimes as it is for human children. The atmosphere in the restaurant is incredibly cozy right now as Nabi playfully teases Jeonsik. He gives a soft cough, quietly telling himself that he needs to act a lot more carefully from now on. So everyone knows Jeonsik can talk now, right? Eunha happily chirps yes, and Nabi nods in agreement. But Jeonsik only grunts out his favorite word, hate. Jo Seung-woo can only offer an awkward smile at the attitude. He realizes that besides hate, he really needs to teach this little guy some other words pretty quickly. The girl hesitantly speaks up, "Uncle, what about? Did Baek Kang-hyuk end up in this terrible state because of the influence of those around him?" Everyone looks uneasily at the shivering figure. The once powerful Baek Kang-hyuk has now completely transformed into a pig, which has left him absolutely terrified of his own state. But Jo Seung-woo just calmly shrugs it off, saying no, that is entirely his own fault. Quite a surprise, huh? You should have left some meat for me instead of eating it all by yourself. Jo Seung-woo steps forward with heavy, angry strides that startle the pig. Jo Seung-woo looks dark as he scolds him. "I warned you," he says, "the legend of Olivia the pig is only partly true. This form is the price for eating forbidden pork. You brought this on yourself, Baek Kang-hyuk." Hearing this, the poor pig can only slump in deep regret. Jo Seung-woo sighs and reassures him. "Don't worry too much, you won't be a pig forever." Hearing this, the pig squeals in relief. Jo Seung-woo adds that if he reflects on his actions, the curse should wear off in 1 or 2 days. Baek Kang-hyuk is utterly shocked. Reflect for a day or two, he really has to endure being a helpless pig for 2 whole days. Behind Jo Seung-woo, Eun-ha covers her mouth, her face turning red as she tries not to laugh. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you," she says. But Nabi has no filter, cackling loudly at the pig's misery. Finally, Eun-ha loses it too, admitting she actually was laughing at him all along. Baek Kang-hyuk hangs his head in pure misery, crying silently. Why did he have to turn into a pig of all things? It is completely unbelievable and utterly unfair. "I am a pig," his internal scream echoes loudly, wishing the whole world could hear his despair. Over at the Isekai region A branch, Min sips his soda, staring down at the depressed little pig. Out of nowhere, he asks if Baek Kang-hyuk wants to join him on a trip to China. Min mentions a highly famous pig fighting festival over in Guizhou, China. He suggests that since Baek Kang-hyuk is a first order, he would easily crush the competition in a direct pig versus pig brawl. Baek Kang-hyuk squeals in absolute fury, demanding to know if Min actually thinks he is just some farm animal. But Min only smacks his lips in disappointment, murmuring that it is a real shame. With everyone mocking him, Baek Kang-hyuk is absolutely fuming, feeling like he is about to explode from rage. Baek Kang-hyuk quietly holds a grudge as everyone treats him like a joke. The branch members are not only laughing, but they are spreading rumors everywhere. Pork companies are even calling him to shoot commercials. Is this whole situation a joke to them? Min suddenly speaks up, snapping him out of his thoughts by reminding him that even in this shape, he still has a job to do. Break time is over, so he cannot skip the upcoming mission. Baek Kang-hyuk recoils in absolute shock at the decision. This is completely insane. How is he supposed to fight inside a pig's body? Min O'Keefe's eyes turn incredibly sharp as he glances toward the side. Hidden right behind the wall, several branch members are secretly spying on them. Suddenly, a pair of hands lifts Baek Kang-hyuk's entire pig body into the air, leaving him totally dazed. Min looks on with a smug grin, completely ignoring the pig's desperate struggles for help. He explains that while the branch director wanted to keep Baek Kang-hyuk in the reserve force, there is no way he can fool his eyes. "As an expert examiner, I can see that your physical stats are completely unchanged," Min says. "We are definitely taking you along on this mission because you might actually end up being useful." He adjusts his glasses to read the analyzed data flashing on the screen. If needed, you can just headbutt enemies to distract them. Baek Kang-hyuk struggles even harder, screaming internally for these crazy people to let him go. But the final decision is already made. The First Order pig is officially deploying for the challenging Gate Tower mission. 2 whole days later, the doors to the Hero restaurant swing wide open. Jo Seung-woo and 2 of his customers turn to look in utter surprise. Min holds the door as Baek Kang-hyuk struts in wearing cool sunglasses, looking just like an absolute idol. A female customer gasps with shining eyes, calling out that it is the famous pig Baek Kang-hyuk. The guy next to her immediately whips out his phone to snap a picture. The entire restaurant erupts with adoration, calling him cute. Min awkwardly walks over to Jo Seung-woo, asking if he has heard about Baek Kang-hyuk's recent active streak. Jo Seung-woo keeps a completely deadpan face as he mutters that yes, he has heard all about it. Min complains that the guy does not actually have any sort of outstanding talent. Strangely, every single monster focuses entirely on him. It is honestly hilarious because Baek Kang-hyuk genuinely thinks he looks incredibly cool, acting like some kind of global superstar. The core strategy for this unusual duo relies on Baek Kang-hyuk charging straight ahead as a vanguard, while Min and the rest of the team provide backup from behind. However, the real drawback here is that Baek Kang-hyuk does not possess any skills actually suited for climbing the ranks. But as a small pig, his body size has shrunk, while his agility remains top-notch. Honestly, the only thing he can really do in combat now is run for his life. Surprisingly, he became a massive trend for this bizarre performance. Acting as the ultimate dodge tank, it is as if his survival instincts completely unlocked a brand new skill for running away when in danger. On top of that, monsters constantly charge toward Baek Kang-hyuk as if mesmerized, even though he does not have any obvious taunt skills. "That makes sense," Jo Seung-woo murmurs with a soft chuckle. The unique trait of the Olivia pig is that it naturally emits an incredibly delicious aroma. It is wild to think that people would look at a cute little pig and immediately think about how delicious it looks. To the monsters, the most delicious meal in the world is standing right there, radiating a mouth-watering scent. Of course, they are going to chase him. Baek Kang-hyuk is basically a walking buffet to them. Min clears his throat, hesitating slightly. "But didn't you say his pig form only lasts for 1 or 2 days? Jo Seung-woo nods, asking why that matters. He hesitantly asks if there is some way to extend that deadline. To extend it somehow, an absurd request that leaves Jo Seung-woo shouting out in absolute disbelief. Min explains that the researchers want to study his scent in much greater detail. If they can successfully recreate a smell that attracts monsters, it could completely change the entire face of combat. He silently realizes this is a feature even people of Terra could never imagine. Without the constraints of old legends or customs, who knows how far this wild idea could go. Seung-woo lets out a heavy, deeply exhausted sigh. With no other choice, he has to agree to help them. It is not a method he would ever recommend, but since Min asked, he will share the details. Min is absolutely thrilled, thanking his master repeatedly. He tells him to listen closely to maintain the pig's form, quietly whispering the secret method directly into his ear. Min is utterly shocked. His jaw drops in complete disbelief, wondering if a bizarre method like that could actually work. Meanwhile, over at the Isekai research lab, two scientific researchers are keeping a very close eye on the monitor. The one standing gasps in utter amazement, while the seated researcher nods along, agreeing that he felt the exact same way. Who knew the smell of a single pig could attract so many beasts? The screen replays a swarm of monsters chasing Baekang Hyuk, making them wonder if they should call it the Baekang Hyuk pig scent. He raises a question: does this smell even affect monsters that do not have noses? That question makes the other professor tense up as he speculates if it is actually visual. He wonders if perhaps some legendary super genius scientist was the one who created this pig. Admitting how little they actually know, he sighs in shame that he is embarrassed to even call himself an expert. The other researcher feels just as bad, agreeing they must do something worthy of all the heavy funding. Feeling guilty, he adds that the chairman personally demanded their success. Since Hyojin poured a fortune into their research team, the pressure is real, and the other scientist quickly nods in agreement. If they succeed, it solves their severe tanker shortage, but the other interrupts, pointing out that they have zero results so far, meaning all that money might go down the drain. Damn it, it has to be magic again. The professor silently curses, suspecting the enemy's scientist must be from some other world entirely. He tells himself it is unavoidable. Even if they hate it, they need help from actual mages, though the seated professor argues that it will take too much precious time from their other problems. He turns to ask if he means the time limit on the superstar's pig form. He tells him not to worry since that issue is already solved, letting out a hearty, satisfied laugh. Elsewhere, over at the Isekai branch in Area A, Min stands completely alone on the rooftop of the building. He clutches his hair in absolute frustration and sighs, complaining that he cannot take this anymore. Suddenly, heavy footsteps start to approach Min from right behind him. The newcomer is none other than branch manager Lee Jung-hoon, and his face looks just as miserable as he offers Min a smoke. Against the quiet backdrop of the fading sunset, smoke gently drifts through the air. Deprived of sleep and clearly holding back his immense irritation, Min asks what the researchers said and how much longer he has to keep doing this. Lee Jung-hoon, looking equally sleep-deprived and haggard, replies that they have to wait until those mages from across the ocean finally join the research. Hearing that, Min groans that his hair is going to fall out, but Lee Jung-hoon looks even more depressed, replying that his own hair is already shedding. Can you not see it drifting away in the wind? Still, Lee Jung-hoon asks with deep doubt if this is truly the only way. Min firmly assures him that his master said so, and it is the absolute only way. Frustrated, he whips around and mutters a quiet curse under his breath. Lee Jung-hoon recalls back to the office, which was filled with incredibly loud, annoying chatter. He laments that they are suffering through all of this because of that one miserable, arrogant pig, while the entire staff, including Pero and Ji Hyun, shower the beast with ridiculous praise, calling him the greatest superstar in the entire universe. As for the Yolavis pig curse, Baekang Hyuk got hit with it because he broke the taboo and overate. To break a curse like that, the solution is actually incredibly simple. He just needs to repent and fast for 2 days. At its core, the curse is a warning to arrogant humans who dare to challenge the gods. If he realizes his mistake, the divine anger will fade away quickly. But if they want the curse to actually stay active, that is also incredibly simple. Just keep being incredibly arrogant and unrepentant. If everyone flatters him nonstop and boosts his ego, the cursed target will keep boasting while everyone else cheers him on. Back in reality, Min is practically shaking with pure rage. He protests that he cannot do this anymore because every single compliment feels like hundreds of cockroaches are crawling all over his skin. Lee Jung-hoon tries to calm him down, asking if he thinks the rest of the team does not feel the exact same disgust. Even Hwang Ji-hyun is pushing through, even going so far as to give that pig a massage. Hearing this, Min is absolutely horrified, asking if the manager actually ordered her to do that. He awkwardly explains that she volunteered herself, so there was no way he could refuse, and the results are honestly pretty incredible. Min is completely speechless, left with absolutely nothing to say. Lee Jung-hoon pats his shoulder with eyes full of desperate hope, emphasizing just how critical his role is. Min rolls his eyes, replying that he really hates this, but he has no choice. Lee Jung-hoon cuts him off decisively, telling him that it has to be him. For some reason, the pig loves Min O'Keefe praise the most, making his flattery highly effective, while the branch manager comes in a close second. Since the two of them have always bickered, the proud pig absolutely loves seeing his former rival act so submissive, which is why Min wants to leave immediately. Jong-hun's face darkens as he threateningly asks if he needs to pull rank. The subordinate can only bite his lip, too intimidated to talk back. Min clutches his head, Exhausted, he lets out a long sigh. An absolute nightmare. Jong-hun has to agree. A few days later, inside the Isekai headquarters, an unfamiliar First-Order hunter sits there calmly sipping tea. Looking totally exhausted, Jong-hun asks what brought someone like him all the way here. I can clearly see the president's interest in this project. Soul Eater, the 13th ranked First Order, laughs and says it's an honor. He calmly shrugs and says he'll get straight to the point. He mentions utilizing the curse's divine power even in a normal state. Jong-hun, completely out of his depth with this magic stuff, asks what he means by divine power. The Soul Eater explains that since you can't beat a god in pure strength, you have to find a clever way to soften the curse. Since Jong-hun isn't a mage, those terms are hard to grasp. Soften the curse? Jong-hun asks what that even means. The Soul Eater realizes his mistake and notes it's indeed hard to understand if you aren't a magician. To sum it up, he explains they can extract the actual effects of that scent. Soul Eater giggles. Figuring out how is another story. With Soul Eater on board, research gets on track. The researchers quickly find a way to extract the scent of the Kanghyuk pig, pouring all their focus into making it happen. They even successfully replicate the charming scent of a Yo-Levis pig, focusing their efforts on creating decoy balloons. Using highly advanced technology, the team analyzes massive amounts of useful data. They nervously present the final prototype, which turns out to be a massive success, bringing tears of joy to everyone. The Kanghyuk project is officially complete. Its official name is the Big Kanghyuk Decoy Balloon, a bag shaped like the pig's face. Their branch's incredible breakthrough is recognized, earning them a massive reward directly from the president. Well, everyone except one person. The poor guy turned into a pig. He stammers and screams, demanding justice. He was used for research, so shouldn't he get the biggest reward? Min walks up from behind and mockingly asks what this talking pig is looking at, making Kanghyuk scream in utter disbelief. Min continues to tease, saying he's gotten so fat he actually mistook him for a pig. He tells him to lose some weight, calling his body incredibly bloated. That's what happens when you do nothing but eat slack off and listen to sweet talk. 19 whole kilograms gained. A few days later, inside the hero's diner, Seung-woo examines the Big Kanghyuk decoy balloon, wondering if this is the actual prototype. Min respectfully replies that they intend to use it for personal self-defense. He helpfully demonstrates, explaining that pressing the button near the tail inflates it. Once thrown to a target location, every monster in the area will be lured right toward it. In the future, they plan to distribute one to every citizen for emergencies. It really seems like it will become an essential survival tool for the public. He's genuinely intrigued by the brilliant idea, admitting he's highly impressed. He adds that no one on Terra is this creative, leaving Min completely stunned. Seung-woo helplessly explains that they prioritize physical training over gadgets. On Terra, they believe brains only develop because their physical bodies were far too weak. Min shudders. That logic sounds pretty creepy. Seung-woo thanks him warmly, promising to put it to good use. Min politely replies that it's no trouble at all, though he secretly hopes his master will never actually have to use it. Suddenly, Seung-woo remembers something, saying there's actually something else he's been wanting to ask. Is Ji-hyun doing well? Min freezes. A heavy gloom settles over the room. Seung-woo sits up straight and casually waves his hand, asking if things are going well with her. Min Oki's face pales with confusion, as cold sweat begins to drip down his neck. Amused by his reaction, Seung-woo chuckles and explains that he saw the two of them together at a cafe yesterday while he was out for a movie. The scene flashes back to yesterday afternoon under a clear blue sky. Seung-woo is just taking a casual stroll down the street. Suddenly, he stops. Something freezes him dead in his tracks. Just across the street, Min and Ji-hyun are walking into a cozy shop together. Wait, Min looks completely different here, and Hwang Ji-hyun's face is blushing bright red with embarrassment. Watching the two of them, Seung-woo strokes his chin with a highly intrigued look. Inside the cafe, beautifully arranged flower vases decorate the cozy interior. Min gently raises his coffee cup, taking a quiet, thoughtful sip. Min lets out a sigh. Just as he figured, the coffee here is nowhere near as good as Master Yu's brew. At this moment, he's still wearing his disguised glasses. Only then does he finally turn to Ji-hyun, asking what exactly she wanted his advice on. Receiving no response, he takes the initiative, asking if she wants to quit management and move to the combat division. Ji-hyun bites her lip, visibly conflicted as cold sweat drips down her cheek. Noticing her silence, Min clears his throat. Since she regularly eats the food cooked by Master Yu, her combat stats have shot up. Plus, even in USAC, the pay for combat personnel is quite good, so it makes total sense that she'd want to transfer. Right then, Ji-hyun cuts in to say that it is actually about dating. The sudden confession catches him completely off guard. Min frowns, pointing at his own face, and asks if he looks like someone who actually has dating experience. She gets even more flustered, muttering that it is not quite like that, which only leaves him more confused as to why she is asking. He rubs his chin, thinking it over before suggesting that someone like Bae Kang Hyuk would be much better suited to help her with this. The moment he says that, Ji-hyun slams her fists on the table, jumping up and shouting that it is absolutely out of the question. Min shivers in shock, wondering what on earth is up with her intense reaction. He quickly stands up as well, asking if this dating issue is actually connected to someone. He can't believe it, slowly asking if it has something to do with Baek Hang-hyuk. This time, she just blushes and looks away. Realizing the truth, Min flinches back in absolute disbelief. Talk about a plot twist, Ji-hyun blushes even harder, stammering that she already knows how crazy this is, which only makes him snap, asking why she is still sitting here. Suddenly, she frowns, arguing that if she looks at the situation objectively, there are some positives. Ji-hyun can't help but picture Hang-hyuk's handsome face. First off, Baek Hang-hyuk is actually quite good-looking, and because he gets plenty of commercial offers, he constantly takes really good care of his appearance. She knows he works out incredibly hard. His physique is top tier, and it is hard to find anyone in the first order with a bad build, even though he has temporarily gained 19 kilograms. Not only that, but Ji-hyun also did some deep research on his wealth. Surprisingly, he has a massive interest and a very sharp eye for real estate, meaning he owns quite a few properties. This is true even though he recently donated almost all his liquid cash just to save face, leaving him currently a bit low on funds. If you only focus on these positive points, it is incredibly easy to see why he is considered a prime husband candidate for many girls. But of course, that is only if you completely ignore two major details. At this point, both of them fully understand that those two things are his terrible personality and behavior. Once again, the atmosphere in the room grows incredibly heavy. A few seconds later, she breaks the heavy silence, admitting that she knows he is in major pain to deal with. With a trace of confidence, Ji-hyun adds that if it is her, that incredibly annoying guy actually listens to what she has to say. Hearing this, Min nods, agreeing that since the branch manager has completely given up on him, he really does listen to her. Hearing that, she gets all excited, asking if he agrees and pointing out that the guy actually has a cute side to him. As for Min, his face completely darkens, wondering what on earth this woman is even talking about. Ignoring his expression, Ji-hyun excitedly continues, explaining that he actually has a really cool side too. Apparently not long ago when the S-Rank explosion occurred, he entered the gate all by himself. Hearing this, Min secretly reflects on the fact that he actually reviewed the body cam footage himself, and objectively speaking, the guy's actions were highly commendable. Back in reality, his face is still twisted, sighing that even so is ridiculous. With the atmosphere turning a bright shade of pink, she confidently claims that if she looks after him carefully, she can turn him into a wonderful man. Classic romance logic, right? But hearing this, Min is absolutely certain she has completely lost her mind. Unable to take it anymore, he reaches out his hand and yells for her to stop. Min clutches his head, groaning that he finally understands why she chose to talk to him instead of Baek Hang-hyuk. He warns her that he hates meddling in other people's relationships, but he will make an exception just this once. Ji-hyun immediately thanks him. Then he lets out a heavy sigh, apologizing beforehand because he is about to be brutally honest. Min flatly states that this is just Stockholm Syndrome, leaving her completely stunned as she gasps in disbelief. An imaginary hostage rescue scene flashes through his mind as Min reflects on how Stockholm Syndrome works. In his wild imagination, Hang-hyuk has Ji-hyun completely tied up. He knows this psychological phenomenon originally stemmed from a famous bank heist in Stockholm. In highly extreme situations where a dangerous captor and a victim are isolated together, the hostage can easily develop deep empathy or a psychological bond with the perpetrator. This usually happens simply because of a few small, decent actions shown by the captor. Suddenly, Hang-hyuk grits his teeth as if struggling with some deep internal conflict. Next, he swings his knife, slicing right through the ropes binding her. Then Hang-hyuk pulls his hat down and walks away, saying that it seems everything is over, apologizing for dragging her into this mess and admitting he never wanted things to turn out this way. Hearing those words, Ji-hyun blushes deeply, whispering that she feels so bad for him. At this point, she shyly protests, telling him to wait because it is not that extreme and claiming she only feels a tiny bit sorry for him. Back in the real world, Min lets out a heavy sigh, noting that this is exactly how it always starts. He chooses his words carefully before telling her that she is already showing clear symptoms, urging her to think about it slowly. Hearing this, Ji-hyun starts trembling all over, repeating the words slowly. She begins to recall his irritating face. If she really takes her time to think, there are countless times he made her blood boil, but then she remembers his other side. Then Ji-hyun pictures his adorable moments, thinking about how she constantly swings from feeling sympathetic to getting angry, only to end up feeling sympathetic all over again. Suddenly, she freezes, questioning why on earth she should even feel sympathetic toward him in the first place. As she imagines herself violently beating up Hang-hyuk, Ji-hyun starts doubting her own sanity, realizing she really just wants to trash him. She clutches her head in utter confusion, wondering when on earth she became like this. Min watches her silent breakdown, realizing her mental fortress has crumbled, but at least she seems to have finally snapped out of her delusion. After a long pause, he finally speaks up. He adds that he has another question, one that has absolutely nothing to do with her relationship with Baek Hang-hyuk. Jihan finally looks up asking what it is. Min gives her his dead serious opinion, suggesting that if she wants to fall for someone, shouldn't she go for Yu Seung-gu instead of Baek Hang Hyuk? Surprised, she gasps out what? Picturing that near-perfect image of Yu Seung-gu, Min cannot help but point out that he has the looks, the skills, and the money. No matter how you look at it, Baek Hang Hyuk doesn't even compare to him, especially when it comes to personality and behavior. Honestly, comparing those two is an absolute insult. Jihan readily agrees with this, but then bluntly asks why she is falling for Baek instead of Master Yu. She awkwardly rubbed her forehead, explaining that she did not view him as a man. This time, his jaw practically hit the floor in absolute shock. Once again, Ji-hyun raised her voice to clarify that she definitely did not see him as a dating partner. As they waited in suspense, she went on to say that she should probably call him someone to be worshipped instead. He was simply too great for her to ever reach, so treating him like a literal god felt much more appropriate. Honestly, she did not even fully understand her own deep respect for him yet. It really felt like the sensation of worshipping someone, almost as if she wanted to fall to her knees and pray. At this point, Min let out a tired sigh, nodding that he got it but still had questions. Furrowing his brows, he let out a comment that shot like an arrow straight through Ji-hyun, asking why out of everyone in the world she chose Baek Hang Hyuk, and if her eyes were broken. Back in the present, Min quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining they were only talking and there was absolutely nothing romantic between them. Hearing that Seung-woo awkwardly scratched his cheek, realizing that his initial guess had been completely off mark. Suddenly amused, Min teased him, saying he never expected a guy like him to make such a silly mistake. Min then delivered another playful jab, pointing out that Seung-woo clearly lacked any real experience when it came to dating. After a moment, Seung-woo nodded into his phone, acknowledging the call, which made Min panic and ask what was wrong. Cold sweat broke out on Seung-woo's face as he realized why he had always been single. Even Baek Hang Hyuk had an admirer, while he had none, shouting in utter disbelief, prompting Min to call out to him. He collapsed and buried his face in his hands, crying out that staying single past 45 meant becoming the president of the Lonely Hearts Club, which made Min stand up in pure worry. A pure golden light erupted around Seung-woo, the god of victorious swords and bizarre dishes, though the title of Supreme Leader of Singles definitely suited him best. The scene shifts to a gorgeous landscape where trees are being planted. This is indeed Gonya. After pausing for a few moments, Seung-woo finally spoke, expressing his utter amazement. Unha obediently gave a polite reply. Pointing directly at a massive beast, he introduced her very first opponent, a B-rank monster known as the Gogon, that was currently blindfolded, and he made sure to emphasize that this creature was a highly powerful species classified as B-rank back on Earth. With the Gogon still securely blindfolded, he went on to explain that its raw strength perfectly matched its terrifying appearance, and its true ultimate weapon was the petrifying evil eye. A single glance could instantly turn any target to solid stone, which was why he had to cover its eyes. Naturally, Seung-woo also kindly pointed out its fatal weakness. The Gogon's petrifying eye was so incredibly potent that it had almost turned its own head to solid stone, making it extremely heavy and slow to turn around. Resulted in low accuracy, a vital detail that Unha seriously wrote down in her notes. With absolute confidence, he assured her that knowing these traits would make formulating a plan to defeat it a breeze. With several delicious dishes already laid out before them, Seung-woo handed down her main assignment for the day. She had to completely dodge the Gogon's incoming attacks while safely harvesting 10 portions of its stone-hard meat for him. He promised that once boiled, this stony meat tasted surprisingly delicious, very similar to rich bone broth, and if she completed the task, he would make a tasty stone meat soup just for her, prompting a cheerful shout of agreement from the girl. In the quiet forest, Seung-woo's instructions echoed clearly as he told Nabi to take good care of the kids. Nabi happily replied that she understood perfectly. Shortly after the Gogon began chasing Unha, along with Ionsik, the beast remained hot on her heels. Meanwhile, Seung-woo casually sat down with a fishing rod, wondering if he should catch some fish. Scanning the gorgeous scenery, he realized that money could truly buy anything, noting this artificial lake was absolutely perfect, and that he probably should have accepted Demi-young's generous help much sooner than he did. Still stroking his chin, Seung-woo muttered that while he normally preferred natural things, Demi-young's elite construction and woodworking services for VIP clients, along with custom water management and specialized lighting, were incredibly hard to pass up. With water quality control, pest control, and other VIP perks, he justified it as a necessity for the children. After all, cleanliness and safety were top priorities, and no one could refuse a mother's wish to provide the best for her daughter. At this point, he could not help but turn around to admire the amazing log cabin nearby, which Alistair had built using the wood of a sacred tree. Putting that aside, Seung-woo looked back at the lake, admiring the crystal-clear water and fresh air. He crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, sighing that this place was true paradise. Just then, a figure radiating immense energy watched Seung-woo from a high vantage point. The mysterious man ground his teeth in pure frustration, muttering to himself that up until now, everything had been going absolutely perfectly. Looking over at his loyal subordinates, he snarled that the land of the dead should have been his. Losing his temper completely, he screamed out, demanding to know who that bastard was. This furious man was Cassius the Spectre Lord. Flashing back to Gonia before its ultimate destruction, a group of people could be seen carefully monitoring the situation through giant screens. As violent arcs of lightning erupted, Cassius suddenly shouted out, demanding more power. Overjoyed, he ordered them to stimulate it further to make it stronger, declaring that Specimen Zero would be his ultimate masterpiece. This was Cassius back when he was still human. The assistant standing right beside him did not hesitate to reply, addressing him respectfully as the chief researcher. Specimen Zero was the original name of Iron-Sick, the little blue slime, and Cassius believed that if everything had gone to plan, he could have used it to conquer the entire world. Cassius was incredibly confident in his creation because he made it himself. Naturally, it had to obey him since children are just tools for their parents. But during the process, a minor error occurred. A strange liquid leaked out slowly, clinging to every single nearby object. Yet he felt absolutely no fear harming himself before laughing aloud that it was finally over. That was when he gained a bizarre new form unexpectedly, turning a crisis into a major blessing. Subject Zero consumed everything, turning Gonia into a desolate land of the dead. It was there that he was reborn as the Wraith King, the supreme ruler of all wandering lost souls. Eventually, a tiny rift opened up, letting in a sliver of light that sparked fresh hope. When that rift finally appeared, he genuinely believed he had found his chance to enter a completely different dimension. Back in reality, Cassius glares at Seung-woo, realizing everything began to collapse the moment that man showed up. His eyes lock onto the beautiful scenery. Ever since Seung-woo arrived, lush forests have flourished, bringing life back to this desolate wasteland. As for death, the very source of his power is being wiped away bit by bit. Cassius clenches his fists so hard they tremble. Not to mention that guy is ridiculously strong even compared to a being who transcended human limits. Is he twice as strong as Subject Zero, or maybe 3 times? It is honestly beyond his wildest comprehension. Suddenly, a sinister red light flashes in his eyes because that monster actually has a weakness. Cassius glances over at the kids practicing diligently, scoffing at how soft the man is. Who would have thought he would forgive Subject Zero and keep it as a pet? With such a weak-willed personality, no matter how monstrously strong he might be, that power is utterly useless. Nearby, Unha steps firmly onto a flexible tree branch. At this point, Cassius is absolutely sure of one thing: a young girl and a cat are far too many weaknesses to protect. Below, Iangzik is chased to tears by Gogol, leaping forward in a desperate attempt to escape. Unha casually peels a piece of protective shell right off its body. She happily holds it high while Cassius schemes to use the kids and his wandering spirit army to hold him off right before taking complete control of the powerful warrior's mind. But snapping out of his thoughts, he gasps in total shock. Wait, what? Only a bobber remains floating silently on the water. Cassius panics and yells out to wait. Looking around, the entire area is completely empty. Furious, he roars out, "Where did he go?" Right then, a familiar voice echoes from above. "I cannot listen to this garbage anymore," leaving Cassius utterly startled. Unbelieving, he slowly spins around, desperately wondering how the guy got behind him. Seung-woo stands above with his fishing rod looking down. "I always believe villains have their own stories to tell, which is why I took a peek at your memories." Suddenly, his eyes narrow as his voice grows icy, and everything I saw was absolutely disgusting, especially since you were the exact monster from Iangsik's memories. Cassius frantically schemes. He needs to transform his appearance into something the hero would never dare to strike. But before he can, Seung-woo crashes down like a violent whirlwind, delivering a devastating, earth-shattering blow. He calmly draws his sword coldly, reminding the monster that it is useless. Realizing things have turned deeply critical, Cassius tries to threaten him. "Countless souls are bound to me. If you kill me, they will die too." But Seung-woo instantly cuts him off, stating that he knows the villain has plenty to say, but he simply does not care. "I have no reason to listen to you," he says, unleashing a devastating wave of sword energy that slices forward, leaving Cassius screaming out in absolute horror. Not only that, the blazing fire rapidly spreads to the gathered ranks of undead underlings. With his body turning to ash, the villain gasps out, "I misjudged you. Your true nature is nothing but a demon colder than anyone else." Seung-woo remains entirely unfazed, quietly watching the final moments of his enemy. High up in the clear blue sky, the dark energy disperses, leaving behind only beautiful sparkling stars. The vast area turns completely silent once more, with only Seung-woo standing tall, holding his glowing long sword. Finally, Seung-woo offers a quiet prayer. The bound souls will be guided by his holy sword and reborn in another world. Below him on the ground, his shadow stretches out a faint dark silhouette. Seung-woo honestly does not care, offering a light smirk. To fight a demon, one must occasionally become one. After all, that is what a true warrior does. As twilight settles over the cozy wooden cabin, unhappily chimes in, thanking him for the delicious meal. Over the flickering fireplace, a bubbling pot of soup sits as he introduces tonight's special gogol stone meat broth. After taking a sip, she cannot help but cheer that the soup is incredible, while even Nabi chimes in to praise the rich broth. Yang-sik excitedly shouts that the stone meat is absolutely the best thing ever. Seung-woo happily serves up some hot bone broth soup, glad to see that everyone is enjoying it. Suddenly, Yang-sik gets grumpy and flings his spoon away, apparently too lazy to even use it. Seeing this, Seung-woo clears his throat, warning the kid that he needs to eat politely. But Yang-sik vigorously shakes his head, insisting he doesn't want to. Seung-woo can only let out a deep sigh, thinking to himself that he still has a whole lot to teach this wild child. He starts planning everything out, from basic table manners to showing him how to live a normal life. That includes making friends, getting along with others, and understanding the difference between good and evil, ultimately helping the kid make the right choices for himself. Suddenly, Seung-woo slumps down in doubt. He might be confident in teaching, but can he really be a good parent? As a guy with zero dating experience, let alone marriage, he is basically the ultimate lifetime bachelor. He has absolutely no clue what he is supposed to do here. Suddenly, Eun-ha speaks up in a loud voice, telling him he shouldn't do that. Seung-woo looks up, totally surprised. She raises a finger with a deadly serious look, telling him that if he's going to scold someone, he must do it right. She then turns to Yang-sik, scolding him that he cannot use his hands to absorb food like that, which makes the poor kid jump and shriek in shock. Seung-woo is completely helpless. Since when did she become like this? Yang-sik finally picks up a spoon while Seung-woo looks on nervously, but Eun-ha yells out, snapping that he only just touched it. Immediately, Seung-woo grabs Yang-sik and takes a quick, playful bite right on his cheek. Seung-woo warns him that from now on, every single time he behaves badly, he is getting a bite on the cheek, leaving the kid crying about how unfair this is. Just then, Nabi speaks up from the side with a soft meow, leaving Seung-woo to blink in confusion. Leisurely sipping some tea, Nabi points out that using physical punishment for discipline really is not great for a child's emotional development. Seung-woo grits his teeth, realizing the cat is actually right. Leaning forward, he realizes he still has so much to learn. Shrinking into his thoughts, Seung-woo fully understands that parenting is going to require a lot of learning. Finally, he looks up and gently suggests that they should head back home. The little girl happily nods yes. Meanwhile, his hand keeps rubbing Yang-sik's head, secretly wishing he could take another bite because the kid just seems so appetizing. Early the next morning at the Isekai Asia branch, rows of seats are organized neatly according to rank for the big meeting. A man wearing glasses speaks up, inviting Miss Cha Go-yoon to take her turn and present. The young woman slowly steps forward and introduces herself as Cha Go-eun, the strategic advisor for Isekai, who also happens to be a key member of the Demyoung group. Her voice echoes clearly in the quiet room, noting that the Demyoung group has always prioritized the public's best interest under the strict instructions of their chairman. They have donated heavily to Isekai for world peace, but a major problem has surfaced. Looking down at the document in her hand, she announces that the growth rate of hunters in Area A has dropped significantly. Go-yoon suddenly looks up to glare directly at someone, stating that this decline is unacceptable, especially since Area A houses the hero's restaurant. She coldly demands an explanation for this sudden drop. The bald man nervously scratches his face, stammering that it was completely unavoidable. This stressed man is the branch manager Lee Jung-hoon. He lets out a defeated sigh, knowing she is right. Lately, there just have not been many opportunities to host those bizarre food challenges. Thinking of Seung-woo, Lee Jung-hoon can only groan in frustration. The guy will not even open his restaurant, so what is he supposed to do? He cannot get in touch with the elusive owner at all, and lately the restaurant's operating hours have plummeted even further. But Go-yoon is completely unmoved, coldly reminding him that regardless of the reasons, the growth rate is down and he needs to do better. Defeated, he can only mutter that he understands. Right on cue, a loud and incredibly smug laugh echoes through the otherwise silent meeting room. A man in a red suit mockingly points out how hilarious it is to see a branch manager getting scolded by an outsider. This arrogant speaker is none other than the Hong Kong branch manager, Zhang Lianhong. He raises an eyebrow mockingly, suggesting that the famous hero's restaurant must not be all that impressive after all. He bursts into a loud laugh, asking if the Korean hunters have simply grown too weak. The insult makes Lee Jung-hoon tremble with rage, though deep down he begrudgingly admits his local hunters do lack any real discipline. Grinding his teeth, Lee Jung-hoon fumes over the mockery, especially coming from a jerk who used to be a prominent member of the notorious Three Emperors Guild. It is public knowledge that this guy came from the criminal syndicate hired by the association solely because of his exceptional management skills. What makes it worse is how much Lee Jung-hoon despises him. He hates that the association relies on former criminals like Zhang, especially since the man is highly capable and living a very comfortable life now. To top it all off, it infuriates Lee Jung-hoon that Zhang is actually older than him, yet somehow looks years younger. Veins pop on his forehead as he makes a firm decision. The moment he gets back to his branch, he is calling an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, inside a cozy wooden cabin, warm sunlight gently filters through the windows. Outside, a bulletin board announces that Season 1 of the Bizarre Food Challenge has wrapped up after receiving so much love. Today, Season 2 kicks off with the Underworld Fire Dungeon stew, and they hope everyone shows their support. Hearing all of this, Seung-woo lets out an awkward laugh. He really thought things had been pretty peaceful lately. Watching a crowd of people visibly suffering through their food, he wonders why they suddenly swarmed the place to take on this bizarre eating challenge. Just then, a bear man wipes his face with a handkerchief and groans that it is way too spicy. He explains that their bosses actually gave them a strong recommendation, a word that leaves Seung-woo completely baffled. The bear man seriously explains that ever since their branch manager returned from the regional meeting, he has been in a terrible mood and throwing tantrums because there is zero progress. This even dragged back Kang Hyuk down with him, declaring that their entire branch is currently a complete disaster. The two scolded workers complain that starting today, all 3 of their daily meals have been forced into this bizarre food challenge. The others hang their heads in despair, while the sweaty bear man adds that this is exactly how they ended up here. Now he finally gets it. This is all just pressure trickling down from the big bosses. Seung-woo clears his throat, realizing he has been so busy with the kids lately that he neglected the hunters. He is the one who is always MIA. But then his mood brightens as he remembers these guys protect world peace, so he really should show them a little extra care and support. Meanwhile, the poor souls at the table are practically weeping, begging him to just end their misery. Instinctively, Seung-woo glances out at the announcement board with a thoughtful look. He finally makes his decision. Perhaps he should stop serving the Underworld Fire Dungeon stew altogether. Even though Season 1 was highly popular and Season 2 has just launched with this extremely spicy soup, he realizes he needs a massive pivot. Seung-woo knows these bizarre dishes are not just meant to torture his customers. Every single ingredient is highly essential, especially now that dimensional rifts are expanding and hunters desperately need to build up their natural poison resistance. For instance, the purifying and strengthening effects of the Underworld Fire Dungeon stew are absolutely perfect for creating a toxin-free body. Since the restaurant has sold so much of it, even those who fail the challenge still walk away with a massive physical upgrade. Right then, a loud voice suddenly shouts from behind that they finished, making him jump. Those office workers actually managed to finish their entire bowls. They even flip the bowls upside down to prove it, shouting that they feel completely reborn. These are just normal office-based hunters, and the guy next to him quickly follows suit, yelling that he finished too. Seeing this, the active combat hunters on the other side stare with their jaws wide open. No way. There's no way they just lost to a couple of desk workers who have never even seen a real battlefield. Watching this unfold, Seung-woo realizes something. Office jobs must carry an insane amount of pressure. Even the 2 employees look bewildered, wondering how they actually finished the food while the other just shrugs in ignorance. Thinking back to Jung-hoon, he concludes that everyone handles stress differently. Even in the complete safety of an office building, the mental toll of daily work can be just as heavy as facing down monsters in a dangerous dungeon. Suddenly, a blonde hunter spots something strange and yells out, asking why their sweat is turning bright red. The 2 office workers look down, completely baffled. The brown-haired guy stares at his hands in absolute horror. He inspects his palms, wondering if these dark, sticky substances are actually bodily impurities being forced out. Panic starts spreading through the room. The guy insists nothing like this happened while he was eating. He wonders if there is a hidden condition to clearing the dish and what that secret could possibly be. Clapping his hands together, Seung-woo happily announces that since 2 people have cleared the challenge, this season officially ends right now. The crowd gasps in absolute shock. He awkwardly explains that he will be back with a brand new menu, soon reminding the winners to collect their rewards. The crowd groans in deep disappointment, complaining that he ended the event just as they were about to figure out the winning secret. How cruel. Once he steps back inside, he quietly admits to himself that if a few people figure out the trick, the rest will easily copy them, which would completely ruin the point of having a challenge in the first place. But then a new worry suddenly hits him. Classic bad timing, right? Looking at the messy, empty table, he realizes he has run completely out of ingredients. What on earth is he going to cook for the next event? After hesitating for a moment, a brilliant idea strikes him and his eyes light up with excitement. Since it has been a pretty long time, he decides it is best to personally head into a dungeon to hunt for fresh ingredients. Meanwhile, deep within the holy territory of the Terra kingdom, this is the sacred ground of the Gaia religion inside a magnificent office belonging to the glorious Temple of Light. Sitting right at the center is Renato, one of the 4 legendary warriors, and the supreme leader of this holy temple. Suddenly, a respectful voice calls out to him from the hallway. Renato turns around with a cold expression, telling them to come in. Leah rushes into the office with an urgent report about a suspicious rising force. Renato remains perfectly calm, asking if it is just leftover soldiers from the defeated Demon King's army. Leah quickly corrects him, explaining that it is actually a massive trending gathering that has taken the hunter community by storm. Renato looks instantly annoyed, complaining that he is far too busy to care about random social gatherings. But Leah desperately begs him to listen, insisting that this is actually an incredibly serious threat to their order. She gravely warns that these people are part of a massive anti-establishment faction. This completely shatters Renato's calm as he asks what she just said. They completely reject Terra's traditional food culture, boldly declaring their own culinary ways to be far superior to anything else. In his mind, he pictures them happily devouring incredibly rich and perfectly fried crispy dishes while praising the intense flavor. They are viewed as ruthless, dangerous culinary terrorists, and they call themselves the Shinto-buri. This name represents the deep belief that the human body and the native soil share an inseparable, intimate connection, meaning that at the end of the day you are truly what you eat. Renato asks curiously, saying body and soil as one sounds pretty familiar. Sweating nervously, Leah quickly explains that it basically means humans should eat food from their own homeland. It also covers the desire to eat delicious food at any cost. After pausing for a moment, he adds that just as they claim, they are actively spreading incredibly unusual types of food from their own world. He is completely shocked. Surely there must be a limit to their spreading. The crops grown in this land are entirely different from the food in their home world. Leah clenches his fist and quickly objects. No, sir, they claim they have already grown and harvested actual potatoes. Renato's eyes widen as he trembles in shock. Potatoes. Potatoes are a dangerous threat from Earth, disguised as a substitute food. Substitute food is what you eat instead of rice or wheat when there is a severe shortage of food. Simply roasting them makes them delicious, and they taste even better when cooked into actual meals, he silently concludes, but even with all that it still brings absolutely zero benefit here. Renato says seriously that there seems to be a highly skilled chef from another world who is incredibly good at farming a person with both immense capability and strong determination. Leah awkwardly replies that this seems entirely true, as adventurers and warriors from that other world are actively passing around potatoes and other forbidden ingredients. Images of nobles sneaking around in the dark flash through Leah's mind. Furthermore, there are clear signs showing these goods have reached the nobility, and honestly, that's where things get dangerous. Rumors say some descendants of noble houses are attending secret meetings, meaning even high society is hooked. His face darkens as he lets out a heavy, weary sigh. Renato pushes himself up from his chair, saying he can easily understand why they did it. Putting his hands behind his back, he looks out the window, noting how terrible their continent's food is. Leah suddenly shouts out in a panic, calling for Lord Renato. Renato speaks with great sadness, saying he knows those from other worlds suffer terribly over their food. Suddenly, memories of a trembling young man holding his head and pleading for kimchi flood into his mind. Renato smiles and lets out a sigh, recalling that back when he was still a warrior, he spent some time searching for otherworldly ingredients for his group of friends. Leah nervously says that he really shouldn't be admitting to such things so openly. He suddenly slams his hand onto the table, arguing that only people from other worlds have any right to do such a thing. Renato clenches his fist and fiercely declares that the nobles of Terra are a completely different story. For those nobles, training through eating strange food is absolutely mandatory, yet they let mere taste blind their eyes and completely neglect their duties. He shouts out sternly, demanding to know where they are so he can arrest the mastermind. Bowing his head, he respectfully explains that since it is their main base, getting inside won't be easy at all. Renato coldly asks where it is. Sweating and frowning, Leah stammers that it is located there. Elsewhere, Seung-woo stretches his arms and looks ahead in a highly cheerful mood. Standing right before the entrance, he mutters that their base is inside the Great Labyrinth. This Great Labyrinth is a rare phenomenon where various connected gates merge with the continent of Terra and froze solid, but to put it simply, it is just one massive dungeon. The reason this place is so incredibly famous is that it is an endless dungeon where monsters grow much stronger the deeper you go. The highest record reached by humans is floor 1229, held by Seung-woo's own team, though even they could never reach the very end of this labyrinth. Seung-woo scratches his head, wondering how this place ended up like this. Nearby, an older lady smiles warmly and shouts out to come buy some butter-roasted potatoes. At another stall, a meat vendor loudly advertises his pan-seared goblin meat, calling out that they have plenty of it. The boba shop across the way joins in shouting to see if anyone wants bubble milk tea instead. Sweating, he stares at the noisy, incredibly bustling scene before him, totally shocked because, get this, the place is completely different from his memories. Curious, Seung-woo wonders if he should try some, so he walks up to a boba stall and orders a cup of bubble milk tea, which the owner happily agrees to serve. Handing Seung-woo a massive cup, the vendor politely tells him, "Here you go." He immediately takes a sip of the milk tea. Seung-woo praises it with surprise, saying it tastes pretty good, making the owner grin widely in agreement. Looking closely at his cup, he remembers that on Earth, boba pearls are made of tapioca starch, which is incredibly hard to find here. Seung-woo is shocked to look at the bright red milk tea and realize they actually use slime as a substitute. Stirring his drink, he curiously asks how the owner came up with this, making him scratch his head and laugh. admitting it was actually quite hard since similar monster ingredients are highly toxic. Snapping his fingers, the owner adds that Chef Albert gave him some advice, leading him to try using slime instead. Taking another sip, Seung-woo wonders about the identity of the person behind that name Albert. After that, he decides to check out the other nearby food stalls. Seung-woo mutters quietly that although he has visited various other stalls, there is still something off. Inside the labyrinth first-floor food court, crossing his arms, he stares at the food table, thoughtfully noting that this is mainly just a merchant's quick workaround. Smiling, Seung-woo picks up his cup, realizing that even this bubble milk tea has shortcuts. He reasons that a real chef would have used entirely different methods instead of relying on slime, especially since he knows certain plants on Terra can actually be processed into much better tasting pearls than these. Seung-woo smiles with relief, concluding that using slime actually does come with some pretty unique benefits. With this highly efficient method, mass-producing pearls is an absolute breeze, and even an AI could easily replicate the process. Feeding and raising the slimes is way simpler than using Terra's complex tech to purify toxic plants. In short, he concludes it is highly profitable. Looking closely at the two mouth-watering plates of food, Seung-woo silently analyzes them. Both the pan-seared gochujang pork and the butter-baked potatoes are the same, getting an extra kick of sweetness from a special sugarcane-based sauce. At the neighboring tables, diners happily chat away while enjoying their meals. This rich, layered flavor is exactly what Terra's local food lacks with its obsessive focus on single tastes. Clearly, this clever business strategy is a massive success. But here is the catch. Growing potatoes and sugarcane in Terra is a major crime. An image of someone angrily scattering sugar pops up. Telling people to eat sugar only brings a forced smile to his face. To Terra's strict religions, these sweet dishes are basically a terrorist attack. Seung-woo smiles to himself and glances away, finding his curiosity thoroughly piqued. Who on earth is this mysterious Albert guy casually defying Terra's strict culinary traditions just to serve up incredibly delicious food? Down on the Great Labyrinth's third floor, an urgent voice suddenly echoes out for Lord Albert. The messenger panics, shouting out again for Lord Albert. Hearing the panic cries, Suji quickly sets his stirring ladle back into the pot. Wiping his hands, he turns around and asks the boy what the big rush is. The messenger frantically reports that a highly suspicious person has entered the area. Suji breaks into a cold sweat, lowering his head. Is it finally time? Do they look like temple inquisitors? Wiping away his sweat, the kid shakes his head. The intruder is actually just browsing the stalls across floors 1, 2, and 3 to try the food. Suji silently sighs in relief, realizing it is probably not them. Suji figures that temple zealots would be busy praying if they saw these stalls. He asks what on earth makes this guy so suspicious, prompting the messenger to nervously stammer out an explanation. After stammering for a moment, he blurted out that the intruder is ridiculously handsome. The boy quickly explains that Chef Albert was the one who said it first. He goes on to explain that a handsome warrior is usually an important figure, so they should remain highly alert. A ridiculously good-looking soldier wandering around this area and eating so much food is definitely suspicious. Suji mutters under his breath that he did indeed say something like that. Internally, he is absolutely seething, regretting that he has to work with such a bunch of idiots. Pulling his hood down, Suji decides to go out and meet this mystery man himself. Pulling off his hood to reveal his face, he demands to know the guy's location. Yes, Suji is actually the hidden leader of Shintoburi, Albert Byrne. A screen pops up showing a video of Albert Simon, a global YouTube sensation with 50 million subscribers. He blew up overnight thanks to a viral virtual game called Soul Reverse AI Cat Raising. He made a name for himself, creating fun street food review videos and running charitable projects to help out struggling local businesses, food, pets, and gaming. He built his massive online fame on these 3 massive pillars of viral entertainment. But above all else, there is one secret weapon. The ultimate key to drawing in his massive audience is actually his top-tier handsome looks. But who is Albert Simon really? Inside a pitch-black room illuminated only by a flickering torchlight, staring directly at his opponent, Seung-woo slowly speaks. Your real name is Yang Suji, Korean nationality, and that virtual face you use is actually based on someone else's portrait. He smirks with pure amusement, noting that if this juicy information gets leaked, it will trigger an absolute shitstorm. Down on the second floor of the Great Labyrinth, Sug tremblingly begs him to please just call him Albert Bernstein. He hangs his head with a forced awkward laugh. Using a cool German pseudonym is pretty standard in this industry, making them sound much more professional, right? And that messenger from before, he actually goes by Reinhardt. Seung-woo cannot help but burst out laughing. Is that so? Honestly, though, he still prefers his old nickname Shin-no much more. Suji turns completely pale, sweating buckets as he desperately begs him to keep it quiet. Internally, he curses, wondering how things went so horribly wrong. Suji suddenly flashes back to how he only intended to go and take a quick peek at the suspicious guy. He had asked the messenger if that was the target, and the kid quickly confirmed it. Suji had to agree that the guy was indeed suspiciously handsome, meaning he must be a high-level elite warrior. While eating his meat skewer, his eyes suddenly lock onto a certain spot. Seung-woo turns his head directly toward their hiding spot, calling out to see if that is Albert. Suji groans, inwardly devastated that he got busted right at that moment. With a bright grin, Seung-woo eagerly tells him how much he loves his YouTube channel, saying he recognized him instantly just by his voice. Suji grimaces, cursing this crazy superfan who can identify him from so far away. Seung-woo excitedly looks around, saying that as he strolled past the stalls, he realized this setup must have been designed by a professional entrepreneur. Recalling the lively scene, he says he never expected this to be Shin-no's work since that signature market vibe is still fully intact. Panicking, Suji desperately tries to cut him off and tell him to stop. Suji looks utterly miserable, begging him to keep the secret that he is actually the famous Simon. He desperately explains that with so many Earthlings currently in Terra, his career would be completely over if someone discovered his real face and exposed him back on Earth. As Suji desperately begs for mercy, Seung-woo just smiles and sighs. He glances away, suddenly playing weak, claiming all those sweet treats are making him feel a bit sick. Reacting instantly, Suji whips out a rare can of Coca-Cola as a bribe. Seung-woo is completely stunned to see the can of Coca-Cola, noting that soda is surely the rarest treasure in Terra. Suji bows deeply, begging him to enjoy it and keep the secret. He covers his mouth with a sigh, groaning that he is tired of drinking this stuff so much. Right after those words, Seung-woo pops open a Coca-Cola. Laughing and waving his hands, he tells him to calm down since he'll keep his secret. Suji silently complains the guy claimed to be sick of soda yet still drank it. Seung-woo raises a finger and says he has a pretty good idea. Before the towering wooden door, suddenly a cat appears and bows respectfully, welcoming them and asking if they are ready to order. It is Kitty, the traveling waiter cat. Surprised to see so many Alleries here, Suji calmly explains that many of them used to be legendary warriors. He adds that their incredible work ethic and physical strength make them perfect helpers, without whom the labyrinth business would have collapsed, leaving Seung-woo to nod in understanding. With a smile, he asks for recommendations, and Kitty bows to suggest the freshly harvested mushrooms of the season. Seung-woo suddenly remembers with delight that it is currently mushroom season. Laughing, he recalls a time back when his level was low and a mushroom monster nearly ended him. He calls it nostalgic, making Suji skeptically ask who would reminisce about almost dying. Seung-woo calmly explains that once things are over, everything becomes a memory, while An-bak secretly hopes his secret stays safe when he returns. Right before Seung-woo orders the grilled mushrooms and Kitty immediately accepts. Suji curiously asks what he was planning to say earlier. Frowning gloomily, he asks if he is planning to blackmail him with his weakness. Seung-woo's face suddenly turns devious as he admits that is exactly his plan. Suji quickly bows and hands over a full pouch of money, begging for mercy, only for Seung-woo to sigh and admit he was just joking around. Clasping his hands together, he seriously says he won't beat around the bush anymore. Seung-woo makes a proposal wanting to trade cooking ingredients. Stunned, Suji asks him to clarify if he meant ingredients. Rested on his hand, he explains he wants local ingredients, thinking that hunting in this labyrinth himself would be a major hassle. He recalls how his massive hunting trips would completely ruin the ecosystem and take away other people's livelihoods, so he needs to hold back. He obviously cannot expect rare ingredients from floors below 800 since they are rarely sold anyway, so simple common items from floors 50 to 600 are more than enough for him. Seung-woo promises other benefits in exchange for ingredients, prompting Suji to curiously ask for an example. Smiling, he offers to block any attacks from the temple. Suji silently calculates, realizing they have indeed offended the temple multiple times in the past. He lists their crimes like illegally harvesting potatoes and sugarcane. They also distributed recipes and bribed nobles to manage basic critical funds. Suji carefully calculates that while their veteran forces could definitely defeat an invading squad of holy knights, avoiding a physical conflict entirely is still by far the best option they have on the table right now. Suji questions himself, wondering why such a sweet deal is being offered under these circumstances. Frowning, Suji asks if it is a trap, leaving Seung-woo to blankly gasp in shock. Suji hesitantly explains that the deal is simply too good to be true, and anyone with half a brain wouldn't believe it, making Seung-woo cross his arms and look away. Seung-woo flashes a cunning smile, noting that Suji is not exactly in a position to refuse the offer anyway. Hearing that Suji can only grit his teeth in frustration, he angrily screams that this is a threat, but Seung-woo just laughs and calls it a warm partnership. Sometime later, deep inside the Temple of Light, Seung-woo scratches his head, laughing as he explains how everything went down. An irritated Renato complains that since it has been so long, he expected something actually useful. He furiously yells, demanding to know what kind of blasphemous nonsense Seung-woo was just mumbling. Sitting at his desk, Renato explodes at the idea of signing a peace treaty, leaving Seung-woo helpless. He quickly waves his hands to soothe Renato, promising he will understand once he hears the full explanation. Still furious, Renato snaps at him to get straight to the point. Seung-woo patiently explains that using direct physical force right now would undoubtedly lead to an all-out war. Whether his holy knights or the labyrinth hunters get hurt, the Lokyulsuk kingdom will suffer, which Renato reluctantly agrees is indeed a massive concern. But he keeps a serious face looking straight at Seung-woo, as he adds that this does not mean he can just let them do whatever they want. Hearing this, Seung-woo steps right up to Renato and asks if his real reason for holding back is because of the nobles. He slams his hand on the table, declaring that since those warriors are from another world, they can easily be ignored. He confidently looks straight at Renato and points out that the nobles are a completely different story. Renato tries to argue back, saying that while they call themselves Shintoburi, his own faction holds the exact same kind of pride. They have their philosophy and we have our faith, causing Seung-woo to sigh and agree that he actually has a fair point. And that is exactly why Seung-woo suggests they sign an agreement as official representatives of both sides, but Renato frowns, explaining that while he wants to, their stubborn leader refuses to step out of the Great Labyrinth. But Seung-woo just laughs and tells him not to worry because saying a single key word will make that person show up immediately, leaving Renato completely dumbfounded and uttering a confused huh. Seung-woo raises a finger and brings up a very specific name, unvaccinated. He explains that instead of calling him Albert Burstein, Renato simply needs to call him Albert Simon. Inside a dense, heavily wooded forest, the high-stakes negotiations between the Shintoburi faction and the temple quickly get underway in a neutral zone. The Shintoburi faction agrees to stop selling their food to the nobles of Terra as figures in dark robes prepare to sign the covenant. Sitting opposite them, Renato seriously notes that the temple will indeed permit them to keep running their stalls and selling cooking ingredients provided everything stays strictly inside the labyrinth. A long list of rules then flashes on screen showing minor clauses such as requiring a holy knight to monitor every single floor, or that Earth hunters must learn about Terra's culinary culture. The final result is a highly beneficial deal for both sides. Inside a cozy little wooden cabin, a large cooking pot sits directly over a bright red blazing fire. Seung-woo places the lid on and happily mutters to himself that he is glad everything got sorted out so smoothly. With a mischievous grin, he adds that this deal is how he finally got his hands on this soybean powder. With those words, he lifts the lid, letting thick clouds of mouth-watering steam billow out. A pot of incredibly fragrant claypot rice is freshly cooked to absolute perfection, prompting Seung-woo to proudly praise his own work. This is wild Matsutake mushroom monster rice with the main ingredient provided directly by Albert. Suddenly, the bright red door swings wide open. Ji-hyun and Min walk in together, instantly catching the rich aroma and asking in unison if that is Matsutake mushroom, prompting Seung-woo to look up and greet them both. Grabbing spoons, they eagerly sit at the table as Min praises how incredible it smells, while Ji-hyun's eyes light up at the sight of the freshly cooked Matsutake mushroom rice. Seung-woo quickly warns them that this food is actually for the kids, causing both of them to instantly freeze in place and yell out what in utter shock. Carrying the pots, Seung-woo helplessly explains that since the mushroom's abdomen part has no special effects, he will cook a completely different batch for the two of them. He explains this batch is cooked specifically for hunters, causing Ji-hyun and Min Oki's faces to instantly darken with pure terror. Their minds immediately flood with terrifying imagery of a giant mushroom divided into 3 distinct body sections: the head, chest, and abdomen. Jae-hyun asks in a trembling voice what he means by a mushroom abdomen, praying it is not what she thinks, but Seung-woo just smiles brightly and asks if they should be used to this. Since the dish is made from a mushroom monster, it still counts as mushroom rice, even though the steam rising from the pot now carries a deeply ominous vibe. Min sighingly points out that just looking at it tells him the taste will be totally different from actual Matsutake mushrooms, even though he usually loves them. An image of the actual beast appears. Small Matsutake mushroom monsters are only about 1 meter tall, while the massive ones can tower up to 10 meters. Their bizarre body structure features 2 arms, 2 legs, and a face that looks disturbingly similar to a human. Their combat style is shockingly similar to humans, as they even know how to utilize actual boxing techniques. They guard the cap on their head, which is also their primary weakness. Charging forward on incredibly short legs, they throw their entire body weight into a massive punch. Their raw strength is easily enough to send a massive ape flying backward. Because their only energy source is photosynthesis, they cannot fight for long, hitting a strict 10-minute limit before completely draining their power and slumping to the ground in total exhaustion. Because of this, Terra's mushroom gatherers must wait out the clock until the beasts collapse, but the flavor is so incredible that it makes the struggle worthwhile as they stuff them into massive sacks. Of course, that standard only applies to local residents, as the head of this Matsutake mushroom monster is extremely bitter. Their fists are incredibly spicy, leaving a burning sensation in the mouth, while their legs taste as sour and pungent as vinegar. But suddenly, a voice cuts in, shouting to wait. Ji-hyun sits up with an intensely eager look on her face, desperately arguing that those young kids probably do not even appreciate fine mushrooms and that the ingredients would be far happier being eaten by true connoisseurs. Hearing her point, Seung-woo rubs his chin thoughtfully and admits that due to the complex flavor, mushrooms are indeed something young kids might not enjoy. Hearing this, Ji-hyun eagerly nods along, thinking she has finally won the argument. But Seung-woo just smiles warmly and heads back to the kitchen, cheerily explaining that he is stir-frying some beef to mix with the mushrooms, ensuring the kids will eat it before wishing them a nice meal. Hearing that, Ji-hyun and Min freeze up, completely startled as their inner thoughts begin to stutter. Looking at the gloomy rice pot in front of them alongside some beef stir-fried with mushrooms, they are both too terrified to speak. The two sink into a helpless silence, secretly wondering if they are actually feeling jealous of the kids. The next day, a crowd gathers right outside that very same cabin. A group of uniformed people stands by the door reading a wooden sign detailing the upcoming challenge. Level 1 is grilled mushroom, level 2 is mushroom rice, and level 3 is steamed mushroom. Completing all three of these stages unlocks the ultimate reward, letting you choose a specific mushroom part to eat. The cap boosts your intelligence, the fist increases your strength, and the stem enhances your health. After reading the board, one guy notes that mushrooms this season seem way better than before. His buddy quickly agrees, saying the previous season was an absolute nightmare, especially when hitting the bathroom the next day. Indeed, it has been ages since they last had mushrooms, but with so many active gates in the suburbs, foraging remains too dangerous. A map with red-marked danger zones flashes in their minds, making one of them feel incredibly lucky to finally take advantage of this chance and eat mushrooms to his heart's content. Looking at the three notes at the bottom, someone wonders if eating different parts actually grants different buffs. His companion admits he has no clue, debating whether he should just stick to the cap to boost his intelligence. They continue discussing strategies, wondering if mixing cooking methods with specific mushroom parts is the key to passing. Meanwhile, they remain completely unaware of Min quietly approaching them from behind. Watching the crowd, Ji-hyun whispers to Min that this challenge looks far more complicated than the previous mushroom rice event. She wonders if the listed buffs are actually real, but Min quickly reassures her, saying Master Jun has absolutely no reason to lie. Ji-hyun adjusts her glasses curiously, asking if these dishes could be as addictive as drugs, noting that temporary stat-boosting potions definitely exist out there. Min confidently shoots down her worries, declaring that because Master Jun cooked it, the stat boosts will definitely be permanent without any addictive side effects. Ji-hyun lets out a heavy sigh, realizing they will just have to eat and test the food themselves to see if it works and write their report. Just as everyone settles inside, a new customer swaggeringly makes his way over. Smirking while adjusting his glasses, he asks his companion if he heard the news. The loud-mouthed Nelia laughs, calling a menu that boosts intelligence absolutely perfect, while a weary Un Hyong sighs behind him, questioning what is so perfect about it. Nelia turns around with a mischievous smirk, asking if Un Hyong seriously does not understand the value of extra intelligence. Un Hyong looks on, completely puzzled and failing to grasp the point. The restaurant doors slide open. Nelia marches inside, loudly calling out to the owner for a massive portion of grilled mushroom caps. Hearing that, Seung-woo turns around to double-check if he really wants a double portion. Nelia quickly waves his hands, explaining that the food is not for him since he is already the top student, but rather for a certain idiot classmate of his. This member of the First Order is so obsessed with acing his midterms that he even skipped his mission. But before Nelia can finish bragging, a sword hilt slams directly onto his head. Un-hyung angrily bares his teeth, grabbing Nelia by his collar and screaming for Nelia to shut up. Despite the steaming bump swelling on his head, a surrendering Nelia raises his hands, insisting that the dish is absolutely perfect for making him smarter. That comment only fuels Un-hyung's rage, causing him to roar at his friend, demanding to know if he was told to keep his mouth shut. His anger is justified, as tucked away in his bag is a midterm test paper clearly displaying a mediocre grade C. It is the same cozy restaurant as always, yet it never fails to deliver brand new experiences. A freshly prepared plate of food is gently placed onto the wooden table. Seung-woo politely serves the dish, introducing it as the grilled mushroom fist part. With that, a brand new challenge officially begins, the level 1 weird food trial with the chosen fist part. Staring at the plate, one customer notes that it looks exactly like ordinary grilled mushrooms, while another takes a deep breath, finding the aroma delightful. The young man reaches out with his chopsticks, picking up a juicy piece to finally test the flavor. He pops it into his mouth and chews thoughtfully. He savors the flavor for a moment, admitting it is quite spicy but incredibly delicious, and notes that he is suddenly bursting with energy. Ji-hyun finds this surprisingly easy for a challenge, but Min rubs his chin, warning her that the owner is never this generous. Nearby, some optimistic customers suggest that maybe this particular dish is just normal. Ji-hyun turns to Min, asking for his honest opinion on whether the stat-boosting effects are actually working. He thinks for a moment before quietly confirming the effects are real. Min closely observes the eating customer, noting that mana is actively flooding into the guy's muscles. Since the stat boost is permanent, he remarks that Master Jun is incredibly generous to offer this. Ji Hyun cheers in excitement, stating that these incredible results are absolutely worth reporting back to their higher-ups. Min looks thoughtful again, sensing that something is slightly off. He remembers very clearly that Master Jun usually prepares his dishes right in front of the customers. Yet today he served the finished plate directly from the kitchen, acting as if he were intentionally hiding the entire cooking process from them. Why is that? Ancient medical texts clearly describe a pseudoscientific practice where eating an animal's eye cures eye pain while eating liver heals the liver, relying on the belief of consuming the exact part one wants to treat. This concept is not unique to this world, as Terra shares a similar philosophy. But despite the similarities, this type of natural therapy is far more direct and literal over in Terra. For the citizens of Terra, eating the fist of a Matsutake mushroom monster directly translates to gaining the exact same explosive punching power as the beast itself. That is why hunters from both Earth and Terra spent generations studying the Matsutake mushroom monster, hoping to unlock its secrets. And finally, they successfully created a grilled mushroom fist dish. Just eating a single bite of this weird food makes you stronger. The dish looks absolutely incredible, but there is just one problem: the actual cooking process is completely bizarre. In Seung-woo's busy kitchen the previous evening, he sliced up the mushrooms while explaining the details. These Matsutake mushroom monsters are incredibly aggressive by nature. Seung-woo keeps prepping while explaining their wild behavior, making sure the kids understand just how hostile these things really are. Unha, Yangsik, and Nabi watch closely as he continues, even if you chop them into tiny slices like this. The three kids shriek when the freshly cut slices start squirming right on the cutting board. Seung-woo quickly reassures them, pointing out that the weirdest part is how they still wiggle around like live sashimi. Next, Seung-woo blasts the surface with a blowtorch, explaining that when you bring these mushroom fists close to intense heat, while they are still wriggling like this, the charred parts of the mushrooms instantly spark a very bizarre reaction. Yangsik cries out in shock. They are fighting each other. This is bad. Seung-woo quickly calms him down. Do not worry, this is actually how you cook them. He watches the pan and explains that as the slices feel the heat, they fight, which actually cooks them perfectly even. Nabi strokes her chin, noting how lively the mushrooms are, while Unha grimaces, finding the whole thing a bit too creepy. Seung-woo offers a friendly smile, saying it is just a minor cultural difference, like how some people find live octopus dishes terrifying. He wraps it up with a warning: it is definitely best if they do not let anyone see this cooking process. But right now, standing under Min O'Keefe's intense judging gaze, Seung-woo is starting to feel a little sweat break out. Watching everyone eat happily, he thinks to himself that he is finally breaking down their fear of monster ingredients. Though if he actually showed them these mushroom slices punching each other in the pan, they would probably drop their chopsticks in pure horror. Just thinking about that makes Seung-woo feel pretty smug about his little secret. Since they need to eat every single part to clear this bizarre food challenge, he cannot afford to scare them off this early. Time flies by and soon it is already the afternoon. Yangsik, Unha, and Nabi are all playing happily together. But after a short while, inside the dining room, someone slams their hand onto the table with a loud thud. Covering their mouth, one cries out that they cannot take another bite, while another pale challenger complains their mouth is full of mushroom stench. Looking down at their bowls, they complain about how absolutely terrible the mushroom fist rice is. Another admits that the rice was fine, but the mushroom stem was a different story. Someone else looks at a dark, pitch-black dish and confesses they could not even touch the steamed mushroom cap. A girl asks in confusion why everyone has such wildly different opinions on each part of the mushroom. Another hunter looks just as lost, realizing what this actually means for them. A terrifying realization hits them: do they seriously have to eat every single part of it? Multiple pairs of eyes glare back at Seung-woo with deep resentment. They feel completely cheated, realizing that his apparent generosity was nothing but a clever trap. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice calls out, calling him their favorite teacher. Min proudly raises his hand to announce that he has already cleared all three dishes. Seung-woo smiles and praises him for the impressive work. He secretly knew the guy was talented, but this completely blows past all of his expectations. This entire Matsutake menu is actually a puzzle. Depending on the eater and their condition that day, only one specific combination works. The dishes themselves are completely normal, but the very second you choose the wrong combination, the taste turns into an absolute nightmare. Since these hunters know their own bodies and mana very intimately, anyone with high sensory skills holds a major advantage. They can easily predict which specific mushroom part will trigger a bad reaction. Even so, Seung-woo is genuinely surprised. He never expected anyone to solve the puzzle this quickly. He takes in everyone's reaction and lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He decides it is best to keep serving these mushroom dishes for now, because even if they cannot finish every plate, their stats are still rising. Isak wants these hunters to grow stronger, and this will definitely leave everyone satisfied. With that settled, he starts planning his next move. Since the restaurant business is taken care of, next up is Seung-woo runs outside excitedly, calling out to the kids. Smiling, he asks if the three of them want to watch a movie together today. They cheer happily, and Seung-woo smiles to himself, glad to finally have some time for his own hobbies again. And just like that, several peaceful days quickly pass by. High up on a skyscraper rooftop, a man peers down, muttering that he is going completely crazy. Seo Tae-ji sadly admits to himself that he really loved being assigned to protect Eunha and the president, but then he bitterly reminds himself that working for the Director General again means there are no easy missions. He has to keep secrets from the entire world, and he has no idea when this will end. Staring down at the bumper-to-bumper traffic, his anger flares as he curses that damn truck driver, muttering that once he catches him it is over. Seo Tae-ji kicks the wall hard to blow off steam. Feeling incredibly stressed, he suddenly thinks to himself that it is time to grab a nice meal. Without wasting any time, Seo Tae-ji heads straight to a restaurant to fill his empty stomach. He slumps down at a table exhausted and begins to wait. Seo Tae-ji half opens his sleepy eyes, muttering that it has been a long time. Looking closer, he instantly freezes and starts to shiver. Seo Tae-ji looks around, feeling like he just stumbled into some bizarre cult chanting about how fist mushrooms are the absolute best. Hearing all the shouting, Seo Tae-ji is completely bewildered, and honestly, who wouldn't be when walking into a room full of mushroom fanatics? One excited guy even screams out that the fist mushrooms are the absolute best. With a bright smile and sparkling eyes, he asks Seo Tae-ji if he has tried the mushroom cap, urging him to take just one bite. Another guy lifts a piece of mushroom to his nose, sniffing deeply and praising the incredibly rich aroma of the stem. Seo Tae-ji grimaces, silently judging the place and thinking that the restaurant's vibe has gotten way too weird since his last visit. Suddenly, a strange little creature approaches his table. Yang-sik politely hands Seo Tae-ji a menu with a soft squeak, leaving him shocked that the little creature can actually talk now. To his surprise, it proudly replies that it is practicing, making him wonder if it is actually learning how to speak. Yang-sik points at a candy wrapper and squeals for a reward, while Eunha smiles and explains that the little guy gets a treat whenever he does a good job. Seo Tae-ji finally gets it, realizing that was the creature's cute goal all along. After receiving his sweet reward, Yang-sik happily sits down and munches on his candy. Seo Tae-ji smiles as the little guy happily eats his sweet reward. Right after finishing, the creature looks up and says challenge, leaving Seo Tae-ji completely confused by the sudden offer. Yang-sik points to a board detailing a 3-stage mushroom-eating challenge, squeaking for him to try. The board explains that if you complete all 3 extremely difficult stages, you win the grand prize. Each hunter gets a maximum of 3 attempts. Stage 1 features grilled mushroom, Stage 2 has mushroom rice, and Stage 3 is steamed mushroom, where you can choose a specific part of the mushroom to eat. Eating the cap makes you smarter, the fist makes you stronger, and the stem makes you healthier. Seo Tae-ji can only roll his eyes, completely amazed by the bizarre marketing terms the little creature has somehow learned to use. Still, he decides to give it some thought, muttering that a mushroom challenge actually sounds like quite a bit of fun. It is not too surprising, considering he was the legendary hunter who conquered Season 1 of the Strange Food Challenge. Seo Tae-ji calmly tells Yang-sik that he will take on the challenge, choosing to eat the fist portion for every single level, and the little guy quickly nods in agreement. Seo Tae-ji sits quietly, patiently waiting for his dish to be served. Looking over at the busy kitchen, he immediately recognizes the famous returned hero Yu Seung-woo. Seo Tae-ji quietly thinks to himself that asking this powerful man for help would make his mission a breeze, but he simply cannot do it. He quickly shakes his head to dismiss the tempting thought, reminding himself of the director's strict orders to never ask for his help. The director had compared the man to Aladdin's magic lamp, which grants 3 wishes no matter what they are, but once those 3 wishes are fully used up, the story ends. The genie will vanish forever, meaning the returned hero Yu Seung-woo might eventually grow completely tired of helping others, and they have no idea when he might just disappear for good. Before long, a steaming hot plate of food is gently placed right in front of him. Yu Seung-woo warmly presents the grilled fist mushroom he was waiting for, while Seo Tae-ji shakes off his thoughts, reminding himself not to bother him with such petty favors. Picking up his chopsticks, he decides to completely focus on the crazy mushroom challenge sitting right in front of him. Seo Tae-ji takes on the intense challenge with absolute seriousness, but just a few moments later disaster strikes. He is seen grimacing and foaming at the mouth, forced to painfully accept his defeat at Stage 3 of the steamed mushroom challenge. Yu Seung-woo walks over to check on him, and Seo Tae-ji can only weakly shake his head, admitting he has no clue. Looking pale, Seo Tae-ji admits the first 2 dishes were not bad, but this one is completely different. Staring at the terrifying plate of food, he wonders why this steamed mushroom is completely impossible to swallow, even though there are only a few small pieces left. Recalling his horrific experience, he notes that from his very first bite, he immediately realized why absolutely nobody had ever completed this crazy challenge before. To make matters worse, by the time he took his second bite, he was genuinely terrified that he might actually die right then and there. Yet Yu Seung-woo calmly reassures him, explaining that fear is not a bad thing at all because sensing danger is what truly makes someone a real hunter. Sale Taiji smiles, remembering hearing those exact same words countless times during his training days. Back then, he was taught a vital lesson: only when you accept your deepest fears and face them head-on will the true path to victory finally open up. Sale Taiji quietly notes that knowing the theory is vastly different from actually doing it. Seung-woo just smiles warmly to reassure him, knowing that is more than enough and you are definitely going to get through your upcoming tasks smoothly. Staring silently at his companion, a sudden realization hits him: this guy is actually. The revelation catches Sale Taiji completely off guard, since this man somehow knows about his mission. Sale Taiji wrestles with his options. Should he take a risk and ask for help just this once? No, he quickly shakes the thought away, realizing he has to solve this difficult problem entirely on his own. After a fierce internal struggle, Sale Taiji decides that is enough. He needs to leave this place immediately before he makes a foolish mistake. He stands up, bows politely, and offers his sincere thanks for the meal. Seung-woo lets out a soft sigh of relief, clearly understanding the situation. He quickly calls Sale Taiji back, offering a small parting gift. Startled, Sale Taiji turns around with a confused look. Seung-woo smiles and holds up a pair of gloves, explaining they are from Manhwa since the weather has been getting pretty chilly lately. Sale Taiji is deeply touched, nearly crying on the spot over Manhwa kindness. Seung-woo looks at him warmly, remembering one last detail. He hands over a small, simple pouch, calling it his own personal gift. Grinning widely, Seung-woo tells him that keeping this little item close will definitely help him out. Sale Taiji quickly and politely offers his thanks, promising he will absolutely keep it on him. With the exchange finished, Sale Taiji turns and exits the restaurant. Sale Taiji hypes himself up, hoping to make some real progress on his mission today. Just as the words leave his mouth, he vanishes in a sudden flash of light, leaving the ground completely empty. Soaring into the sky, he vows that he will put an end to this so nobody else falls victim to those trucks. But peace is short-lived. Soon, a chilling horror story begins spreading like wildfire throughout the entire city. Mostly striking the downtown area, the mysterious Terra targets perfectly healthy men. It crashes in out of nowhere, viciously runs over its prey, and vanishes into thin air without leaving a single trace behind. As the rumors grow, terrified citizens begin calling this bizarre, otherworldly phenomenon truck kun. Meanwhile, in a designated zone near the downtown area known as Sector A, inside his truck, Andrew tries to calm his nerves just 2 more times. He groans to himself, knowing that once he sends those last 2 souls over to the fantasy world of Terra, his job as Truck Kun's driver is officially complete. Andrew blinks, reflecting on his 15 long years of service, eager to finally go home once his task is finished. Even a low-ranking priest like himself could gain massive recognition for his contributions to the kingdom, securing a promotion to the highest tier. Since the warriors he sent over are incredibly talented, he might even land a spot as one of the 3 grand priests running the entire order. But if his ultimate goal is so close, why is he still stalling and lingering around this area? Andrew feels incredibly frustrated because he simply cannot focus today, his mind entirely consumed by his desperate desire to go home. Tearing up, he wonders why he is suddenly feeling so intensely homesick, crying out for his mother like a child when he has not felt this way in ages. Sitting in the driver's seat, a sudden breeze hits him, carrying a scent that feels exactly like his long-lost hometown. But right in the middle of his nostalgia, the entire truck is suddenly hoisted straight up into the air. Standing behind it is an incredibly pissed-off Sale Taiji gripping the heavy bumper. This is his signature power, absolute super strength. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that he has finally caught this absolute bastard. Highly determined, he vows that he will not let him escape this time. Channeling every ounce of his power, he holds the massive truck in place. Sale Taiji lifts the vehicle high and throws it straight into the river. Watching the massive splash, he finally relaxes slightly and wipes the sweat from his forehead. Rapid footsteps approach, followed immediately by a highly bewildered and panicked voice. Andrew sighs in regret, complaining that even if the truck was an older model, he cannot hide his deep annoyance, grumbling that it still ran perfectly fine. Sale Taiji frowns, asking if he seriously has the spare energy to worry about some cheap truck right now. Andrew simply shrugs with complete indifference, reminding his opponent that he can easily escape whenever he wants. Sale Taiji grits his teeth in irritation, muttering absolute nonsense. He reaches down and flips the switch right at his waist. Taiji quickly transforms, entering his battle stance. He shouts that this hit-and-run criminal won't be getting away this time. Andrew snorts with his hands on his hips, claiming he is only doing his job and Taiji is overreacting. He looks at Taiji and realizes that annoying stalker who followed him lately was this kid all along. That familiar scent making him homesick is actually coming from a specific item Taiji is carrying, not to mention the high-quality armor the kid prepared before coming here. Andrew flatly tells Taiji that if he really wants to get in his way, then there is no other choice left. With that said, he rips off his shirt in one swift motion. Andrew ties it around his waist to keep it out of his way. Taiji gasps in utter shock. Could this guy actually be one of them? Andrew stands shirtless, revealing a winding cross tattoo on his chest as Taiji blurts out museum. Andrew replies instantly without a shred of hesitation. Yes, you seem confident up close, but that won't save you. He adds in a challenging tone that he will make Taji deeply regret ever trying to stand against him. This formidable name belongs to a class known as the Museum Monk, a class specializing in close combat by utilizing holy power borrowed directly from the gods. How could anyone easily defeat someone who spent their whole life training, carving divine power into their mortal bodies? They always come prepared. He possesses an incredible array of holy healing spells and combat buffs, all finely forged through hundreds of brutal battles. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, a pure test of close combat between two living weapons, which is exactly what a museum monk excels at. Without warning, both fighters charge forward, trading a wild flurry of blows. Taji immediately launches a fierce strike forward, unleashing his most powerful armor-breaking technique. Andrew stays sharp, easily dodging the attack and countering almost every single blow. His hand moves like lightning, punching straight toward Taji's face. Even though Taji can clearly see the incredible speed of the oncoming strike, he still takes the devastating hit dead on, utterly unable to dodge it. Andrew furrows his brow closely, observing Taji's current physical condition. Blown back several meters, Taji grunts in pain as he struggles to stand. He gasps heavily for air, desperately trying to regain his strength. Andrew is both surprised and irritated, muttering that the kid is ridiculously persistent. After that brief clash, Taji realizes how frustrating it is that his opponent is vastly stronger. Without this armor, Taji would have been defeated long ago. Holding on purely through gear is incredibly embarrassing. Still, Taji refuses to give up, hoping he can at least buy a little more time. Andrew glares at Taji, realizing the kid is likely waiting for reinforcements to arrive. This is becoming a real pain. He initially thought Taji was just a brainless meathead, but the guy actually possesses genuine superhuman strength. Andrew clearly remembers the time Taji lifted an entire truck with his bare hands. His expression darkens as he recalls how easily Taji blocked his previous strikes. Andrew clenches his fist in frustration, concluding that it is all thanks to that broken ability. Snapping back to reality, Andrew makes up his mind he has zero time to waste, so he will finish this in a single strike. Taji watches in utter surprise as his opponent starts muttering a prayer to the goddess of thorns. Andrew's entire body erupts in blinding light as he begs the goddess to forgive this sinner about to break a taboo. Taji trembles in sheer terror, realizing a devastating attack is coming. He needs to escape immediately, but his body refuses to move. Facing Andrew's terrifying pressure, Taji is suddenly reminded of the bizarre feeling he had after eating those steamed mushrooms. Even in the middle of this life-or-death crisis, those steamed mushrooms flash vividly in his mind. Andrew goes completely wild, charging straight toward Taji while roaring that this is the absolute end. He unleashes a relentless barrage, activating the forbidden skill known as Wrath of the Mother Goddess. System notifications flood the screen. Target is now afflicted with fear. Defense has completely shattered, and healing effects are heavily reduced. Taji glares right back, his heart completely refusing to submit. After a long and brutal battle, the chaotic battlefield finally falls completely silent again. Taji lies miserably on the ground, completely drained of his remaining strength. Andrew adjusts his clothes, complaining about wasting so much of his precious divine power. Stretched out on the pavement, Taji realizes he needs to get out of there fast. Just then, a figure hesitantly approaches Taji as he lies there. The young man hesitates before calling down to the exhausted hunter. Yoon-hyung scratches his head in embarrassment, explaining he stood watching for about 10 seconds. Since he did not know who Taji was, he did not intervene, though he remembers seeing him at a restaurant. He introduces himself as Jun Eun-hyung from Isaac's Special Task Force 1 before asking who Taji is. Late at night, the streets around them grow completely deserted and quiet. Yoon-hyung and Myo-inga stare intently at the motionless young man on the ground. Yoon-hyung pulls an ID card from Taji's pocket and gasps, recognizing him as a bodyguard from Demium. Reading the card, he notes his name is Taji. Myo-inga arrives late but quickly catches up, confirming the fallen bodyguard's identity on the spot. Recalling the earlier clash, Eun-hyung points out they still need to find out why Taji fought that other guy. Staring down at the completely unconscious man, he sighs, realizing they will just have to wait for him to wake up. As time slips by, Eun-hyung grows frustrated, wondering if he should have stepped in much sooner. Myo-inga reminds him that chasing their target will not be easy since the man was incredibly fast. Hearing this from the ground, Taji suddenly stirs and begins to move. The two watch in surprise, waiting to see what he does. Taji reaches inside his inner pocket and slowly pulls something out. Yoon-hyung's eyes light up with pure anticipation, wondering if it could actually be. Seeing what Taji is holding, he cheers in excitement. You managed to plant a tracking device on him. That is incredibly smart. He recalls the intense battle when facing Andrew's forbidden skill. Taji had completely frozen under that divine pressure. The system warnings flashed. The forbidden technique, Wrath of the Mother Goddess, had inflicted fear, shattered his defense, and heavily reduced his recovery. But in that critical split second, the sheer trauma of remembering Seung-woo's steamed mushroom dish completely wiped out his fear of Andrew's divine pressure. Once the initial panic faded, Seo Taiji managed to calm his nerves and steadily analyze the unfolding situation with cold calculation. With careful calculation, he realized dodging was impossible and winning was completely out of the question. He had to make a strategic choice. So during their intense clash, rather than wasting energy on a useless defense, Seo Taiji made a much smarter move, choosing to secretly plant a tracking device on Andrew as his final card. Meanwhile, on a completely deserted street nearby, Andrew runs for his life desperately, hoping he can escape as far away as possible. Unbeknownst to him, a microscopic tracking transmitter has already been quietly attached to his clothes. On the phone screen, a bright red dot blinks, showing his exact location with a clear signal. Passing the phone to Eun-hyun, Myo Enge tells him they just need to follow it. Eun-hyun replies with supreme confidence, "Great, with this tracker, catching him will be a piece of cake." With the setup complete, Eun-young pats Seo Taiji's shoulder, praising him for a job well done and telling him they will handle the rest. Hearing those reassuring words, Seo Taiji can finally close his eyes and rest in peace. Well, just rest. But the next sentence jolts him wide awake. Yoon-hyung casually reminds him, "Wait, didn't you throw the first punch? Depending on how this goes, you might want to hire a lawyer once we drag him in." Just before they head out, Myo Enge tosses Eun-hyung some gear, telling him to take it along. Yoon-hyung catches it, turning back with a grateful smile to say his thanks. Fully geared up, Yoon-hyung confidently declares it's time to move. Known as the fastest swordsman in the Aeum region, Jun Eun-hyung is officially on the hunt. Meanwhile, standing leisurely on the top floor of a nearby movie theater, a mysterious figure observes the entire scene below. He smiles, tossing popcorn into his mouth, muttering that Andrew will not be running away anymore. After all, forbidden skills are forbidden for a reason. Using them definitely drains a massive amount of divine power. Considering how faith works for the people of Terra, a move like that can likely only be unleashed once a day. Seung-woo analyzes the situation calmly, not to mention Andrew is already completely exhausted after fighting Seo Taiji. In his weakened state, he stands no chance against Jun Eun-hyun. It is only a matter of time before he gets caught. Seung-woo whispers to himself, reflecting that since his return to Earth, he has considered doing this 100 times. His smile deepens as he contemplates finally taking a life with his own hands, specifically, "Yours, Andrew." Seung-woo could never forget this grudge. He still remembered the exact day he was pushed into Terra 4 years ago. That malicious smirk from behind the steering wheel was forever burned into his memory. During his 4 long years in Terra, he had lost count of how many times he envisioned killing that complete bastard in his head. When he finally found the man after returning, he felt proud of himself for not ending him right on the spot. In crucial moments like this, Seung-woo was always calmer than anyone else. He held all the evidence. The target had caused countless traffic accidents and forcibly dragged hundreds of people from Earth to Terra. Yet the main reason Seung-woo did not personally eliminate him right then was simple. Thinking about it filled him with rage. The ones pulling the strings were the gods of Terra. Seung-woo wanted the laws of this world to punish the driver while he personally dealt with the divine masterminds behind this conspiracy. Right then, a massive glowing portal swirled open right in front of him. Seung-woo calmly stepped inside, muttering to himself to get ready, "You damn gods." Stepping through, he was instantly greeted by the brilliant, blinding light of the divine temple. This was the grand temple of Terra's gods, excluding Poseidon, the ruler of the seas, and Hades, the equally majestic lord who ruled over the underworld. Seung-woo muttered in awe, "So all the gods reside in this place." Standing tall, he looked down on everything. He had actually returned to this place again, though when he first crossed the portal, Seung-woo had some doubts, thinking that maybe he was just overreacting to the whole situation. But standing here, brutal memories of how they tortured him back when he was a warrior came rushing back, the insults, the contempt, and the endless web of lies and betrayals. He clenched his fists, his anger reaching a boiling point. The more he thought about it, the madder he got. There was no letting this go. Today they would pay. Inside, Zeus sat lazily on his throne while Athena stood obediently below him. Spotting the intruder, both gods stared in absolute shock, wondering who it was. "Is that the warrior Seung-woo? How on earth are you here?" Seung-woo strolled in like he owned the place, casually asking if they were doing well and announcing he had some business to discuss. Instantly, one of the gods stood up, absolutely furious. He rushed over to Seung-woo, yelling, "You arrogant bastard, where do you think you are barging in like this?" This was the former god of war Ares, who continued his furious rant. How dare a mere lowly warrior step into the sacred home of the gods with those filthy feet? Hearing the angry outburst, Seung-woo could only let out a dry laugh. He calmly replied, "Right, I knew at least one of you would greet me like this." Ares looked completely confused, demanding to know what he meant. Clenching a scroll in his hand, Seung-woo added, "Thanks, now I do not have to waste my breath explaining." His face darkened, though he wore a friendly smile as he promised to beat them all up first. Fast forward a few days after Seung-woo made his dramatic visit to Olympus. The panicked gods reluctantly gathered for an emergency strategy meeting. Everyone looked completely exhausted, with even Athena letting out a heavy, weary sigh. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, finally spoke up, asking if everyone was already aware of Seung-woo's strict ultimatum. The harsh ultimatum demanded that all 31-dimensional trucks currently operating on Earth must be recalled by the end of today. Before she even finished, Ares slammed the table, calling it absolute nonsense. He yelled in fury, demanding to know why they should ever yield to the threats of a mere lowly warrior. Athena looked away coldly, muttering that the words of a fool who lost his divine power were not worth hearing. Ares growled, asking what she just said. Words immediately turned to action as he took a direct, heavy punch from Athena. She told him to go heal his black eye from his beating by that very warrior. Holding his head in frustration, Zeus barked that they had enough. He ordered Ares to stop picking fights at a crucial time like this. Turning to Athena, he asked her to calculate how much divine power they would lose this time. She nodded in agreement. She began her analysis, noting that Earth warriors were far braver and stronger than those from other worlds. To make up for this massive loss, they would have to summon 3 times as many warriors from elsewhere. Zeus gasped in shock. 3 times as many. Athena quietly confirmed that it was fortunately possible, as she had already located a suitable place to supply them with new recruits. But as for Seung-woo's second demand to let any active warrior return to Earth if they wanted to, they were still completely unprepared to handle it. She reminded them that she had warned against using those dimensional trucks, but someone refused to listen, and that guilty god was now cowering in absolute shame. Athena explained the grim reality. Every single Earth warrior would obviously want to go back home. Sending them would require opening massive portals, which would drain a huge amount of their divine power. She slammed the table, standing up with absolute determination. So they need to seize this opportunity to reform the religion in Terra and stabilize the supply of divine power. Athena glances over at someone who has been trembling like a leaf this whole time and speaks up. Isn't it finally time they made the generational changes for Gaia that they have kept delaying for so long? The girl Athena means is actually Flora, the flower goddess posing as Mother Gaia. Divine power is basically the main currency for these gods. The way they get this power is simple. Human faith converts directly into divine energy, and the one deity Terra believes in above all else is Mother Gaia. It sounds simple enough. But there's a catch. The real Gaia died ages ago, so to keep collecting that wasted divine power, they forced Flora to masquerade as the Earth Mother. Hearing this, Zeus immediately objects. A decision like that cannot be made so lightly. Since reforming a religion takes years, they need to focus on what they can do right now. Athena reluctantly bows her head and complies. But she still cannot help but press him, asking what he plans to do about the item that was stolen. Cornered and miserable, Zeus groans, why of all things did that guy have to take that? Athena yells in fury, what were you thinking when you promised to give him that? An exhausted Zeus replies, I am about to lose my mind, so just drop it already. Meanwhile, over at Gonya, where Seung-woo is currently staying. Holding the jar in his hands, he stares at it in absolute awe. He never expected to bring home such a priceless treasure. This legendary item is known as the Drink of the Gods. This divine nectar is a rare alcohol brewed from honey harvested straight from the world tree. Drinking this legendary 6-star beverage is known to grant immense power, especially when paired with divine food, also known as the food of the gods, which the deities kept entirely to themselves. Thrilled with his spoils, Seung-woo happily chuckles to himself. He really got incredibly lucky, considering he only planned on scaring them a little bit. He never expected someone to actually try running away with it during that chaos, but thanks to that guy, he noticed the jar, and that runner was none other than Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Seung-woo quietly reminds himself that Zeus had originally promised him this nectar as a reward anyway, even though the old scammer tried to lie and say they had completely run out, so he sighs and shakes his head, knowing the chief god has absolutely no right to complain now. Staring at the shimmering nectar swirling in his glass, Seung-woo wonders if he should go ahead and take a tiny sip. Unable to wait, he raises the glass and drinks it all down. The second it hits his tongue, Seung-woo's eyes widen in pure shock. A rich sweetness melts across his mouth, making him gasp. It tastes exactly like the finest honey he has ever had. From what he has gathered through the rumors, honey wine usually only has 3 distinct levels: semi-sweet, sweet, and extra sweet. But for a divine brew like this, there definitely needs to be an entirely new tier. Suddenly, Seung-woo freezes as a strange, overwhelming warmth begins to surge deep within him, and that is not even all. Staring at his palms, he can literally feel his vitality exploding throughout his entire body, making him wonder if this drink does this to someone who already reached godhood. What about everyone else? Seung-woo quietly warns himself that he absolutely cannot let anyone else drink this potent stuff. If a normal human downs this mana-saturated drink, their physical body would not be able to handle the pressure and would instantly explode. It is a bizarre paradox where you need the physical vessel of a god just to consume the food that turns you into a deity. Raising his glass for another sip, he sighs. It is a shame he is the only one who can drink this. His cheeks flush red from the intoxicating brew as he grins. This is too good, maybe just one more glass. Meanwhile, Min is taking a leisurely stroll back home. He happily mumbles to himself that since he got off work early today, he can finally enjoy a dinner cooked by his beloved teacher. But Min suddenly stops dead in his tracks when he notices the tightly closed door ahead. Staring at the sign hanging outside, he mutters in disappointment. Is the place closed, even though the lights inside are clearly still on? Gathering his courage, Min pushes the door open to check inside, calling out to see if his dear teacher is around. Spotting him, Seung-woo immediately brightens up, raising his glass as he slurs a sweet greeting to the most handsome hunter in the entire area, his beloved Min. Min O'Keefe's face falls as he rushes over to ask if his teacher is completely drunk. With his face as red as a ripe tomato, Seung-woo confidently retorts that he is not drunk at all, claiming he is perfectly sober. Min is left utterly speechless. The man is absolutely wasted. Outside, the sky slowly fades into the deep quiet of the night. Stuffed completely round, Yang squeaks out that he cannot eat another single bite. Yoonha is also starting to worry, wondering what is going on since Uncle Jo Seung-woo is acting so unusual. Suddenly, a low voice rings out assuring Eunha that it is really no big deal. Hyuk-jin, who just got kidnapped for the second time, calmly explains that this whole situation is basically just a minor incident caused by a drunk person. Hyuk-jin lets out a heavy depressed sigh, looking incredibly pitiful. He sighs and complains about how absolutely terrible his current situation is. With the president of ISAC kidnapped instantly, headquarters is likely in total chaos right now. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin gets smacked from behind as Jo Seung-woo loudly points out that a father should stay with his kid. He falls silent, looking deeply lost in thought. Even Yoonha curiously steals a glance at Hyuk-jin for a while. After pondering for a bit, he sighs and decides to just treat this like a little vacation. With that, Hyuk-jin turns and beckons Eunha to come sit next to him. He asks her to chat and she politely and quickly agrees. Meanwhile, deep beneath the cool, refreshing water, tiny bubbles are rippling upward. Nabi is working hard under the water, thinking how bizarre this shimmering lake is with all the dazed fish floating around. With a heavy sigh, it complains that when one person causes trouble, others have to clean it up. Hours have passed, but the conversation inside the restaurant is still going strong. Standing by a kitchen counter cluttered with messy knives and raw ingredients, Jo Seung-woo philosophically remarks that good alcohol isn't the most important thing. As he presents a table overflowing with delicious dishes, he adds that the side snacks must also taste amazing. Jo Seung-woo excitedly asks Min if that makes perfect sense even for food in Terra, and Min hesitantly replies that he's right but still has some doubts. Min points to the massive feast, timidly asking if eating all of this with drinks is too much, but Jo Seung-woo eagerly urges him not to worry and keep eating. Jo Seung-woo asks why he's so thin despite all the food, but Min quickly protests that he has already gained a lot of weight. Jo Seung-woo wags his finger with a smile, saying fighters must match weight classes and at least reach TG's level, while a sweating Min mutters that anyone looks like a shrimp next to TG. Jo Seung-woo pushes the plate forward, telling him to stop talking and just start eating, leaving Min with no choice but to politely accept. Deep down, Min is terrified, realizing nobody can stop Jo Seung-woo right now. He hesitantly picks up a piece of meat to taste, knowing he has to play along for now. The moment he takes a bite, Min is stunned by the sweet and sour sauce pairing perfectly with the crispy meat. Glancing at a nearby pizza, he realizes the other dishes are also incredibly strange combinations like this chocolate pizza. Next to it is a sparkling plate of cheesy corn gummies. There is another appetizing dish, and Min trusts Jo Seung-woo cooking skills to make this fried onion beef roll and Korean tripe hot pot taste great. But as he calculates the numbers, his face turns pale, knowing the total calorie count must be absolutely insane. Min shudders as he pictures someone who would completely lose their mind if they saw all this weight-gaining food. After eating for a while, Jo Seung-woo grumbles that he's incredibly thirsty. He carelessly grabs a nearby jar, prompting a terrified Min to widen his eyes and ask what that is. Jo Seung-woo chugs it and literally breathes fire calmly, explaining that it is a high-proof dwarven fire wine, while a shocked Min screams, asking how a simple drink can make him breathe actual flames like a dragon. Jo Seung-woo drunkenly slurs that real alcohol never gets him drunk, prompting Min to scream internally that he is already completely wasted. Min grits his teeth, telling himself that he absolutely must hold back. Min knows that telling a drunk person they are wasted only backfires, especially with an unpredictable guy like Jo Seung-woo, where absolutely nobody knows what crazy thing could happen next. After drinking his fill, Jo Seung-woo tosses the jar aside and casually asks if Min has faced any struggles as a hunter lately. Min rubs his chin seriously, pondering the question about his struggles. He honestly explains that because the metallic heroes handle most of the missions, their workload has decreased significantly, leaving them extra time to focus purely on self-training, earning an impressed compliment from Jo Seung-woo. Min eagerly explains that he has been sparring a lot lately, noting that fighting human opponents is entirely different from battling monsters. Monsters do not really defend themselves because they rely heavily on their innate physical attributes, making their weaknesses easy to exploit. But because humans employ unique defense styles, pinpointing their weaknesses is extremely difficult, especially since his primary attacks rely on throwing knives and shooting guns, which opponents keep blocking effortlessly. Seung-woo coughs a few times and seriously advises that using guns and knives is no joke, telling him to simply fire and throw in a way they cannot block, leaving Min thoroughly intrigued. Seung-woo doesn't keep him waiting long and immediately reaches his hand over. Before long, Seung-woo brings back a new item, introducing it as Harpy. If you throw this, your opponent won't be able to block it. Legend has it that if anyone is struck by this, their head will be cleanly sliced off. Min stares at the glowing object in front of him, totally blown away. He recognizes it. At first glance, isn't this the exact sword Perseus used to decapitate Medusa in mythology? Seung-woo nods and confirms that yes, it is that very blade, making Min realize this is a genuine divine weapon. He knows all too well that even Isaac only owns 2 divine artifacts, yet here is an equally priceless weapon lying right before his eyes. Seung-woo casually shoves it into Min O'Keefe's hand, telling him to just take it. Holding it in his hand, the sheer shock turns him completely pale. Min immediately rejects it out of instinct, saying he cannot possibly accept this. Seung-woo looks surprised and asks if Harpy is too weak, offering the dragon's soul of Rama or Durandal instead, but before he can continue, Min cuts him off, insisting that he is perfectly fine. Internally, Min is fighting a brutal battle. Who could honestly say no to a god-tier weapon like that? He desperately wants it, but his conscience is holding him back. Ultimately, reason wins out because if he accepts it, he won't be able to look a sober Seung-woo in the eye. After a bit of back and forth, Seung-woo lets it go, and though Min acts gloomy, he is secretly celebrating that he didn't give in. Seung-woo laughs it off, saying he is fine and that he appreciates honest people, though he still asks if Min is absolutely sure about his choice. Min tries to stay calm while confirming it secretly, thinking Seung-woo acts exactly like the giving tree when drunk. That chaotic night finally passes, and the next morning the bright sunlight blares directly into Seung-woo's eyes. He struggles to sit up, groaning in pain as his head throbs intensely. Realizing he is lying flat on the roof, he gets even more confused about how he ended up sleeping there. Seung-woo chuckles to himself, wondering if this is what people call a temporary blackout. Sobering up slightly, Seung-woo remembers that it was the nectar that knocked him out. If anyone else drank that divine brew, they would probably go insane or die on the spot. He quietly rejoices that he is still sitting here completely alive and well. On top of that, a faint sense of happiness washes over him. Despite his aching, empty stomach, it has been ages since he felt the simple human sensation of pain. Seung-woo sighs, thinking about what a luxury this feeling actually is. He lies back down, comfortably deciding to just soak up the sun and enjoy the peaceful moment. But down below, the peaceful vibe completely vanishes. The restaurant kitchen looks like an absolute war zone. 8 messy leftover plates from last night remain piled high. Poor Min is passed out cold after being forced to stay. Nabi walks in and instantly freezes at the sight. Completely panicking, the little guy screams that this is an emergency. Only 10 minutes left until opening time. Actually, this is perfect, Nabi smirks with a sly, mischievous grin. He immediately pulls out his trusty cleaning tools, a mop and a vacuum. Nabi's eyes light up with intense focus and his entire body overflows with energy as the fiery spirit of Alorus ignites within him. He wastes no time getting to work, starting by carrying the stack of 8 dirty plates to the sink. Next, Nabi grabs a duster to clean off every single dusty corner. After that, he scrambles as fast as possible to mop down the floors. Brimming with energy, he puts everything he has into clearing the massive mess. In no time, the entire place becomes completely spotless and shines like new. Exhausted, Nabi collapses onto the table, sighing that his cleanup is finally finished. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he still has to cook breakfast now. Then he continues to mumble, having a pretty strong feeling. Today is likely going to be a lazy day for the boss, and indeed, Seung-woo is currently lounging peacefully on the roof. Nabi looks out the window, murmuring that customers will arrive soon, so he has no choice but to work. He wonders if he should step up as the head chef today. Outside, the sky remains beautifully blue, making the weather around the diner incredibly pleasant. Inside, 4 people are already sitting at the counter, chatting and laughing as they welcome 2 special guests. They are Daemyeong's chairman Joo-hyuk Jin and Isaac's president So-hyang Baek, along with their sleepy daughter Eunha, who stayed up late talking all night. Min has finally woken up, but his face is still incredibly pale as he wonders how he ended up here. Looking up, Min immediately locks eyes with Hyuk Jin, making him flinch just a little bit. They both quickly look away, thinking to themselves how painfully awkward this is. Min silently recalls a dinner with the chairman and his family that gave him a massive case of indigestion. Hyukjin feels just as embarrassed, thinking that for a fellow hunter, Min looks exactly as uncomfortable as he feels right now. Breaking from his thoughts, Hyukjin looks over at the kitchen and spots Nabi cooking with an incredible burst of passionate energy. The cooking cat seems absolutely delighted with the dish currently sizzling on the stove. Hyuk-shin points toward Nabi and chuckles. Look at that, there is a cat cooking in here. It really makes me feel right at home, he says. So Hyang smiles, agreeing that eating out together as a family is wonderful. Hyuk-shin happily nods, saying it has been forever since their last family outing, while So Hyang softly wishes grandfather could have joined them. Meanwhile, Min keeps his head low, nursing a growing headache, while wishing he were literally anywhere else. Why did he even agree to come? Nabi looks at his married guests with a warm smile, asking why they still speak so formally to one another. Hyuk-jin explains that it is just an old habit since they used formal speech from the very day they started dating. Nabi nods in realization, so that is why young Yoon-ha speaks so politely. She learned it from the two of you. So Hyang leans in with a gentle smile, thanking Nabi for giving them this precious family time. The host chuckles warmly, admitting that he never expected to receive such heartfelt gratitude right after recovering from a massive hangover. So Hyang laughs happily, asking him to please invite their family over again sometime soon. Nabi shyly scratches his head and agrees with a laugh, though internally he panics, knowing it will be tough since he is out of nectar. Right at that moment, Hyuk-jin and Min lock eyes once again, and both of them flinch in unison. Finally, Hyuk-jin breaks the awkward silence to apologize for his behavior yesterday, admitting he probably put Min through a lot of trouble. Min scratches his head, replying that he honestly cannot deny that. Instantly, Hyuk-jin reaches his hand deep into an alternate dimensional pocket, telling Min that he fully intends to make it up to him. He explains that this legendary blade is Harpy, the very weapon Perseus used to decapitate Medusa, which should fit his companion's combat style perfectly. The next second, he pulls out a massive scythe-like sword, leaving Min completely stunned by its power. Min gasps in utter shock, yelling out his name, which takes Hyuk-jin completely by surprise as he looks up at him. Min turns pale and asks if he is still drunk, but Hyuk-jin quickly assures him that he is sober and simply thinks the weapon is a perfect match. Min trembles with even deeper dread, silently pleading that bringing such a terrifying weapon out here is a massive mistake. Hyuk-shin's expression darkens with an intense unspoken pressure that silently demands he accept the weapon. Min breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his gut feeling was right and there was absolutely no escaping this outcome. Accepting this means becoming an absolute slave to his whims. Rumor has it the first guild leader has not had a single day off in 4 years. But staring at Hyuk-jin's incredibly intense face, Min realizes he has to take it before things get worse. He weeps inside, knowing he has run completely out of options. He slowly reaches out and finally takes hold of the weapon's dark hilt. Min grips the blade with a heavy heart, offering a weak thank you and promising to use it carefully. Hyuk-jin beams, completely satisfied now that the divine weapon harp has officially been accepted. Hyuk-jin sits back down and lets out a satisfied sigh, pleased that the roster for his prestigious guild has officially grown by one more member. Just then, Seung-woo notices Nabi stepping out from the back kitchen with the finished dishes. He presents a feast of crispy fried carp, steamed carp, and fresh sashimi, all caught straight from Lake Nectar. The tray holds 3 beautifully arranged dishes that look absolutely mouth-watering to everyone at the table. But hearing this, Seung-woo freezes and asks him to repeat that name. The scene shifts to a shimmering golden lake known to locals as Jernia. Beneath the glowing golden water, a massive shadow suddenly appears, swimming lazily near the surface. Suddenly, a massive fish leaps clean out of the water, soaring gracefully through the air. Watching the fish leap wildly in front of him, Seung-woo mutters to himself, wondering if these tilapias actually think they are flying fish. Dipping his fingers into the water, he takes a quick taste. Looking at the glowing water, Seung-woo notes that there are no divine side effects, confirming it is pure nectar. Drinking this probably just clears up skin, boosts overall health, and makes the local fish taste absolutely incredible. Even with a mild concentration, a slight intoxicating effect definitely remains. He immediately thinks of a few people who would love this, specifically 3 gods who are still sulking about being banned from drinking. He decides to send them some as a gift later, but first he must ensure the kids stay far away from it. He mutters that the fish are incredibly lucky to drink this all day, while he is doomed to stay completely sober. Suddenly, an incredibly faint sound drifts past Jo Seung-woo's ear, but his sharp senses pick it up instantly. He scratches his ear in annoyance, muttering under his breath about that absolute bastard. The scene shifts inside a quiet house where the repetitive voice of a lone person keeps chanting a prayer over and over again. He bows and prays to the god of victorious swords and bizarre cuisine. He prays that Min will fail his first-class exam, lose to the rank 100 player, and be utterly humiliated, all while Bae Kang-hyuk kneels and begs before his golden statue. The more he prays, the louder his voice gets, begging that if Min cannot fail, he will at least never surpass his own level. Just last night at the restaurant, Min had to humor a very drunk Hyuk-jin who was loudly demanding extra side dishes. Standing before his golden statue, Bae Kang-hyuk softly whispers his prayers, begging the great god of victorious swordsmanship and bizarre cuisine to make Min fail the first-class exam, or at the very least, never let Min surpass his rank, completely unaware that Min is already standing right behind him with a pitch-black face. Right then, Baek Kang-hyuk sighs with relief, murmuring that he has finished 9 prayers and it is finally time for the 10th. Min steps up from behind, smacks back Kang-hyuk on the head and yells that he has had enough. Min calls him a complete madman, asking why he is ignoring his phone and the front doorbell, without even noticing someone walk right up to him, leaving a stunned Baek Kang-hyuk cursing his terrible luck for getting caught red-handed in the act. Min demands to know why he has a golden statue and what kind of weird cult he joined, but Baek Kang-hyuk quickly protests, stating that he is the god of victorious swordsmanship and bizarre cuisine. Min thinks to himself silent, realizing the media would have an absolute field day if they found out South Korea's top ranker was a fanatical cult member. Brushing it off, Min slides a document in front of Baek Kang-hyuk, telling him to just sign it. Min explains that since Baek Kang-hyuk is his superior, he needs his official approval, but when the boss refuses, Min simply smirks, saying that his opposition is even better. An attention seeker like Baek Kang-hyuk would love being first class, but Min only does it because of President Hyuk-jin, remembering when the man draped an arm over him, asking if he wanted to change capes. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately grabs a pen and signs the paper, grumbling that Min should be extremely grateful to have been personally requested by the president himself. Handing the document back, Baek Kang-hyuk asks Min when his simulation test is actually taking place. Frowning in exhaustion, Min replies that it takes about 2 days for the system to record Hyubi's stats, and then he will start immediately. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk lets out a sinister laugh, startling Min, as he mentions what happens if Min wins and his photobook gets published. He promises to distribute 1,000 copies across Sector A, offering to consult on the shoot concepts since nobody has as much modeling experience as him. He thinks a sexy vibe would suit Min better than cute, even suggesting a nude shoot, leaving a trembling Min ready to test Hyubi's power on him right now. Over at the Sector A branch of ISAC, an anxious voice warns that Baek Kang-hyuk's entire squad will fall apart if Min earns his promotion. Hwang Ji-han stands before branch manager Jung-hoon to report that no matter how many simulations they run, the team is far too dependent on Min, meaning their best option is to withdraw entirely. But Jung-hoon completely disagrees, asking how it makes any sense for Baek Kang-hyuk to pull out of his very own squad. Pointing to the charts, Ji-hyun explains that someone who possesses high combat skill, commanding leadership, and top-tier scouting abilities is extremely rare, making Min absolutely irreplaceable on the battlefield. But Jung-hoon seems prepared, revealing that he already lined up 4 second-class hunters because he anticipated a situation like this would happen. But Ji-hyun instantly dampens his hopes, noting that if they refuse to work, there is nothing she can do, adding that they quit after trying the first-class rank once and would only stay if they doubled their salaries. Left with no choices, Jung-hoon asks the probability of Min losing to the rank 100 player. Ji-hyun hesitantly replies that it is under 1%, leaving a shocked Jung-hoon shouting in disbelief at Min O'Keefe's insane strength. Ji-hyun quietly explains that the enemy cannot block Min O'Keefe's divine sword Hyubi, which is a sentient weapon, and when Jung-hoon wonders what that means, she clarifies that Hyubi carries the absolute will to sever an opponent's neck, prompting him to ask if any throw toward the neck is guaranteed to hit. She confirms it, warning that to survive, one must never let it near their neck, causing Jung-hoon to groan that since Min never misses, he must be completely invincible, though Ji-hyun notes he is not completely undefeated, making him ask how that is possible. Ji-hyun explains that a hunter needs a high enough stat to resist Hyubi's intent, surprising Jung-hoon, who asks if she is referring to their level. Ji-hyun clarifies that it involves rankings, supernatural power, defense skills, and while going deep into it is a real rabbit hole, is vital. Jung-hoon sighs, concluding that if all those factors combined make up the overall stats, he basically gets the idea. There is simply no other way out, and Ji-hyun fully agrees with his final assessment. Finally, compromising, Jung-hoon asks if it is best to hand over the current team members to Min once he becomes number 1, which Ji-hyun confirms but wonders what will happen to Baek Kang-hyuk. Jung-hoon smirks, saying it does not matter because he wants to test a brand new lineup, startling Ji-hyun, who asks the branch manager what he is planning to do. Jung-hoon very casually answers that they will kick him off the team immediately. The scene shifts to the next day right outside Jung-hoon's office door. Just a second later, the heavy office door is violently thrown open. Baek Kang-hyuk storms inside the room, furiously demanding to know what the hell is going on. Jung-hoon looks back with a disappointed gaze, advising him to watch his tone and behavior. Baek Kang-hyuk gets even angrier, snapping back to ask if the manager would behave any differently in his position. He yells that they are expelling the legendary Baek Kang-hyuk from the team, forcing Jung-hoon to let out a long sigh. Glaring at him, Baek Kang-hyuk asks why he is sighing, stating that he is the one who should sigh. Jung-hoon calmly replies that he was just wondering why his subordinate does not possess a single redeemable quality worth praising. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately fires back, claiming that he is actually incredibly famous out there. Hearing this, Jung-hoon sneers, thinking his anti-fan base is actually 5 times larger than his real fans. Finally getting serious, he tells him to drop the small talk and get straight to the point. He asks if he knows Min has hit number 1. Baek Kang-hyuk notes it only took 3 seconds, but Jong-hun adds it would have lasted longer if the opponent knew about his health points beforehand. He explains they can no longer keep Min as a support, and honestly, a long-range damage dealer team does not only have to coordinate with him. Shocked, Baek Kang-hyuk asks what he means, reminding him that he previously claimed only he could make that composition work. But the man casually admits he only said that to convince him, explaining the team actually revolves around Min, who is far more valuable, driving a furious Baek Kang-hyuk to call him a total bastard. Jong-hun steps forward, pats Baek Kang-hyuk on the shoulder and tells him to listen. He explains he is actually planning to build a squad exclusively for him, leaving Baek Kang-hyuk stunned to hear of a team made just for his playstyle. Jong-hun flashes a sinister grin, confirming that the entire team would exist solely to support him. Frozen in pure ecstasy, Baek Kang-hyuk mutters to himself, wondering if it is going to be a Beastman squad. The scene shifts back to Seung-woo's shop. A glass of water and steaming coffee sit on the table as Seung-woo speaks up, asking if the branch manager's real offer is to use a translation spell to put together a Beastman lineup. He asks if he really has to find his own teammates, and Baek Kang-hyuk sheepishly nods. Seung-woo immediately shuts him down, asking if he is stupid for believing that, which makes Baek Kang-hyuk yell back, demanding to know why he only acts mean to him while literally giving Min a divine weapon. Seung-woo helplessly asks how he could ever compare himself to Min, but a completely shameless Baek Kang-hyuk replies that he actually is far superior. Massaging his temples in utter defeat, Seung-woo asks what he expects him to do now. Baek Kang-hyuk bluntly asks to be sent back to Terra, which catches Seung-woo off guard as he points out there are plenty of portals everywhere if he just wants to find monsters. Baek Kang-hyuk sadly explains that speaking to monsters does not mean he can tame them, since he is no beast tamer, a point that Seung-woo has to agree with. Agreeing that wild monsters indeed would never listen to him, Baek Kang-hyuk explains that is precisely why he wants to recruit from Terra, where plenty of civilized beastmen live. Seung-woo remains hesitant, warning that traveling to Terra alone is one thing, but bringing beastmen back is a completely different story. Confidently, Baek Kang-hyuk says he plans to bypass all those issues with religion, making Seung-woo helplessly realize this so-called religion is literally just the boy himself. While Baek Kang-hyuk continues babbling about being a deeply devout believer whose prayers always make things come true, Seung-woo thinks to himself that calling him a devout believer is actually quite accurate objectively. He prays day and night. He eats bizarre food every day. He even donates all of his reward money to various charities, showing a massive change from his former lazy self. Seung-woo finally relents and agrees to let him go, causing Baek Kang-hyuk to jump up in excitement and shout that it is time to set off. But in return, he must bring back gifts for the kids, prompting Baek Kang-hyuk to immediately fire back, asking what kind of guy he thinks he is before promising, of course he will. He then boastfully brags that his title as the Great Monster King is legendary all across Terra, vowing to sweep the royal vault clean this time, which leaves Seung-woo quietly realizing the guy has not matured a single bit. Seung-woo warns him not to go around stealing again, but Baek Kang-hyuk simply questions why he should stop. Flabbergasted, he asks why he is acting so surprised by a basic rule like that. Baek Kang-hyuk argues that since Terra is their enemy, robbing them only helps their own side, leaving Seung-woo utterly exhausted by his bizarre logic of viewing them as foes. Just then, a portal leading to Terra materializes inside the room. Sitting with his arms crossed, Seung-woo simply wishes him a safe and peaceful journey. Looking back with utter confidence, he proudly says that is a given. With that, Baek Kang-hyuk takes a step closer toward the swirling transfer gate. He boldly strides straight inside, shouting for Terra to prepare for his arrival. Over in the kingdom of Locker Shop, a crowd of citizens streams in and out of the magnificent Temple of Light. A hand reaches out and gently knocks a few times on the chamber door. Hearing the knock, the man inside looks up and bids them enter, revealing himself as the High Priest Renato. Aaron steps into the grand hall, placing a hand over his chest to offer a respectful morning greeting. He explains he has come to discuss some critical details regarding the latest divine oracle. Welcoming his visitor with a warm smile, Renato asks if this is about the return of the heroes and how things are progressing. Aaron lets out a soft sigh of relief, admitting that fortunately the situation is not looking too terrible. Less than 10% of the heroes actually wanted to return to Earth, as most chose to stay right here. Hearing that, Renato smiles, noting that the situation is far better than they expected, all thanks to your majesty's benevolent rule. Aaron quickly dismisses the praise, replying that it is not quite like that. Once they marry and build families here, leaving becomes incredibly difficult, especially since, but Aaron suddenly pauses, hesitating for a brief moment. A moment later, the king finally speaks up, admitting that many heroes do not have the confidence to live a good life without the Allurus, which is why they decided not to return. Hearing this, Renato is completely shocked and asks, "Wait, what? Hold on. Did Lord Jo Seung-woo not explicitly demand that the Eloras are also permitted to return with them? Do not tell me you hid that treaty from them because that would mean you lied to everyone. Right after saying that, Eren drops straight to his knees, completely startling Renato. Keeping his head low, the king quietly tells Renato that he has already prepared himself. I will take absolute responsibility for this, and if necessary, I am fully prepared to lose my head over it. Renato cries out in frustration, you cannot just take the blame and call it a day. Did you really do this just to keep them trapped in this world? Eren sighs, looking utterly exhausted as he admits he knows it is a cowardly move. But with the massive gap their departure would leave in the national defense, he felt he had no other choice. Hearing this, Renato holds his temples as a massive headache sets in. Frankly speaking, the life of one aging king is nothing compared to the massive void those heroes would leave behind. Besides, the king already has a secured successor, which is exactly why he dared to make such a reckless gamble. Ultimately, Renato tells Eren that they have no choice but to discuss this delicate matter thoroughly with Lord Jo Seung-woo. He urges the king to rise from the cold floor, and as Eren finally stands, he quietly offers his thanks. By the way, has Renato heard the strange rumors spreading around the city lately? Confused, Renato asks rumors. Seeing his confusion, Eren explains that a self-proclaimed prophet has supposedly appeared on the streets, though he is clearly a total fraud. Renato is hardly surprised, casually noting that those low-level fake prophets are practically a dime a dozen anyway. But what makes this one so special? Eren chuckles and explains that the man's prophecies are incredibly bizarre. He claims that soon the god of victory, swords, and strange food will descend upon Terra. It is ridiculous because they already have Lord Jo Seung-woo as their god of victory and swords, making the whole thing sound absolutely absurd. Hearing this, Renato turns completely pale, asking in pure shock, what? The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Terra, where a loud voice suddenly echoes through the crowd, praising the great god of swords, victory, and strange food. Standing right on the edge of a fountain, Han Hyuk shouts out, calling everyone to praise this deity. Down below, his companion, Kuz, chimes in with a dull tone, repeating the chant to praise the god. Han Hyuk looks down and scowls, telling Kuze to put some actual energy into it and make it sound real. Kuze mutters back that he is only working up to his pay grade since 5 pieces of jerky is barely anything. Getting impatient, Han Hyuk snaps back, promising to throw in 3 more pieces just to make him do it. Hearing that, Kuz finally sighs and agrees to it. Turning back to the crowd, Han Hyuk yells from the fountain to grab everyone's attention, proclaiming that their god was once a mere mortal who ascended and now walks proudly among the stars. He declares that the god has spoken, raising his voice even louder to capture the crowd. Looking down at the gathering crowd, he bellows out a promise to descend from the heavens for those lost in deep suffering. He promises to show them the ultimate power of swords and victory, vowing as a newly arisen deity to completely rebuild the country he once cherished. Because this is his boundless love for you all. Kuz immediately chimes in, repeating that those are indeed the exact words of their lord. Soon the dramatic street performance wraps up as they retreat into a quiet alleyway in Terra. Kuz stares into Han Hyuk's basket, now filled with gold coins, and cannot hide his absolute delight. He eagerly turns to ask if Han Hyuk actually came up with those incredibly poetic lines himself. Han Hyuk casually shrugs, replying that he is simply repeating words he heard from someone else. Apparently, they are just the introductory lines of an NPC in an old game he used to play. Deep down, Han Hyuk admits that this silly gaming knowledge is actually proving to be incredibly useful right now. In a medieval fantasy world completely devoid of television, smartphones, or the internet, putting on a dramatic show like this is the only way to get noticed. Besides, the more famous he becomes, the stronger his actual powers get. Once people start actively approaching him on their own, recruiting them into his party will be as easy as a simple handshake. Ultimately, this also serves as the best possible plan to support his own god. Out of nowhere, Han Hyuk turns and asks if Kuz actually believes in gods. Without a single moment of hesitation, his partner replies that of course he does. He explains that faith brings real benefits and sincerely believing in Geir ensures you never catch annoying minor illnesses. He suggests Han Hyuk worship Geir instead of that bizarre deity, leaving Han Hyuk shaking with rage as he repeats a bizarre deity. Then he yells out that he has absolutely no interest in some third-rate god who hands out cheap blessings to just anyone. Kuz quickly tries to shut him up, warning him not to invite disaster like that because it is straight-up insulting the divine. Baekhyuk Hyuk only gets more annoyed at that, snapping back that calling his own god weird is the real act of blasphemy here. Kuze scoffs with a look of pure disbelief, pointing out that Baekhyuk Hyuk is making his imaginary god sound way too ridiculous. 3 divine names, even Zeus, the supreme ruler of all, only has 2 of them. Baekhyuk Hyuk refuses to back down, yelling that having 3 divine names is an absolute undeniable truth because the temple officials told him so themselves. Kuze gives up on arguing, pointing out that in the end he could not even get a basic certificate of approval. Baekhyuk Hyuk grits his teeth, thinking how incredibly annoying this is. Those jerks at the temple are the worst. He went back and forth just to get a simple certificate, but they kept playing dumb. Now they have the nerve to claim no such god even exists, which is just completely absurd to him. No matter how he looks at it, there is no way his god should be treated like some nameless nobody. It has to be because of someone's lies and slander that his god's true greatness has not been widely recognized yet. With that thought, he suddenly bolts talk about extreme dedication, leaving Kuze standing there completely frozen. Baek Kang-hyuk runs out into the street, yelling to the crowd that the Demon King's defeat was all their god's doing. Personally, he is determined to spread his god's name to every single corner of the world. His plan is to claim every single achievement for his god. He starts grabbing random people on the street, asking if their business has been running smoothly lately. He tells them it is all thanks to their god's divine power. Even the order to return the reincarnated people to where they belong is solely due to their god's incredible majesty. Baek Kang-hyuk feels incredibly proud, planning to turn the god of victory sword and strange food into the ultimate supreme deity. By doing this, he can expand their cult and attract a massive wave of loyal followers. Then he can handpick the absolute best recruits to join his team. With his mind made up, Baek Kang-hyuk turns to Kuze, declaring that it is time to make another grand speech. Kuze can only sigh in despair, thinking that he is getting completely overworked for just a few pieces of dried meat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a tense sunset over Mount Olympus. Ares stands before a glowing crystal ball with his arms crossed, wondering how they should handle this mess. Athena steps forward calmly, pointing out that this was bound to happen eventually. She warns him that refusing to acknowledge what is right in front of them is going to force them to pay a ridiculously heavy price sooner or later. She gestures toward the crystal ball, which is currently showing Baek Kang-hyuk passionately preaching his wild claims to the crowd. And yet, he is the only one who actually knows the truth behind everything. From defeating the Demon King to resolving the bitter feud between the church and the other sects to save their failing economy. Even helping the heroes return back to Earth is now being credited to this bizarre deity of victory sword and strange food. Ares frowns as the realization slowly hits him. Athena answers bluntly, yes, exactly. That guy is indeed an avatar sent directly by Seung-woo himself. The surrounding gods stare down at the preaching mortal, completely speechless at his sheer audacity. Ares mutters in disbelief, asking if that idiot is really Seung-woo's avatar. Athena confirms it immediately. She asks if he finally understands how serious this is before turning her gaze toward the ruler of Olympus. There sits Zeus, the pale-faced king of the gods, nervously whispering to her, asking if that guy is currently throwing a massive tantrum. But why would he be angry? Didn't they settle everything smoothly during his last visit, to the point where he even took their entire jar of nectar with him? Athena sighs, explaining that he seems highly displeased with how they handled the hero's return. Zeus frowns, asking what could possibly be wrong with their return process. She explains that the mortal kings are desperately trying to keep the heroes there, using every cheap trick to block their departure. They are twisting divine messages, threatening the heroes' families, and offering sweet rewards. Zeus scoffs in disgust, calling them a bunch of useless, lazy fools who only know how to play petty games. Zeus sighs, realizing that letting this guy run wild and ruin their followers' faith will destroy their divine power source entirely. Athena quickly warns him, however, that if they dare lay a finger on his avatar, Seung-woo will absolutely retaliate. Just then, a cocky, excited voice cuts in, asking why everyone is making such a big deal out of this. He suggests they just use this chance to start an all-out war. No matter how powerful that guy is, once they go all in, he won't dare to make a single move against them. Besides, out of the four great heroes, Renato is clearly already on their side. Getting him involved will easily push their chances of winning through the roof. But Athena immediately shuts him down, telling Ares to stop being so incredibly stupid. Naturally, he snaps back, demanding to know what she means. Athena glares back at him, asking if he really has not realized that Renato is actually their biggest problem. Even Zeus is left completely confused by this, asking why Renato would ever be a problem when he is a legitimate resident of Terra. Zeus ponders in deep silence. Was the boy not incredibly loyal to Gaia? He willingly served as her high priest even after ascending to achieve his own godhood. Athena sighs in pure frustration. She never expected her father to have a mind just as incredibly simple as the hot-headed Ares. She urges him to think carefully about the very deity the boy worships so devotedly. What could possibly happen if he discovers that his beloved goddess is actually a complete fake, a mere puppet they created just because they didn't want to waste their precious divine power? Does Zeus honestly believe the boy would still protect them after that? The chief god's face darkens instantly as he mutters that if the kid ever uncovers the truth, they are finished. Athena presses on without hesitation. Exactly. In the worst-case scenario, he will become an enemy far more terrifying than Seung-woo himself, instead of ever standing by their side as an ally again. The scene shifts to a quiet night deep in the forest, soft moonlight filtering through the branches. A swift, incredibly agile figure weaves silently through the dense trees. This is Daria, the powerful incarnation of Renato. Nearby, heavy footsteps stomp desperately against the dirt. Someone is running in a massive hurry, his ragged, heavy breathing cutting sharp through the quiet and otherwise silent forest air. That runner is Han-hyeok, currently being pursued relentlessly by Daria. Suddenly, his eyes flash with a sharp, sinister gleam as he glances down. Daria swings her massive blade directly at his head, a lethal blow he must dodge or face certain death. But her huge blade merely slices through empty air, leaving her completely stunned by this sudden miss. She looks around in bewilderment, staring at the empty space with absolute confusion. Suddenly, Han-hyeok's mocking laughter echoes from right behind, forcing her to spin around instantly. She spots Han-hyeok poking his head out of a hole, grinning as he points out he is over here. He taunts her. What an idiot. He mocks her for chasing a mere afterimage, even making a silly face. With that, Han-hyeok ducks down. He leaves behind a massive opening. Daria gapes in absolute surprise, wondering if it is a tunnel. She glances back. Out of nowhere, he pops from another hole. Just when did this slippery guy prepare such an annoying trap? He boasts arrogantly. Did she really think he would fall for the exact same trap twice? No way, he prepared for absolutely everything. Down in the dirt, Kuza grumbles in annoyance. He did all the digging, so why does Han-hyeok get to show off? Han-hyeok quickly snaps at him to just shut up. Deep, massive tunnels snake through the ground below as Han-hyeok's mocking voice echoes out, daring her to try and catch him if she can. You have to admit, he is riding high on supreme confidence with his extensive prep work. Thoroughly provoked, Daria trembles with rage, knowing she cannot let this continue. Her bare foot digs hard into the cold soil. She lunges forward, her face pale with the dread of returning to Lord Renato in absolute failure. But the moment her blade sweeps across the opening, Han-hyeok drops back down like a fast mole, making her miss yet again. She ends up slashing nothing but illusions with his fading afterimages, even mocking her for being far too slow. In a blink, he pops out of another hole nearby, teasingly calling out that he is over here. Daria unleashes a flurry of wild slashes, but she cannot touch him as he mocks her turtle pace, telling her she might as well surrender her wings right now since she is too slow to catch him. Soon enough, exhaustion takes its toll, leaving Daria completely out of breath. Staring at the endless holes before her, she feels utterly helpless, unable to keep up with his pace. He was so easy to subdue during their last encounter, leaving her wondering how he managed to grow this strong so quickly. And honestly, his booming reputation in the city has amplified his powers, making any hope of capturing him incredibly difficult. And outside the city walls, he relies on these slippery hide-and-seek tactics, leaving her with absolutely no options. If she had permission, she would have pulverized the entire ground to blow him away in one massive strike, but Lord Renato wants him captured alive, forcing her to hold back. Han-hyeok's annoying voice chirps up again, drawing her glare as he yells out, "Over here, look over here." He is literally taunting her by shaking his rear, laughing hysterically, and telling her to taste his real power. Daria growls in pure irritation, completely fed up with this guy's incredibly annoying antics. She silently questions if Lord Renato really needs them to keep this absolute garbage alive. Right then, a blinding beam of light shoots straight down. Descending from the sky, it forces both of them to freeze in turn. Daria stares at the unfolding scene, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Even Han-hyeok and Kuz freeze in shock. He too was drawn toward that blinding burst of light. As Kang-hyuk stared at it, his face went completely blank. At the exact moment that brilliant light faded, something plummeting from high above crashed down. Before Kang-hyuk could even prepare himself, the falling object crashed straight down, pinning him to the ground. Standing triumphantly on his back, Renato suddenly appeared from above and declared that he could no longer stand by. Night gradually fell over the grand temple of the God of Light. Sitting on his throne, Renato looked down at the tied-up Kang-hyuk, saying it was a pleasure to finally meet Beg Kang-hyuk. Not thrilled at all, he bluntly shot back that the feeling was mutual, but asked to be untied first. Renato remained silent, staring at Kang-hyuk, unable to believe this ridiculous guy was actually the incarnation of Seung-woo. Honestly, this entire situation had already become completely ridiculous, mainly because he had meddled in a matter that the incarnations should have settled among themselves. Then Renato hesitantly asked if Kang-hyuk had any intention of stopping this whole ridiculous game at some point. Instead, he casually asked back what the god was even saying, claiming he had not even started yet, stunning Renato. Kang-hyuk then began to ramble about his grand 10-stage missionary campaign, explaining that they had to go distribute flyers across every single city. They would hold massive public blessings and even launch entire street food chains, so getting captured at stage 2 was an absolute tragedy for his grand plans. Hearing this long rant, a speechless Renato could only wonder what on earth this guy was babbling about. Later on, Renato asked him what a blessing performance actually was. Hearing this, a very excited Kang-hyuk explained that it was about showcasing their god's magnificent grace, which would become even more terrifying once they reached Terra. Since you are the god of swords, your swordsmanship mastery will double, while damage and accuracy of your strikes will skyrocket. As the god of victory, your experience points will double, and as the god of bizarre cuisine, food buffs will be greatly enhanced, leaving a startled Renato wondering if this was all way too much. No, even Seung-woo would not grant such blessings so easily, meaning those perks were definitely limited strictly to his own incarnation, and there was absolutely no way this guy sitting in front of him possessed the authority to bless others. Even so, Renato knew he could not just ignore him since the guy clearly reeked of a massive elaborate scam. Whether he actually had the power to bless or not, he would surely spread his nonsense and turn the entire place completely upside down. After thinking it over, Renato stepped down in front of Kang Hyuk and spoke softly. Flyers and now street performances. What do you think a god's dignity is? Do you really see him as some street vendor peddling goods in the market? Ignoring every single word, Kang Hyuk kept muttering that the god knew nothing, expressing his anger at how people constantly treated his god like some unknown, worthless nobody. Startled, Renato repeated the word nobody only for Kang Hyuk to ask an even more shocking question, demanding to know if they were currently trying to kick away the ladder. Kang Hyuk explained that it meant stepping on those behind you, a trick those street vendors often use to stay ahead. Renato grew even more shocked, asking if he was being called a street vendor, while Kang Hyuk loudly shouted back that he was. Suddenly, he screamed about how disgusting these corrupt rulers were, pointing at them and shouting that they only looked down on him because he was an outsider from another world. Kidnapping, illegal detention, and interrogation, he yelled, asking if this was how they treated an innocent believer, demanding to call for his lawyer right now. Right in the middle of his dramatic rant, a heavy foot suddenly kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward. Daria pressed her foot firmly against his chest, angrily telling him to shut his treasonous mouth immediately. But the completely shameless Kang Hyuk only teased her back, warning that such violent treatment might actually awaken an entirely new preference inside of him. At that, Renato's face darkened completely, and he asked in a low voice if he could get one straight answer. Did Lord Seung-woo actually tell you to come here and do this? This time, Kang Hyuk answered seriously, admitting his boss did send him, but only because he shamelessly begged for it. Hearing this, Renato became even more conflicted, resting his chin on his hand as he realized Seung-woo truly sent him. If the god himself ordered all of this, Renato had nothing to say, as Seung-woo had every right to be angry. So what should he do now? Should he act as a mediator between Olympus and Seung-woo to help them make peace with each other? No, if the god had already resolved to sever ties with Olympus, no amount of mediation would ever change his mind. After all, Seung-woo was someone who absolutely never tolerated any form of injustice or wrongdoing. So what was the right move? The more Renato thought about it, the deeper he fell into a dead end. Lost in thought, Renato was suddenly startled by Kang Hyuk's voice, calling out to get his attention. Kang Hyuk asked if he was brought all this way just for that single question, to which a slightly embarrassed Renato admitted it was. Hearing this, Hansu sneers in disgust, asking if the great priest is really that free to kidnap someone just to ask a single question. Watching from above, Daria stomps her foot and snarls, telling him to shut up and remember who he is standing before. But Hansu doesn't back down, shouting that he couldn't care less and that only one person in this entire world could ever make him feel true fear. He claims he has cursed out Zeus, Poseidon, and Gaia to their faces, so there's absolutely no reason to fear a mere great priest. Daria freezes in absolute shock, wondering how anyone could possibly be this arrogant and completely out of their mind. Hansu's dramatic wails echo through the sanctuary, screaming about how utterly unfair it is and begging them to stop this cruel religious oppression before he dies of pure grief. Down with the corrupt regime, he shouts, "Purge the rotten Gaia order." Daria screams back at him to shut his mouth. But Hansu keeps going, yelling for everyone to bear witness to this massive injustice and demanding immediate compensation for both his physical injuries and his shattered emotional state. Renato stands nearby, staring at the chaotic duo with a completely blank expression. Does this guy seriously lack a brain? He lets out a deep, defeated sigh. Stepping forward, Renato restrains Daria and softly tells her that it is enough. He orders her to untie the boy, signaling his complete surrender to the madness. Following that chaotic day, Hansu's reputation in Terra starts soaring like a wildfire. Even with Daria, the fierce apostle of Gaia Kim, hunting him down and chasing him endlessly, Hansu easily loses his pursuers, using his bizarre and eccentric set of skills. In the end, he directly negotiated with the great priests, securing his own religious freedom. Essentially, the Sword of Victory and his bizarre cooking style have finally received official recognition. This insane rumor sweeps across the entire land of Terra in just 3 short hours. On a beautiful day, amidst the fairy tale-like houses lining the streets of Terra, Kuze sits beside Hansu, hesitantly pointing out how exaggerated the rumors are and asking if he feels even a little embarrassed. But Hansu just shrugs it off, claiming that a legendary tale requires some creative molding. Sure, they didn't technically give him official recognition, but since they let him walk free, the ultimate result is basically the same thing in the end. Kuze sighs in defeat, wondering how that counts as a win. Hansu confidently boasts that since there is no proof to say otherwise, he can just stick to his story. Besides, shutting down a rumor takes 10 times more effort than spreading one in the first place. Kuze is totally speechless, admitting that the guy is a master of deception in every sense. Before he can say another word, Han-soo turns around and walks off, calling for Kuz to catch up. A rising tide lifts all boats, and he intends to steer his ship straight into the spotlight. His fame has grown so massive that a crowd of eager locals has already gathered around the central fountain waiting for him to show. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the shores of Lake Nectar in Gonya. Inside Jo Seung-woo's shop, his voice echoes as he reminisces about the fateful day the lake transformed into pure honeyed nectar. Everything has been great except for one tiny issue. Fishing is not fun anymore because the drunken fish immediately bite the hook the moment they see it. The suspense and excitement of reeling them in are completely gone. On the bright side, they taste incredible, so he hopes his guest enjoys the meal. The man sitting opposite Jo Seung-woo looks down at the freshly served platter, complimenting its incredibly appetizing appearance. Renato eagerly picks up his chopsticks, ready to dig in and try a piece. Admiring the masterfully prepared raw fish, he gently lifts a thin slice. He carefully dips the delicate slice into a bowl of soy sauce. Renato slowly places the fish in his mouth, immediately blown away by the incredible flavor from the very first bite. He reaches for his teacup to take a soothing sip. Setting the cup down with a satisfied grin, he notes how the delicious meal seems to wash away all his exhaustion from hard work. Jo Seung-woo beams with pride, saying he knew his guest would absolutely love the dish. Looking around at the scenery, Renato remarks on the fresh air and the cozy wooden cabin. Combined with the gorgeous lake views, he notes that Jo Seung-woo is truly living his dream. Jo Seung-woo proudly agrees with him. But then Renato asks why he would ever pull a stunt like that. Suddenly turning dead serious, he warns Jo Seung-woo that actions like his could easily cost him this peaceful, quiet life. Jo Seung-woo stands before him with crossed arms, remaining completely silent. His expression darkens and a tense silence settles over the two of them. Afterwards, Jo Seung-woo sits down in front of Renato and quietly says that there has been a misunderstanding. But Renato cuts him off instantly, shouting in disbelief that calling this entire chaotic uproar a simple misunderstanding is completely absurd. As he speaks, Renato silently worries that the gods of Olympus and the kings of Terra are currently in an extremely unstable state. Because of the religious activities of Baek Kang-hyuk, the very foundation of their faith is shaking. Hidden behind them are the sympathizers, followers of Theo, and the minority groups he saved. Theo is the god of revolution and one of the 4 legendary heroes. Knowing the dark truth hidden by the gods and kings, they secretly spread information throughout Terra to support Baek Kang-hyuk as he exposes the harsh reality. The voice of Renato rings out steadily, explaining that as public faith wavers, their supply of divine power continues to dwindle. Public safety is also rapidly collapsing while the gods and kings secretly feud and blame one another. Meanwhile, the avatar of Jo Seung-woo, who is the source of this entire mess, keeps causing trouble. He is still stirring up chaos, and you are saying that it is all just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo calmly replies that it is true because he never actually told Baek Kang-hyuk to do any of those things. Renato cries out in frustration, pointing out that Baek Kang-hyuk clearly stated Lord Jo Seung-woo sent him. Jo Seung-woo corrects him, explaining that he merely sent him and opened the portal. Renato asks blankly if that was truly all, and Jo Seung-woo bluntly replies that yes, that was all. Baek Kang-hyuk does not even know Jo Seung-woo is a god, probably thinking of him as some representative of the sword victory and strange food. Hearing this, Renato is left completely speechless, wondering how on earth someone could misunderstand so spectacularly. He stammers, wondering why Baek Kang-hyuk would do all this, truly baffled by the situation. Jo Seung-woo chuckles and explains that Baek Kang-hyuk is gathering allies, which is also his way of proving his absolute loyalty. Renato yells in frustration, asking if that is how he proves himself and demanding why Jo Seung-woo did not stop him. But Jo Seung-woo only responds with a quiet smirk, asking why he should have. Renato freezes instantly, completely speechless as he gasps in disbelief. Jo Seung-woo then asks another question, wondering if Baek Kang-hyuk actually said anything wrong. Renato clenches his hand tightly on the table, stammering that it is not that simple, but deep down he knows that Jo Seung-woo is absolutely right. Even if what he says sounds completely absurd, everything is true. In fact, it is actually less than what has been hidden because the achievements of their hero guild go far beyond that. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo laughs and tells Renato that because Baek Kang-hyuk is running wild in his place, he finds him both admirable and quite cute, leaving Renato utterly baffled by his words. Jo Seung-woo recalls reading the daily records of the actions of his avatar, noting that the gods can watch him directly. Every time Baek Kang-hyuk runs around, the kings and deities of Terra panic. It is quite hilarious. Renato sinks back into his chair, realizing he was the one who had it all wrong. Jo Seung-woo is the one who has suffered all this time, and though Terra owes him everything and has given him absolutely nothing in return. Instead, the greedy gods and kings care only about their own selfish interests. Exploiting and deceiving our hero association, they repaid kindness with absolute betrayal. Even though those people deserve harsh punishment and revenge, our leader Jo Seung-woo simply chose to endure, letting everything slide until this very moment. He lamented that because he was born on Terra, he put his homeland's interests above a dear friend who had literally shared life and death with him. It is deeply shameful. The more he thinks about it, the redder Renato's eyes get. Suddenly, Renato looks up from his misery and spots a bottle of strong liquor resting on the table. Without hesitation, he instantly grabs the bottle of wine. Seung-woo watches him chug the heavy drink in massive gulps, quickly warning Renato to eat something before he ruins his stomach. Wiping his mouth after draining the bottle, Renato choked out an apology. Seung-woo crosses his arms with an empathetic smile, telling his friend that there is absolutely nothing to apologize for. He secretly thinks to himself that if he had to choose between saving Terra or Earth, he would choose Earth without any hesitation. He is an Earthling after all, and it is completely natural for a person to prioritize their own home world above all else. Seung-woo slowly explains that even if these beings are gods, the moment they have personalities, they are just powerful humans. Humans make mistakes and tough choices, so Renato should not feel like his decisions were uniquely evil. Still consumed by guilt, Renato mutters that he should have tried to see things from his friend's perspective, at least once. Seung-woo gives a wry smile, telling him that he is suffering from nice guy syndrome and that he really does not need to be perfect all the time. But Renato suddenly shouts, startling him, calling himself incredibly selfish for acting so thoughtlessly without considering his friend's feelings. He laments how short-sighted and deeply ashamed he is. Watching him stumble, Seung-woo quickly realizes that his friend is completely out of his mind and has gotten totally drunk. He quickly yells at Renato, demanding to know when on earth he managed to drink that much. Renato groans, complaining that his throat is burning with intense longing and deep regret. Seung-woo rushes to stop him, telling the idiot that he has had more than enough. After making a massive scene, Renato has now turned to praying, begging Gayer to forgive his sins. Seung-woo stands there completely helpless, realizing things are bad since the guy won't listen to a single word. But suddenly he flinches as if he just remembered something. No way. Seung-woo quietly asks himself if he ever acted that crazy when he was completely wasted. The scene shifts to a certain city located in Terra. Over at Bae Kang-hyuk and Kuze's lodging, Kuze yells out to Bae Kang-hyuk to come over quickly and look. Bae Kang-hyuk responds, asking what is going on. Kuze excitedly points to the dining table, saying someone secretly left food for them before slipping away again. But contrary to his excitement, Bae Kang-hyuk lowers his head and mutters how terrifying it is. Seeing his reaction, Kuze starts getting spooked too, asking what could possibly be so scary. To his surprise, Bae Kang-hyuk bluntly says it is the power of their almighty god who even looks after his followers. Kuze, remaining completely rational, reminds him that someone has actually been stalking them for the past few days. Hearing this, Bae Kang-hyuk's face suddenly darkens as he suggests who it might be, making Kuze happily ask if he finally has a clue. Bae Kang-hyuk starts fantasizing again, suggesting it is a shy potential follower, maybe even a beauty, prompting Kuze to yell at him to cut the nonsense. If they can't even sense the stalker's presence, there is no way this person is just an ordinary follower. But Bae Kang-hyuk stubbornly replies that they could be a potential follower who was once a ruthless assassin forced into a bloody path but ultimately moved by the story of a great god. The two of them have absolutely no idea that someone is currently eavesdropping from the roof. That is Theo, a former assassin with stealth abilities. Sitting on the roof, he is utterly shocked, thinking they have actually figured out his identity and praising their incredible intelligence. Born as part of a minority with stealth abilities, to have his past of being used as an assassin by rulers deduced like this makes him truly believe Bae Kang-hyuk is a worthy apostle of God. However, the stalker's face is looking quite tense. He anxiously wonders if that guy is truly the sword god. An ally of the revolution god, but since when is he a bizarre food god? That is a bit too ridiculous. The scene shifts to 1 week later, deep inside a vast green forest. Seung-woo appears in the forest right next to a dimensional portal, smiling as he tells the person in front of him to return early. Just then, a footstep approaches, moving in an incredibly calm and relaxed manner. Bae Kang-hyuk walks over to Seung-woo, smiling as he agrees. A system notification pops up on the screen, confirming Bae Kang-hyuk's party of 3 has returned to Earth. Meanwhile, back at Seung-woo's place, Renato is still passed out cold on the table, completely wasted. The scene now shifts to another location, specifically the main hall of the Isekai Asia branch. Inside the massive hall, a young man stands proudly at the podium, loudly and confidently declaring a single English word: innovation. The young man gently touches his chin, asking the crowd what innovation actually means. That person is none other than Bae Kang-hyuk, wearing glasses to channel a wise Steve Jobs as he explains that innovation means creating something entirely new, completely different from anything that currently exists. With a smug and overly confident look, he boasts that this brand new Bae Kang-hyuk team is the absolute embodiment of innovation that nobody else can replicate. But right as his speech peaks, someone loudly cuts him off. The person interrupting is Zhang Lian Hong, the ISAC Hong Kong director, sitting next to Special Advisor So Gyung-soo. Looking visibly annoyed, Lian Hong tells him to cut the lengthy introduction since everyone is busy demanding they get straight to the point. Hearing that Baek Kang-hyu can only laugh it off and comply. With a quiet sigh, he shifts his gaze toward the side and calls for everyone to come out. Instantly, the long, slender leg of some strange creature begins to emerge from a tear in space. As the animal fully steps out, whatever Lian Hong and Gyong-soo are looking at it leaves both of them completely stunned, and what they actually see is a horse, a dog, and an owl. Baek Kang-hyuk's enthusiastic introduction only leaves the two men even more flabbergasted as he proudly declares that these are his brand new teammates. Following the introduction, Lian Hong helplessly comments that just by looking at them he has absolutely no idea what kind of team lineup this is, giving Baek Kang-hyuk the perfect opening. Baek Kang-hyuk quickly jumps on the opportunity, promising to explain each of them slowly one by one. Pointing at Kuze, he explains that first up is Kuze. Since he is a Kali, he possesses an extraordinary sense of smell and excels at disarming traps and digging tunnels, making him the absolute perfect scout. Even if he cannot entirely replace Min, he can at least fill half of that crucial role. With Kuze's introduction complete, Baek Kang-hyuk quickly moves on to the next member, who is already spreading his majestic wings. Next up is the monster owl. Howl is an owl, so he naturally possesses outstanding vision, incredible night hearing, and a sense of hearing that is extremely sharp and precise. Though their roles are different, they share the same function. Howl covers the sky while Kuze watches the ground. With these two handling the scouting duties, they will have absolutely no blind spots. Right then, a hand shoots up to halt the passionate presentation, signaling him to hold on. Lian Hong frowns slightly, voicing his nagging doubt about whether relying purely on scouts this whole time is actually going to work. Sighing once again, Hang Hyuk responds that information is always the single most critical factor in any battle. For hunters, combat begins and ends with scouting, making enemy intelligence the absolute top priority. Hang Hyuk asks if that is not just basic common knowledge. Hearing this lecture, Lian Hong partially agrees but still hesitates, admitting that while he totally gets the point, there is still a massive issue. Lian Hong clarifies his question, asking how Hang Hyuk plans to make up for the complete lack of firepower. Hearing this, Hang Hyuk pushes up his glasses with a smirk, a highly amused smile spreading across his face as he repeats the word firepower. With a smooth snap of his fingers, Hang Hyuk boldly declares that this guy right here is their main firepower. On his command, the remaining horse that has not been introduced yet immediately steps forward. This beast is a shadow monster named Asre, a hybrid between a nightmare and a Terra horse. Gently patting it, Hang Hyuk proudly boasts about how remarkably sturdy the creature looks just from a single glance. Lian Hong stares at it with a puzzled, contemplative look, noting that the fierce horse literally emerged from its master's shadow. He admits it is a useful ability but wonders what Hang Hyuk is actually getting at. Instead of rushing to answer, Hang Hyuk gently strokes Gray's mane and tells him to let him finish first. Skipping any long-winded explanation, he gets straight to the point, revealing that Gray can hide in his shadow while carrying 400 kilograms. Hearing this, Lian Hong stares in total shock as the proud beast huffs with satisfaction. Hang Hyuk nods instantly, painting a glorious picture. He explains how someone could stuff the beast with endless weapons to summon at a moment's notice. Armed to the teeth while riding it through battle, he claims there is no way he will ever run low on firepower. But right as his excitement peaks, Gyong-soo, who had been completely silent until now, speaks up and says he understands perfectly. With a subtle, unreadable smirk, he acknowledges that it is a highly unique combination of scouting mobility and heavy firepower. Hearing this praise, Hang Hyuk gets incredibly excited and eagerly asks if Gyong-soo finally recognizes his true genius. But watch what happens next. Gyong-soo instantly shuts down the hype by flipping to the next page, pointing out the major unresolved question of where exactly Hang Hyuk managed to get these monsters. Cold sweat starts pouring down Hang Hyuk's face. He desperately tries to hide his panic silently, telling himself that he absolutely cannot reveal the secret of bringing them over from Terra. Noticing Hang Hyuk's obvious hesitation, Gyong-soo decides not to push any further and simply lets it slide. Through the doors separating the hall, a calm voice echoes with the final verdict, announcing that he has officially passed. At the exact same time, the scene transitions to a peaceful wooden house tucked beneath a crystal-clear sky. Inside that quiet wooden house, a familiar figure with broad shoulders suddenly shivers violently out of nowhere. Seung-woo's expression looks completely drained, as if he has just sensed something troublesome, helplessly muttering that it seems things are finally over. He recalls the exact moment Hang Hyuk prostrated himself, realizing just how relentlessly persistent that man's prayers must have been. Feeling incredibly exhausted, Seung-woo wipes his sweat while quietly wondering if other gods also have to deal with such relentless prayers. Having followers is clearly no walk in the park. He turns right back to his cooking duties, focusing on the work at hand. While lost in his thoughts, a cheerful shout from the dining area catches his attention, eagerly calling for the next serving of grilled mushrooms. Watching the happy customers inside, Seung-woo notes that their sales are absolutely skyrocketing, though he wonders where those regulars disappeared every single time. Still, the local hunters are gradually getting stronger, and his loyal patrons are cheering excitedly as their delicious hot dishes are finally served up, chanting that it is finally here. While seeing them enjoy the food is great and everything seems fine, something still feels slightly off. Feeling a bit uneasy under this suddenly gloomy atmosphere, he lets out a soft sigh and goes back to slicing ingredients. But the moment the phrase "weird dishes" crosses his mind, his face falls again. Sweating nervously with furrowed brows, he realizes he has already cooked far too many bizarre meals lately. If it were up to Seung-woo, he would change the menu to try even more bizarre creations. The menu board outside lists a grand mushroom festival showcasing grilled rice and steamed mushroom challenges. But since barely anyone has managed to finish these massive portions yet, introducing anything crazier is still way too early. He absolutely cannot feed strange things to the kids because the effects are simply too intense. Meanwhile, outside, Nabi is desperately trying to stop Eunha and Yang Shik from playing a dangerous flying game. "It is too dangerous, Nia, get down." Back inside, Seung-woo clenches his fists in pure frustration, his hands trembling as he sighs. At times like this, he genuinely wishes Hang Hyuk was around to help cook up some crazy dish to keep the children occupied. Under the bright blue sky, Seung-woo can only complain to the heavens about why Hang Hyuk had to be missing today. As they say, you can never find help when you actually need it. Time flies by, and soon enough night falls over the land. Eunha and Yang Shik are tucked in sleeping. Somewhere in the quiet darkness, a cool blue light glows from a home TV screen, filling the silent room with flickering motion and lively audio. Munching on popcorn while watching the screen, Seung-woo sighs in disappointment that Min Ji-han and Eun Hyung never stopped by. But get this right, at that moment, he suddenly senses a strange presence, his eyes widening in pure shock. Quickly snapping out of it, Seung-woo sits straight up, wondering who is contacting him through telepathy. For those who do not know, telepathy is a basic divine skill that allows gods to communicate using holy power. Without making him wait, the voice on the other end immediately identifies herself as Athena. She gets straight to the point, explaining that she is reaching out to deliver a temporary report regarding the return of the heroes. Athena is actually worth talking to, at least she has a bit of sense and decency. Seung-woo grabs a piece of popcorn, chews casually, and gestures for her to continue. Well, she really is hard-working. All right, tell me everything. A moment later, after cutting out a few tedious parts of her long report, Athena finally sums up the results. In conclusion, she asks him to wait just a little longer. Seung-woo does not seem worried at all, calmly replying with a simple, "Is that so?" But no one knows what he is actually thinking. To him, the situation is exactly as he already expected. The gods are trying to send the Earth heroes back, but things are delayed because the kings refuse to let them go. From now on, they will realize just how precious people from Earth really are, so the main goal is basically achieved. Athena is quite the opposite of him. Feeling pretty anxious, she asks if this situation has offended him. Seung-woo notices her concern and quickly replies that it is not really a big deal. He immediately hands Athena her next task, asking her to send them back gradually, as many as she can. Feeling deeply relieved by his understanding, she thanks him and offers her apologies. In the very next second, Seung-woo completely cuts off her gratitude by adding that he has one condition. Hearing this, Athena sighs internally, knowing this cold-blooded guy would never let things slide so easily. Still, she tries to hide her annoyance and calmly asks him what that condition is. Across from her, Seung-woo lips curl into a charming yet mischievous smile. He tells her that the condition is simple, very simple indeed. Seung-woo seizes the opportunity, wearing an incredibly scheming expression as he asks her to come over and have a meal. He offers to treat her to a meal as a sign of reconciliation, but hearing this sudden request makes Athena gasp in pure shock. Athena simply has no idea what kind of scheme Seung-woo is cooking up. To be completely honest, she is still quite hesitant and tries to probe his true intentions, asking if this situation has offended him. He calmly replies that he is not offended at all. Actually, Seung-woo does not want everyone to return at once anyway, so he quickly offers a solution to ease Athena's mind, telling her to just send them back gradually, whenever it is convenient. Hearing this, she is deeply grateful, confessing that she is truly ashamed. The returning heroes are far stronger than normal humans on Earth, and if they all suddenly flood back at once, the current balance of power on Earth, which was so hard to establish, would be thrown into absolute chaos. Besides, some of them have no intention of returning home at all. Speaking of this, Seung-woo suddenly remembers a memory from the past, the exact moment Seung-ha looked towards the door and thought of his wife and his beloved Iru Post. His face is filled with nostalgia and deep regret, mixed with a lingering sense of anticipation. But of course, that changes absolutely nothing. Seung-woo's lips curl into a devious smile as he speaks up, stating he has one condition. Hearing this, Athena asks without hesitation what kind of condition he wants. There's really no reason to refuse a favor falling right into her lap, especially with his opportunistic skills. Seung-woo quickly makes a request that startles Athena, asking her to come over and have a meal. If he had only stopped at that first part, she would have refused. But he adds the second part, making Athena hesitate, offering to treat her to a meal as a simple gesture of reconciliation. Even so, she silently protests in her heart, thinking that no matter how the hero looks at it, this is definitely not peace. Gazing into the vast universe filled with twinkling stars, she sinks deep into negative thoughts, wondering if this is actually more like a public execution. For people who love ranking everything, life is like a victory podium with three distinct positions: 1, 2, and 3. To some, the term world class refers to the most romantic sights on Earth, while to others it means highly prestigious statues, golden trophies, and the most famous titles imaginable. Or perhaps that phrase is meant to refer to things like sports, music, and other popular fields. Of course, there is no real objectivity to these rankings. They are simply casual topics of gossip for curious idle minds to pass the time. Right now, inside Seung-woo restaurant late at night, a wise and proud voice rings out declaring that the top 3 cuisines of the world are a completely different story. Inside the kitchen, Seung-woo continues to lecture endlessly about food. He explains that when talking about great cuisine, people will always place China in one of those top spots. Sharp kitchen knives rest in a neat, clean block, showing no sign of being used yet. Hearing a familiar location in his words, his guest immediately cuts in to clarify, asking if he means China, that country in the East where war never seems to end. Seung-woo's a bit taken aback by her words, asking if she actually knows about China. Showing her back to the camera, the speaker is indeed Athena. She quickly answers his previous question, casually mentioning that she has actually been to that country before. She takes the opportunity to show off a bit of her past wealth, describing how she used to ride in a brilliant chariot back when she lived on Earth. Without her needing to explain any further, Seung-woo can already picture it. Her glorious chariot is well known as a timeless symbol of victory and triumph. After all, China is such a vast land with incredibly diverse and endless ingredients. It is said they eat absolutely everything except for things that have wheels. At this point, Athena suddenly starts imagining a few things. She pictures wild animals and immediately feels quite nauseous. She wonders if it is just her imagination or if it really sounds like they are about to eat absolutely anything. Seeing her reaction, Seung-woo chuckles in amusement, claiming he is actually quite confident in his Chinese skills as well as his cooking. Hearing his words, Athena turns pale and hesitantly asks if he is planning to cook Chinese food right now. Seung-woo scratches his head, looking completely uninterested, and tells her not today. He mentions that repeating the same old dishes lately is just not very fun. Hearing this, Athena shivers as she tries to hold back her anger, wondering why on earth he cares so much about having fun while cooking for someone else. But she suddenly pauses, trying to calm herself down. No, this meal is only a delicacy in name. In reality, it is basically a public execution. For a brief second, Athena imagines herself tied up and shaking. She wonders if this is exactly how a death row prisoner feels while waiting for their final execution. But that's just a fleeting imagination of hers. Right now, Seung-woo is happily explaining honestly he's a bit tired of making weird fusion dishes based on Korean and Chinese cuisine. Hearing this, she carefully deduces, so you are going to use the other 2 of the world's top 3 cuisines. Seung-woo immediately nods in agreement, praising her for catching on fast as always. And then he continues to introduce what he's actually best at, mentioning that one of the 2 remaining cuisines is French. Athena's mind is a total mess right now. She clutches her head in frustration, murmuring France, the land of revolution. Seeing her reaction, Seung-woo is slightly taken aback and asks if she has ever been there. Athena looks a bit uneasy, hesitantly bringing up a familiar figure. She says she has never been there, but isn't that the place her best friend keeps talking about? Seung-woo seems to realize who she is hinting at: Theo. He clears his throat and quickly apologizes for bringing it up. Anyway, French cuisine is absolutely magnificent, as it is a country that has elevated food to a true art form. Putting that mysterious person aside, Athena takes the initiative to ask, so what about the other one? This time, Seung-woo hesitates, stroking his chin. He admits it's hard to debate since everyone claims their own country deserves the spot: Turkey, Italy, Japan, Russia, and so on. Hearing him list so many, Athena helplessly cuts him off. That's way too many. After his long and winding lecture, she finally gets the point and asks, so what exactly are we cooking today? The corner of Seung-woo's mouth curls up into a perfect confident smirk as he simply replies yes. With a somewhat intimidating look on his face, he boldly declares a revolution of French culinary art. He seems completely oblivious to Athena's current state, reassuring her that it is not a full-course meal, so she shouldn't be too disappointed. Meanwhile, she is desperately holding back her tears of joy, her body trembling as she tells herself that this is at least some good luck. Once their conversation wraps up, the camera slowly pans away from the shelves lined with clean water glasses. It moves down to a flickering purple flame that has just been lit to heat the stove. Seung-woo carefully pops the cork out from the mouth of a glass bottle, and from that bottle, a golden liquid gently pours down onto the hot surface of the pan. Sitting at the table, Athena gets a bit startled when she sees the liquid and gasps, "Is that oil?" That glass bottle contains Prasha flower oil, a premium ingredient highly favored by the greedy kings for cooking. Watching Seung-woo smile as he pours the oil, she tries to reassure herself that the food will surely taste amazing. Athena cannot take her eyes off his movements for a single second, and her next private thought actually makes her blush. Is it possible he's truly cooking something delicious? And now Seung-woo is picking up a slice of meat slowly and carefully, dropping it into the sizzling hot oil. A crisp, satisfying sizzle rings out the moment the meat touches the hot pan. Along with the sound, a faint mouth-watering aroma drifts through the air, reaching all the way to Athena. Suddenly, she slams her hands on the table and jumps up, screaming in shock, "This smell, it can't be." Seung-woo seems to know exactly what she is about to say. He raises his tongs proudly and confirms, "Indeed, this is Iolova's pork." Hearing this, the shock on Athena's face intensifies as she gasps, "You are using something that rare." Seung-woo chuckles softly, explaining that since this is a meal shared with a god, he must treat his friend to the finest food possible. Hearing his words, she calms down, sits back, and exhales as if a heavy burden has been lifted. "So he really wanted to treat me well." Her mind is now completely at ease. Drooling with hunger, she murmurs to herself, "There's no way he's using me as a guinea pig. I was worried over nothing, and now my mouth is watering." Even Athena's system status shows an unusually high level of joy. Seeing her bask in pure happiness, Seung-woo quietly murmurs that it has been a very long time since he last tasted Iolova's pork himself. However, she has absolutely no idea he is actually hiding a rather sinister smirk. Talk about a total trap, thinking that Iolova's pork is definitely not the only ingredient going into this dish. He glares over at the blazing stove, thinking that otherwise it would just end up as a normal tasty meal. And that's why Seung-woo prepared a special separate ingredient hidden deep inside the oven behind those glowing hot coals. Now, as the meat sizzles away, the powerful aroma of the cooking Iolova's pork successfully masks the scent of his secret ingredient. He feels a bit sorry that Athena is looking forward to it so much. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, a highly difficult 3-dish quest with stages of seafood noodles designed to boost mental clarity, strength, and overall physical health at the hero's restaurant. Back to Seung-woo, who looks down at the food he's preparing with a sly smile, thinking that if she is too guarded, she won't be able to enjoy this rare, strange dish. A while later, beneath the bright hanging chandeliers of the quiet restaurant, and right onto the dining table, a gorgeous dish is finally served. It looks like a homemade sandwich made from various layers of ingredients. Today's special. Rainbow terrine, rated with 20 and 20 red stars, meaning unknown. Placing the plate down, Seung-woo begins to explain the dish to Athena, calling it a French home-style terrine, which in classical Han characters technically resembles the term pyroneuk. Just by glancing at the food, she easily deduces how it was made, asking if he means pressed and packed meat. Hearing her response, he feels a slight sense of relief, thinking that since she already knows, he won't have to explain any further. Athena's face is flushed with pure excitement right now, her sparkling eyes closely inspecting the dish at first glance. She gently describes what she sees, telling him it looks delicious and actually resembles geological strata. Hearing her bizarre comparison, Seung-woo is left completely speechless, wondering if she's actually serious about that. Looking closer at the plate decoration, she asks in surprise if he painted a shield emblem especially for her. Seung-woo nods slowly in agreement, asking if that brilliant glowing shield is her true symbol. Speaking strictly as a chef, he explains his philosophy that true culinary art must also be visually stunning to the diners. With that, he urges Athena to start eating and enjoy the meal, prompting her to stare at the plate. She tells herself not to overthink it because there is absolutely no way a dish made from premium Iolova's pork could ever taste bad. She picks up her utensils and carefully cuts a piece, cheering herself on while appreciating the special touch he added to the plate. Athena radiates absolute confidence as she lifts the first bite to her mouth, fully convinced that it is going to taste incredible. Without a single moment of hesitation, she pops the entire cut of meat right into her mouth. Something wild happens to her taste buds on that very first bite, causing her entire body to suddenly tense up. Her eyes stretch to their absolute limits as she sits frozen with the fork still in her mouth, cold sweat pouring down. Finally, an ecstatic look washes over her face as she screams internally, "It is incredibly delicious." What is this completely unfamiliar sensation? The moment the food touches her tongue, a cool, refreshing flavor spreads instantly, leaving her mouth feeling incredibly clean and vibrant. The perfectly cooked Iolova's pork literally melts on her tongue like snow, releasing a massive, delicious flood of savory juices. Then comes the flavor of the herbs surrounding the meat, offering a deep, complex warmth. The manna is overflowing. Did Seung-woo actually use a dragon heart as an ingredient? As the complex layers of flavor wash over her, she nods slowly and stares at the plate while still chewing, whispering to herself. This is a masterpiece crafted by a bizarre god of culinary arts, a truly divine dish that leaves her completely speechless. But right in the middle of her bliss, something shatters within those deep flavors, making her gasp in sudden shock. Her eyes widen in horror, cold sweat dripping down her face as she stares at her plate in utter disbelief. Her cheeks bulge and her lips tremble as she gets stuck. She bit into something horribly wrong with a dangerously sharp texture. Finally, unable to bear it, tears stream down her pale face as she clutches her throat in agony, crying out that her tongue is numb from a horrible taste and she can barely breathe. It is the exact opposite of that initial elegant flavor. This is coarse, foul-smelling, and a complete nightmare for the senses. This is a brutal, ruthless assault on her taste buds. Watching her dramatic reaction, Seung-woo looks quite satisfied and steps in to explain that the core theme of this dish is heaven and hell. Since Athena is completely paralyzed by the pain, she fails to notice the poster hanging behind her. It details a bizarre food challenge. Step 1 is grilled mushrooms, Step 2 is unknown, and Step 3 remains a mystery. With her eyes spinning in circles, she covers her mouth to keep from vomiting right there, trembling as she demands to know what ingredients he used. In stark contrast to her absolute misery, Seung-woo stands there looking completely cheerful and relaxed. He answers honestly, it is Goblin King meat. Tears instantly well up in her eyes as she asks, in utter despair, if he actually just fed monster meat to a literal god. She completely breaks down, losing all color in her face as she groans about the sheer disrespect of his culinary choices. Seung-woo rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully watching her meltdown as he finally realizes the gravity of what he just did. It seems I made a slight mistake. He originally wanted her to taste hell first and then heaven, building a stock chart of flavor where she descends into a valley of discomfort before climbing a peak of pure joy. Instead, he mixed up the terrene layers, plunging her straight into the deep Mariana Trench of culinary discomfort. Seung-woo got way too excited and messed up. How incredibly embarrassing. With no other choice, he clasps his hands together, desperately apologizing to the completely pale and soulless goddess. Up in the night sky, a hopeful shooting star streaks across the dark void as he quietly whispers his apologies. Back inside the restaurant, an incredibly awkward and tense silence hangs heavy in the air between the two of them. The only thing drawing any attention is the text on the poster advertising a massive food challenge. Sitting with completely disheveled hair, she remains dead silent, which is honestly starting to feel a little terrifying. Desperate to break the suffocating tension, Seung-woo laughs nervously and tries to flatter her with sweet words, stammering that he is incredibly glad she recovered so quickly, proving that she is indeed a highly resilient deity. Athena suddenly cuts him off mid-sentence, causing him to freeze as she demands they make a deal. With eyes burning with absolute intensity, she demands that he recreate that exact dish to knock her out again. Seung-woo hesitates, trying to refuse by pointing out it was a complete failure. But Athena does not care about his excuses, knitting her brows in absolute determination as she repeats her demand. She then glares at him with a terrifying question, asking why she is the only one who has to suffer this torture. Caught off guard, Seung-woo can only stammer awkwardly. Before he can even answer, she snaps that it is because she has far more patience than those other idiots. Meanwhile, the poster in the background finally comes into clear focus, showing a bizarre food challenge. It promises a massive grand prize of over 184,000 points for completing all the extreme steps, but Athena refuses to let the distraction slide. She continues her rant, snapping that she deserves far less hostility and demanding that he drop his attitude. Athena had been bottling up her frustration for way too long. Nothing was stopping her from exploding now, asking why only the hard-working and talented are forced to suffer. Seung-woo looks a bit panicked, quickly trying to calm her down. Who knows? Why don't you just take a deep breath first? But she just snaps back in anger, insisting she is completely calm, cool, and rational. Seung-woo has no choice but to play along, nodding right. Fueled by rage, Athena makes a dramatic oath, swearing by the river Styx that she will make the other gods feel this exact pain, putting her absolute honor on the line. Now the river Styx marks the boundary of the underworld in Greek myth. Not a single god would ever dare break an oath sworn upon its sacred waters. Hearing that, Seung-woo starts to get seriously worried. An oath on the river Styx, really? Seeing her determination, he can only sigh in defeat. Fine if you say so. Seung-woo drops a subtle hint, making it again isn't hard since he has plenty of ingredients left. This time, Athena sounds sincere, as she softly begs him, please. A smirk creeps onto his face as he questions her. So what do you plan to give me in return? Realizing he wants something in exchange, Athena hesitates. She ponders for a moment, guessing that ordinary treasures probably mean nothing to someone like him. After all, Seung-woo is a legendary hero who has slain countless demon kings. His inventory is likely bursting with divine artifacts, so physical treasures are useless. After a brief silence, she makes her decision, offering to grant him ultimate culinary knowledge. Seung-woo just sighs again, pointing out that the only god who actually knows more about cooking than him would be Hestia herself. But Athena cuts him off instantly, revealing she holds an ancient book left behind by Hestia herself. Hearing that, his eyes light up instantly. What? A quick refresher, Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, but her official title recorded in the pantheon is much more direct. It is a simple title that speaks directly to the common folk, the cooking god. Seung-woo rests his chin on his hand, thinking it over. Hestia vanished long ago for unknown reasons, but she did leave one legendary book behind. Noticing his sudden change in attitude, Athena smirks, fully confident that she has hooked his interest. It definitely catches his interest, but he still hesitates. Trading a legendary book just for 6 portions of a failed dish feels like way too much profit. Sensing his subtle rejection, Athena immediately starts to panic. He turns her down flatly, stating he does not mind giving but hates overcharging. He asks if there is anything else he can do. At this point, she is completely stumped, left staring blankly at this unbelievably stubborn guy. As she brainstorms, an image of her frustrating, obnoxious father, Zeus, pops into her mind. Picking a fight over a tiny bit of divine power is annoying. He might be her dad, but she absolutely despises him. Shaking off the distraction, she locks eyes with Seung-woo. This is a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What should she actually ask him to do? Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes her. Her eyes spark as she gasps in realization. She quickly speaks up, declaring that she has a favor to ask of him. Without hesitation, Seung-woo nods and asks her what it is. Who knows what crazy deal they struck, but fast forward a few days later and we are back at his cozy restaurant. Warm sunlight streams through the glass windows, highlighting some incredibly cute and chaotic noises coming from inside. A whole swarm of colorful kittens are pouncing around, scratching and playing with something on the floor, and the toy they are aggressively beating up turns out to be heavy metal chains. Over in the corner, Nabi is completely covered in tiny kittens, looking absolutely drained of life. Seung-woo isn't doing any better, looking completely battered as he tries to force a laugh, muttering how painful this is. Staring blankly with dead eyes, he begins to look back at how that brat Athena completely played him. She really got maximum value from that single book, because now he is stuck babysitting 11 wild Aileros kittens. Earthlings were returning in droves. To stop that, the world needed to treat them better, but how do you actually do that? Sure, you could lower their taxes to offer some financial relief, or maybe hand out top-tier gear and unlock prime hunting grounds. But the ultimate solution? Get them to adopt a baby Aileros. Surprisingly, surveys show heroes living with one have a 0% return rate. Literally nobody wants to leave. Flashback to a few nights ago inside the restaurant. He notes that 0% is actually a bit misleading statistically, since the heroes who own these cats are all battle-hardened veterans who spent ages on Terra anyway. That voice belongs to Athena, who is currently talking things over with Jo Seung-woo. It seems they have almost 0 chance of returning to Earth, and he can only nod in agreement. He says it out loud, but having lived with an Aileros himself, Jo Seung-woo knows the truth all too well. If he had a kid like Nabi back then, he would have just stayed on Terra forever. Speaking of Nabi, the little guy is currently fast asleep in the bedroom, snoring away. Getting back to Athena, she decides to share another crucial piece of information with him. Apparently, after seeing those crazy numbers, the kings decided to submit a petition straight to Olympus. They demanded that the Aileros be distributed to the heroes, leaving Jo Seung-woo completely shocked. Wait, are there really that many Aileros, he asks, his curiosity piqued. Athena sighs with deep regret, explaining that there are barely any left. The quen trees they grow on are incredibly rare, and lately they have stopped growing altogether. But the more she talks, the more confused Jo Seung-woo gets. Wait, quen trees, what even is that? Seeing his awkward blank face, Athena tilts her head, asking if he seriously did not know Aileros grow on quen trees. Hit right where it hurts. Jo Seung-woo flinches and quickly fires back that of course he had absolutely no idea. She is not surprised by his ignorance and offers to explain it to him. She tells him that Aileros grow on these trees just like fruit. The newborns start out curled up in tight little balls, only stretching and waking up once they are fully ripe. Hearing her description, Jo Seung-woo's mouth twitches in disbelief as he realizes they are literally fantasy gachapon in real life. Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly asks why they are sharing this since they both know there are barely any Aileros to go around. She looks down and sighs, admitting they normally would have ignored the request, but one of the petitioning kings happens to be a descendant of her father. Hearing her mention that all too familiar name, Jo Seung-woo groans and asks if she means Zeus again. Athena recalls the tiny Aileros pups and nods. Since they had to hand over all the grown Aileros, there are absolutely no adults left to raise the babies. By now, Jo Seung-woo has a pretty good idea of what she is getting at. So what exactly is she asking of him? Without wasting any time, Athena gets straight to the point, asking him to take care of the baby Aileros for a while. Seeing her incredibly serious expression, Jo Seung-woo needs to make sure he is not getting scammed, asking if she expects him to raise them all the way to adulthood. He awkwardly explains his situation, telling her that he already has quite a few kids to look after back home. There is no way he can commit to raising them for years. Athena quickly reassures him, asking for just about 10 days. But what on earth happens after those 10 days are up? She immediately pictures the cat gods holding up protest signs demanding basic living rights, explaining that the feline caregivers threatened to go on strike if they did not get at least a 10-day break. Jo Seung-woo cannot help but feel bad for them, sighing that the cat gods have truly gone through a lot. Then Jo Seung-woo pauses as a sudden thought hits him. He asks if she only agreed to the strike because she already planned to dump them on someone else. Athena does not even try to hide it, admitting that Lady Hera was originally supposed to handle the job. When he hears that specific name come out of her mouth, he is completely startled and shouts out Hera. Hera is the goddess of marriage and family, so with family literally in her title, she should be an expert at raising kids. But unfortunately, when it comes to her own flesh and blood, we are talking about Ares, the former god of war and Hera's actual son. Easily the wildest troublemaker in Olympus, he is famous for all the wrong reasons. After a moment of silence, Jo Seung-woo finally gives in. Leaving the kids with Hera does not sound like a good idea at all. Athena looks at him with hope, asking if he gets it now. Without a second thought, Jo Seung-woo agrees to help out. Hearing his promise, Athena finally breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him. Jo Seung-woo scratches his head, thinking back to his days on Earth. He used to be a teacher, so raising kids should be a breeze, right? Oh, how wrong he was. Cut to the present day at his restaurant, where the chaotic screams of the baby Aluros are getting louder by the second. Watching the kids wilding out across the room, he realizes that the saying about kids having endless energy is absolute facts. And Nabi is right there with him, meowing in tired agreement. Jo Seung-woo collapses onto the floor with messy hair, complaining that these kids cannot sit still for even a single second. Nabi is not doing any better either, slumped over and crying out about being completely exhausted. While they are talking, a pair of soft paws starts juggling something in the background. Jo Seung-woo mutters that he will respect preschool teachers forever from now on. Because right now, those little Aluros are literally using poor young Shik as a volleyball. Every single time he gets tossed into the air, he screams for help, begging them to put him down. Just when Yang Shik thinks this nightmare will never end, a firm hand reaches out and snatches him midair. Jo Seung-woo catches him safely, quickly turning to scold the rowdy Aluros pups. He tells the mischievous little troublemakers that Yang Shik is absolutely not a toy ball. His words hit the nail on the head, and Yang Shik eagerly shouts in agreement. But these stubborn Aluros kids have a massive attitude problem. They immediately talk back, demanding that they return their toy ball this instant. Seeing how fearless they are, Jo Seung-woo can only stand there in utter disbelief. In the ensuing chaos, a flurry of tiny claws starts scratching him, desperately trying to get their toy back. Panicking, he holds Yang Shik high in the air, complaining that these kids surely have a cheat code for infinite stamina. Even Nabi, watching from a distance, finds it hard to believe, agreeing that it really is strange how incredibly healthy the kittens are this season. Hearing that Jo Seung-woo tries to stay optimistic, pointing out that being healthy is supposed to be a good thing. Faced with this optimism, Nabi tries to force a polite smile. Sure, being healthy is great, but they are normally never this hyperactive. But Nabi's tone and uneasy gaze hint at something else, signaling that there is a catch. Nabi is referring to the leopard print Alurus and the golden kitten currently swarming Jo Seung-woo, warning him that those two are absolute handfuls. Staring at the two little troublemakers, Nabi softly admits to being just as chaotic back in the day. Speaking of those early days brings back warm memories of the grandmother who lovingly raised Nabi through some incredibly difficult times, reminding the cat of her boundless affection. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo freezes in complete disbelief. Wait, did Nabi not claim to have literally grown right off a tree? How on earth does a tree-born creature have a grandmother? Nabi shoots him a look like he has lost his mind, explaining that anyone born from the exact same tree is naturally considered family. She was simply the elder of their tree clan, and hearing this logic, Jo Seung-woo finally realizes his cultural misunderstanding. Oh, so that is how it works. Deciding not to overcomplicate things, Jo Seung-woo tells himself to just drop the subject. Shifting back to the exhausting task at hand, Jo Seung-woo lets out a heavy sigh. It is finally time to eat, and that single magic word instantly gets a reaction. The chaotic kittens freeze on the spot, their eyes wide with pure hunger. They charge at him like a wild storm, cheering that food is the best, and their dad makes the absolute tastiest meals. They swarm him in a chaotic cuddle pile, shouting that his cooking beats their grandma's by a mile, and they love him. Struggling under the cute assault, Jo Seung-woo snaps at the little troublemakers to stop climbing all over his head. But it is all tough love on the outside. Deep down, he admits he is a softie who cannot bear to actually scold them. The busy scene quickly shifts inside the quiet comfort of the restaurant. Putting on his best stern face, Jo Seung-woo orders a quick roll call. To his surprise, the little kittens immediately fall into a neat line to count off one by one. Number 1 meow, number 2 meow, number 3 meow. But they suddenly stall at number 4. A scruffy little kitten can only manage a cute squeak, while the tiny gray one next to him tries to wiggle its tiny paw. Observing this, Nabi sighs helplessly, noting they apparently do not know how to count to 4, yet prompting Jo Seung-woo to realize he might have to teach them numbers next. Still, Jo Seung-woo finds comfort in the small victories. At least they are completely quiet and well-behaved when food is served. Nabi wholeheartedly agrees, relieved that the little rascals can actually sit still for once. Not wanting to test their patience, Seung-woo finally gives the green light to dig in. Nabi chimes in, urging the little beasts to enjoy their meal. Today's special is finely chopped Odiuk baby food crafted from minced giant Terra duck. Made from a monster duck that literally grows larger than an adult man, this meal is packed with nutrients for growing Allurus. Watching the little ones devour their food brings a genuine smile to Seung-woo's face. The ingredients and culinary techniques originate entirely from Terra, but because he carefully adapted the recipe for kids, the end result turned out far more delicious than he could have ever anticipated. Besides, if he did not satisfy their massive appetites, he would never get a single second of peace, so the extra effort was well worth it. But as he gets lost in his thoughts, Nabi cuts in with a highly stressed voice, asking what their next move is. Nabi is practically shaking with extreme anxiety, noting that now that the little rascals have eaten well and taken a peaceful nap, they will probably start causing even more chaotic trouble. Hearing about the impending storm of pure chaos that lies ahead, Seung-woo instantly slumps down in total despair. With absolutely no options left, he takes a slow sip of coffee and laments that the day is only half over, while his stamina is completely gone. It is not just Seung-woo and Nabi struggling either. Even poor Ian-sik is left shivering weakly in the bedroom like a helpless infant. But right as they both fall into negative, desperate thoughts, a mysterious shadow slowly approaches the front of the restaurant, signaling that desperately needed reinforcements might have finally arrived. Suddenly, the front door is slammed wide open with a loud crash. Startled by the noise, Seung-woo and Nabi look up, their desperate eyes instantly lighting up with hope. The shadow of the mysterious newcomer falls over the curious Allurus kittens, and the visitor is equally stunned to find herself staring at a room full of incredibly adorable baby beasts. And the visitor is none other than Eunha, who has finally returned from her family trip, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement over how incredibly cute these little felines actually are. Meanwhile, the actual culprit behind this entire chaotic mess, the cat god himself, is blissfully enjoying his peaceful vacation. Slowly and quietly, the peaceful night falls over Seung-woo's home. Inside, a bedroom covered in a chaotic mess of baby toys, a familiar figure gently takes one careful step after another. Following close behind are several chubby Allurus kittens with soft, jiggly bellies. Sneaking through the quiet night is our adorable little Eunha, who pokes her head out and stares intently at something nearby. The object of her intense focus is the closed door of a nearby room. Among the kittens following her, a spotted one acts as their leader, to whisper, "Is Dad still awake?" Eunha quickly raises a finger to her lips, shushing them to keep quiet. She needs absolute silence because Seung-woo is fast asleep on a single bed, tightly hugging Ian-sik. Eunha softly whispers to her lucky companions, "I am pretty sure he is out cold." Hearing those reassuring words, the excited kittens immediately suggest they make their move. The little rascals crowd toward the exit. Leading the pack, Eunha whispers, "Okay, let me open the door and we will sneak out quietly." But despite her careful warnings, the very second the door creaks open, get ready for this. The Allurus kittens immediately bolt outside like a gust of wind. Even though the kittens do not listen, Eunha herself starts causing a scene by running straight toward the trampoline they played on earlier today. Jumping onto the bouncy pad, she loudly shouts, "I literally told you guys to keep it down." They continue to play loudly in the yard, getting so carried away that their laughter rings out. Meanwhile, Ian-sik looks completely awake and says they are gone PPU. Seung-woo sits up, glances out the window, and replies, "Yeah, you did an amazing job pretending to be asleep." Watching the energetic group play outside, he fondly sighs, thinking everything is fun when you are young. The kids bounce happily on the trampoline, fully enjoying their secret night. He watches them with a warm smile as they play together. Suddenly, he looks down at his sleepy companion and asks, "Ian-sik, do you want to join them?" Without hesitation, it vigorously shakes its head with a soft PPU. Seung-woo chuckles and says, "Alright, I guess that is a solid no." Since going out is rejected, he reaches into his dimensional pocket to look for something else, saying, "Alright, plan B then." He pulls out a bag of original flavored potato chips, which instantly makes Ian-sik's eyes sparkle with pure excitement. Moments later, Seung-woo turns on the television to relax with his companion, eating snacks and watching a late-night movie. Yet his focus drifts from the screen to the rowdy kids playing outside, and he silently praises Nabi for taking such great care of the little ones. You might think Seung-woo is talking about earlier today, but up on the restaurant's dark roof, a feline shadow watches with glowing sharp eyes. Nabi stretches and lets out a long yawn, muttering with a hint of admiration, "Playing all night, huh? These kids never want to sleep." Instead of the grumpy expression from earlier this morning, a gentle content smile lingers on the cat's face. Seeing the happy bright smiles of Eunha and those Allurus kittens, this makes Nabi feel happy too, thinking, sometimes this is pretty fun. After a very long night of play, the morning sun slowly rises, casting its light over the restaurant. Behind Eunha, who is fast asleep after her all-nighter, a poster for a new food challenge still hangs on the door. Since nobody has conquered this extreme eating challenge, which promises a special reward for clearing every step, perhaps only a high-hunger challenger stands a chance. Step 1 is grilled mushroom. Step 2 is mushroom rice balls, and step 3 is soup. Eating bread would have been so much easier. Not just Unha, but the kittens are also completely drained of energy from a severe lack of sleep. They are even dozing off and bumping into one another. Watching this adorable sight, Seung-woo cannot help but chuckle softly. Even though he knows everything, he pretends to be completely clueless, asking, "Did something happen last night?" Desperate to hide the truth, Unha quickly denies it, saying no, nothing at all happened. The most energetic golden kitten is totally exhausted, letting out a massive yawn and complaining about being sleepy. Seung-woo, wanting to tease them, immediately seizes the moment. When he asks if they are tired, Unha flinches and quickly insists, "No, I am not sleepy at all." Seeing her defensive reaction, Seung-woo chuckles inwardly, thinking, "Unha, you must have worked so hard cleaning up last night." Putting the kid's mischief aside, he takes a slow sip of coffee and ponders, what exactly should we do about the restaurant now? Fortunately, because they are Aloris, they do not shed. But once they eat and recover their stamina, there is no telling what kind of chaos they might cause running wild. Just thinking about the looming disaster drives Seung-woo into despair, making him wonder if he should temporarily close down the restaurant. But the moment that thought crosses his mind, he quickly shakes his head to dismiss it, thinking, "No, I promised Isaac that I would keep the doors open." Bound by that promise, Seung-woo has absolutely no choice. He decides to write a polite sign apologizing to customers who might have cat allergies, phobias, or simply dislike them. The note asks for their understanding, mentioning that 9 out of the 11 kittens currently being sheltered might cause a minor disturbance during meals. And this notice, posted right outside his door, has just caught the attention of a curious new customer. That person is none other than Ji Hyun, who completely loses her mind with excitement and squeals out cats. Without a single second of hesitation, she swings the restaurant door wide open. The moment she looks inside, Hwang Ji-hyun hype levels hit absolute maximum and she screams, "Oh my god." She can barely contain her sheer joy, spinning around to face Seung-woo to ask if he literally turned this entire restaurant into a cat cafe. Looking at her ecstatic face, he sighs a bit helplessly and claims that it was actually a pretty brilliant idea. Shifting into polite restaurant owner mode, he asks what she wants to order today. Without even a single second of hesitation, Ji-hyun smoothly answers carbonara. Hearing her choice makes Seung-woo feel completely and utterly defeated, as he groans, "Not again." Completely ignoring his suffering, Ji-hyun boldly declares that she will never get tired of this dish, no matter how many times she eats it. But suddenly, she spots something unusual and shifts her tone. "Oh, by the way." What caught her eye are 2 cats practically gnawing on Seung-woo's shoulders. She asks if he is okay because he looks in pain, but even though it is super annoying, he acts totally fine and says, "Yeah, I am good." He sighs that they probably think of him as a playground. But while Ji-hyun is talking to him, a 4-legged little figure gently walks over, prompting her to admire how beautiful it is, looking just like a real cat. The cute little creature lets out a soft meow, completely stealing her attention away from their conversation. Ji-hyun looks down at the tiny Iliros who just meowed at her, asking curiously, "Oh, hello there, what's up?" But then the little guy suddenly leaps high into the air. The smart little kitten lands perfectly right in her lap, making her squeal with excitement. Wow, these babies aren't shy at all, climbing right onto someone they just met for the first time. Seung-woo, who is busy cooking next to her, explains that it is because the Iliros breed absolutely loves humans. Hearing this, Ji-hyun gets surprised, wondering if they are not just ordinary cats. He nods, gesturing behind him with his ladle as he explains that they are actually the same species as Nabi. Ji-hyun watches Nabi working diligently in the kitchen and asks longingly if these little cuties will grow up to be as well-behaved as him, wishing she could adopt one of her own. Unfortunately, that is completely impossible under Seung-woo's current system. He explains that he is only taking care of them temporarily, which immediately leaves Ji-hyun feeling pretty disappointed. She quickly moves on, turning to the tiny Iliros sitting in her lap to ask what the little sweetheart wants to eat. The moment he hears the word food, the little kitten's eyes completely light up. Hearing those adorable little noises from his tiny mouth, Ji-hyun gets even more thrilled, gushing over his cute voice as she asks what he would like to eat. Without a single shred of shyness or hesitation, the little guy confidently meows back that he absolutely loves meat. Armed with pure, irresistible cuteness, he successfully cons this rich lady into buying him an expensive portion of high-quality meat. Watching this play out, Seung-woo can only watch with a mix of jealousy and respect, muttering that these cats are natural-born business geniuses. A short while later, the food is finally served, consisting of a hot carbonara and a juicy hamburger steak. He mentions that he already cut everything into small pieces, so the kittens can eat easily. Looking at the gorgeous spread before her, Ji-hyun excitedly thanks him for the meal. She holds a piece of saucy, tender meat right in front of the eager kitten's mouth. Ji-hyun watches the little guy happily chew on his treat, eagerly asking if it tastes good. The sweet kitten nods in agreement, happily meowing that it is absolutely delicious. Completely melted by this absolute cuteness, she sighs about wanting to take a few days off to relax, totally unaware that 3 pairs of eyes are already plotting behind her back. Those scheming eyes belong to the highly mischievous kittens from yesterday. The orange cat is the first to whisper, pointing out that acting cute gets them instant free food, prompting the muddy-looking cat to eagerly agree that they should put their plan into action immediately. As if the universe is perfectly aligning with their master plan, the restaurant door suddenly swings open once again. A massive wave of hungry customers pours inside, looking just as completely stunned by the sight as Ji-hyun was earlier. Striking while the iron is hot, the three food-obsessed kittens sit in perfect formation waiting for the new guests to spot them. Faced with that extreme cuteness, the customers instantly melt, squealing over how adorable the kittens are. Suddenly, a non-stop wave of orders fills the room with customers shouting out to buy treats for the kittens right away. Watching his cash register ring, Seung-woo can only laugh helplessly at these clever, mischievous little devils. Thanks to the hard-working kittens, the restaurant records its highest net profit since its opening, excluding that one crazy monster food challenge. Meanwhile, far away at the main headquarters of the ISAC, deep inside a dimly lit room, a man stares intently at the desk calendar in front of him and mutters, "Finally." This man is Jung-hoon, and his expression looks incredibly tense as he whispers to himself that the dreaded day is finally back. He closes his eyes tightly, furrowing his brow in absolute dread as he silently wonders if this was truly unavoidable. The thing giving him this massive headache is the date circled on September 11th, the dreaded sports festival.